Chapter 1267 Trading. While Varian was worried about the future of the alliance, Duanmu Huai seemed very relaxed. He was taking the girls to the Stormwind auction to do some shopping. Yes, shopping. Duanmu Huai did not forget to buy some small animals for Anne and Mary. It happened that the Stormwind auction house had everything, including cute small animals. So Duanmu Huai simply looked for them here. It must be said that there are quite a lot of pets here. What do you think of this? Looking at the pet in front of him, Duanmu Huai showed a smug smile, while the girls beside him shook their heads desperately. I don't want it. I think Miss Anne and Miss Mary might faint when they see this thing. Uncle, you are deliberately teasing them. Naru's meow hid far away. Looking at the little cobra in front of her, she immediately started to complain. Put yourself in their shoes. Which girl would like snakes? What about this? Duanmu Huai cast his eyes on the obsidian dragon next to him, and was rejected by the girls again. It's not good looking. It looks so fierce. It's not cute at all. Damn. Do you understand the value of dinosaurs? Hearing the girls' opposition, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. This is a velociraptor. So handsome. And you actually say it's not cute? Aesthetic differences are so big? What about this cat over here? Duanmu Huai gave up helplessly, and pointed to the spirit cat in the cage next to him. I think this thing is suitable for Anne. I don't think so. Miss Anne is a wizard, not a witch. Looking at this black cat wearing a wizard's hat, and with two eyes emitting a faint green glow, Akemi Hamura also shook her head. Hey, I can see that you guys are just asking for too much. After choosing several pets, and being rejected by the girls, Duanmu Huai also lost his patience. He was not a patient person. Not to mention just buying a pet. Hey, if I had known it would be so troublesome, I would have simply not bought it. Hey, this young man. Just when Duanmu Huai was scratching his head, as if he noticed his distress, a dwarf merchant came over with a smile. From your appearance, you don't seem to be very satisfied with the goods here? It's not that I'm satisfied or not. And it's not mainly because I'm not satisfied. Duanmu Huai thought these were pretty good, but the little girls around him objected one by one, which made him speechless. In that case, do you want to come to the auction to take a look? Auction? Yes, the dwarf merchant said as he handed over a booklet. The auction in Stormwind gathers all the rare treasures from the entire Azeroth continent, especially some rare items that are hard to buy in the Eastern Kingdoms. If you want to buy some treasures for your female companion, then going to the auction is a good choice. Look, this is the list. Duanmu Huai took the list from the dwarf merchant and opened it. He was not very interested in those armors and weapons. After all, in such a world of this level, those weapons and equipment must have been eliminated by the Inquisition long ago, and they are not interesting at all. But there is something in this world that caught Duanmu Huai's attention. That is the mount. Through the 2 reigns he obtained before, Duanmu Huai discovered that there is a magic mount in this world. And this magic mount is very convenient. Duanmu Huai himself does not need such a thing, but he can give one to Anne and Mary. Especially Mary, who can't fly like others, and does need a means of transportation. As for Anne, if she can't do it, she can still ride Gulea. Right? But fortunately, Duanmu Huai really found 2 gifts that suited his taste on the list. That is the Nuanri Roan cat and Xiaoyi's fox. The Nuanri Roan cat is a big orange cat about the same size as a horse. It looks furry, and its 2 ears are pointed, which is quite beautiful. And Xiaoyi's fox is a big fox with pink body and wings, which looks cute and girly. Well, Duanmu Huai himself wants to sit on it. At that time, he would paint his power armor into girlish pink. A cute steel warrior riding a cute pink fox. Wouldn't that be a perfect match? Unfortunately, both the warm sun velvet cat and the fur fox were rare magic mounts. There were only 2 of them at the auction, and the prices were very high. Duanmu Huai calculated that the money he had on hand was obviously not enough. After all, the currency of Azeroth he had was only the bounty, which was enough for food, sleep and accommodation. But it was obviously not enough to buy these magic mounts. I don't have that much money. Can I exchange it with something else? By the way, I don't want to participate in the auction. It's better to take it directly. Oh, of course. But the price will be higher. What do you plan to exchange for these 2 magic mounts? How about this? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out a hot melt bomb from his arms. What is this? Looking at the steel creation in Duanmu Huai's hand, The dwarf merchant was confused. Thermal bomb. Bomb? Bomb? Yes. This bomb can blow up the entire Stormwind City without any problem. That's how they blew up Blackrock Mountain before. How about it? I'll trade this for your 2 magic mounts. It's worth it. Right? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the dwarf merchant was confused. He looked up at Duanmu Huai, then at the thermal bomb in his hand, and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. This, sir? You are joking. I am just an honest businessman. This bomb, we don't sell arms. As he spoke, the dwarf merchant took small steps back. Well, then I have something to do. So please continue, ha ha. I suddenly remembered that I have something urgent to do. After saying this, the dwarf merchant turned around and ran away, while Duanmu Huai looked at his receding back and shrugged helplessly. Alas, there is no way now. As he sighed, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze again and looked at the list in his hand. To be honest, these 2 magic mounts are really good looking and suitable for gifting. But the problem is that Duanmu Huai doesn't have that much money at the moment. Well, if it doesn't work out, just rob them. Although it's not impossible. But Duanmu Huai feels that it's a bit cheap. After all, he is the chief judge of the Court of Justice. How can he buy a gift for a woman for 0 yuan? By the way, he also has the special skill of the Heart of the Blood Crow. If it doesn't work out, he can go to the auction and buy one. What's yours is mine. And what's mine is still mine. This seems to work? Hey, sir. Just when Duanmu Huai was thinking about whether to go to the auction, a voice suddenly sounded, and then he saw the dwarf merchant back in front of him, still with that smile that was uglier than crying. That? I just went back and discussed with my colleagues in the Chamber of Commerce, and we are willing to accept your barter transaction. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up, and then he took out the hot melt bomb again. Seeing the hot melt bomb, the dwarf merchant turned pale and waved his hands desperately. No, not that. The Chamber of Commerce means, if you have something that is not so dangerous, it is best if it has no military use. You are asking for too much. Hearing the words of the dwarf merchant, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but frown. Why would he carry something that has no military use? The inventory around Duanmu Huai is either explosives or shells. Due to his poor shooting skills, Duanmu Huai doesn't even have a gun. He mainly relies on firepower coverage instead of precise sniping. It's either a bomb, a mine, or a shell. Are you telling me that it has no military use? What nonsense! Where can I find it for you? Wait a minute. Let me see. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened the inventory and searched carefully. Radiation grenades, melta-bombs, cluster mines, stasis bombs. No. Earthquake cannons, Vulcan giant bombs. No. Deflagration weapons, heavy flamethrowers. It seems that they are not possible either. BFG 9000. Colossus bomb? It's probably even worse. After flipping through it, Duanmu Huai looked at the dwarf merchant with an increasingly unfriendly look. Why are you so demanding? Military use is not allowed? Why is military use not allowed? No. It seems to be true? Looking at something in the inventory, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. And then he looked at the dwarf merchant. I have a good thing for you. But it can't be taken out here. Is there a quieter place? Of course. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the dwarf merchant, Duanmu Huai came to an open space behind the auction house. What do you want to exchange for the 2 magic mounts? This. Faced with the dwarf merchant's question, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. And then the dwarf merchant was surprised to see a steel giant statue about 4 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring the dwarf merchant so much that he almost fell to the ground. What is this? The dwarf merchant looked at the iron giant in front of him in surprise. It had legs similar to an ostrich, and its arms were transformed into weapons. It looked like some kind of mechanical creation, and also like the alchemical giants often used by mages. It was just bigger. Oh, this is called a mecha. Duanmu Huai introduced it lightly. This thing is operated by one person, and can be started by any fuel. Duanmu Huai took out a knight mecha from the Human Empire period, which was used to assist the Titan Legion during the Human Empire period. A typical bipedal mecha. Duanmu Huai never wanted to use it, especially after seeing robots like Gundam and VF in another world. Duanmu Huai didn't take this knight mecha seriously. The only thing that makes this thing better than Gundam is that it can eat any fuel. Even wood and coal can start it. Of course, how long it can run is another matter. But this is for military use. Right? What do you mean? Look. This huge chainsaw in its left hand. The dwarf stared at the left hand of the mecha and swallowed his saliva. The left hand of the mecha from the forearm to the palm was transformed into a long chainsaw. The saw teeth reflecting cold light under the sun were chilling. Oh! It's for felling trees. Duanmu Huai explained lightly. Fell trees? Fell trees. Then the thing on its right hand. Is it a flamethrower? It's for making fire. Don't you need to make a fire when felling trees in the wild? Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. Just because a woodcutting axe can kill people, it should be used as a weapon? That doesn't make sense. But this is? For logging. But? For logging. But? For logging. For logging. The dwarf merchant wanted to ask several times, but Duanmu Huai beat him back with one sentence. Finally, he lowered his head dejectedly. Please wait for me to report. After saying this, the dwarf merchant turned away in disgrace, while the other girls stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement. Speechless. You are worthy of being Lord Duanmu. Wanlia shook her head and sighed. As a nightmare. I can't say such outrageous words. I am not wrong. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. This thing can indeed cut wood. And it is faster than using ordinary people. Isn't it? For Duanmu Huai's nonsense. The girls could only nod to say yes. 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 You are right. What else can they do? After a while, the dwarf merchant ran over with short legs and sweat on his forehead. Dear guest, we agree to the deal. Chapter 1268 Hope of Revival. After getting 2 magic mounts, Duanmu Huai left with satisfaction. On the other side, the open space behind the Stormwind auction house was tightly sealed at this moment. Is this the mecha that the adventurer took out? Varian stared at the 4-meter-high mecha in front of him with a serious expression, while the dwarf merchant stood beside him, not daring to breathe. Duanmu Huai didn't know that the royal family was actually behind the transaction. In fact, as early as when they came to the auction house, the MI7 had been sending people to keep an eye on them. After Duanmu Huai and the dwarf merchant failed to trade, the MI7 agent immediately found the dwarf merchant to inquire about the situation. After learning that the other party was willing to barter because he had no money, the MI7 immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to investigate the other party's wealth. So they asked the dwarf merchant to negotiate with Duanmu Huai again to see what he could get in exchange. Of course, the hot melt bombs were not an option. They were too powerful, and it would be difficult to put them anywhere. In the end, the agent still proposed a limitation that they had no military use. As for the money for the 2 magic mounts, they were naturally paid through the royal family. So on the surface, Duanmu Huai was trading with the dwarf merchants. But in fact, he was doing business with the royal family. Well, of course Duanmu Huai himself didn't care. Anyway, he just needed to get the 2 magic mounts. But Varian had a lot to consider. How do I use this thing? It's not that Varian had never seen a mecha before. After all, the dwarves are best at engineering and have made similar things. It's just that this mecha is completely different from what Varian has seen before, which makes him a little curious. Luckily, there is an instruction manual in Duanmu Huai's mecha, and most dwarves are proficient in engineering. Even if they don't understand the text, they can guess a little bit by gesturing at the pattern on it. Hearing Varian's question, the dwarf merchant also hurriedly stepped forward and pressed the button, and then saw the hatch behind the mecha open, revealing a space large enough for one person to stand. The original night mech was not set up like this. In the Human Empire era, the night mech could only be controlled through the mechanical throne. And to operate the mechanical throne, the connection line of the mechanical throne must be inserted into the neural interface of the driver's brain and cerebellum through surgery. Just thinking about it, you can see how troublesome this control method is. This is why Duanmu Huai has never paid much attention to the night mech in Titan. It was not until Duanmu Huai got the sound and light control system of Gangbasta in the world of Robot Wars that this changed. The control method of Gangbasta is very simple and clear. To put it simply, it is a cylindrical control platform, and the driver can synchronize with the mecha as long as he stands inside. In other words, whatever action the driver makes inside, the mecha outside will make. Isn't this better than the mechanical throne? After that, Duanmu Huai replaced all the mechas of the tribunal, including the Night Mecha and Titan, with Gangbasta's sound and light synchronization control platform. In this way, he only needs to put a puppet in the control platform to activate the mecha to launch an attack. And because the puppet is a soul card from Duanmu Y, there is no need to worry about being contaminated and invaded by electronic demons like intelligent AI. In fact, in order to guard against treacherous tricks and electronic demons, all the mechanical devices of the Inquisition are strictly speaking artificial. It's just that Duanmu Y doesn't have so many Imperial soldiers, so he can only use puppets instead. Of course, most of the time the puppet only needs to do some basic work. It is precisely because of this that Duanmu Y will take out this night mecha for trading. Anyway, all the equipment of the Inquisition under his own magic modification is almost manually operated. As long as the Storm Kingdom can find enough manpower, even the destroyer can fly. Of course, Duanmu Y would not give him a destroyer. Night mechas were also often used in many medieval civilization planets during the Human Empire to maintain law and order. Some planets even had a large number of medieval cavalry, with a few night mechas in front to keep the peace. If a college student traveled to a night planet during the Human Empire era and saw that he was surrounded by unscrupulous medieval nobles who oppressed the poor, he would rise up and lead the rebels to the gate of the Lord with his lifelong knowledge, ready to give the other party a little shock of modern civilization. But he saw a night mecha coming out of the other side's castle gate. TSK. It's really a beautiful picture. So Duanmu Y doesn't care if this thing is placed in Azeroth. Okay, back to the topic. After the dwarf merchant briefly introduced the operation method, a knight loyal to the royal family took the initiative to stand up and act as the operator. Varian and others stepped back a few steps, watching the knight walk into the cockpit. And then the hatch slowly closed. After a while, everyone saw that the eyes of the mecha suddenly lit up, and then stood up directly. Then the mech turned around and looked at Varian. Your Majesty, how does it feel? Very convenient. Your Majesty. The knight operating the mech was very surprised. As long as I make a move inside, it can be completely synchronized with the mech outside. Oh, really? Varian's eyes lit up after hearing the knight's report. Try it. The next experiment naturally could not be done behind the Stormwind auction house. Fortunately, MI7 was not a pushover. Soon the group brought the mech to a secret location nearby. Then the knight controlled the mech and started a series of experiments under Varian's watch. Of course, because Duanmu Y was lazy and did not install long-range weapons on the night mech. Now this night mech only has chainsaw sword and flamethrower. But even so, the combat power displayed by this night mech still shocked Varian. Its chainsaw sword can easily split the thick walls of Stormwind City. And the flames it sprayed not only have a wide range, but even the stones are completely melted. Varian even ordered his men to bring heavy armor and a large shield. But the latter was melted into a pool of molten iron by the flames. He said it was used for logging? Looking at the red molten iron and the broken stone wall in front of him, Varian's expression was quite interesting. And Matthias, Reginald and others standing beside him were also speechless. Strictly speaking, this thing can indeed be used for logging. And it is more efficient than ordinary logging sites. Does the Inquisition have such a mecha? Varian turned to look at Matthias, who shook his head. I saw some tall warriors wearing heavy armor, but I didn't see this kind of mecha. Since this thing can only be operated by puppets, and puppets can't perform too complicated tasks. Duanmu Y's Inquisition generally doesn't use night mechas to assist titans. After all, puppets have limited reaction capabilities. They are okay for operating heavy fortresses with high firepower like titans. For single soldiers, it is more cost-effective to let the knight guard. But their logos are the same. Everyone saw the skull pattern on the mecha without Matthias saying it. Well, if they didn't know the Inquisition, they would think it was the logo of some undead. After all, who would use a skull as a logo? But after reading the Inquisition manual, everyone could understand this approach. So the adventurer is indeed from the Inquisition. Are they here to collect intelligence? I can't tell at all. Matthias shook his head helplessly. The agents of MI7 had been watching them for a long time, and found that these people were mainly eating, drinking, having fun and strolling around the market, just like tourists. He also suspected that the other party was deliberately paralyzing him. So he ordered his men to tighten their nerves and investigate thoroughly. In the end, they found out, well, they were just here to have fun. Anyway, this is an opportunity for us. Varian stared at the mech in front of him with an excited look. Although most of this mech has not been understood yet, at least from its performance. A night mech can almost be compared to an elite army. The Storm Kingdom is not peaceful at the moment. Especially the threats from the ogres and trolls in the south still exist. Plus the civil strife caused by Onyxia's previous troubles. And the covetous eyes of the tribe army. All make Varian very nervous. He is now eager to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Storm Kingdom. Not to mention the Dark Portal. The appearance of the night mech gave Varian a glimmer of hope. After the court mage confirmed that this was not a magical creation, but a pure mechanical product, Varian immediately had an idea. Since Duanmu Huai could take out such a thing at will, does it mean the Inquisition has more of these mechas to deal with? If nothing else, as long as they can buy 100 night mechs, then the combat power of the Storm Kingdom will be greatly improved. After all, real war is not a game, where players can fight to the death with just a click of the mouse. But in reality, when you witness your companions being burned to death by raging flames or torn to pieces by huge chainsaw swords, and the opponent is an indestructible steel mecha, the blow to morale is devastating. Matthias. Thinking of this, Varian made a decision and looked at the head of MI7 again. It seems that we have to send a delegation to the Inquisition to have a detailed talk with them. That's not a problem. But here, let them go. Varian thought about it, and finally made a decision. Let the court mage open the portal directly, and send them to Silithus. No matter what they want to do. At least it has nothing to do with us. In Varian's view, at this stage, it is a good choice to build a good relationship with the mysterious force of the Inquisition. In this case, he will naturally not provoke Duanmu Huai. Besides, Silithus is far away in Kalimdor. Even if Duanmu Huai provokes something there, it will not affect Stormwind across the sea. Right? Not to mention, Varian now has a new goal in his heart. Make Storm Kingdom great again. Chapter 1269 Eat a full meal. Duanmu Huai doesn't care what Varian wants to do, because he has passed through the portal and arrived at Silithus, the cursed wilderness. Looking around, there is no green in the whole Silithus. The sky is dark, and there are only broken soil and disgusting corrosion marks on the ground. The cold wind blows in the face, as if even the soul is trembling in this corrupt cold wind. This oppressive, crazy atmosphere, well, it really makes people miss it. My goodness, it seems that this place has been eroded badly. Duanmu Huai put his hands behind his back and looked around, because it was a special case. The Stormwind City Mage teleported them to the Cenarian Fortress in Silithus. This is an elf-style fortress building. Of course, it is called a fortress, but it is actually a bunch of broken houses. Forget it. Duanmu Huai originally did not intend to have a good relationship with those long-eared guys. This time Duanmu Huai came alone, and he sent the others back. The reason is very simple. In the Inquisition, Mary was the one who had the most experience in dealing with the old ones and their descendants. After all, the world she lived in was a Cthulhu world. As for the others, they still lacked experience in fighting against such existences. So for the sake of safety, Duanmu Huai did not let them come with him. Before coming here, Duanmu Huai also curiously asked the court mages about the history of Silithus. According to those mages, there used to be a race called Karaji insects here, and they established their own civilization in Silithus. These Karaji insects are loyal followers of the ancient god Thun. They once tried to conquer the world under the inspiration of the ancient god. Well, it's the same old story again. In short, the Karaji insects and the ancient gods they believed in were eventually sealed behind the beetle wall of Ankaraj. Then what Duanmu Huai had to do next was actually very simple. Ekit, give me the topographical scan of Silithus. Yes, uncle. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Akot on the Shanko orbital battleship quickly sent a message. And then Duanmu Huai's personal terminal showed a topographical scan of the entire Silithus area. Wow, these bugs are really good at digging holes. Looking at the densely packed holes on the map, Duanmu Huai frowned. But this was not surprising. Bugs? What else can they do if not dig holes? Fortunately, the Inquisition has already had its own set of procedures for dealing with these guys. After leaving the Cenarian Fortress, Duanmu Huai went directly to the outside of the beetle wall. Because of the severe erosion here, there are almost no alien species in the entire Silithus except those annoying bugs. Duanmu Huai was not worried about accidentally hurting anything. Let's do it. First, use a wave of light spears to clean the ground, and then go straight to the main gun and blow out the thing hiding underground. Yes, uncle. Living in Silithus is always a painful thing. even in Cenarian Fortress is the same. For the people in this fortress, this is just an ordinary and normal day. The soldiers ran back and forth on patrol, checking the surroundings as a routine. No one noticed that in the animal pen of Cenarian Fortress, the flight administrator Baristals, who was in charge of the place, was looking solemnly at the ruins of Encourage that were looming in the wind and sand in the distance. Although his external identity was just a flight administrator, Baristals had another identity. That is, one of the 5 major dragon clans, the representative of the Bronze Dragon clan that controlled time. In the last battle of the Quicksand, the 5 major dragon clans joined forces with the Night Elves and finally sealed the Keela insects and the ancient gods they believed in behind the beetle wall. However, that was 1,000 years ago, and the seal had begun to weaken. Baristals could even sense that the Karaji were stirring behind the beetle wall, trying to make a comeback. This made him very anxious. But Baristals had no good solution at the moment. Huh? Just as Baristals was thinking about how to deal with the problem as usual, suddenly, a light appeared in his eyes. Baristals subconsciously raised his head and looked towards the sky in the distance. He saw dozens of dazzling beams of light falling from the sky under the dark sky. And their target was the ruins of Encourage. Before Baristals could react, the beams of light had already fallen to the ground. And then, a dazzling explosion suddenly appeared from the horizon, illuminating the entire Silithus like a rising sun. Boom, boom, boom. The earth kept shaking, and the soldiers of Cenarian Fortress screamed and tried to keep their balance. But many of them still couldn't dodge and fell directly to the ground. However, a violent air wave broke out, instantly blowing away all the houses of Cenarian Fortress. And the soldiers were also blown to the ground without being prepared. What happened? Baristals lay on the ground, eyes wide open in surprise. And then under his gaze, he saw a thicker, huge green beam of light falling from the sky and hitting the ruins of Encourage again. Very good. Done. Duanmu Huai folded his arms and looked at the ruins of Encourage in front of him. Oh! There are no ruins of Encourage now. There is only a charred pit emitting foul-smelling smoke. Oh! No. There is still something left. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked forward. In the middle of the pit, a decayed and tattered octopus-like monster was lying there. It was covered with eyes and even tentacles. Why does this thing look so much like what's the name of the demon pillar that he killed in Chaldea? What's the use of having so many eyes? Duanmu Huai complained in his heart and stretched out his right hand. As he moved, the thick and dark shadow under Duanmu Huai's feet began to gradually extend forward, as if there was a searchlight behind Duanmu Huai, illuminating his shadow all the way until it came into contact with the thousand-eyed ancient god. Who is it? The moment he was touched by the shadow, Duanmu Huai immediately felt the power of the old one coming from the shadow. Who dares to do such a thing? Wait. This power. Who are you? I don't need to answer your question. Scum. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to get entangled with this tattered ancient god. The other party had been sealed for 1,000 years, and was washed by the light spear and BFG twice. If Duanmu Huai hadn't wanted to keep it alive, it would have been dead by now. So Duanmu Huai did not hesitate to use his power as the old one to erode and devour the half-dead ancient god in front of him. No. You can't absorb my power. It's mine. At this moment, the unfortunate ancient god seemed to have noticed what Duanmu Huai wanted to do, and it shook its body desperately trying to break free. However, Duanmu Huai's shadow also differentiated into dozens of tentacles, which bound it tightly to the scorching ground like vines, and then devoured the power and soul of the ancient god like a vampire. Very good. Very good. Seeing that his old one's experience bar finally began to rise again after many days, Duanmu Huai was relieved. It's hard to level up the experience of the old ones and the god of joy now. It's a rare opportunity. Why not level up enough? Stop! Invaders. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly appeared from the sky. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and glanced in the direction of the sound. He saw several giant dragons flying towards this side in the sky not far away. Duanmu Huai didn't know that the caverns of time guarded by the Bronze Dragon, one of the 5 major dragons, was in the Tanaris desert of Kalandor, not far from Silithus. Duanmu Huai made such a big scene, which naturally attracted the attention of the giant dragons in the caverns of time. Although the dragon race has a procrastination problem by nature, it depends on the situation. After discovering that the source of this abnormality was Silithus, The bronze dragon race also immediately went out to check the situation. When the bronze dragons came to the ruins of Ankh-Uraj, they were surprised to find that the Karaji insects and their temple buildings that were originally here had all been reduced to ashes, and the ancient god that was sealed with great difficulty was now lying on the ground like a dead toad. And on the other side, a tall weirdo was devouring its power. This scene immediately shocked the bronze dragon, and it quickly spoke to stop it, although they didn't know who the other party was. Could the power of the ancient gods be swallowed casually? But for Duanmu, why? I finally gained some experience. And you are here to cause trouble for me? Looking at the bronze dragons flying towards him, Duanmu Huai's face sank. Get out! With Duanmu Huai's loud shout, the bronze dragons only felt as if there was a huge thunder explosion in their ears. And they suddenly felt dizzy, and their bodies softened and fell directly to the ground. As for whether he would fall to death, Duanmu Huai didn't care. How could a group of big lizards turn the world upside down? If they angered me, I would chop them up and take them back to make roasted dragon legs. At this moment, the ancient god had completely lost its ability to resist under Duanmu Huai's continuous devouring. It kept wailing for mercy, and even expressed its willingness to be Duanmu Huai's servant. But Duanmu Huai was too lazy to ask these ancient gods to submit. For Duanmu Huai, these ancient gods were more valuable dead than alive. So Duanmu Huai's power penetrated and absorbed all the way. And then, just when Duanmu Huai almost completely absorbed the ancient god, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Duanmu Huai could feel that the power of the ancient god seemed to be integrated with some more powerful life form. However, the power of this life form was not as corrupt and evil as the ancient god, but full of vigorous vitality. What the hell is this? Duanmu Huai curiously probed along the network of the ancient gods that had been completely devoured, and reached out to knock. No response. Then tried tickling it. Just as Duanmu Huai was about to make his move, he suddenly heard a chuckle from the life form. And then, the entire ground shook left and right for a moment. And then it regained its calm again. Is this not the soul of this planet? Duanmu Huai frowned. It was not like he had never experienced something similar before. For example, Gaia in Chaldea was a similar existence. However, this feeling did not have a clear self-awareness like Gaia, but was more like an instinctive reaction. Just like a baby. So this ancient god used this method to absorb power to survive? After guessing the situation, Duanmu Huai also knew what to do. For Duanmu Huai, it was not difficult to cut off the connection with this star soul. Is it fake that his god of destruction is at the maximum level? Duanmu Huai directly used the magic of destruction to completely erase the connection between the ancient god and the star soul, and then swallow the remaining power of the ancient god in one breath. Instantly, Duanmu Huai's old progress bar soared all the way, and the pleasant prompt sound of the upgrade kept ringing. Well done. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and patted his stomach, looking like he had just finished a full banquet. And then he looked at the system progress bar in front of him again. One ancient god is level 1.5. I don't know how much experience the remaining 2 ancient gods will give me. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze, then stretched and turned to leave. As for those bronze dragons, none of his business. Chapter 1270 Storm Disturbance. After killing the ancient god named Thun, Duanmu Huai returned to the tribunal base in Tearsful Glades. After all, he originally went out to investigate the situation of humans in this world. As of now, humans still occupy a dominant position in this world, which is enough for Duanmu Huai. As for the aliens in the tribe, Duanmu Huai has no time to waste on them. After returning to the base, Duanmu Huai gave the gifts he bought from Stormwind City to everyone. Of course, the biggest gifts went to Mary and Anne, but Duanmu Huai did not favor one over the other. He also brought gifts to other girls, but there was no magic mount as rare as it was. Anne and Mary also liked the magic mount Duanmu Huai gave them. In fact, Duanmu Huai did not say which one he would give to which at the beginning, but let them choose for themselves. As a result, Anne chose the relatively gentle Chewy fox, while Mary fell in love with the lively and playful Nonri flannel cat. This actually surprised Duanmu Huai a little, because according to his observation, Xiao Yi's fox has a similar personality to Mary. Both of them are quiet, and Nonri's fur cat is lively and playful like in Duanmu Huai thought that the cat would be like its owner. But he didn't expect that the two of them chose the one with a completely different personality. And these 2 magic pets seem to like their owners very much. Maybe this is the so-called complementarity? While Anne was stroking the fox, He began to report to Duanmu what happened in the tribunal base during the time he was away. As expected, this place attracted many forces to secretly probe. Of course, adhering to the tribunal's consistent open strategy, and did not put much effort into vigilance. Basically, when someone came to investigate, she would open the door to welcome them. There were also several people like Matthias from Storm Kingdom who went to investigate and were invited to drink tea and chat with a confused look on their faces. According to Anne's arrangement, in addition to the Storm Kingdom that Duanmu Huai had visited before, these forces also included dwarves, gnomes, and a race that called themselves Blood Elves who had come here to conduct investigations, and even received a representative from the Church of Holy Light. In general, well, the situation is not optimistic. All forces seem to have complaints about the human supremacy of the Inquisition, and even the Bishop of the Holy Light Church, who is also a human, thinks that this approach is not suitable for the current world. In the final analysis, they still hope to coexist peacefully and fight against foreign enemies together. It's all nonsense. Duanmu Huai threw the information in his hand aside. Are you treating us as fools? The Alliance and the tribes have fought their brains out. What racial unity are you talking about here? Why don't you unite with the trolls or orcs? Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai sneered. When he was in Stormwind, he had some rough understanding of the history of this world. He knew that several years ago, a race called orcs opened the Dark Portal and invaded Azeroth, causing great damage to the Eastern Kingdoms. Later, the human kingdoms at that time joined forces to defeat the orcs. However, after that, the king of Lordaeron made a decision that Duanmu Huai thought was very stupid. He did not execute all the orc captives, but instead established a number of internment camps to accommodate the orcs. Perhaps the king's original intention was to use the orcs as slaves, but in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is no different from being mentally retarded. In fact, many players have discussed such a contradictory topic. That is, why do some forces always like to conquer foreign races and use them as slaves? Logically speaking, this seems to make sense. Slaves can be used and killed at will, and they can do all the dirty, tiring and dangerous work. All they have to do is lie down and count money, which is called a happy and free life. Slave owners or nobles can think this way, and that's fine. But from the perspective of the country, there is a problem. That is, slaves do all the dirty, hard and difficult work. What about the poor in the country? There is no country without poor people. So how do the poor live? The best way is to let them work. But most of these people do not have any extraordinary wisdom or cultural knowledge. If you want them to work, then naturally they should do those dirty, hard and difficult work that does not require any skills and culture. But if all these are done by slaves, then the poor will lose their jobs and starve to death. Right? The question is, are they willing to starve to death? Indeed, slaves may eat less than the poor, and they don't need any wages. If they die, and they don't have any human rights. But the problem is that from the perspective of national stability, this practice of giving to friendly countries rather than domestic slaves is not forcing the poor to rebel, just to save a few dollars. The entire country is involved? Is it worth it? The same is true for the orc shelter opened in Lordaeron. In Duanmu Huai's view, these orc captives are not assets, but burdens. Facts have proved that Lordaeron eventually killed himself, and the former largest human country has now become a happy scene of disco in the graves of the dead. And a large part of the reason is this. Similar situations have happened in history before, the most famous of which is Bai Qi's killing of 400,000 surrendered soldiers. Why do this? The reason is very simple. Qin can't afford to support them. As for releasing them, that is definitely not allowed. If they are released, wouldn't it be a waste of the war? But they can't afford to support them. So what to do? They can only be killed. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Lordaeron is missing Bai Qi. If all those orcs were killed, there wouldn't be all these troubles now. What's the result? You set up an orc internment camp, and finally created a tribe. The Alliance and the tribe have been going back and forth for so many years, and the number of deaths is probably no less than when the orcs invaded Azeroth. It once again proves that if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. If it were the Inquisition, they would definitely kill all these orcs, and even go through the Dark Portal to completely exterminate them, to prevent future troubles. A momentary softness will only bring long-term pain and disaster. Look, isn't this a ready-made example? If Bai Qi hadn't killed the 400,000 surrendered soldiers, there might not have been the feat of Qin conquering the 6 kingdoms and unifying the world. And Lord Darren didn't kill the orcs, but built a shelter for them. As a result, it is now in ruins, and the undead are dancing on its grave every day. Duanmu Huai also talked to and about the Storm Kingdom King Varian he met. Basically, Duanmu Huai didn't think much of Varian. And to be honest, Duanmu Huai was somewhat pessimistic about the current situation of humans on this planet. He originally intended to support human forces to rise to power. But the problem was that Varian didn't seem to be a very ambitious person. This was a headache. People like Palpatine or Count Dooku were easier to deal with. The Inquisition was not afraid of you being unprincipled, but afraid of you being too principled. Listen. Just as Duanmu Huai was complaining to him, Mary came in with her big orange cat. The Kingdom of Stormwind has sent a division to contact us. Oh! What did they send here for? Before Ing could speak, Duanmu Huai asked curiously, are they trying to build an embassy here? I won't do that. They hope to reach a deal with the tribunal to buy 100 logging mechas. Logging mechas? And was confused when he heard Mary's retelling. Does the tribunal have this thing? Of course. Duanmu Huai laughed. How do you think you bought your pets? I don't have the currency of this world. Mr. Knight. You are too. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, and was speechless, and finally sighed helplessly and stood up. Okay. For the sake of the gift, I will negotiate with them. You can sell it. Right? You can sell it. But we don't want money. You decide for yourself. The currency of Azeroth is worthless to the tribunal. If Duanmu Huai wanted to, as long as he used the technology of the tribunal, he could make Azeroth gold coins that were indistinguishable from the real thing in a few minutes, which would be enough to make the inflation of the entire Azeroth continent 100 times. So Duanmu Huai wanted more local specialties. As for what specialties, you can decide for yourself. I won't get involved. The Inquisition began to further cooperate with the Storm Kingdom. And in Silithus, someone was busy dealing with the mess left by Duanmu Huai. What the hell is going on? Standing on the edge of the pit, the Night Elves looked at each other. Above Silithus was the Feathermoon Fortress of the Night Elves. After discovering the abnormality in Silithus, Chandri's Feathermoon, the general of the Night Elf Sentinel troops stationed in Feathermoon Fortress, personally led his soldiers to Silithus for support as quickly as possible. Chandri's Feathermoon had participated in the Quicksand War, and knew a lot about the Karaji and the ancient gods behind them. In fact, at the beginning, she thought that the Karaji had found a way to remove the seal of the Scarab Wall, and had unlocked the seal that had become fragile due to time. The result, well, there was almost nothing left here. The Night Elves searched around Silithus, but apart from a few bronze dragons that fell half to death, they did not find any useful clues. Doesn't anyone know what happened here? Chandri's Feathermoon stared at the garrison troops of Cenarian Fortress in front of her, who dared not breathe under her sharp gaze. At this moment, a Night Elf soldier suddenly stood up. I think I can guess something. Guess? Yes. Facing Chandri's Feathermoon's eyes, the soldier was very nervous and swallowed his saliva. When I was in the Eastern Kingdoms before, I learned that the Forsaken had been eliminated. So? Hearing this answer, Chandri's Yua was a little disappointed. The extermination of the Forsaken was a big deal, and even the isolated Night Elves had heard about it. I heard that when the Forsaken were exterminated, dozens of fire pillars appeared in the sky. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Chandri's Yua's expression moved slightly. You mean, the force that exterminated the Forsaken is the same as the one that exterminated the Encourage Zerg? I think so. Hearing the soldier's answer, Chandri's fell into silence. She stared at the big pit in front of her and thought for a moment. Then turned around. I'm going to report this to the higher-ups. Maybe we need to go to the Eastern Kingdoms. Chapter 1271 The Dark Gate Incident. The Storm Kingdom sending people was not beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. However, the scale of this delegation was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. There were not only humans, but also dwarves, gnomes, and night elves. The other party's appetite was not small. They asked for 1,000 night mechas right away. Such a big deal? Hearing the other party's request, not only Em was shocked, but even Duanmu Huai, the instigator, was confused. He had thought that the other party would buy night mechas. But buying 1,000 at a time? Are you running from the Middle Ages to the mechanical civilization era? Duke Bolvar for Dragon, who was in charge of leading the delegation, was actually very depressed. At the beginning, he and King Varian planned to buy a cross first, and then slowly increase it after it was used. As a result, the plan was not as fast as the changes. Just when Varian was organizing a delegation to negotiate with the Inquisition in Tirisful Glades, an urgent message came from the watchtower in the cursed land ahead. The Dark Portal was activated. This is a big deal. The disaster brought by the Dark Portal is an unimaginable nightmare for all civilized races in Azeroth, especially the human kingdom that was hit by the disaster. Now that the Dark Portal has been activated again, Varian's Dark Portal PTSD has directly erupted, and other races are not much better. They have sent representatives to Stormwind to discuss how to deal with the Dark Portal. At the same time, they sent frontline troops to block the Dark Portal to avoid accidents. But accidents still happened. In fact, there is a history about the Dark Portal. After the Second Orc War, the Alliance sent an expedition through the Dark Portal to completely eliminate the threat of the Orcs. In the end, the expedition gave up the chance to return to Azeroth, closed the Dark Portal, and stayed on the Broken Continent, guarding the world from the other side as the gatekeeper of Azeroth. Because of this, no one expected that the Dark Portal would open again. After the Dark Portal was opened, there were naturally invaders. But what no one expected was that the invaders from the Dark Portal this time were not the orcs they imagined, but the demons of the Burning Legion. The Night Elves could no longer lie down. The Burning Legion had a PTSD attack and sat up in shock from the dying illness, and hurried to discuss. Although the first wave of demons' attack was defeated because of the timely response of all parties, the latter went back to the Dark Portal directly. But everyone knew that this was just a scout. And the Alliance also sent a scout team into the Dark Portal. The latter survived a life and death struggle and brought back intelligence. According to the survivors of this scout team, the demons of the Burning Legion are now frantically exploding on the other side of the Dark Portal, waiting for the army to gather and invade Azeroth. Although the Azeroth Expeditionary Force still exists, it is also showing signs of being unable to hold out under the crazy attack of the demons. In this case, the Alliance naturally took action immediately and formulated its own battle plan. The core of the plan is very simple. No matter what, the demon army must not be allowed to enter Azeroth. Even if they have to fight, the battlefield must be limited to the other side of the Dark Portal. Blowing up the Dark Portal is useless. They can build another one. It's not a big deal. So it was finally decided to organize an expeditionary force, preferably to solve this problem once and for all. Now that the decision has been made, combat power is naturally needed. So Varian, for the sake of the overall situation, gritted his teeth and took out the mech for logging. It must be said that this mech did arouse the interest of other races, except for the Night Elves, who did not pay much attention to this kind of steel creation. The dwarves and gnomes showed great interest in this powerful mech weapon, especially for the dwarves, because of their weak size and lack of direct combat power like the dwarves. Relying on machinery is almost their only choice. Therefore, in the eyes of the dwarves, the logging mecha of the Inquisition is simply tailor-made for them. With these mechas, even the fragile dwarves can go to the front line and fight the demons head-on. So in the end, the parties discussed and decided to buy together, with money contributing money and strength contributing strength. The gnomes in particular were extremely eager for these mechanical creations. After all, they had a long-cherished wish, which was to recapture the gnomes' main city, Gnomeregan. This main city occupied by the enemy has always been a pain in the hearts of the gnomes. But the strength of both sides is similar, and it is almost impossible to take back Gnomeregan in a short time. However, if these mechas were available, then liberating Gnomeregan would not be a problem at all. The great craftsman Mechatork even said that with these mechas, he was confident that he could lead the gnomes to recapture Gnomeregan in the shortest time. For the Inquisition, a mere 1,000 night mechs were not a big problem. But the two sides had a long discussion on how to pay the bill. For the Inquisition, the gold coins of Azeroth were meaningless, and the idea of selling land in exchange for mechs was also rejected by an. After all, the Inquisition has always stayed away from such things as ruling. As for those ordinary minerals, the Inquisition had no demand. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement that the Alliance could use some rare herbs, minerals or magic props as an exchange, and the specific quantity would be determined after the value of these herbs or minerals was determined. However, 1,000 mechas can be delivered ahead of schedule, and the Alliance just needs to pay the money back. What? Don't pay back the money? You don't think the tribunal is an organization of good men and women, do you? As many villains complained, if they don't listen to the devil will kill their whole family. So they have to help the devil. Then the devil will kill your whole family. So won't the tribunal do the same? The tribunal is not the idiots of the Holy Light Church. If the Alliance really dares to own money and doesn't pay it back, don't blame them for coming to take it. During the negotiation, Duke Vortigern met Duan Muhui again, and he was not surprised. Duke Vortigern also tentatively proposed that the tribunal join the Alliance to fight. Originally, Duke Vortigern did not have much confidence in this, but just asked casually. But Duan Muhui's attitude was beyond his expectations, and he agreed directly. The goal of the tribunal is to protect mankind and eliminate all threats to mankind. Demons are our common enemies, and the tribunal will join. Not only that, Duan Muhui also brought a new plan to Duke Vortigern. So, in the final analysis, you want to completely destroy the demon base opposite the dark portal. Right? That's right. In that case, the Inquisition has a way. Huh? Hearing Duan Muhui's words, Duke Vortigern was stunned for a moment. What are you going to do? You'll know when the time comes. Duan Muhui did not answer immediately, but just kept it a secret. Because of their positions, the Inquisition had good relations with the representatives of humans, dwarves and gnomes. But the Night Elves had a problem with them. The Night Elf representative even came up and directly questioned whether the Inquisition had anything to do with what happened in Silithus, and asked why they did it. However, Duan Muhui didn't care about these long ears. It's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks and point fingers at us when we do things in the Inquisition. With just one sentence, the Night Elf messenger turned pale and walked away on the spot. The representatives of other races were also amazed. You know, the Night Elves have always regarded themselves as the guardians of Azeroth. In addition, they have a long lifespan, so other races will give them some face. It is rare to see someone like Duan Muhui who directly confronts others and does not take the Night Elves seriously at all. Of course, watching the fun is just watching the fun. Just standing by and watching. No one is stupid enough to mediate. Compared with these local races in Azeroth. Another member of the delegation surprised Duan Muhui. The reason is simple. They still owe their warships for repairs. What are you Draenei doing here? Looking at the Draenei envoy in front of him, Duan Muhui was confused. He knew that the unlucky Draenei race that collided with the ship was starting a new life on a nearby island called Azure Mist Island. In terms of distance, it is not surprising that the Draenei and the Alliance have a relationship. But what surprised Duan Muhui was that they would actually join this expedition. You Draenei just fell from the sky, and your butts haven't even warmed up yet. And you're thinking about starting a war? So full of martial virtue. Hello, Judge. Things are a little different from what you think. The Draenei envoy had met Duan Muhui, and from his expression, he knew that the other party had thought wrong. So he hurriedly explained. It turned out that the reason why the Draenei joined this expedition was very simple. That is, the world called Outland on the other side of the Dark Portal was the second home of the Draenei. Duan Muhui had heard from the prophet Velan before that the Draenei were originally the natives of a planet. Later, the planet was attacked by a demon called the Burning Legion, and most of the people turned to the Burning Legion. The prophet Velan took the remaining people on a starship to escape, and then they came to Outland. Then the Burning Legion also chased to Outland and took the orcs as their slaves. And then, well, then a disaster happened. The entire Outland was torn to pieces, and Velan was forced to take his followers on the space fortress to escape from the broken planet. Then, they were hit by Duan Muhui's warship. Knowing this relationship, the purpose of the Draenei joining this expedition is very obvious. If the Dark Portal was not their former home, the Draenei would probably not care. But who says that's their second home? And there are many Draenei people staying there. For the sake of their people, the Draenei also joined the expedition without hesitation. The Alliance also welcomes the Draenei to join. After all, it's better to have a local snake leading the way than to be in the dark. It's easy for the Tribunal to take out 1,000 mechas, but it takes time for the Alliance to practice and configure these 1,000 mechas. So Duan Muhui decisively stated that the Tribunal will first take a group of people into the Dark Portal to clear the demon army blocking the door. And it won't be too late for the Alliance to come in after that. As for what to do next, let's talk about it after we go in. Chapter 1272. A Group of Weaklings. Duan Muhui is a man of action. before Anha and the Alliance delegation could discuss the details of the negotiation. He set off on the Night Crow Black Star and headed for the Dark Gate in the Cursed Land. The huge stone gate in the center of the Cursed Land was clearly visible. Looking down from the air, you could also see that the Dark Gate Alliance had set up layers of defense lines. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to waste time here. He directly controlled the Night Crow Black Star to lower its altitude and flew quickly over the Alliance camp. Before the Alliance's garrison soldiers could react, Duanmu Huai had already rushed directly into the Dark Gate. However, soon, Duanmu Huai found that he had made a wrong choice. The entire space channel of the Dark Gate was like a drum washing machine, spitting non-stop. And Duanmu Huai's driving skills were only average. And there was no way to maintain freedom in this chaotic space turbulence. So soon, Duanmu Huai's Night Crow Black Star was like a small fishing boat caught in a whirlpool, being lifted up by the turbulence of the space channel, spinning forward. And then the next moment, the Night Crow Black Star rushed directly out of the exit of the Dark Gate, crashed into the ground, and then exploded instantly, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Damn! Duanmu Huai pushed away the rags on his body, stood up from the wreckage with a gloomy face and shook. If I had known this would happen, I would have walked. Now, a fighter plane was also involved. I don't know if the Alliance will reimburse me. Duanmu Huai patted the dust off his body, and then he found that there was a circle of Alliance soldiers surrounding him. The latter held weapons, and looked at Duanmu Huai in doubt. For a moment, I didn't know how to react. This is also normal. I was fighting fiercely here, and suddenly a strange machine rushed out of the dark door behind me. And this machine crashed directly, and a person came out of it. And this person actually looked like nothing happened? No wonder the Alliance soldiers were overloaded with brains, and didn't know how to react. Who are you? What's going on? Fortunately, at this moment, an Alliance general appeared and broke the weird atmosphere. Duanmu Huai also stepped forward and handed the letter over. There was a seal of the Alliance mission on it, which could at least be used as identity authentication. The latter took the letter, opened it quickly and scanned it. Then he raised his head again and looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. He had never heard of the tribunal, but the letter made it clear that the man in front of him was the Grand Inquisitor of the tribunal, responsible for leading the tribunal's troops to support the Alliance front. In any case, this is a good thing. Welcome, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Putting away the letter, the Alliance general saluted Duanmu Huai. I am Commander Du Long, currently in charge of the defense of the Dark Portal. Well, hello. I am Duanmu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. Duanmu Huai nodded. I don't think you want us to waste time here. Let's talk about the situation. Okay. Commander Du Long didn't want to waste time. He nodded quickly, and then told Duanmu Huai about the situation. While listening to Commander Du Long's introduction of the battle situation, Duanmu Huai opened his personal terminal and fiddled with it for a while, then looked around. Looking around, the entire Dark Portal is located on a huge platform, and below the platform is the battlefield between the demons and the Alliance army. Most of the demons here are huge, and the Alliance has taken advantage of the high ground to build a defense line to block them here. We have sent people to contact the expeditionary force, but they are still some distance away from the Dark Portal, and are now entangled by the orcs. They can't free their hands for the time being. All we can do is wait for subsequent reinforcements. Aren't you afraid that these demons will fly in? Looking at the demons fighting in front of him, Duanmu Huai asked curiously, and Commander Du Long hesitated. Well, the passage leading to the Dark Gate is the safest by walking. If you pass through the air, you may encounter space turbulence. Okay, I understand. Duanmu Huai sighed silently, and didn't want to bring up this topic again. Your Excellency the Judge, the letter said that you will arrive with reinforcements. Although it was a bit impolite, Commander Du Long couldn't help but ask Duanmu Huai. After all, the current war is indeed very tight. These demons are not only huge in size, but also strong in strength, and they also have a strong air advantage. Commander Du Long has seen these demons attack from the sky on a flying warship more than once, and even throw hellfire demons from above. If these demons hadn't been afraid of the consequences and destroyed the Dark Portal, I'm afraid that these soldiers would have been blown to pieces. This is why they can only camp in front of the Dark Portal. At least this way, they can prevent the enemy's air raid. But other places are obviously not so lucky. Oh, they will be here soon. They should be almost there. Duanmu Huai glanced at the personal terminal and then said to Commander Du Long, who was stunned and wanted to ask something. But at this moment, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Commander, they are coming again." What? Du Long was startled when he heard this and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a shuttle-shaped, flat warship was flying towards this side. Everyone pay attention. Be careful. Before Du Long finished speaking, a series of fireballs were shot out from the warship and bombarded around the dark portal. And these soldiers were obviously not facing this kind of battle for the first time. And they hurriedly found a place to hide. After the warship carried out a round of bombing, it dropped several huge meteorites again. These meteorites with green flames all over their bodies fell from the sky, landed on the ground, and then turned into stone giants, and began to attack the dark portal again. At this time, the soldiers also returned to their original positions, and continued to resist the demon's attacks. Is this the Burning Legion? So weak. Looking at this scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned and was speechless. He had heard about the Burning Legion from the prophet Velan. Velan at that time praised the Burning Legion to the skies, and felt that it was more difficult to deal with than the Chaos Legion. The result is this? Isn't this just an ordinary fleet of space civilization? If you insist on saying that the quality is not as good as that of the Galactic Empire, Duanmu Huai thinks. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt that it was boring. So he yawned and issued an order through his personal terminal. Let's do it. As Duanmu Huai finished speaking, suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky and penetrated directly through the Burning Legion's warships. The latter didn't even have time to react, and instantly exploded in the sky, turning into a burning firework. What is this? Seeing this scene, Commander Du Long was stunned. But the next scene made him even more dumbfounded. Under Commander Du Long's gaze, a huge and heavy shadow emerged from the clouds, slowly advancing from behind the dark portal. Its huge body almost covered most of the sky in front of Duran. The Burning Legion's warships were like small dinghies in front of a whale in front of this huge steel warship. Not worth mentioning. But this is not the end. The next moment, Commander Duran saw hundreds of black shadows flying out from under the steel warship and smashing directly towards the dark portal. Boom, boom, boom. These black shadows were like cannonballs, smashing directly into the demon army in front of the dark portal, instantly smashing the demon army into chaos. But this is not the end. With a loud bang, the shells of these iron shells suddenly flew out. Then, iron warriors wearing heavy armor and holding chainsaw guns came out one after another and launched a ruthless attack on the demon army in front of him. This. Commander Du Long's mind was still blank at this moment. He stared blankly at the iron warriors, who rushed into the demon army like tigers descending from the mountains, and easily tore the latter into pieces. Then he turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai, who was standing beside him. "Your Excellency the Inquisitor, is this the reinforcement you brought?" "Yes." Duanmu Huai nodded. He didn't need to transport troops from the dark portal like the Alliance did. Duanmu Huai had confirmed with the Drenii that this so-called outland was actually another planet. Then the next step was simple. Duanmu Huai just had to go there himself, lock the coordinates through his personal terminal, and then ask Ikit to send a fleet over. But it felt like there was really no point in starting. Duanmu Huai curled his lips as he looked at the demon army that had been wiped out by the night guards. He originally thought it was the Chaos Legion or something, but he didn't expect that this so-called demon army was just as capable. It's another case of a monkey claiming to be the king when there's no tiger in the mountain. Right? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai yawned, and then looked at Commander Du Long, who was dumbfounded beside him. "Let's go. Take me to see what the Honor Castle is like." When Duanmu Huai and Commander Du Long led the Alliance soldiers to Honor Castle, the place was also extremely tense because of the appearance of the Inquisition warship. Of course, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, your nervousness is useless. They are in the sky. No matter how nervous you are, they can be easily destroyed by a single shot. So you might as well just lie down. Isn't that a waste of energy? In Glory Castle, Duanmu Huai met the commander of this expeditionary force, Donna's Trollbane. To be honest, when the commander learned that the ridiculously large warship above was from the Inquisition, he didn't say anything for a long time, staring at Duanmu Huai and didn't know what to say. But Duanmu Huai didn't come here to waste time. Okay, I didn't come here to waste time, but to solve the problem. Duanmu Huai patted the table, signaling everyone to come back to their senses. Now it seems that this dark portal is a problem. and we must find a way to destroy this problem. It's useless. Donna shook his head. Even if we destroy the dark portal, they will build another one. And it is not easy to destroy the dark portal. If we can do it, we would have done it long ago. Of course I know that. Duan Muhuai waved his hand. Blowing up the dark portal is only a temporary solution. We need to treat both the symptoms and the root cause. Well, I have an idea. Your Excellency the Inquisitor? What do you think? My idea is very simple. Duan Muhuai pointed to the map in front of him. First, we would draw all the people in this world back to Azeroth. Then what? Then? Duan Muhuai glanced at Commander Donna's. We just need to completely destroy this world. It's very simple. Right? Chapter 1273. Go straight to Huanglong. It must be said that after listening to Duan Muhuai's words, everyone just felt as if they were hallucinating. Your Excellency the Judge. What did you say? Evacuate everyone and then destroy this world. Duan Muhuai spoke again indifferently. I have already said it very clearly. Hearing Duan Muhuai's calm answer, everyone was confused. Destroy the world? Isn't this usually the words of the villain? If it weren't for the huge warship floating above them, which was as huge as a mountain range, everyone would even think Duan Muhuai was joking. Are you serious? Of course. But how to do it? It's very simple. Just blow this world into pieces, Duan Muhuai said, looking at the surprised eyes of everyone, and nodded to comfort them. Don't worry. Our tribunal is professional in this regard, and there will be no mistakes. So this is not the first time you have done this? What should we do? Commander Donnas was silent for a moment and asked. Evacuate all the expeditionary soldiers and send them back to Azeroth. I will give you 2 months. And then the Inquisition will issue an extermination order here and completely destroy this world. Extermination order. Hearing this word from Duan Muhuai's mouth, everyone instinctively trembled. Although they didn't know what this extermination order was, they could still clearly feel the murderous and destructive feeling. But this world also has many local races, and they are also resisting the Burning Legion like us. The Inquisition won't care about this. Duan Muhuai coldly interrupted the adjutant beside Commander Donnas. The Inquisition's duty is to protect humanity and eliminate the existence that threatens humanity at all costs. We don't care about the life and death of races other than humans. Speaking of this, Duan Muhuai took out a booklet and threw it on the table. Oh, by the way, we have written down the definition of human beings by the Inquisition in this booklet. You can read it yourself. 2 months. No more than 3 months. Starting from now. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai threw out a timer, which immediately unfolded on the table, revealing a countdown. When the countdown ends, the Inquisition will issue an extermination order for this world, and you must leave before then. After saying this, Duan Muhuai nodded to the people who were staring at the countdown of the extinction order. That's it. You guys can do it yourself. After saying this, Duan Muhuai turned around and left, leaving only a group of people standing there, staring at the countdown in front of them, speechless for a long time. Duan Muhuai didn't care about what these people thought. After all, he had made a decision, and the only thing the other party had to do was to execute his decision. It didn't matter if they didn't execute it. As the saying goes, let go of the complex of helping others and respect the fate of others. If there are really people who are stupid enough to want to live and die with this cursed world, the Inquisition will not stop them. Right? Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Just as Duan Muhuai walked out of the Gate of Honor Hold, a hurried voice suddenly sounded. Duan Muhuai turned his head and saw a Draenei running towards him. Duan Muhuai remembered that he seemed to have appeared in the pre-war meeting just now. But what was his name? I forgot. It doesn't matter anyway. In Duan Muhuai's eyes, these Draenei all look the same. What's the matter? This. Walking to Duan Muhuai, the Draenei general was silent for a moment, then suddenly knelt down. I'm sorry. Oh. Tell me. How did you do me wrong? Looking at the cowardly look of the Draenei general, Duan Muhuai instead crossed his arms and stared at him leisurely. The latter hesitated for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Duan Muhuai. Actually, we lied to you. Oh! Duan Muhuai didn't care about what the Draenei general said, but it was good to listen to it to kill time. So he was there, listening to the Draenei general's explanation. Before, Prophet Velan told Duan Muhuai that they set out again to escape the Burning Legion in Outland. But in fact this was not true. Strictly speaking, they were actually heading for Azeroth. What Prophet Velan said before was true. The Draenei came from another planet, and was later occupied by the Burning Legion. So the Draenei had to flee. Finally, they came to this outland because of the crash of their spaceship. Then the Draenei regarded this place as their second home and began to build it. And then, the Burning Legion also came here. Well, they did not lie up to this point. The lie was the second half. In fact, the Prophet Velan did not tell Duanmu why that when the Draenei came to Outland, they were also desperate in the face of the invasion of the Burning Legion. So the Draenei prayed to the Holy Light they believed in. And the Holy Light Legion heard the call of the Draenei. And 3 Naru arrived in Outland. Under the inspiration of the Naru, the forces here who resisted the invasion of the Burning Legion also united and rebuilt the city of Shotrath. However, compared to the Burning Legion, the resistance in Outland was too small. So the Naru placed their hopes on Azeroth. The Prophet Velan volunteered to take on this task. They recaptured some of the warships occupied by the enemy, and then set off for Azeroth. As a result, the warship was damaged and was out of control when it arrived in Azeroth, and it directly crashed into Duanmu Huai's warship. As for the reason why Velan deceived Duanmu Huai when they first met, it was very simple. He could see that the other party was a huge force that crisscrossed the Starry Sea like the Burning Legion. Velan was not sure if Duanmu Huai and the Inquisition would do something to Naru or Outland if he told the truth. So he made up an excuse to cover it up. Originally, if the two parties had no intersection, then the deception would be fine. And it was not a big deal. It's just like when you ask someone about their salary at a class reunion. If they say 10,000, it's 10,000. And 30,000 is 30,000. Anyway, there will be no intersection in the future. So why should you care whether he really earned 30,000 or only 3,000? As a result, the Inquisition has now come to Outland. If they check accounts with the people here and find that Velan has deceived them, then it will be troublesome. So the Draenei general thought hard and decided to admit his mistake and accept the punishment, no matter what. At least he has to show his attitude. The Legion of Light? Naru? Never heard of it. Duanmu Huai shook his head. It was probably another local product of a certain star field. Just like the Burning Legion, it was not a very famous thing. This is not surprising. The game Star Ocean is so huge that it even claims to completely simulate every planet in the entire galaxy. Of course, you can just take a look at this kind of game advertising slogan and don't take it seriously. But it is true that the world of this game is very huge. At least until Duanmu Huai crossed over. There are still many star fields that players have not explored. However, Duanmu Huai understood the reason why this Draenei general was looking for him. This world must be destroyed. Looking at the Draenei general in front of him, Duanmu Huai decisively gave an answer. You can go to Azeroth. Or stay here. I don't care. But when the Inquisition issues an extermination order, don't blame me for not reminding you. Thank you, Judge. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the Draenei general was relieved. He was afraid that the Inquisition would be furious after learning that he had been deceived, and then punish them. Now that Duanmu Huai said that he would not hold the past accountable, he was relieved. As for moving, the Draenei have been living like this for so many years, and it seems that there is no difference in moving again. Duanmu Huai left after saying this, leaving only the Night Sentinels to guard the Dark Portal. The Burning Legion obviously did not expect such a thing to happen, and they dared not show up again. For the Alliance, this was obviously also a surprise to them. When the Dark Portal front hurriedly passed the information to the rear, the leaders of various races, including Varian, could no longer sit still and came to the Cursed Land in person, and even crossed the Dark Portal. When they saw the magnificent and grand metal warship hanging high above their heads, like a mountain range, they were all stunned. Frankly speaking, at this point, there is not much left for the Expeditionary Army to do. They just need to get all the soldiers who went to the Outlands back to Azeroth, and the matter will be declared complete. This also made the leaders of various countries, including Varian, feel relieved. After all, it has not been long since the end of the Orc War, and the countries have not yet recovered, and there are not many resources to invest in such a war in the Outlands. Now there is no need to be so troublesome. Duanmu Huai will no longer care about the battle in the Outlands, and what happens next has nothing to do with him. However, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, after that, the Prophet Velan came to visit again. Do you have something to ask me? Looking at the old prophet in front of him, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised, and the latter was very humble this time. Dear Judge, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? I hope you can help us recover our planet Argus. Argus? Duanmu Huai recalled. I remember it seems to be your home planet? Yes. Our compatriots were bewitched by Sargeras and fell into the arms of the Burning Legion. We have become accomplices in their evil plan. We can no longer take back our planet by our own strength. So I humbly ask for your help here. It is very troublesome to recapture a planet. And what do you plan to use as a reward? We are willing to submit to you. As he spoke, Velan knelt on the ground. My people and I are willing to submit to you and the Inquisition. If the Inquisition can help us take back Argus, then we will swear to be loyal to the Inquisition forever and become your most loyal servants. You are good at changing your mind. Can you trust the Holy Light? Looking at the Prophet Velan, who was kneeling in front of him, Duanmu Huai sneered. He could more or less guess Velan's thoughts, which was actually normal. As mentioned before, when any race faces life and death, the first thing they think of is their own continuation. Draenei believe in the Holy Light because the Holy Light protects them. On the other hand, if the Holy Light can't help them regain their homeland, then the Draenei don't mind changing to another more powerful backer. Okay, whether to accept you as a younger brother is another matter, but the demons must be eliminated. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and made a decision. It's just that I'm free now. So call other people and let's go to Argus. You should have the coordinates there. Right? Chapter 1274 Go to Argus. What did you say? I have to admit that although I have a very high estimate of the strength of the Inquisition, Varian still can't believe his ears. He raised his head from the deduction table and looked at Duanmu Huai with a confused face. We are going to Argus now. Oh! Another planet. According to Velan, most of the soldiers of the Burning Legion came from there. It's not my character to passively take a beating. It's more convenient and quicker to kill the enemy directly. So I plan to go to Argus and kill the demon army there. Do you want to go with me? Hearing Duanmu Huai's invitation, Varian and others looked at each other. But we still have government affairs to deal with. And the return of the expeditionary force to Azeroth is also a big deal. We can't leave for too long. Not too long. If we set off now? While speaking, Duanmu Huai glanced at his personal terminal. Well, we should be back before dinner. If Duanmu Huai hadn't looked calm, everyone would have thought he was talking nonsense. How ridiculous. At this moment, Tyrant Yufeng, the high priest of the Night Elves standing on the other side, sneered. I admit that your warships of the Inquisition are very powerful. But to deal with the Burning Legion demons of the entire world, you can't rely on just one warship. And I doubt whether you have made a deal with the Burning Legion and intend to use this method to trick us over and give us to the Burning Legion as a gift. Humph. Stupid black bastard. Facing Tyrant's ridicule, Duanmu Huai glanced at her with disdain. With your ant-like IQ, I'm too lazy to explain to you. A stupid and ignorant idiot like you is nothing more than a frog in a well. Come or not. It's like I'm begging you. What did you say? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Tyrant's face suddenly sank. But before she could speak again, Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out a hand to grab Tyrant's neck and lifted her up. Listen up, nigger. Duanmu Huai stared at Tyrant Yufeng, his eyes showing a scarlet murderous intent. I have never liked you skinny and arrogant monkeys. No matter which world you are in, you pointy-eared bastards are the ones who are most likely to cause trouble. Arrogant and ignorant egomaniacs who think they can control everything, then are deceived by the devil, and then bring the devil to the new world. If you don't want me to turn around and burn the forest of you black-skinned bastards into charcoal, then shut up. If you dare to make even one syllable again. At this point, Duanmu Huai stared at Tyrant. I will be happy to enjoy your pleasant screams. After saying this, Duanmu Huai threw Tyrant Yufeng to the ground like trash. Seeing this scene, the kings of other races stood there motionless like statues. Well, it has nothing to do with us. But it feels good to scold. After all, it is well known that it was the Queen of the High Elves who stupidly led the Burning Legion to Azeroth. The reason is the same as what Duanmu Huai said. The elves' self-righteous arrogance and conceit. If it weren't for what you did, Azeroth wouldn't be invaded by other worlds every now and then. Although the elves have long cut ties with their stupid queen. Isn't she also your queen after all? With your elves' usual arrogance. If it wasn't Azhara, other elven queens would probably end up the same way. Of course, it's not impossible for other races. But we are just possibilities. The fact that the elves summoned the Burning Legion is a foregone conclusion. It can even be said that all the sufferings of Azeroth over the countless years were ultimately caused by the Burning Legion summoned by the elves. Not to mention that this group of black monkeys are not likable to begin with, always relying on their long lifespan to order others around with an arrogant look. But unfortunately they are protected by demigods and are in the company of dragons, so others dare not say much even if they are unhappy. Now, the Inquisition will not care about you, let alone your husband. He. Under the gaze of the kings, Tyron stood up with a sullen face, holding her neck, and stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely. Although everyone hoped that she would muster up the courage to confront him again, Tyron just glared at Duanmu Huai and turned away. Well, the last night elf, who couldn't fight Duanmu Huai, also turned around and left. Is it the tradition of the night elves to run away when you can't fight? As for whether Duanmu Huai has the strength to turn the home of the night elves into a sea of fire, well, that's not a problem at all. Everyone saw how the Forsaken died, which is why Tyron swallowed her anger. Did she dare to bet that Duanmu Huai was just talking nonsense and would not burn Teldrassil to ashes? Of course she didn't dare, because Duanmu Huai really dared. After this episode, the other kings also made a decision quickly. Varian was the first to decide to go in person, and at the same time ordered Duke for Dragon to act in his absence. It must be said that this surprised Duanmu Huai. He still remembered that when he first met Varian in Stormwind, the latter was trembling in fear of the Black Dragon and looked cowardly. But now Varian has become much stronger, even a little radical. Even in the face of Duke Vordragon's dissuasion, he still insisted on going to Argus to meet the Burning Legion. After thinking about it, the Dwarf King Magnus finally decided to let his younger brother Brian go to Argus instead of him. Anyway, his younger brother likes adventure the most, and is used to running around. The dwarf leader, the great craftsman Mekatork, had his eyes shining, and was more active than anyone else. In fact, Mekatork was very excited when he saw the warship of the Inquisition for the first time. But unfortunately, he didn't find a chance to go up and take a look before that. Now, since Duanmu Huai invited him to go up, it would be a waste not to go. As for the Outland, the Inquisition guarded the Dark Portal, and the 1,000 logging mechas were already in place, and were cooperating with the Expeditionary Force to start the evacuation operation. Everything seemed to be going well, so Mekatork accepted the invitation without hesitation along with Varian. As for the Night Elves, the boss was slapped in the face. So they still dared to jump? Do they really think the Inquisition dare not take action? If the Night Elves dare to jump, the Inquisition will burn all these blacks into charcoal without hesitation, leaving no one alive. Now that they had just finished lunch, since they had to rush back for dinner, they naturally had to speed up the time. So Duanmu Huai took everyone back to Azeroth, and then took the shuttle to the battleship located in the outer orbit of Azeroth. Although they were prepared, when they stepped off the shuttle, the luxurious, magnificent, majestic and solemn Gothic style of the Inquisition still shocked these Azeroth country bumpkins. Even the Prophet Velen, who had experience in interstellar travel, followed behind with a serious and nervous look, not daring to breathe. The style of the Draenei spaceship is completely different from that of the Inquisition. The Gothic church style of the Inquisition worship is indeed quite strange to the Prophet Velen, especially the huge skull patterns and towering statues, which made him a little nervous. Logically speaking, Velen has seen a lot, but this kind of worship, he has never seen it before. The one with the most people is naturally the great craftsman Mekatork, who brought a bunch of subordinates with him. Since he got off the shuttle, his eyes have been as big as light bulbs, and he has been looking around. Fortunately, although these dwarves looked eagerly, at least they were polite, and did not touch or run around. On the contrary, the dwarf named Brian Bronzebeard would have run away if he had not been dragged by his compatriots, although he couldn't escape. In addition, a mage named Khadgar mixed into the crowd this time. Duanmu Huai didn't know him, but seeing that Varian and others seemed to respect him very much, when this mage named Khadgar asked to come along, the people around him also spoke up for him, although they didn't know what this mage was. The warship was so big that he wouldn't hurt to have one more, so they brought him along. It's no big deal to drive away one sheep or a flock of sheep. Let's go! After arriving at the bridge, Duanmu Huai gave the order directly, and Ikot also quickly executed the order. Soon, the Inquisition fleet quickly took off, entered the webway, and headed towards the coordinates provided by the Prophet Velen. I didn't expect that the world is so vast. Standing on the bridge, looking at the endless sea of stars around him, Varian said with emotion, I once went to the sea, and at that time I already felt that the world was very vast. But now it seems that the world is far more vast than I imagined. Perhaps we should not focus on the gains and losses of one place, but explore the outside world. The world is indeed vast, but also dangerous. The prophet Velan warned. We were also driven by curiosity, but the result brought disaster to our people and the planet. We blindly believed in Sardra's lies, and sold almost everything we had. The accumulation of countless years of civilization on Argus was destroyed, and my compatriots became slaves of the Burning Legion. Be careful, young man. No one can tell what kind of monsters are watching you in the depths of the dense jungle. In the final analysis, you are still too weak. However, Duan Muhuai's words cut off Velan's sentimentality. If you are strong enough, you will not be deceived by the other party. Just like the tribunal, we are never afraid of anyone daring to deceive us. And those who dare to do so are all dead. So, in the final analysis, one's own strength is the guarantee of strength, and one cannot always pin all hopes on outsiders. With your naivety, even if it wasn't Sargeras and the Burning Legion but other races, you would probably end up in the same situation. What about the Inquisition? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? At this time, Mekatork, who had been studying the console next to him, turned his head and stared at Duan Muhuai and asked. In response, Duan Muhuai just shrugged his shoulders. You all know the purpose of the Inquisition. Our goal is to protect humanity and eliminate the existence that threatens humanity. So if you are a threat, we will help. If not, we will only observe. We don't have time to rule those planets. We should choose our own destiny and bear the consequences ourselves. At this point, Duan Muhuai glanced at Varian again. For example, if there is a civil war within your alliance, no matter what the reason is, the Inquisition will not care and will not intervene. You can fight as you like, and it is your own business to fight to the death. But if an alien race tries to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble, that is the responsibility of our Inquisition. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, everyone's expressions were a little subtle, but no one said much, and the bridge fell into silence. After a while, Ikit's voice sounded. We have reached our destination. As Ikit's voice fell, the starry sky in front of everyone suddenly changed. And then, a huge planet appeared in front of everyone. Compared with the bright and colorful Azeroth, the planet Argus in front of us looks completely different. The entire planet looks extremely gray, and the burning fell flames even penetrate the atmosphere and are clearly visible even in space. From a distance, the planet in front of us looks like a moldy and rusty iron ball, which makes people sick. Is this Argus? Seeing this planet, Varian, Brian and Mekatork all looked serious, and the mage Khadgar looked even more solemn. Argus was not like this before. Looking at his hometown sadly, Prophet Velan sighed silently. Before it was destroyed by the Burning Legion, Argus was a planet as beautiful as Azeroth. But now, it has completely changed into another appearance. After calming down his emotions, Velan turned to look at Duan Muhuai. What should we do now? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Nothing. Duan Muhuai pointed to the screen in front of him. At this moment, several Burning Legion warships had obviously discovered Duan Muhuai and other uninvited guests on the screen and were approaching this site quickly. First kill these mortal flies. And then, Ikit, is the Colossus ready? It's ready and can be started at any time. Uncle. Very good. Hearing Ikit's answer, Duan Muhuai nodded with satisfaction. After we get rid of these flies, let's disinfect this planet thoroughly. Chapter 1275 Dimensionality Attack. To be honest, Duan Muhuai thinks that dealing with the Burning Legion's fleet is really not challenging at all. The reason is very simple. Can the sailing warships of the Age of Discovery fight against modern missile destroyers? Of course not. This is not a game. It is nonsense that archers can shoot down helicopters. In Duan Muhuai's opinion, the so-called Burning Legion in this star field is actually the same as those navigators in the early days of the Age of Discovery. They rely on their own ships, guns and cannons to cross the sea and bully the primitive natives with bows and spears. If they encounter a civilization of similar level, they will immediately fall over. Not to mention that the civilization level of the Inquisition is far higher than that of the Burning Legion. And the two sides are not at the same level at all. In fact, When listening to Wieland's description of the horror of the Burning Legion, Duanmu Huai has always been confused. Because in his opinion, the behavior of the Burning Legion is not like the style of a cosmic civilization at all. In Wieland's description, the Burning Legion is evil and insidious. They always secretly infiltrate other civilizations, then provoke internal strife in the other party, and then take the opportunity to take over that world. Wieland thought there was nothing wrong with this process, and Varian and others also thought there was nothing wrong with it. But Duanmu Huai thought there was a big problem. Of course, it was common for colonists to take advantage of disputes between local indigenous peoples to create civil unrest, and then intervene in the internal strife and rule their land. But the problem was that the Burning Legion was not an ordinary colonist. No matter which planet they went to, they conquered the races of that planet, and then used the fell energy to transform them into demons of the Burning Legion. In that case, why are you still plotting? Wouldn't it be better to just run over them? A cosmic civilization actually has to use plots to deal with an indigenous civilization that hasn't even broken through the atmosphere? What's the difference between this and fighting wits and courage with the air? And the gap in strength between the two sides is so big. It's natural to win. And it would be a huge loss if you lose? Even in Hollywood movies about aliens invading the Earth, there are rarely any plots and intrigues between aliens and Earthlings. Basically, they just wash the ground with warships, and then directly capture people for transformation or burn them. This is also normal. Just like modern world powers would go to great lengths to build embassies among a group of tribal natives, plant spies, and then engage in intelligence warfare? This is what the Burning Legion does. Duanmu Huai heard from Varian and others that 10,000 years ago, the Burning Legion tried to occupy this world by seducing the High Elves to open the portal to Azeroth, but failed in the end. Then, in the past 10,000 years, the Burning Legion tried every means to infiltrate Azeroth to corrupt the people here and weaken the barrier of Azeroth so that the portal can be opened again. To Duanmu Huai, isn't this stupid? 10,000 years. If you had this much time, you could just march in with your army and bombard the fleet in low Earth orbit. Wouldn't that solve everything? As a result, the Burning Legion has been acting like a fool for the past 10,000 years, insisting on fighting the barrier of Azeroth, as if they would not be demons unless they broke your barrier and teleported to Azeroth. This is simply nonsense. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is like an adult insisting on fighting wits and courage with an ant. There is no other conclusion except that their intelligence is not fully developed. And you are a cosmic civilization, but you haven't improved at all in 10,000 years? Then it's better to eliminate this kind of civilization as soon as possible. Do it. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, slumped in the chair and yawned, looking lazy. Well, in fact, he was indeed lazy. He didn't even need to do it himself to deal with this kind of garbage civilization. Unlike the lazy and bored Duanmu Huai, everyone else was standing in front of the bridge at this moment, staring at the battleship of the Burning Legion opposite, wanting to see what this battle would turn out to be. Unfortunately, they had to be disappointed. Following Duanmu Huai's order, several Moon-class cruisers suddenly accelerated forward, and then fired their main guns directly after entering the range. Several beams of light flashed by, and then the warships of the Burning Legion exploded directly on the spot. And then? What else is there? It's all over. Is it over? Looking at the battlefield in the distance, Varian was stunned, and asked in surprise for a long time, while Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Otherwise, how much effort is needed to kill a mosquito? Would you fight a goblin for several rounds to show your bravery? Hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule, Varian was embarrassed, and the others were calm on the surface, but secretly shocked in their hearts. In fact, they were the same as Varian, thinking that the Inquisition and the Burning Legion would be a match made in heaven, and the two sides would fight back and forth to contribute to a glorious and huge battle. Unexpectedly, in front of the Inquisition, the Burning Legion was just a little brother, and was slapped to death by the Inquisition without even touching it. Those present were all top figures of various races, and naturally understood what this meant. At this moment, they were all mixed up. But Duanmu Huai obviously didn't care about their thoughts, and issued the next order step by step. Send out the Colossus weapons, and prepare to launch the extermination order. Soon, with Duanmu Huai's order, the Colossus-class battleship quickly appeared from the void, and under the escort of several Moon-class cruisers, it arrived above Argus, and then split again and unfolded. Your Excellency the Judge, what are you going to do? Seeing this, The prophet Velan stared at Duan Mu Huai with some uneasiness and asked. And at this moment Duan Mu Huai stood up from his chair. At the same time, Ojas, who had been a pendant, also jumped off his shoulder and came to the servo skull to take the parchment scroll. It's very simple. I will completely destroy all life on this planet. This planet has been completely polluted by demons. If you want to take it back, you must completely destroy all life on it. What? Everyone present was shocked when they heard Duan Mu Huai's answer. They turned around and looked at Duan Mu Huai in amazement. Looking at the people in front of him, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows. What? Do you have any objections? No. But, don't worry. Although it means that all life will be destroyed, the world can be reconstructed again after that. But it will not be habitable for a short period of time. If you need it, the Inquisition can help with post-war reconstruction. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai took off the rose knot. And at this moment, Ojas had come to him and raised the parchment in her hand. In the name of the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal, I hereby declare that an extermination order will be issued to the planet Argus, and it will be executed immediately. After saying this, Duan Mu Huai took out the rose knot and pressed it under the parchment. Seeing this scene, the prophet Velan wanted to say something, but unfortunately, it was too late. The shining neutron beam burst out again from the center of the Colossus weapon, turning into a torrent that shot straight towards Argus below. The moment it hit Argus, the shining neutron plume turned into a blue light, sweeping across the entire planet. However, at this moment, suddenly, a shining white light suddenly emerged from the other side of the planet Argus. It was a crystal warship shining like the sun. Seeing this warship, Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows, and was about to have someone clean up this fish that slipped through the net. At this moment, the prophet Velan seemed to sense something, and hurriedly shouted to Duan Mu Huai. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, please stop. They are not our enemies. Oh, do you know them? Duan Mu Huai looked at the prophet Velan, who nodded with a complicated expression. Yes, I just felt the will of the Holy Light. That is the Holy Light Legion. Oh, these people are lucky. Duan Mu Huai snorted. Bring them here. Accompanied by Duan Mu Huai's order, the cruiser that intercepted the Holy Light Legion warship quickly sent out a tractor beam, forcibly controlled the Holy Light warship, and then brought it to the flagship of the Inquisition. To be fair, the warships of the Holy Light Legion are not small, but it depends on who they are compared with. At least compared with the warships of the Inquisition, which are often more than 10 kilometers long. The warships of the Holy Light Legion are very many. Huh? Just as the Holy Light warship approached, it suddenly flashed, and Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but sneered. How stupid. They dared to use teleportation? Are you tired of living? In the Inquisition, there is an unwritten ban. That is, unless it is absolutely necessary, teleportation will basically not be used. After all, Chaos Evil God is best at messing with space. In the past, a demon-slaying team tried to use teleportation to enter the boss base camp, but was secretly dispersed by the evil god, and one of them was directly sent to the boss. It can be called a model of sending people to death. So unless it is necessary, Duan Mu Huai and others basically walk or go through the web way. Only when he went from the Eastern Kingdom to Silithus, and from the Dark Portal to Outland, Duan Mu Huai used the teleportation portal twice. In the end, it fell again. Well, it proves once again that it is better not to use the portal if possible. It is also because of this that in order to prevent the Chaos Legion space teleportation, basically all the warships of the Inquisition are covered with reality anchors, isolating all possibilities of space teleportation. Although I don't know what those idiots want to do. They obviously tried to teleport into the warship of the Inquisition, and were countered by the spell as expected. I guess it won't end well now. But this is not a problem that Duan Mu Huai needs to consider. Bring them here. Duan Mu Huai gave an order casually, and soon the night guards went to execute the order. After a while, a man in golden armor came to the bridge with a gloomy face under the guidance of the night guards. When he saw this man, Duan Mu Huai did not say anything. But Khadgar, who had been slacking off, was shocked. Turiang! Aren't you Turiang? Why are you here? Khadgar? The knight didn't seem to expect to meet someone familiar here, and stood there in a daze. Then he soon discovered that in addition to Khadgar, the leaders of various races were also here. Why are you here? Why did you come to Argus? What's the matter with these warships? It's a long story. But you? Where's Olivia? I thought you two were sucked into the vortex of the void. We were indeed caught in the void vortex. And then we were rescued by the Holy Light Army. Then we came to Argus. We originally wanted to unite with the rebels here to overthrow the Burning Legion's rule in Argus. At this point, the knight clenched his fists angrily. But it's all over. Over? Yes. Turalyon gritted his teeth. Just now, a beam of light appeared from nowhere. And then a powerful and terrifying force swept across the entire Argus, killing all the lives in Argus. If the Mother of Holy Light had not noticed something was wrong and activated the warship in time, I'm afraid we would not have escaped death. Hearing Turyang's accusation, the expressions of the people present were very subtle, and they all turned their eyes to Duanmu Huai, who was sitting on the chair. And Turyang was not a fool. Noticing the expressions of the people, he also looked at Duanmu Huai and asked with a serious face, "Did you do it?" "Yes." Faced with Turyang's question, Duanmu Huai nodded. "Just now, the Inquisition issued an extermination order against Argus. I have to say that you are really lucky. Why did you do this?" Turyang clenched his fists, stared at Duanmu Huai angrily, and asked loudly, "There are not only demons there, but also people who fight against demons. They have been enduring pain and fighting against demons. But you killed them. I regret this. But this is a necessary sacrifice for the purification operation. Anyway, if they don't die now, they will die in the battle with the demon army. So in my opinion, there is no difference." "What did you say?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's indifferent answer, Turalyon walked forward angrily, but was stopped by Khadgar, who saw that the situation was not good. "You don't understand how terrible the power of the Burning Legion is. How terrible is the power of Sargeras. Report to Uncle." An unknown subspace reaction was detected on the surface of Argus. However, before Turalyon finished speaking, Ekid suddenly interrupted his roar, and everyone turned their heads and looked out the window. Then, they saw an unimaginable scene. In the thick clouds above the planet Argus, a figure larger than the planet stood up. His body was as red as blood, and he had a huge curved horn on his head. At the same time, a voice full of anger emerged from the depths of everyone's heart. With infinite anger and evil. "Who is it? How dare you act so recklessly? Despicable reptiles. You will pay for your actions." "That's Sargeras." Seeing this giant that was bigger than the planet, everyone's faces changed. They had never thought that the ruler of the Burning Legion would be such a terrifying existence. "What should we do now?" When Sargeras looked over here, everyone felt a palpitation, as if even their hearts were about to stop beating. However, before they could think of a way to resist this terrifying pressure, suddenly, an even more terrifying and unimaginable breath suddenly erupted. That was a breath of destruction that even stars could not resist. As if everything in the world had started the countdown to destruction at this moment. Duanmu Huai stood up. The huge power and breath of the god of destruction emerged from his heart. And then Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, aimed at Sargeras, and grasped it in the air. "Just you?" Duanmu Huai's right hand suddenly clenched. And with his movement, Sargeras' body suddenly stiffened, and he stared at the fleet in front of him with his eyes wide open in horror. Roaring evil flames burst out from Sargeras' body, but they were completely swallowed up by the power of destruction as soon as they emerged. "With such power, you dare to brag here?" Duanmu Huai could clearly feel that Sargeras in front of him was indeed a god, and a god polluted by the power of the warp. However, his strength was only that of a native god, not as strong as Duanmu Huai or the Chaos Evil God, who were cross-galaxy gods. For Duanmu Huai, as long as he burns enough divine power, dealing with this guy is not a problem at all. "That's it. Destroy it," Duanmu Huai roared, and then suddenly clenched his right hand. "No!" Sargeras stretched out his hand to grab his neck, trying to block the pressure of the extremely powerful force full of destructive breath. However, everything will be destroyed. Without exception, Sargeras can feel that the strength he mustered is also melting under this powerful pressure like ice and snow illuminated by the sun. He tried to escape, but this power had turned into shackles, completely imprisoning Sargeras, making it impossible for him to escape. "No, I won't give up." Feeling that his own destruction was imminent, Sargeras gritted his teeth, exerted his last strength, and looked in the direction of the powerful force. He wanted to know who it was. Who killed him? As a god, Sargeras naturally had such power. Soon, his sight crossed the sea of stars and fell on Duanmu Huai. Then, He saw the tall figure in black armor standing in front of the throne. And that extremely terrifying and ferocious face. Sargeras saw you. Sargeras was shocked. Sargeras' sanity 30. Sargeras fell into a mad attack and hysteria. No! The bright red titan giant let out a final wail. And then the whole person exploded instantly, turning into red mist. And then was completely swallowed by the power of destruction, leaving nothing behind. Duanmu Huai silently turned off the system prompt, then sat back in the chair again, staring at Turalian, who was lying on the ground below. Okay, now you can tell me how terrible Sargeras is. Chapter 1276 Velan's Mission. Duanmu Huai was right. When they returned to Azeroth, it was time for dinner. Duanmu Huai was not polite to the leaders of the races. He kicked them off the boat and went home for dinner. In the past, the leaders of the races might be dissatisfied with Duanmu Huai's neglect. Now, dissatisfied? Who dares to be dissatisfied? Are you mentally disabled? In fact, on the way back, Duanmu Huai also talked to everyone about the missionary work of the Inquisition. In short, the missionary work of the Inquisition is not as troublesome as that of the Holy Light Church. Basically, as long as you believe in the skull and the hammer and fight for humans and aliens, you can get a certain degree of divine power. Varian and the others agreed to this and said that they would find a place to build a church for the Inquisition when they returned. The reason for their doing this is simple. They want to curry favor with the powerful. Why do the Night Elves have the final say on the continent of Azeroth, and no one dares to mess with them? The reason is simple. That is, there are always big guys behind the Night Elves to support them. Tyrant is the priest of the moon goddess Alun, and the elves have a good relationship with the dragons. Although these big guys may not necessarily come out to support the Night Elves when the Night Elves are in danger. But for other races, you have someone behind you. But I don't. So naturally I don't have the confidence to speak. And now it's good. Humans also have their own backers. The Inquisition. Alun is nothing. Can it deal with the Burning Legion? Can it deal with Sargeras? The Inquisition can. It's good to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. And when humans and Night Elves clash again in the future, they can speak with confidence and have enough breath. What Sisterhood of Alun? What Emerald Glade? You think I'm afraid of you? If you have the guts, call out Alun and see who is stronger between her and the Inquisition. By the way, Varian and others subconsciously think that Duanmu Huai is an extremely powerful messenger of God. In fact, almost everyone in the world where the Inquisition has opened a church thinks so. After all, they can't imagine that a true God would be so down to earth. And Duanmu Huai is happy to maintain this misunderstanding. After all, the holy emblem of the Inquisition is a war hammer and a skull. As long as you worship the holy emblem, you can gain faith and power. And there is no need for any idols. Not to mention that as a god, Duanmu Huai is actually quite Buddhist. His main source of divine power is not believers, but the souls killed by believers in the name of the Inquisition. Whether they are aliens, heretics, or demons, they will be taken back to Duanmu Huai's divine domain and stuffed into the furnace to be used as firewood. In fact, although Duanmu Huai did not care too much. In fact, in many worlds now, the belief in the Inquisition has gradually blossomed and borne fruit. On the one hand, the threshold of the Inquisition is low. As long as you are human and fight for humanity, you can get the blessing and power of the Inquisition. On the other hand, many people were surprised to find that the demon souls killed by the power of the Inquisition would not return to their original world, but would disappear completely. This is the biggest bonus for a world like Faerun that is troubled by demons or similar warp creatures. As mentioned before, because warp creatures cannot be truly killed in the material world, even if you spend a lot of effort to kill them. In essence, you are just exiling them from the material world and returning to the warp. Then they can come back after a while. So in this case, the best way is to seal it up. Just like putting it in prison. This can avoid exiling it from the material world. But how long it can be locked up is hard to say. After all, if someone breaks into the prison, it is not impossible. Now, with the Inquisition, these problems are no longer a problem. As long as it is strong enough, those demons that seem to be unkillable can be completely killed, and their souls can be completely dissipated. The fact is that the souls of those demons will be absorbed into Duanmu Huai's divine domain, and then burned directly. So as time goes by, the number of souls in Duanmu Huai's divine domain is increasing. According to the vampires, who are responsible for taking care of the divine domain. They have also seen souls similar to angels, demons, and even gods being sent into the furnace. I don't know what earth-shaking events have happened on a planet that Duanmu Huai doesn't know. This is what makes the Inquisition different from other sections. Other gods draw power from their believers, but only the Inquisition draws power from the people their believers chop down. They are just robbers, and they want money and lives. But no matter what, the winner is Duanmu Huai. So just make a fortune quietly. Let the believers shout long live the skull and the war hammer. And Duanmu Huai can just hide behind the scenes and count the money. And don't stand in front of the stage. Otherwise, people might mistake the Inquisition for some kind of outer god cult. It's fine this way. After destroying Sargeras, Duanmu Huai's mission is halfway done. But it's a pity that he used the power of the god of destruction to destroy Sargeras. There's no way to increase the experience bar of the old ones. So Duanmu Huai once again focused on the sealed old gods of Azeroth. Thun has been absorbed, and now only Yogg-Saron and Zoth are left. It was easy to deal with Yogg-Saron. The unfortunate child was sealed in Northrend in the far north. There were only undead and aliens there, and there were few humans at all. So Duanmu Huai did not hesitate and directly ordered artillery fire to wash the ground until the entire Northrend was bombed to pieces. Then Duanmu Huai ran to the ruins of Ulduar to dig out Yogg-Saron and absorb him. Only the last one, Enzoth, was more difficult. According to the scan results, this guy is currently at the bottom of the sea. It's not easy to get him out. I have to say, it's quite troublesome. Just as Duanmu Huai was scratching his head in Zoth on the bottom of the sea, in Outland, the evacuation of the expeditionary force was also carried out in an orderly manner. The death of Sargeras dealt a great blow to the Burning Legion. Now the Burning Legion demons in the entire Outland are leaderless, and even the Burning Legion has split because of this. Everyone hopes that they can become the next Sargeras. So now the Burning Legion is fighting internally, which also gives the expeditionary force an opportunity to take advantage of. The soldiers of the Azeroth expedition were very eager and positive to return to their homeland. But the Draenei were not so eager. They were not like the Azeroth expedition, who were wanderers returning home. For the Draenei, Azeroth was also a strange world and a strange land. In addition, they had been operating in Outland for hundreds of years and had developed feelings for this land. So they were not willing to leave. However, the Prophet Velen was very determined. After all, he had witnessed how Duanmu Huai purge the demons on Argus, although it is not known whether he intends to repeat what he did before in Outland. But at least Velen can be sure that Duanmu Huai is definitely not the kind of person who talks nonsense. He is a man of his word. If he says he will kill your whole family, he will kill your whole family. Similarly, if he says he will destroy this world, Duanmu Huai will definitely do it. If you don't leave, stay here and be buried with me. In the end, Velen still convinced these Draenei, and the conditions he gave also made the Draenei very tempted. Azeroth will not be their home in the future. In fact, under the attack of the Inquisition, the demon army on Argus has been completely destroyed. Next, as long as the spaceship is repaired, they can go back to Argus. It was this point that persuaded the Draenei to leave their second home again and head towards Azure Missile. I never thought that we would have to leave our home. Walking in the refugee team, a Draenei girl looked at the long team in front of her and the dark gate in the distance with a complicated expression. It's to return to our home. Yrel, hearing the Draenei girl sigh, the Prophet Velen beside her smiled bitterly. The rest in Azeroth is only temporary. When we completely repair the fortress warship, we will leave Azeroth and go to our original home. As they talked, the two of them also walked to the dark gate. Here, several night guards stood here with chainsaw guns in their hands, staring coldly at those who passed by them. Prophet, these people are... Oh, they are checking. Check? Before Yrel could figure out what Velen was talking about, suddenly, something strange happened. One of the night guards suddenly walked out, raised the chainsaw gun in his hand, and pulled the trigger at a refugee without saying a word. Bang! The next moment, the refugee was shot through and flew backwards under the huge impact force. Then Yrel was surprised to see that the Draenei refugee turned into a huge demon with bat wings when he fell to the ground. What is this? That is the Dreadlord. My child. Velen explained to Yrel in a low voice. They can transform into various forms and lurk among us. And the Inquisition can identify the existence of these Dreadlords. I know that person. Yrel looked grim at the moment, and didn't listen to Velan's explanation at all. I used the holy light to heal him once, but he didn't show any abnormality at that time. Why? If he was a demon in disguise, why didn't the holy light reveal his true face? Hearing Yrel's mumbling, Velan's face changed slightly. These Draenei didn't know the true face of the holy light, and even Velan himself couldn't tell them some things directly. That is, the Mother of Light, Zera, is dead. As for how she died, it's actually very simple. After destroying Sargeras, Duanmu Huai went to the battleship of the Legion of Light and met the Mother of Light. When the two sides met, the Mother of Light, Zera, emitted a dazzling and warm holy light. At that moment, everyone, including Velan, saw a series of beautiful illusions. Velan saw the Draenei returning to Argus to start a new life under the guidance of the holy light. The others looked similar. As a result, when everyone was immersed in the warmth of the holy light, Duanmu Huai suddenly became furious. How dare you launch a mental attack on me? You lowly creature. You are looking for death. Then Duanmu Huai smashed Zera with a punch. At that time, Duanmu Huai's sudden attack scared everyone, and even made the Holy Light Army and the Inquisition almost fight. In the end, they didn't fight, and the reason was very simple. They couldn't win. Afterwards, Velan once asked Duanmu Huai why he did this, and the latter gave this answer. Using illusory and beautiful fantasies to induce mortals is the usual practice of the devil. What's the matter? Do you think that the other party is not a devil just because he looks good? It must be said that this statement is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for the prophet who has believed in the holy light for countless years, and almost shattered his 3 views. As for Duanmu Huai muttering to himself, damn, what do you mean I am handsome and attract so many beauties? Do I attract beauties by being handsome? This is really bullshitting and asking for death. Well, I guess Velan heard it wrong. But no matter what, Velan has decided to abandon the holy light and follow the Inquisition. Although it is a bit bad to say this, Velan also clearly realizes that the holy light has its limits. At least, even the Mother of the Holy Light has no power to fight back against Sargeras. So for the future of the Draenei, Velan can't find a backer with no future. However, the Draenei have believed in the holy light for so many years, and the holy light has long been integrated into all aspects of their society. As a prophet, Velan also knows that it is impossible to make them completely abandon their belief in the holy light. But we can take it slow. Thinking of this, Velan looked at Yrel beside him. Yrel, I have a task for you. I went to bed halfway through writing last night, and ended up falling asleep. When I woke up, never mind. It's the same thing to post this morning. Ha ha ha. Chapter 1277 Old Strengthening System. When Duanmu Huai climbed out of the sea with a body of water plants, his face was black. Damn it. Next time I encounter this kind of thing, I will directly set the sea on fire. It was effortless for Duanmu Huai to kill Enzos, mainly because the place where this disgusting thing was sealed was too disgusting. It happened to be in the deep sea. This made Duanmu Huai very helpless. If it was an ordinary planet, he would directly use the whirlwind torpedo to set the planet on fire, completely evaporate the sea, and then slowly fly over. Unfortunately, Azeroth cannot do this. There are still people living here, so Duanmu Huai had to sink himself. After much effort, Duanmu Huai finally found the sealed location of Enzos, and then absorbed the remaining power of this ancient god, and turned away amid the latter's unwilling wailing. Although it wasted some time, I finally achieved my goal. Back in the battleship, Duanmu Huai looked at the experience progress bar in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. After absorbing the power of 3 ancient gods, Duanmu Huai's old ones, directly upgraded to the 16th level of medium power, and was only 1 step away from the 20th level of powerful power. Now among Duanmu Huai's 4 priesthoods, the experience of God of Destruction is basically overflowing, followed by old ones, and only God of Joy, and 6th Heaven Demon King, are relatively lagging. Since priesthood experience is absorbed by essence, the experience of the power of the God of Destruction cannot be used for other priesthoods, which also gives Duanmu Huai a headache. After absorbing these 3 ancient gods, Duanmu Huai also obtained the 3 special ancient god functions of 1,000 eyes, 1,000 throats, and 1,000 beards. As he gradually deepened his understanding of the power of old ones, Duanmu Huai also had a certain understanding of this priesthood. The most powerful part of Old Ones is not how strong its attack power is, but its interference with dimensional space. Generally speaking, only high dimensions can affect low dimensions, and conversely, low-dimensional space cannot affect high dimensions. It's like a 2D beautiful girl can never really marry a 3D human. Even if she likes you, she can only express her love to you through the screen, but can't come to you cough cough. It hurts. And the Old Ones, or all the outer gods, seem to be born to interfere with all dimensions, no matter how high or low. This is why in the Star Ocean game, when the main quest Ether Phase engine is over, the subspace is broken to let the energy spread throughout the galaxy, and all human races are forcibly ascension. After becoming a subspace creature, the expansion boss set by the game will be an alien god outside the Milky Way, because they are in the real space. They can interfere with other dimensions at will. In fact, many players have great opinions on the subsequent version of Star C. The reason is very simple. When dealing with the Chaos Evil God in the first main mission, the player as a human being is in the material world, so he must break the reality barrier and go to the subspace to confront the Chaos Evil God head-on. Well, now I finally ascended to the subspace, and you created a creature that can do whatever it wants in the real space. As a result, we have to find a way to break the barrier between the subspace and reality again, and go to the real world to fight the outer gods and their descendants. Aren't you just passing the buck? Of course, the players can say whatever they want, and the game production company of Shanghai never says anything. With an attitude of play if you want, get out if you don't, which makes everyone very angry. But we still have to play. I'm so angry. Let's get back to the point. Duanmu Huai tried the 3 skills. How should I put it? I feel that I have suffered from my lack of knowledge. Thousand Eyes. It has 2 abilities. One is to observe a certain existence from different dimensions at the same time. This ability is strictly speaking very useful. For example, for something like an illusion, no matter how clever it is, Duanmu Huai can directly see through its true body at a glance through the dimensional suppression. Of course, this is only a small part. Its real ability lies in being able to observe the essence through the phenomenon, such as the core of some magic, or the true element of a certain system. For example, if Duanmu Huai had the 1,000 Eyes in QB's original magical girl system, then he would be able to see the entire system without An's help. Well, that's impossible. The reason is very simple. He is still uneducated. Let's put it this way. Although Thousand Eyes and Mary's Golden Eyes are very similar, there are still differences. Mary's Golden Eyes directly gives the answer, and then omitted the process. Duanmu Huai's 1,000 Eyes. The process is given, and then you have to calculate the answer yourself. However, Duanmu Huai said that I am just a child, and I don't understand what you are talking about. It's like a primary school student learning calculus. You just write down all the formulas, and put them in front of him and ask him to follow the steps to find the final answer. The other party is also confused. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. I don't understand. You still don't understand even if you point at my nose and teach me step by step. So this ability may be very useful for big guys, like an Orshwelli who have advanced in magic or scientific theory. But for Duanmu Huai, a reckless man, it is a pure waste of talent. Compared to this more troublesome ability, another ability of 1,000 Eyes is more favored by Duanmu Huai. This ability is also very simple. That is, Duanmu Huai can set countless coordinates, and then fix his eyes at those places. If something happens, Duanmu Huai can switch seamlessly, and see what happened there at the first time. This is like a large monitoring platform. Duanmu Huai can pick his feet while watching girls in other worlds taking a bath. And then when the alarm comes, he will switch the screen to see which world is threatened and what kind of threat. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this ability is what he needs most. Because it is sealed, Thun's 1,000 Eyes can only cover a small area. But Duanmu Huai is different. As a god across galaxies, he can put an eye in all places where the tribunal has left its mark. Duanmu Huai can even throw some eyes into space to see if they can stumble upon something interesting. It's just like opening a blind box. Maybe it's quite interesting. Next is 1,000 Roars. This ability is the same as 1,000 Eyes. It can communicate with other people regardless of distance. This ability is also very useful for Duanmu Huai. Although soul cards like An and Lorena can communicate directly, followers like Mary and Lumiel are still unable to communicate regardless of space. Now with this ability, even if Duanmu Huai is not around, They can report to Duanmu Hui anytime and anywhere. People like Aiko don't have to report to Duanmu Hui through other cards every time. But compared to this, Duanmu Hui is very interested in another ability of Thousand Shouts. Just like Thousand Eyes can observe something from different dimensions, Thousand Shouts can also transmit sounds from different dimensions to a target at the same time. Duanmu Hui tried it, and was surprised to find that the sounds he made were completely different in different dimensions. So what is the use of this ability? Well, it's very simple. That is to say, if Duanmu Hui sings to someone now, only you can really drive the opponent crazy, because the opponent will instantly receive the only you sung by all voices in all dimensions. This is enough to make any sane creature mentally collapse. Of course, this ability is more like a fun thing for Duanmu Hui. It can be played casually. But whether it can be used in the real battle with the evil god is another matter. Well, maybe it can be used to deal with the chatterbox of treacherous Gue? No matter how much he talks, he can't argue with all dimensions at the same time. Compared with the first two, Thousand Beards is the one that improves Duanmu Hui the least. The reason is very simple. Duanmu Hui is already an old one, and tentacles have long been his standard equipment. So this ability only enhances all the abilities of the ancient gods by +1. There is nothing special to say about the other abilities. In fact, there are many ways to develop the abilities of the ancient gods. But Duanmu Hui is not interested in the methods that require him to use his brain. On weekdays, he prefers to swing his fists and hit according to his intuition. It's not too late to use your brain when you encounter something you can't solve. After having more people around him, Duanmu Hui through all the difficult problems that require thinking to others. As for himself, it's most comfortable to hit the head with a small hammer. Just when Duanmu Hui returned to the warship to sleep with pride, a group of dwarves were doing their excavation work in an archaeological site. Okay, guys, work harder. We'll be one step further soon. Brian Bronzebeard waved the pickaxe in his hand, with excitement and enthusiasm on his face. Unlike others, after returning from the Inquisition and reporting everything he knew to his brother, Brian resumed his favorite archaeological work. For Brian Bronzebeard, although the universe and the sea of stars were very shocking, he still liked the work of excavation and archaeology the most. I don't know if this trip to the universe brought Brian good luck. He dug up a mysterious relic in the deep mountains of the desolate land. According to Brian's deduction, this relic is older than all the relics he had excavated before. Although this conclusion is a bit unbelievable, Brian has become very interested in this relic. This relic is located in a cave. Its door is made of metal of unknown material. These metals were once very hard, but after a long time, they have long been dilapidated and buried by collapsed stones. Fortunately, as a dwarf, Brian is very good at digging holes. At present, he is cleaning up this relic with his assistants, trying to see what good things are inside. Hey, Brian. Here. Just as Brian was digging desperately, another dwarf next to him suddenly shouted, and Brian hurried over. At this moment, other dwarves were clearing a wall from the ruins next to them, with patterns and words on it. This is the text of the trolls. Let me see. Seeing this scene, Brian Bronzebeard's eyes suddenly lit up, walked forward, and began to translate word by word. We have to flee from the shadow of Azhara. As the Bonebreaker clan, our fate has come to an end. We thought our fate would not be more tragic, but in fact we were wrong. Bonebreaker clan? Brian was stunned when he read this. You haven't heard of this troll clan? It mentioned Azhara, the High Elf Kingdom period. Right? That was more than 10,000 years ago. Everyone was talking about it. But the men didn't stop and continued to clean up the ruins. Soon, the rest of the ruins also emerged. We don't know where those guys came from. They came from the sky and occupied our holy land. This kind of blasphemous behavior must not be tolerated. We launched an attack on them, but our action failed. Their power was unimaginably strong. Most of the tribesmen were killed, and the rest stayed here to do things according to their orders. These guys talked in a language we couldn't understand, but I learned some of their language. These people fled here. They seemed to be chased by some terrible existence. So they came here in secret. They were talking about hiding something and waiting to retrieve it later. This is our chance. They want to use us to seal the Holy Land, and we will not surrender. We have decided that we will take action when these guys are performing the ritual and completely seal them in the Holy Land. We want to avenge our dead compatriots. As for that thing, the handwriting here is a little blurry. Brian Bronzebeard touched and wiped it again. After a long time, the words engraved on the wall behind were revealed. Looking at the words in front of him, Brian touched his beard in confusion. What is this? Transcriber? Chapter 1278 Monster Killing Demon. After the initial excavation of this relic, Brian learned some of its history. It once belonged to a troll tribe called the Bone-Splitting Clan in the Troll Empire 10,000 years ago. At that time, they were beaten by the High Elf Kingdom and fled here, and then settled down. However, one day, a group of mysterious people descended from the sky and occupied the holy land of the Bone-Splitting Clan. The latter naturally tried to expel the invaders, but was killed by the invaders instead. The survivors were also taken as slaves by the invaders, and began to transform their holy land. Although the invaders communicated in a language that the trolls could not understand, one of the trolls was smarter, and secretly learned a little bit of the invaders' language. According to what the troll overheard, the invaders seemed to have stolen something, and were being hunted down. In order to avoid being chased by the other party, they decided to hide the thing on this planet first and block its signal. In this way, the pursuer will not be found, and they will leave here first, and then return secretly to take the things away after the pursuer leaves. The reason for choosing the Troll Holy Land seems to be because there is some kind of energy here that can shield and interfere with the signal sent by that thing. The trolls are of course unwilling to be enslaved like this, and they have also made their own plans. These intelligences are like manna from heaven to Brian. So he decisively issued an order. Keep digging. The dwarves are great at digging holes. After a whole day of digging, they finally dug through the collapsed passage. What appeared in front of them was a vast hole. From the decoration style around, it was obvious that this place belonged to the trolls. But the most eye-catching thing was the thing in the center of the whole hall, which looked like a metal box. It was placed on a peculiarly shaped base, and was suspended steadily in the air. Around the hall, you can see several skeletons, because they are too old. These skeletons have almost weathered, leaving only a few traces. But even so, the scene in front of him still made Brian's eyes light up. Oh! Come and take a look. This should be a troll. Walking to the corpse, Brian identified it, and quickly came to the conclusion that trolls are not difficult to identify. Their height and elephant-like tusks are the most obvious features. Most of the corpses here belong to trolls, but some of the others are very strange. They are short and look about the same height as dwarves. Their heads are more like mice. They wear strange and dilapidated clothes that can't be seen. Obviously, from the appearance, they should be the group of outsiders mentioned in the troll records. Now it seems that the situation is very clear. As an experienced archaeologist, Brian just walked around the hall and almost restored the situation at that time. The outsiders were performing a ritual, and at this time, the trolls suddenly attacked and launched an attack on the outsiders. These outsiders did not react immediately, perhaps because they were focused on the ritual, or perhaps they did not expect the trolls to dare to resist. In short, the troll's sneak attack worked. At this point, Brian paused for a moment while looking at the corpse in front of him. However, the outsiders were too powerful, and many trolls died here. Perhaps realizing that they could not completely defeat the other party, the troll shaman triggered an explosion, completely buried the entrance here, and buried them. So in the end, this outsider died alone in the corner? Another dwarf looked curiously at a corpse sitting alone in the corner. He sat there cross-legged, and he didn't look like he was killed, which was completely different from the other skeletons lying on the ground. Looking closely, it seems that the outsiders won in the end, but they were trapped here and couldn't get out, and finally died. Of course, this tragedy that happened 10,000 years ago is meaningless now. What is meaningful is, so, that must be the transcriber. Staring at the metal block suspended on the platform, Brian's eyes lit up, and he walked over eagerly. Although he didn't know what this transcriber was, it must be a good thing that could make the outsiders run all the way to Azeroth to hide. As for what good stuff it is, we'll know after we take it back and study it. Is this okay? Seeing Brian reaching out his hand towards the strange metal cube, another dwarf next to him expressed his opinion. Isn't it said that once this thing is taken out, it will attract the attention of some terrible existence? In order to hide it, those outsiders didn't even bring it back to their own world. Do we really want to open it? It's not a big problem. After all, 10,000 years have passed. Even if there was any existence paying attention to this thing at that time. After so long, I'm afraid the other party has long since disappeared. As he spoke, Brian rubbed his hands. Anyway, It's just a possibility. But the ancient relics in front of us are real. We can't give up our goal for that illusory threat. Of course. Brian said it very righteously. But he was still very cautious. As an archaeologist who has been excavating relics for many years, Brian certainly knows what traps or alarms these things usually have. So he quickly used various methods to measure it. The result made Brian feel a little relieved. Perhaps because the ceremony did not end smoothly. There was only one alarm device here, and its energy had been almost exhausted over the long years. The reason why this thing is still suspended here is entirely due to the magic power collected by this device. After confirming that there was no danger, Brian did not hesitate to reach out and grab the metal block and take it down. However, just as Brian took down the metal block, a strong light suddenly burst out from the surface of the metal block. The others were frightened and hurriedly retreated to find shelter. Fortunately, the strong light only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Huh? At this time, Brian, who was holding the metal block, also breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at his companions. How is it? You see? I'm right. Ha ha. Come on. Let's go back to the camp immediately and study what this thing is. Just as Brian was excitedly returning to the archaeological camp with the transcriber, Duanmu Huai also received a report from Lumiel. An unknown signal reaction was found in Azeroth. Hearing Lumiel's report, Duanmu Huai frowned. Send someone to investigate immediately and find out what the signal is. However, at this moment, Icode also spoke hurriedly. Report to Uncle. An abnormal biological reaction is rapidly approaching this galaxy. Abnormal biological reaction? Damn. Could it be the Tyranid swarm? Hearing this report, Duanmu Huai was immediately shocked. All fleets should prepare for battle immediately. Just as Duanmu Huai finished speaking, a hissing, circling, huge beast suddenly appeared from the void. It looked almost as big as the battleship of the Tribunal, with a snake-like head and body, and on both sides of its body, there were crystal-clear wings like insects. Ether Dragon? How can this thing appear here? Duanmu Huai was shocked when he saw this monster. In the Starry Sky game, there are countless powerful and terrifying creatures in the universe, generally called Leviathan or Star God Beast. Leviathan-level creatures in the game are almost equivalent to world bosses. Their characteristics are huge size, fierce firepower, and extremely strong attack. There are also many Leviathan creatures that players have encountered, including Ether Dragon, Star Eater, Plain Nightmare, Ghost, Void Spawn, Hatch Spirit, etc. These Leviathan creatures are powerful and can easily destroy a planet, but they are very rare and their reappearance depends on chance. Duanmu Huai has only seen them a few times in the game, and he is even less interested in real life. He will not find trouble with these guys out of boredom. Besides, the Milky Way is so big. Who knows where these world bosses are? In Duanmu Huai's opinion, if you encounter them, just kill them. If you don't encounter them, you don't encounter them. What else can you do? But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that he didn't go looking for trouble with the other party, but the other party actually came to him on his own initiative. At the same time, a dull, loud, murderous voice, accompanied by the roar of a giant dragon, echoed in everyone's mind. You despicable little thieves. You dare to steal my transcriber. I will eat all of you little troublemakers. What is a transcriber? It can't be related to the strange signal just now. Duanmu Huai is not a fool. Lumiel just reported that Azeroth had an unknown signal reaction, and the Ether Dragon came to kill him. He would never believe that the two were unrelated. But no matter what, the other party came to the door. How could the Inquisition tolerate it? Are you kidding? Of course not. The plan remains unchanged. Lumiel, send a group of people to the place where the signal occurred to see what happened. As for this side, Icode, come on. Open the Void Shield and charge at it. As the world boss, the Ether Dragon is not so easy to fight. But that is for the players. At present, Duanmu Huai is the god of destruction, and he has a subordinate like Revachel who specializes in chanting to buff warships. The fleet of the Inquisition is no less powerful than this Ether Dragon. Soon, the two sides confronted each other head-on and fought together. Chapter 1279, A Wave of Fat. As the world boss, this Ether Dragon is extremely large, with a length of 35 kilometers. But the Inquisition is not a weakling either. Duanmu Huai's flagship, the Queen of Glory, is also 27 kilometers long, and is almost the same size as the Ether Dragon. Not only that, there is only one Ether Dragon, while Duanmu Y has 9 battleships except the flagship. Although other battleships are not as large as the Queen of Glory, they are generally around 15 kilometers long, and they are lacking in firepower and armor compared to the Ether Dragon. But there are too many people. A pack of wolves can kill an elephant. Don't you understand? Keep your distance. Use the Apocalypse class as the main attack, and everyone open fire. Here, Duanmu Y also quickly issued an order. Leviathan-class space creatures are diverse and rare, but thanks to the data of players in the forum, Duanmu Y also has a certain understanding of these space creatures. In short, all space creatures are basically armor-resistant and have no shields. Physical attacks have very little damage to them, but energy attacks can have a good effect. Duanmu Y's main fleet is not as balanced as Iko's. Duanmu Y prefers to go to extremes. Take the Revelation-class battleship for example. Its characteristic is that it is covered with light spears all over its body, without a single macro cannon. And it also has special equipment such as multi-mounted light spear turrets, which is a pure energy attack platform. Basically, the Revelation class will directly turn the opponent into a big fireball after a circle of light spears are fired. On the other hand, the Retribution class battleship is the standard embodiment of a heavy artillery giant ship. The array of 28 macro cannons on the side is enough to tear any enemy in front of them into pieces with terrifying shells. With an armored bow and thick armor, if necessary, the Retribution class can be used as a torpedo to rush directly into the opponent's body and board. Well, it's a heartbeat. Duanmu Y used the Revelation class as the main attack, targeting the weakness of the Ether Dragon that has no shield and relies entirely on armor resistance. Once the armor is broken and the structure is hit, this dragon is finished. As the poetic magic chant of Revachel echoed, a series of light spears burst out, and countless shining beams of light cut through the sky and blasted directly towards the Ether Dragon on the opposite side. The Ether Dragon on the other side was also fearless, spitting out thunder dragon breath and blasting directly towards the fleet. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth, which was very lively. Wow! It looked so exciting. At this moment, the girls also came to the bridge one after another, looking at the battle in front of them, and jumped up and down excitedly. In fact, and didn't like space battles in the past. On the one hand, space battles didn't allow them to perform. On the other hand, space battles in reality are actually very boring, because there is no sound in space. Watching the battle outside from the bridge is like watching a movie with the sound muted. It will get boring if you watch it too much. But since Revachel entered the Inquisition, the situation has changed. In short, from now on, the battle in the Inquisition has its own BGM. Revachel's chant is beautiful, sacred and solemn, passionate and powerful. It matches the battle outside and gives people a feeling of blood boiling, just like the mat of the battle music department. It's so cool. So Yi, contrary to his usual disinterest in space battles, hurried over to enjoy the battle from the best angle. In fact, Yi had been pestering Duanmu Y, hoping that he would equip him with a Revachel so that he could enjoy the fun of fighting in the background music. However, Duanmu Y did not plan to deploy Revachel to the ground forces at present. On the one hand, there were not many Revachel, and on the other hand, Revachel itself had no ability to protect itself and could easily be targeted and killed. In addition, with Yian's strength, most of the time, the opponent fell before she even tried, and Revachel might not even have time to sing to him. Why did you bring her? If you want BGM, you can bring your own speakers and play it anytime. Duanmu Y didn't need to command the battle. After all, with Iko, she was responsible for such things. After determining that the Revelation class would be the main attack, Iko immediately adopted the extreme pulling method. She sent 5 warships directly behind the Ether Dragon through the webway, and attacked the Ether Dragon relying on the time difference that she was best at. In line with Ikit's usual shady and cowardly style, this battle is no exception. In simple terms, relying on the ultra-long range of the Revelation class, Ikit will create a time difference, allowing the fleet behind the Ether Dragon to launch an attack at the same time, causing unignorable damage to the Ether Dragon. And if the Ether Dragon tries to turn around to deal with the fleet behind it, the main fleet in front will launch an attack, causing damage to the Ether Dragon again. At the same time, she will also launch a destroyer formation hidden on one side to launch a torpedo attack on the Ether Dragon. using the huge power of the torpedo to threaten the ether dragon. If the ether dragon was determined to charge directly at her despite the firepower, she would command the fleet to sneak into the webway again, and then distance herself from the ether dragon again. How to say, good fellow. Looking at the ether dragon that was beaten helpless and furious, and listening to its angry roar, Duanmu Huai also sighed inwardly. When she first recruited Ikit, Duanmu Huai actually had a question. You know, Ikit is the only top military strategist in that world, and she has always been the first in the military academy. Why does everyone in the military academy like to bully her? Logically speaking, even if there are a few idiots, there should be a few sensible people who know that a military academy leader like Ikit will definitely rise to prominence after graduation, whether for the purpose of taking advantage of her or currying favor with someone. Wouldn't it be better to befriend her? How did Ikit get herself bullied by everyone? Looking at the cautious look of the little girl, she doesn't seem like someone who would provoke others. Does she? After actually recruiting Ikit, Duanmu Huai finally understood what those people were thinking. To be honest, Ikit's tactics are really easy to make people angry. In the words of the players, it is so dirty that it makes people want to flip the table and beat people. Especially such a dirty tactic is difficult to crack, and you will be beaten to a pulp. Moreover, after winning, the opponent Ikit will not be complacent, but will look apologetic, saying I am really sorry for winning. Even the most well-mannered people can't help it. Alas, if she had that kind of arrogant personality, she might be more popular in the military academy. This low profile now made others think that she was mocking herself. After being fooled by Ikit several times, the ether dragon seemed to realize that the situation was not good and planned to escape again. However, every time it tried to use its ability to escape the battlefield, it would be bombarded by torpedoes from the destroyer fleet. Although the torpedoes would not cause fatal injuries to the ether dragon's hard shell that could withstand meteorite bombardment, the impact and explosion that followed still interrupted the ether dragon's attempt to concentrate on jumping away. Finally, after being hit by the light spear again, the ether dragon wailed in anger and died completely. Very good. Well done. Looking at the body of the ether dragon floating in the starry sky, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Although he could easily kill the ether dragon as long as he took action, Duanmu Huai did not do so. After all, the tribunal also needs more experience in fighting other enemies. Of course, this battle with the ether dragon was not without losses. Several destroyers were smashed into pieces by the ether dragon, and even battleships and cruisers were damaged to varying degrees. But it was not a big problem, and they could just go back and repair it. The problem now is, Uncle, what should we do with the body of this giant dragon? Give it to Xueli and let her study it. Duanmu Huai waved his hand nonchalantly, and at the same time, he looked at Lumiel. Lumiel, can you reverse calculate the coordinates of the dragon's arrival from the transmission wave of this giant dragon? Of course. That's good. Send a fleet to search for that coordinate point. At this point, Duanmu Huai showed an excited smile on his face. The ether dragon looks different from the dragons in Azeroth or Manalia. But the reason why it is called a dragon is because it has the habit of hiding treasures like dragons. And it is on a larger scale. The dragons in the fantasy world hide their treasures in a cave, while the space beasts like the ether dragon hide their treasures on a planet. In the past, after defeating the ether dragon, the most intense battle between players broke out on the dragon planet. In order to grab the ether dragon's treasure, in this world, there were no players competing with Duanmu Huai, so he could take the entire dragon planet away without leaving anything behind. Although he lost several warships, he could get the treasure of the ether dragon, which was a sure win. At the same time, Mary also reported that the Night Watch team that went to the signal outbreak site in Azeroth had found the suspects and was bringing them back. Duanmu Huai also wanted to see who was so bold as to provoke the ether dragon. What Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that it was actually an acquaintance. You? Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw Brian, who looked exhausted. The latter was embarrassed and speechless. Although the battle between the Inquisition and the ether dragon took place in the universe, the spiritual roar of the ether dragon spread throughout Azeroth, and almost all intelligent species heard the roar from the ether dragon. Of course, most people were shocked and confused, and had no idea what was going on. Only Brian and his archaeological team were trembling, huddled in the camp, and dared not move. Brian was also inconsolable, who knew that after 10,000 years, this dragon was still waiting here. Then the Night Guard came to investigate the situation. and Brian and the transcriber were brought over by them. So, it was this thing you dug out that attracted the ether dragon? Duanmu Huai took the transcriber and looked at Brian speechlessly. And the latter also smiled foolishly. I thought it would be okay after 10,000 years. The ether dragon is a Leviathan-class cosmic creature. Living for tens of thousands of years is no joke. You are really brave. If the Inquisition hadn't been here, Azeroth might not have been destroyed by the Burning Legion. But by this ether dragon. Is it really that exaggerated? That's nonsense. The ether dragon is no worse than Sargeras. If they really fight, it's not certain who will win. Anyway, you caused the trouble yourself. So you should clean it up yourself. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to care about Brian's treatment, and directly handed him over to An, asking her to take Brian back to the Inquisition base in Azeroth, and then hand him over to the envoys of various races who stayed there, and explain the situation to them. As for how Brian would be beaten after this, that was not his concern. After Brian, who looked depressed, was taken away by An, Duanmu Huai also received news from the search fleet. According to the report, they did find a planet at the coordinate point reversed by Lumiel, and found a lot of treasures and relics inside. In addition, the search fleet also found a dragon egg. What? Dragon egg? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was immediately refreshed. Protect that place. I'll go there now. Chapter 1280 Hatching. Duanmu Huai is very interested in the ether dragon. But the reason is not because of its combat power. Although in the game, the ether dragon is indeed very powerful. But as shown before, the ether dragon has no shield and relies purely on armor resistance. The characteristic of being destroyed when the structure is attacked is really difficult to maintain. There are also some player forces in the game who have obtained the ether dragon larvae by chance. But they are basically killed by other guilds when they find opportunities. After all, the ether dragon is just difficult to kill, not unkillable. So taking the ether dragon to the battlefield is just a waste of time. And only rich people will do such a thing. With the strength of the Inquisition fleet, the ether dragon can only be said to be better if it is available. And it doesn't matter if it is not. In terms of firepower, although the ether dragon is stronger than ordinary battleships, it only has one. And Duanmu Huai can easily build hundreds of battleships as long as he has the resources. Comparing the two, it is very obvious which one is more cost-effective. The reason why Duanmu Huai is interested in the ether dragon is very simple. That is, the ether dragon has a characteristic. They are very sensitive to relics. Just like in the fantasy world, dragons always like to collect treasures. But few people think about how dragons know where there are treasures. According to Gulia, the dragons of Manalia mainly rely on magic to distinguish. After all, if an item has a lot of magic, it must be a good thing. And you can just take it home without explaining. But the ability of the ether dragon is even better. It can sense the relics hidden in the civilizations in the universe, including some treasures left by extinct civilizations. As for how the ether dragon distinguishes these relics, the players are also confused, because these relics contain not only magic props, but also many high-tech gadgets, the latter of which have no magical aura. So at least the ether dragon will definitely not lock these relics through magic. That's why Duanmu Huai is interested in the ether dragon. To put it bluntly, he doesn't want the ether dragon to fight. But it would be very convenient to use the ether dragon to search for hidden relics in the universe. You should know that the relics left by many civilizations in the Milky Way are more powerful than one another. As long as some relics in the game are obtained by players, they will immediately become the masters, and their strength will be multiplied. Duanmu Huai does not know the specific location of many relics. But if he can master such an ether dragon, it will be much more convenient to search for relics and relics in the future. However, for Duanmu Huai, this is also a problem. First of all, this dragon egg is too big. The previous ether dragon was an adult, 30 to 40 kilometers long. And this one is not even a juvenile ether dragon, but just a dragon egg. So the question is, how big is this dragon egg? According to the scan results, it is 10 kilometers long. My goodness, if this thing hatches, it will be a disaster. Standing on the ground, looking at the dragon egg in the distance, Duanmu Huai was speechless. If the bird divination instrument had not scanned the life reaction of a juvenile inside, no one standing on the ground would think that this is a dragon egg, but only a mountain range. It's this big, and it's just a dragon egg? Gulia rarely came with Duanmu Huai, and she was also stunned when she saw this. How much food does it need to eat after hatching? It doesn't look like there is so much food on this planet. Ether dragons survive by devouring energy. If they rely on eating food, there are not so many lives on the planet for them to eat. Of course, if they want to eat, they can eat. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes and explained silently. By the way, the environment of this dragon nest planet is very bad at the moment, and there is basically no life. This is a planet very close to the star, with no atmosphere on the entire surface, and it is completely illuminated by the star's brilliance. And it is such an environment that is suitable for the incubation of dragon eggs. After all, the incubation of dragon eggs requires a lot of energy. Putting them here allows them to bask in the sun all day long to obtain energy. Although the efficiency is a bit low, and the time will be longer. If Duanmu Huai and others were not wearing armor for the universe, they would not dare to stand here. So how do we hatch this baby? And also came over curiously, staring at the dragon egg in the distance. I'll try. Duanmu Huai moved his body and made a decision. His system can collect some things as pets, such as the girl monsters in the Dual City world, like Rabbit and Maid, and Jinjiling are all classified into the pet category. Duanmu Huai thinks this ether dragon should be similar. Of course, the specific situation can only be seen after it is activated. You guys go back to the warship first, and don't mess with those relics. Wait until I go back to take a look. There are of course many relics collected by the ether dragon in the dragon's nest. In fact, Duanmu Huai didn't know why the ether dragon collected these things. It's not like the dragons in the fantasy world that can sleep on the pile of gold coins. The ether dragon is so big that it can crush all the relics into pieces if it lies on the ground. After giving the order, Duanmu Huai jumped up and flew towards the dragon egg. Most of the dragon egg was covered by high-temperature magma, and the rest was exposed to the scorching sun. To use a human analogy, it was like taking a hot spring bath while sunbathing. Of course, ordinary people would not do this. But the ether dragon, after all, it was a Leviathan-level existence, so it had some skills. Boom! Duanmu Huai crossed the sea of magma and landed heavily on the dragon egg. The whole dragon egg was motionless. But Duanmu Huai could feel that a slow and strong heartbeat was ringing inside the thick shell under his feet. Well, let's give it a try anyway, Duanmu Huai muttered, then reached out and pressed the shell of the dragon egg. Sure enough, a prompt message was soon detected on Duanmu Huai's system panel. Ether dragon egg detected hatching. Progress 25%. The progress is a bit low. When will it hatch? Duanmu Huai frowned, then clicked on the dragon egg information bar. Sure enough, under the information bar, there was a tameable tip. Then let's do it. Duanmu Huai rubbed his hands, then stretched out his hand again and placed it on the surface of the eggshell. He wanted to use his divine power to inject this dragon egg to accelerate the hatching of the ether dragon. In Duanmu Huai's current priesthood, the power of the god of destruction is overflowing. Although Duanmu Huai thinks that injecting the power of the god of destruction into the ether dragon egg may not have any good results, he has no choice. After all, the impact of the other three priesthoods is more terrible. In comparison, the power of the god of destruction is the easiest to accept. The other three will be injected, and it is unknown what this ether dragon baby will become. Hey, Duanmu Huai also wants a god of life or holy light. Right? It's a pity they are not compatible. There is nothing we can do. For Duanmu Huai, injecting divine power into such a dragon egg does not take much effort, although the ether dragon is very large. For Duanmu Huai, who is a god, he can easily use this level of power. After all, if the Inquisition fleet hadn't been allowed to add experience, Duanmu Huai could have easily killed the attacking ether dragon with one hand. Then, in turn, dealing with the dragon egg would naturally be easier, under the infusion of Duanmu Huai's divine power. As expected, the hatching progress of the dragon egg displayed in the system interface began to increase rapidly. After only about half an hour, the hatching progress of the dragon egg increased from 25% to 85%, and then increased again until 99%. At the same time, the system in front of Duanmu Huai again popped up a prompt. The ether dragon larva is about to hatch. Do you want to take it as a pet? Isn't this nonsense? If I don't take it, why would I waste my divine power? Duanmu Huai silently clicked yes. At the same time, the hatching progress also jumped to 100%. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the ground shook, as if there was an earthquake, and the whole dragon egg began to crack. From a distance, it looked like a mountain range was collapsing. and the heavy eggshell fell off. And then a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out from under the ground. That was the juvenile form of the ether dragon. I don't know if it was affected by the divine power infused by Duanmu Huai, but the appearance of this juvenile ether dragon was a little different from that of the ether dragon. For example, it had 3 pairs of eyes on both sides of its head. A total of 6 eyes. Unlike the ether dragon, which had several pairs of compound eyes on both sides that were densely packed like intensive phobia. In addition, its wings were the same as those of the ether dragon, with transparent thin wings on both sides of the body similar to those of insects. And its long body spread out in the air like a giant snake. How to say it? It gave people the feeling of a half-transformed form of a carp leaping over the dragon gate and turning into a dragon. It has the dual features of a dragon and a fish, and looks quite scary and frightening. Of course, what is even more bizarre is its color scheme. The entire ether dragon is pitch black, while its eyes and wings are shining bright red. When it raises its head and looks at the sky, it roars and exhales deafeningly, giving people the feeling that a fierce beast is born, about to destroy the world and bring everything into a dead silence of destruction. Well, if Duanmu Huai hadn't heard the other party's young mind from the mind link, he thought it was some kind of demon beast that was destroying the world. This is really... Duanmu Huai floated in the air, silently looking at the young ether dragon in front of him, who was having fun but looked like he was going to destroy the planet, with a speechless face. How to say it? This is fate. Just accept it. Chapter 1281 Little Dragon. Mr. Knight. Stop talking. I understand. Back on the battleship, looking at the young ether dragon swaying next to the fleet, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. I still want to say, isn't this really a demon that broke free from a seal? And decisively complained. And Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. How is it possible? Didn't you see it hatch from the egg with your own eyes? That counts as an egg. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the other girl's expressions were also very subtle. In short, from today on, this is our pet. Just raise it like a kitten or a puppy. I think my kitten is much cuter than that dragon. Mary stroked the warm day cat beside her and whispered, does it really not need to eat? Gu Lia was still struggling with this question. I'm worried that it will eat the fleet directly when it's hungry. It will eat stellar energy, so we don't need to worry about it. Of course, I've already told it that it won't touch the warships of the Inquisition. Are you really going to keep it, Uncle? Neruzmio also looked at the ether dragon baby floating outside the fleet in disbelief. Of course. Otherwise, why would I go to so much trouble to hatch it? If I don't want to keep it, can't I just use the dragon egg to make fried eggs for you? Lord Duanmu. I don't think there's such a big pot. Although I do want to try it. At this moment, Maria next to him added with a smile. Will it really not attack us? Isn't Miss Xueli still studying the body of the ether dragon? What if it sees it? What if it goes crazy? Lumiel was more worried about other problems. After all, the body of the ether dragon was still floating in space, and Xueli was on a research ship to study it. Xueli was full of fighting spirit at this moment. Although she had been in the tribunal for a long time, she was mainly responsible for the research of some local plants and animals most of the time. She had never encountered such an existence as the ether dragon, so she was naturally very excited and plunged into it. It doesn't matter. The body of the ether dragon has long been sent to another star field. And it doesn't matter even if you see it. In fact, although it was hatched from the egg of the ether dragon, it actually has nothing to do with the ether dragon. Huh? Is that so? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded. Duanmu Huai had never worried about Lumiel's problem. The reason is very simple. The energy obtained by this ether dragon hatchling all came from itself. So for this ether dragon hatchling, Duanmu Huai is its biological parent. As for the ether dragon, an unknown monster. Don't worry. The habits of the ether dragon are not much different from those of ordinary dragons. On weekdays, it just eats and sleeps. When it gets bored, it will find a place to play by itself. You don't have to worry too much. To be honest, I still can't admit that this is a dragon. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Gu Lia's expression was very subtle. Although in many fantasy worlds, dragons are very large. But generally speaking, even the largest dragon is only about 100 meters long. But what the hell is this giant dragon that is more than 10 kilometers long at birth? It is not the same species as himself and others. It is the same species as this monster. Duanmu Huai ignored Gu Lia's complaints. Anyway, The ether dragon has been obtained. Whatever you say. It is useless. Right? After all, it has been hatched now. And you can't use it to cook poached eggs. In addition to this ether dragon larva, Duanmu Huai also found a lot of good things from the dragon's nest this time. The most useful one in Duanmu Huai's opinion is Deadless Seal, which is a thing sealed by a pentagonal octahedron, similar to a magic crystal prop. But this thing is not magic. Its function is to close all space channels within a certain range within a certain period of time, including stargates, wormholes, and even subspace cracks. And this range is determined by the amount of input power. If Duanmu Huai has that ability, it would be no problem to directly close the entire Milky Way. Unfortunately, he doesn't. But at least it's no problem to close a few galaxies. The advantage of this is that it directly cuts off the possibility of others jumping out. And the disadvantage is that you can't jump out. But it is still enough to deal with a city defense battle. For example, when Duanmu Huai was building the ether phase engine, he could start this thing and seal the surrounding space. In this way, those chaos warbands and warp demons would not be able to rush over from all directions, and could only walk obediently. Wouldn't that save time? In addition, the second most useful relic is the transcriber excavated by Brian. Its effect is to copy the effects of other artifacts without consuming itself. That is to say, the transcriber can be transformed into any kind of relic and exert its power. For example, Duanmu Huai can use the transcriber to copy the Deadless Seal, and then he can open and activate the abilities of two Deadless Seals at the same time. Well, no wonder the ether dragon is staring at this thing so hard. If Duanmu Huai knew about this thing, he would definitely watch it closely. No wonder it was stolen. Who doesn't like this thing? After killing the ether dragon, which came out halfway, Duanmu Huai and others returned to Azeroth again. After all, there are still things to do here. But it's almost over. The progress of the evacuation of the expeditionary force is much faster than planned. The reason is very simple. With the end of Sargeras, the entire Burning Legion is now on the verge of collapse. In addition, many races within the Burning Legion were oppressed by Sargeras and became his subordinates. When Sargeras was still there, these people naturally did not dare to jump out. But as soon as Sargeras died, these people immediately raised the banner of rebellion. The Burning Legion, which is now in a serious internal struggle, can't take care of itself. So how can it care about others? Therefore, the expeditionary army also seized this opportunity to speed up the progress. Except for the Night Sentinels, who would kill a few Dread Lords at the Dark Portal every day, everything else was going smoothly. Now the retreat has come to an end. Those who are stubborn and unwilling to leave, then don't leave. As if the Inquisition cares about them. When Duanmu Huai arrived at the Dark Portal, the others had already been waiting there. Varian and the Dwarf Master Craftsman Mekator came in person. Brian from the Dwarves could not come because he caused trouble. The old guy was beaten up by his brother, and was now locked up in Iron Forge to reflect on his mistakes. So the Dwarves did not send anyone this time. Night Elves, hee. It's been a while since I last saw you. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, Varian hurried forward to greet him. Hey, you look good? Thanks to you. Hearing Duanmu Huai's response, Varian smiled. With the return of the expeditionary force, Stormwind Kingdom became the biggest winner. The reason is simple. The last time the Alliance sent an expeditionary force deep into the Outlands, the 7 human nations were still there. But times have changed. After all these years of changes, only Stormwind, Gilneas and Dalaran are still alive among the 7 human kingdoms. The other countries have completely collapsed in the attack of the Scourge. For the soldiers of the 7 kingdoms in the expeditionary force, this is obviously a huge blow. After all, they didn't expect that they would have no home after staying in Outland for so many decades. So they had to choose to settle in Stormwind. Varian was naturally very welcome to the arrival of these soldiers. After all, Stormwind was in need of people. And these people had seen the world in Outland and fought for humanity until the last moment. There was no problem with their loyalty or ability. Storm Kingdom can be said to have absorbed almost all the talents and elites of the 7 kingdoms, and made a lot of money. Varian's mouth is so wide now that you can tell how happy he is. He will probably wake up laughing in his dreams at night. That's what it means to laugh in dreams at night. As before, everyone exchanged a few polite words, and then boarded the shuttle to the warship. Along the way, Varian and Mekator curiously asked Duanmu Huai about the situation of the Ether Dragon. After all, The ether dragon roared so loudly that the whole Azeroth heard it. But everyone was confused and didn't know what happened. Later, Duanmu Huai sent someone to explain to them that they knew the cause and effect. However, they were also quite interested in the dragons outside Azeroth. After all, they didn't expect that there were dragons outside the world of Azeroth. Duanmu Huai did not refuse, and told them about the ether dragon. When they learned that the size and strength of the ether dragon were almost the same as Sargeras, their faces changed drastically. Maybe I should tighten the restrictions on archaeological research in Storm Kingdom after I go back. Varian was also scared. According to Duanmu Huai, it was not certain who would win if the ether dragon and Sargeras really fought. Such a powerful existence. But it turned out to be provoked by the relics dug up by me? Fortunately, the Inquisition is here. If it weren't here, I'm afraid that everyone in Azeroth wouldn't even know why they died. Of course, Duanmu Huai said that Brian was just unlucky. Among so many ruins, you just dug the one that you shouldn't have dug. This is fate. Will the Inquisitor still issue an extermination order this time? Of course. But the method is different. Method? Yes. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai nodded and walked forward. This time I'll set off a big firework for you to see. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1282 Not Tasty. A figure stood on the top of the Hellfire Peninsula, coldly staring at the long crowd at the dark portal below. What are they doing? Standing there was a tall elf man with devilish horns and wings. His name was Illidan, who was once a very famous figure among the Night Elves. And in fact, Illidan is also very famous now. In the ancient battle against the Burning Legion 10,000 years ago, Illidan fought to the end, but because his actions were too radical. After the battle, Illidan was imprisoned by his compatriots. 10,000 years later, he escaped again and came to Outland. Illidan's goal has not changed, which is to fight against the Burning Legion and destroy Sargeras. To this end, he raised an army in Outland, attacked the Dark Temple built by the demons, and trained a group of demon hunters who were born specifically to hunt demons. For Illidan, this is just the beginning. As long as he can defeat the Burning Legion, he doesn't care about the price. The Alliance Expeditionary Force had attracted Illidan's attention when it appeared, but he didn't care about the Alliance. However, when the Inquisition appeared, Illidan changed his mind. He didn't know where this mysterious force came from, but the only thing he was sure of was that the other party had a powerful force that could fight against and destroy the Burning Legion. Originally, Illidan planned to find an opportunity to contact this mysterious force called the Inquisition. But what he didn't expect was that after entering the Outland, the other party did not advance into the interior as Illidan thought, but instead just stopped at the dark portal and did not move. Not only that, the Alliance Expeditionary Forces that had previously penetrated deep into Outland actually withdrew. Illidan sent people to investigate the situation, but the result surprised him. The Expeditionary Forces actually wanted to evacuate. What a joke. Evacuate? Why evacuate? Illidan was puzzled. Obviously, the Inquisition had such powerful warships, and it was easy to destroy the entire Burning Legion in Outland. But they came here just to evacuate? This made Illidan completely unable to understand. He once wanted to sneak in to investigate the situation, but the Iron Warriors responsible for guarding the Dark Portal seemed to have noticed Illidan's presence, and his several attempts were unsuccessful. Now, he could only watch the last expeditionary team enter the Dark Portal, and the iron battleship slowly rose into the air and disappeared into the sky. Huh? Illidan shook his head. Of course, he knew about the abnormality of the Burning Legion, but Illidan did not believe the news that Sargeras had died. In his opinion, Sargeras might have encountered some kind of trouble, so there was such a short chaos. As long as he returned, the Burning Legion would immediately unite again. Originally, this was a good opportunity to deal a blow to the Burning Legion, but those people threw away this good opportunity that was within their reach. Sure enough, it is better to rely on yourself than to ask others for help. You still have to rely on yourself. Thinking of this, Illidan's expression became cold again. You still have to rely on the demon hunters you trained to completely destroy the Burning Legion. After making a decision, Illidan stood up and prepared to return to the Black Temple. But at this moment, suddenly, a dazzling beam of light appeared in front of his eyes. Illidan looked up instinctively, and saw a shining beam of light passing through the clouds and slowly falling to the ground. Then, a radiance as hot as the sun emerged. This was the last scene Illidan saw. The void was shattered. The already dilapidated Outland planet was completely shattered by the main gun of the Inquisition. Standing on the bridge, watching this scene in front of them, Varian and Mekatork opened their mouths wide, unable to close them at all. Although they had seen a similar scene last time, there was not much movement when they saw Argus in outer space at that time. But this time it was different. They watched with their own eyes that Draenor, which was already about to fall apart, completely exploded under the main gun of the Inquisition. Seeing a planet, a world destroyed in the most intuitive way in front of them, the shock was naturally incomparable. It's really hard to imagine. Varian was filled with emotion, and then turned to look at Duanmu. Why? Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Why didn't you use this before in Argus? Because Argus wants to preserve the planet. It's more troublesome. But it's different here. This planet is already rotten. There's no value in keeping it. Just blow it up, Duanmu said as he glanced outside. There was no trace of the planet there. Only an asteroid belt was left to show their presence. Well, actually, there's no presence. Okay, things here are done. We should go back. For the Horde in Kalimdor, the war between the Alliance and the Burning Legion has nothing to do with them. In fact, the Horde now has its own mess to deal with. That is the Forsaken. Oh, there are no Forsaken now. There is only one unlucky Banshee Queen left. As the leader of the Horde, Thrall is troubled by the Banshee Queen every day. The other party repeatedly asks the Horde to fulfill the Alliance agreement and help him take back the Undercity. But after Thrall said people to investigate the strength of the Inquisition, well, sorry to bother you. Goodbye. The Forsaken were all destroyed, and the Banshee Queen was left alone. Thrall would use his head to help her. In the end, Sylvanas and Thrall had a big fight and left angrily. As for where she went, Thrall didn't know. But for Thrall, the problem at hand was not the Banshee Queen, but the Inquisition. The reason was simple. That was the human supremacy of the Inquisition. In fact, the initial alliance was similar. After the alliance defeated the Orc invasion, many people suggested that the Orc captives be executed directly. As a result, King Mordarin, the leader of the alliance, did not know what went wrong. He not only rejected the request of these people, but also built a shelter to accommodate all the Orcs. Although the Orcs did not live very well during that period, at least they survived. However, the attitude of the Inquisition was consistent: kill them all directly, leaving no one alive. This made Thrall very worried. Although the Inquisition was currently fighting the Dark Portal in Outland, and had not yet set its sights on Kalimdor, Thrall was very worried that after dealing with the Burning Legion, the next target would be the Horde. Judging from the ruthlessness of the other side's attack on the Forsaken, the Inquisition would obviously not give the Horde a good look. Thrall could certainly express his desire to coexist peacefully with the Alliance, but whether this idea would be recognized by the Inquisition was still a big question. Not only that, Thrall also collected some intelligence and learned that after the appearance of the Inquisition, humanism in the Alliance has been on the rise again. Originally, some people supported peaceful coexistence with the Horde, but now most people think that the Horde should be destroyed as soon as possible. Thrall sighed silently. He also knew that those people supported peace before because the strength gap between the Alliance and the Horde was not big, and fighting would only hurt both sides. From a realistic perspective, these people chose to cease fire. But now the Alliance has an unimaginable leverage, and the Horde has almost no means to eliminate its advantage. Do we really have to go to war with the Inquisition? Or negotiate with the other party to buy as much time as possible? Just when Thrall was worried about the future of the Horde, he suddenly seemed to feel something, and his face changed. The power of the elements has changed. Is this the Great Whirlpool? Not good. The Maelstrom. This is a huge whirlpool located in the center of the Endless Sea. Its appearance can be traced back to the war with the Burning Legion. But now, the origin of the Maelstrom itself is not important. What is important is what came out of it. Roar! The black dragon in iron armor roared angrily, waving its tattered wings and drilling out of the Maelstrom. Its body was burning with raging flames, and the breath it exuded was full of tyranny, pain, suffering. My hatred burns in the abyss. The world trembles because of my torture. The pitiful kingdom collapses in my anger. The black dragon suddenly jumped up, flapping its wings and flying forward. With its movement, the originally calm sea began to roar, and the surging sea water turned into a tsunami and rushed forward to Kalimdor. The earth began to tremble, and the barren land directly cracked a huge gap. Boom! When Thrall walked out of the hall, He saw the tribe's airship spinning and crashing into the high tower next to it, turning into a ball of fire. The whole of Orgrimmar was in ruins. Thrall looked up and saw a black shadow flying across the sky in the distance, rushing forward. Behind it, the whole sky seemed to be on fire under the blazing flames. Deathwing, staring at the black shadow in the distance. Thrall's voice trembled uncontrollably. He knew the origin of this terrifying beast. It was once one of the 5 great dragons, the Black Dragon King Netherier, and the strongest of the guardian dragons. However, even as powerful as Netherier was, he was eventually contaminated by the old gods, suffered a mental breakdown and became Deathwing, and led the Black Dragon clan to launch an attack. In the end, Deathwing's plot was thwarted, and he hid in the elemental plane deep home to recuperate. And now, he is back. Boom! Deathwing spread his wings and roared over Orgrimmar, and the storm and fire that followed instantly ignited the tribal city. But this is just the beginning. For Deathwing, these reptiles on the ground are not within his scope of concern. He has only one goal. That is, the Dragon Rest Temple. It wants revenge, and let the shadow of destruction completely cover Azeroth, because it is the embodiment of power. What the hell? Just when Deathwing was setting fire to Kalimdor to show his presence and declared, I, Deathwing, am back again. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above Deathwing's head out of thin air. Deathwing raised his head in confusion and instinctively looked up. Then in Deathwing's vision, he only saw a huge bloody mouth that almost covered the entire sky. Then, before Deathwing could react, the big mouth had completely closed. What is it doing? The girls on the battleship were confused as they looked at the ether dragon larvae that was poking its head out over Kalimdor. Under their gaze, the ether dragon larvae smacked its mouth. And then, with a poof, it spat out what it had just eaten. Then the girls saw a bloody black dragon that was spit out, with its bones and skin broken and looking like chicken bones, and then fell to the ground like a pile of garbage. At the same time, the girls also received telepathy from the ether dragon larvae. One sentence. Not tasty. Chapter 1283. Can the Archmage do it? The reason why the ether dragon hatchling attacked Deathwing was not because it was interested in the continent of Azeroth or the battle between good and evil, but for a simpler reason. As mentioned before, the ether dragon grows by consuming stellar energy, and when Deathwing appeared again, he just happened to appear in the eyes of the ether dragon hatchling. For the ether dragon hatchling, this thing with fire and light all over its body seems to be very similar to the food it eats. I wonder if it tastes good? According to the instinct of taking a bite out of curiosity, the young ether dragon bit Deathwing, and then nothing happened. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Deathwing is ultimately just a giant dragon that lords it over on the planet. How can it be compared with the ether dragon that travels freely in the universe? So, a crisis that could bring serious disaster to Azeroth was resolved. Well, or it still brought disaster. At least Kalimdor was badly damaged by Deathwing. Most of the Night Elves' territory was flooded, and after being burned by fire, there was no good land left. As for the tribe, the losses were even more severe. The Barrens was shaken to pieces. Orgrimmar was also on fire, and the Torrens Thunder Bluff was also trembling in the shadow of Deathwing. But this has nothing to do with the Eastern Kingdoms. Right? When Dwanmuhui returned, he heard the news from the girls, and didn't even take it seriously. In his opinion, a black dragon can be eaten if it's not delicious. And it can't be eaten if it's not delicious. But the food residue should not be thrown around. Of course, there is no trash can that the ether dragon can use. With the destruction of Outland, and the complete destruction of the Dark Portal, the troubles encountered by the continent of Azeroth came to an end. Dwanmuhui also told Varian and others on the way back that the mission of the Inquisition basically ended here. And you should solve the minor troubles by yourselves. And don't call me unless there is a crisis at the level of human destruction in the future. Varian also had a certain expectation that the Inquisition would not stay in Azeroth for a long time. Although he was somewhat disappointed, he could understand it. In fact, as local natives, they did not intend to rely on the Inquisition for their livelihood. Varian and Mekatork had already agreed that after returning, both sides would work together with the dwarves to fully develop mechanical engineering technology. The biggest shock to them from the technology of the Inquisition was not the power of Dwanmuhui himself, but the giant warships and cannons of the Inquisition. After learning that it only required human hands to operate, Varian immediately became active. It was not easy for humans to gain a foothold in the continent of Azeroth. In the past, they had been working hard to study magic. But it turned out that this alone was not enough. Because in terms of magic, both the High Elves and the dragons are much stronger than humans. Even if there are a few geniuses occasionally, humans are not as easy to operate as machines. Not to mention that mages like to commit suicide. And the impact of losing control is hard to estimate. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Mediv. Humans didn't develop mechanical engineering technology in the past because they couldn't imagine what mechanical engineering would become in the end. On the contrary, magic is more intuitive. At least everyone can see how powerful the mage's instant pyroblast is. However, now, the emergence of the Inquisition has allowed them to witness a future path for mechanical engineering. This power is not much worse than magic, and it is easier to control. Although everyone knows that it takes a lot of time to reach the level of the Inquisition. At least this is not an illusory dream, but an existing reality. Therefore, as long as they work hard in this direction, one day, they will be able to reach the height of the Inquisition. Varian has decided to take out some mechas for research and imitation after returning. During the evacuation of the expeditionary forces in the outer domain. These, logging, mechas did show strong combat effectiveness. Not only that, Varian also found that these mechas did perform well in the field of people's livelihood, as Duanmu Huai said. The people of Storm Kingdom have money. The dwarves have technology. And the dwarves have high attainments in metal smelting. If the three parties work together in this direction, they will definitely achieve results. Now Varian has figured it out. Learning magic from the High Elves and Dragons means he is just a copycat. And the fate of mankind cannot always be pinned on one or two genius mages, who may go crazy and rebel. Only machinery. Only steel can allow mankind to overtake others, and become the true ruler of Azeroth. Can the great mage do it? Duanmu Huai naturally expressed his support for this. In the final analysis, mankind still has to rely on itself. Now it seems that Varian is not as cowardly as he thought at the beginning. In fact, Thrall didn't know that Duanmu Huai had never thought of annihilating the tribe from the beginning. He planned to leave the tribe as a whetstone for mankind. After all, the conflict between the two sides was limited to one planet, and the danger was controllable. Unlike the Galactic Empire, which was full of interstellar civilizations, it would be very troublesome if they were not killed. Besides, there was still the Inquisition in the end. At present, many people have come to the Inquisition base in Tirisful Glades to train here and become the guardians of mankind. Most of them were humans, and some were Draenei. As for the matter here, Duanmu Huai handed it over to the night guard to handle. After confirming that there was no problem, he patted his butt and prepared to leave. It was originally an ordinary space traffic accident, but he didn't expect that so many things were involved, which also surprised Duanmu Huai. However, just when Duanmu Huai set off again and planned to return to the headquarters, an unexpected person appeared. That uncle? Do you have time now? Mio? Looking at Naru's Mio, who walked into his room shyly, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Are you looking for me for something? Or is there something wrong with your world again? Is the god of disobedience causing trouble again? No. That. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Naru's Mio was obviously a little hesitant. And in the end, it was still Maria who pushed her from behind. Oh, Master Mio, you are too fussy. Aren't you here to ask the teacher for help? Oh, but such a small matter. Okay. What exactly happened? Something happened to the orchestra. The orchestra? It must be said that Duanmu Huai had not considered this angle. He also understood why Naru's Mio was a little hesitant when she came to him. After all, Naru's Mio had been following Duanmu Huai for a while, and had some understanding of the situation of the tribunal and Duanmu Huai. In her opinion, the trouble of a mere orchestra did not seem to require Duanmu Huai's attention. Come on. Tell me what's going on. After all, this was a club that he had taught. Does it count as teaching? Duanmu Huai was free now. So he asked curiously, while using a bit of his divine power to tease the ether dragon outside. Naru's Mio was still a little bit hesitant to explain. So it was Maria who took over the conversation and explained the whole story to Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai had left school in the 2nd grade. And this year Kumiko and the others were promoted to the 3rd grade. The goal of the base section was naturally to win the gold medal in the national competition. Originally, this was nothing. But there were many problems this year. First of all, Kusaka Reina was very strict in training the freshmen. Of course, in the first 2 years, Duanmu Huai was there, and the training was also strict. But the problem is that Kusaka Reina is not Duanmu Huai after all. She doesn't have his aura and can't suppress people. After a long time, the freshmen felt very tired and depressed. Fortunately, Kumiko took action in time to appease these freshmen. However, they didn't think at the time that this laid the groundwork for the conflicts and contradictions later. The problem is that this year there is a transfer student named Mayukuro, who also plays the euphonium. Oh, she plays well? I'm not sure about Maria, but she should be pretty good. Oh, so this is a competition for the euphonium player. Duanmu Huai immediately understood what the problem was. He still remembered that in his first year as a consultant, a similar thing happened in the orchestra. At that time, it was Reina Kusaka and Kaori Nakasego competing for the trumpet solo. Reina Kusaka was strong, while Kaori Nakasego was quite popular among her classmates. At that time, many senior students supported Kaori Nakasego. Later, Duanmu Huai asked the two sides to compete to see who was better, and then he chose Reina Kusaka as the trumpet soloist. So now, history is a cycle again? However, according to Maria, unlike Reina Kusaka's time, the difference in strength between Kumiko Umi and Mayukuro is not so big that everyone can recognize it. So a problem arises. Taki chose to let Mayukuro play solo. But first the other members of Kumiko Umi's class quit. As the saying goes, one of the 4 great irons in life is to have fought together. During the summer vacation of the 2nd grade, the students in Kumiko Umi's class were teleported to another world, where they fought against angels and demons. The friendship of everyone fighting side by side was naturally very deep. Not to mention that in that world, Kumiko Huangqian's duty is to be a brave man, and she is responsible for leading everyone. So her reputation and status in everyone's heart are very high. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, Kumiko Huangqian is now in the 3rd grade and is the head teacher. So it should be her turn to play the bass solo. When Kumiko Huangqian successfully wins the national gold medal as the head teacher, it can be regarded as a perfect end to her high school life. And everyone is very supportive. Of course, even if ordinary students have opinions about teachers, they will only grumble in private. But who are the people in Kumiko's class? They have fought against angels and demons, and have been through hundreds of battles. Why would they be afraid of you? A pretty boy consultant of the wind band? So they just confronted him. Taki obviously didn't expect that the wind band students, who were always sensible and obedient, would openly oppose his decision. And he was embarrassed for a while. And Kusaka Reina, a Taki fan, was not happy again. And she quarreled with others on the spot. So the atmosphere is so bad now? It's very bad. Wan Lia helplessly spread his hands. In the eyes of others, as a relative of Kumiko Kumi, she had fought with him and should have stood on the same front with him. But the other party turned against them and became a traitor. I know you like Taki, but you can't forget your friends for the sake of beauty. Some people who are impatient even want to duel with Kumiko Kumi in private. Fortunately, they were stopped by Kumiko Kumi. This is not a fight between children. If they really fight, who knows what will happen? With the seniors taking the lead, the juniors couldn't bear it anymore. They were about to quit the club because of Reina Kusaka's high-intensity coaching. But it was Kumiko Kumi who calmed them down. As a result, Kumiko Kumi, who had done them a favor, couldn't even be selected for the solo? How could this be? The seniors came out to confront the advisor. So of course the juniors couldn't fall behind. If this continues, let alone the gold medal, the band might even be disbanded before the national finals. This won't do. After listening to Wan Lia's story, Duanmu Huai shook his head. If this goes on, won't everyone be able to go to Antarctica this year? What the hell are you doing? Hey! Uncle, do you still remember this? Hearing Duanmu Huai sigh, Naruzmio was a little surprised. She still remembered that she and others went to Antarctica for an expedition last year. At that time, Duanmu Huai came back and told the band members that if they won the gold medal next year, he would take them to Antarctica. However, due to various reasons, Duanmu Huai, Mary, Naruzmio and others left school separately, thinking that the matter would end here. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Huai still remembered it. Of course, it doesn't cost much to go to Antarctica. Although I'm quitting, I have to keep my word. The money for the Antarctic base comes from the account of the Inquisition in that world. Although Duanmu Huai doesn't care, there are still people who manage the account. What does Kumiko think? She doesn't want to split because of this. And she doesn't want to exclude Kuromayu because of this. The other party is not as persistent as Kusaka Reina at the beginning, and even took the initiative to propose to withdraw from this election, but she was persuaded by Kumiko. She's a good person. She'll have to endure more in the future. I remember she plans to join the tribunal after graduation. Ah ha ha ha. Naruzmio also laughed bitterly. At that time, many students in the same class decided to work in the tribunal after graduation to protect their own world. After all, they already knew that their world was far from as peaceful as they imagined. And the salary given by the tribunal was not low. Of course, some people also planned to go to college. Okay. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and made a decision. Anyway, I'm free anyway, so it's not bad to go back and see them. After all, I'm still waiting to take them to Antarctica. Chapter 1284. Don't be a coward. Ah. Walking out of the school gate, Kumiko Huangqian lowered her head. Looking listless, she sighed blankly, as if she had no strength in her body. Or rather, she really couldn't muster up the strength now. For Kumiko Huangqian, this is an extraordinary period. Not only does she have to consider her future after graduation, but she also has to prepare for the finals of the national competition. However, because of her own problems, the atmosphere in the entire wind band is now quite tense. Kumiko Huangqian also understands everyone's thoughts. But to be honest, she doesn't know what to do. Long time no see. Miss Kumiko. Just as Kumiko Huang was walking out of the school gate with her head down, a voice sounded in her ears. Hearing this voice, Kumiko Huang was shocked, and then looked up, and saw a beautiful girl with long golden hair, wearing a dress, and with golden and blue eyes standing there holding an umbrella, looking at her with a smile. Mary! Long time no see. Seeing Mary, Kumiko Huang walked over excitedly and hugged her. You're back? Does that mean the teacher is back too? Yes. We heard about the situation here, so we wanted to come back and take a look. Let's go to the church and sit down. As she spoke, Mary made a gesture, and Huangqi and Kumiko had no objection and nodded vigorously. Then the two of them walked side by side along the way home from school. I didn't expect that this would alarm you. I just complained to Mio. Mr. Duanmu is also very concerned. After all, it is also a club he is guided. By the way, you should be ready to graduate. Right? Are you going to join the tribunal? Yes. Everyone thinks so. And I think we should do so too. By the way, have you seen the report I submitted before? We fought back the god of disobedience together with Ria Senpai and the others. While speaking, Kumiko Huang was also dancing with joy as she talked about the situation at that time. Although she returned to her own world, her power as a vocation did not disappear. And after learning that this world was not so safe, Kumiko Huang and other people who had experienced fighting in the other world also wanted to continue fighting. Coincidentally, about half a year after Duanmu Huai and others left, another disobedient god appeared, and Huang Qian Kumiko and others also attacked together with Liyasi and other demons, and successfully killed the disobedient god. Well, if Duanmu Huai listened to Huang Qian Kumiko's report, he would know where the soul of the god came from. But, however, as she spoke, Huang Qian Kumiko's expression became much more depressed. Reina doesn't seem to be planning to stay. Really? Well, she said she wanted to go to the United States to study at Yoshino University. I'm not saying that's a bad idea. After all, this is the dream that Reina has always pursued. But she also hopes that I can go with her, because she said that this kind of battle is too dangerous. And if you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Walking beside Kumiko Kumi, Mary didn't say anything, because what Reina Kosaka said was right. The battles in the tribunal are indeed quite vicious and dangerous. If they come from a world of constant war, it might be okay. But for students like Kumiko Umi who live in a peaceful era, it might be another choice. I know it's dangerous, but I think I should be able to do something. Reina wants to go to the University of Music. I envy her, but I don't think I have the talent that Reina has. Even if I go to the University of Music, I can't be like Reina. Speaking of which, what about the others? Well, Shuichi seems to be planning to go to the court. He is now confused by the skeleton. Oh, by the way, Miss Mary, you may not know that Shuichi's vocation seems to be able to restore the skeleton to its original appearance after upgrading. And she is a very beautiful girl. Oh, I really don't know how he will explain it to his family. At this point, Wang Qian Kumiko chuckled, obviously very happy to see her childhood sweetheart suffer. Teriyu-sen is also planning to join the Inquisition. Her Saint Maiden ability is really powerful. She can recover from any injury. Actually, she said she wanted to be a doctor. But it's hard to explain this ability. And Wanaga-san seems to be planning to study law at university. Kumiko Umi was obviously familiar with everyone's situation. And she explained one by counting on her fingers. Basically, most members of the combat team chose to join the Inquisition. But members of other teams basically chose to go to university or return to their hometowns to find jobs. Their abilities are not combat related. So it is normal for them to make such a choice. After saying this in one breath, Kumiko Huangqian once again looked at the dusk in front of her and sighed. How should I put it? Actually, I am a little hesitant. It is true that I have the mission of a hero. And I also think that I should protect the world I live in. If I don't have the power, then there is nothing I can do. But since I have this power, I also want to do my part to protect this world. At this point, Wang Qian Kumiko turned her head and looked at Mary. Mary, what do you think? Actually, my situation is similar to yours. Miss Kumiko. Huh? Really? Yes. Mary nodded. In the world I live in, I am just an ordinary student. At that time, I was just like Miss Kumiko, thinking about what kind of job I should do after graduation and what I should do in the future. But I met Mr. Duanmu. And then my life changed. Speaking of which, Mary, how did you meet the teacher? Hearing this, Wang Qian Kumiko immediately became interested and stared at her curiously. It's actually very simple. At that time, my friend Xiao Li was involved in a conspiracy between the old ones and the cult. And she was in a coma. No matter how the doctor diagnosed her, it was ineffective. At that time, I was also targeted in the right eye by the monsters created by the cult. Just when I was escaping from their pursuit, Mr. Duanmu appeared and saved me, and then helped me solve the troubles my friend encountered. As she spoke, Mary turned the umbrella in her hand. That was when I realized that my world was not so peaceful. There were many evil monsters and demons watching our world, and they were eyeing me. So, in order to protect myself and my friends, I chose to join the tribunal and fight to protect the world. Ms. Mary, have you ever regretted it? Well, it's hard to say. Some of the tribunal's practices are actually very cruel. Although I can understand why Mr. Duanmu did this, it's still a little hard to accept. However, I won't object. At this point, Mary looked at Kumiko Huang. Miss Kumiko, please remember that joining the tribunal is not as simple as becoming a hero of justice. Mr. Duanmu also said that the tribunal is the guardian of mankind. But we are not the messengers of justice. If necessary, for the survival of mankind, we will even do something that looks cruel and evil. So I hope you can think carefully before making a decision. Oh, it's really hard to decide. If you regret joining the tribunal, you can withdraw. Mr. Duanmu is not such a strict person. The premise is that you don't become an enemy of mankind. The enemy of mankind. This scale is too large. I dare not even think about it. Hearing Mary's words, Wang Qian Kumiko smiled bitterly, and then changed the subject. In fact, I have been thinking. If you were still here, Mary, it would be great. Because in this way, the solo can be decided by you and Reina. Right? Then the others will not feel independent. And our base group can continue to quietly serve as our background. Kumiko Huangqian raised her head and looked at the dusk in front of her. She was speaking from the heart. The reason why there were no conflicts in the club in the past 2 years was that Reina and Mary were the best in the whole band. The performance of the whole band revolved around them. And no one thought there was anything wrong with it. But this year, the situation changed. Although Mayukuro is a transfer student like Mary, she does not have the absolute dominance of Mary. Kumiko Umi admitted that she was threatened. But that was all. So Mayukuro gave Kumiko Umi a sense of threat. But if it was Mary, Kumiko Umi would not even think of comparing with her. This is bigger than the gap between a street ball player and an NBA champion. This is also the problem. No one thinks that they have the ability to compete with Mary or Reina Kusaka for the right to perform solo. But in the case of Mayukuro, everyone just thinks that she is indeed capable, but not strong enough to replace Kumiko Umi. So the conflict arose. But what should we do? As they were talking, The two had already arrived at the church gate of the court. Huang Qian Kumiko was a little nervous, not knowing how Duanmu Huai would view her ideas. But based on her understanding of Duanmu Huai, the teacher would definitely not comfort her. Well, from this perspective, Huang Qian Kumiko really guessed right. Don't be a coward. Just go ahead. What are you afraid of? Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was sitting in front of her and yelling loudly, Huang Qian Kumiko said nothing, while Mary beside her shook her head silently. I understand. Duanmu Huai leaned back in his chair. Kusaka Reina's idea is that the pretty boy is right, and everyone just needs to shut up and listen to him. And Tsukamoto Shuichi's idea is to maintain the atmosphere of the club, because when music is a group action, so the team's cooperative atmosphere must be maintained. Right? Yes. So what do you think? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Huang Qian Kumiko was speechless. You are now the head of the wind band. Have you forgotten that no matter how powerful that pretty boy is, he is just a consultant? From the position, you are qualified to make the final decision on the direction of the entire wind band. Duanmu Huai waved his hand fiercely. So, your opinion is the final opinion. So what is your opinion? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Huang Qian Kumiko suddenly broke out in cold sweat and was speechless. To put it bluntly, the minister is a leader, and the leader is to lead his subordinates forward, just like in that other world. As a brave man, you are always the first to rush to the front in every battle. Do you want to hide behind others? It's the same principle. Just do it. In short, as long as you are strong enough to overwhelm that person called Kuromayu, then there will be nothing to worry about. What? Do you think you will lose? Kumiko Huangqian did not speak, and silently lowered her head, looking ahead and behind. What a thing to do. You haven't even started the battle yet, and you're already thinking about what to do if you lose. Whether you win or lose, you won't know until you fight. If you stick your head out, you'll get a knife. And if you hide your head, you'll get a knife too. Do you think you can dodge this knife just by closing your eyes? You can't dodge, right? Nonsense. You definitely can't dodge. Duanmu Huai suddenly slammed the table, frightening Huang Qian Kumiko. You also came from that world. What are you afraid of? Is this more dangerous than facing the army of angels and demons? I would rather face angels and demons. No. Nothing. Seeing Duanmu Huai staring at her, Huang Qian Kumiko also hurriedly shook her head. The problem now is not with Kusaka Reina, nor with that person called Kuromayu, but with you. Because you are the minister. Your statement is the most important. It is because you did not express your position that so many messes happened. You should have stated your attitude in public, and then asked who is in favor and who is against. And that's it. Do you understand? I understand. That's good. Go home. I'll wait to see you win the gold medal. Duanmu Huai waved his hand after speaking, and Huang Qian Kumiko also hurriedly bowed her head, saluted Duanmu Huai, then glanced at Mary, and then turned and left. As she watched Kumiko Huangqian walk out of the church, Mary blinked and looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Duanmu, you seem to like Kumiko very much. The little girl is cute, but a little timid. We should teach her a lesson and make her sober up. Duanmu Huai shrugged. So, Mr. Duanmu, do you think the wind band can still win the gold medal this time? I don't know. I hope we can. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. If they can't, don't blame me for teaching them a lesson. Chapter 1285 New Trouble. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Huang Qian Kumiko actually committed the most common problem of Japanese people, thinking too much. In fact, many Japanese people have this habit. Mary once complained to him, saying that when she was in school, she sometimes made some suggestions. Although other students were also very interested, the most common thing they talked about was, what if they failed? It can be said that Japanese people are bad at heart to admit defeat before the battle. In fact, this is not only the case in schools, but also in society. Whether it is the electronicization of the identity system, the addition of surveillance cameras, or the electronic currency, there will always be people who come out to raise objections. And their thinking circuits are the same. What if it fails? For example, will the electronicization of the identity system lead to identity fraud? Will electronic currency cause harm? The most important thing is, if something goes wrong, who will be responsible for bowing and apologizing and stepping down? For Duanmu Huai, change is like this. whether the new system has any problems or not. You will know it after using it. But the Japanese are obviously not like this. Otherwise, they would not still use 5-inch floppy disks to install Windows 10 and fax machines to send files in the era of smartphones. When asked, they say that the laws of their ancestors cannot be changed. But to put it bluntly, they just don't want to take the lead and take responsibility. After all, if something goes wrong under the current system, then the system is wrong. But if something goes wrong because of my proposal, then I am the one who is wrong. So Duanmu Huai was furious when he saw Huang Qi and Kumiko's timid look. You are the director. If you don't take responsibility, who will? There is a heated argument below. And you are playing dead up there? From this point of view, Nakasego Kaori was quite responsible at the time. She competed with Kusaka Reina in public. And then she lost and admitted it directly. Although Naruzumio said that everyone was doing it for Kumiko's good. Because Kumiko was highly respected. So she didn't accept Mr. Taki's decision. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is actually the other way around. As long as Kumiko makes her attitude clear, others will not say much. After all, since everyone respects Kumiko, then Kumiko has made a decision. You should also respect it. Right? Just like when Nakasego Kaori and Kusaka Reina competed. There was also a group of people who were not convinced. After Nakasego Kaori admitted defeat, didn't others say anything? If you still make trouble like this, are you planning to purge the emperor or use the emperor to control the princes? So in the final analysis, it has come to this extent because Huang Qi and Kumiko herself did not express her attitude. So Duanmu Huai came up and scolded Huang Qi and Kumiko directly, just to let her put herself in the right position. You are the minister and the person involved. If you are not responsible, who will be responsible? If you don't take the blame, who will? As for whether Huang Qi and Kumiko will figure it out, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Just wait and see the result. If Huang Qi and Kumiko is still like that in the end, then he will not let her enter the courtroom. If you don't even dare to take responsibility, why do you come in? To clean the room? The teacher is still so hot-tempered. After Huang Qi and Kumiko left, Rias came out with a smile. As a representative of the demon world, when Duanmu Huai came back, Rias came with her family. Children need to bear a little more pressure. If they can't handle such a trivial matter, they will be unable to do anything when they enter the court of trial. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, and Rias nodded slightly without saying anything. After all, as a high-ranking demon in the demon world, Rias also understands that the responsibility and commitment of a leader is necessary. And the current Kumiko Huang Qian is indeed a little insufficient. Is the situation here normal recently? Fortunately, although a few disobedient gods have tried to subvert the order, with the help of your students, we still defeated their conspiracy. I have to say that these students are indeed very powerful. If possible, I also hope to make them my followers. Hee. Then you have to ask them if they agree or not. Duanmu Huai doesn't care about this little thing. After all, the demons in this world are not the same as the demons in the subspace. But during the time when you are away, there is indeed a tricky problem. Oh! What's the problem? Hearing Rias's words, Duanmu Huai immediately became interested. Monster. Monster? Duanmu Huai looked at Mary in confusion. Alien monsters? No. They seem to be local monsters. Divine beasts? It doesn't seem to be either. Anyway, please take a look. As she spoke, Rias handed over a tablet. Duanmu Huai curiously clicked it, and then saw a scene similar to Ultraman fighting against small monsters. However, there were only small monsters, not Ultraman. So two small monsters were seen happily playing in the human city. Of course, humans also launched attacks on them, and even used nuclear bombs, but it was useless. Then another monster appeared, and then the three monsters fought in the city, smashing the surrounding buildings into a mess. Then the big lizard that appeared later fought two monsters alone, killed the other two monsters, and then returned to the sea. What is this? Is this the new monster movie here? It would be great if it was a movie. So you mean this is not a movie? Where is this? San Francisco. Oh, that's fine. So what you mean is, it's a monster causing trouble? What happened in the end? Duanmu Huai looked over and over, but still didn't understand what it meant. Several monsters fighting for territory? But why did the winner run away in the end? According to the information released later, these monsters seem to have been sleeping on our planet all along. But they are gradually waking up now. You didn't go to deal with them? Kumiko and the others didn't go either? These monsters are not demon beasts or divine beasts. It is difficult for us in the demon world and the gods to take action. And the noise they make is too loud. It is estimated that it will be useless for Kumiko and the others to go. So I did not tell them. Rias was also helpless. If it was a demon beast or a divine beast, the disaster could be suppressed within a certain range. But facing this kind of monster that is said to have been sleeping since ancient times, they don't have a good way. And the opponent's body is too big. Even if it is a divine beast or a demon beast, it is rare to be this big. How to fight this? In fact, the demons and angels were ready to take action. But when they saw that the monster killed the small monster and ran away, they naturally retreated. After all, fighting this thing is not their expertise. So Leah remembered the monster that Duan Muhuai and his friends went to Antarctica to fight last year. Well, the Inquisition is professional in fighting monsters. It just so happened that Duan Muhuai came back. So, let's find the Inquisition. In fact, an international joint organization has been established here to investigate these monsters. Called the Emperor Organization. The Imperial Organization? What a big name. After hearing Rias's report, Duan Muhuai snorted. What? They want to control monsters and become the emperor of the world. The Imperial Organization's goal is also to protect humans and maintain world peace. You know them well? Kiba-kun is currently working for the Imperial Organization. Faced with Duan Muhuai's question, Rias smiled slightly. Of course we won't turn a blind eye to this potential threat. So I asked Kiba-kun to disguise his identity and infiltrate the Imperial Organization. A lot of information has been collected. According to the estimation of the Emperor Organization, there are currently 17 giant monsters in the world. Most of them are in deep sleep. Does that mean there are still some that are not in deep sleep? Hearing this, Duan Muhuai was silent for a moment. And then his eyes lit up. I see. Then I will go and see what those so-called monsters in this world are. Anyway, there are still several days before the gold medal of the national competition. So there is no rush. Right? As for these monsters, Duan Muhuai had already decided to completely destroy them when he learned of their existence. Monsters? What the hell? Anyone who harms humans will die. Do you have a list? Of course. As she spoke, Rias opened the tablet again and retrieved the information. All this information was obtained from the Imperial Organization by her follower, Kiba, who was in disguise. Because Kiba worked diligently. His rank in the Imperial Organization was not low. He was basically a small follower of the boss. Although he was not qualified to participate in the decision-making of the organization, he was able to obtain a lot of first-hand information and top-secret information. Of course, as a relatively mysterious organization, the Imperial Organization is also very strict in keeping secrets from the outside world. But unfortunately, their secrecy is only for humans. As for demons, it seems that they can't control them. And there is no way to control them. After all, as Rias's follower, Kiba wants to contact her in many ways. Even if you monitor the internet phone throughout the process, it will be useless. Although it is difficult for angels and demons to really fight against these monsters openly, they can't let these monsters do whatever they want. But the problem is that each of these monsters is extremely large. And if they really fight, they can't hide it at all. And the monsters are not like the demons or mythical beasts in mythology. At least those things have certain weaknesses. And no one has ever seen these monsters. And no one knows what their weaknesses are. In addition, the size difference is too big, even for extraordinary demons and angels. It is not easy to deal with such huge monsters. So both sides unanimously decided that if these monsters don't come out to cause trouble, they will quietly ambush in the Emperor Organization and keep an eye on them for the time being. If these monsters want to cause trouble, or if this Imperial Organization wants to cause trouble, it won't be too late to take action then. We can't beat the monsters. But can't we beat you mortals? Let's start from here. Duan Muhuai took the tablet and glanced at it, then made a decision directly and pointed to one of the locations. Skull Island. After all, this place dared to be named Skull Island. Isn't this just a challenge to our tribunal? I want to see what kind of thing dares to show off on this Skull Island. As if the tribunal doesn't exist. Right? And according to the intelligence, there are active monsters here. So Duan Muhuai will naturally kill the active ones first. As for those sleeping ones, he can kill them one by one later. After all, the active ones are more threatening. Right? Then I'll leave it to you, teacher. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Rias was relieved. This time, the blame has finally been passed on. With the professional help of the tribunal, he and others can watch the show with peace of mind. Chapter 1286 Visiting the Park? Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't rush over without any intelligence. Fortunately, as a full-time spy, Kiba Yudo was really hard-working. He copied almost all the research results of the Imperial Organization and sent them over. And Duanmu Huai also took a good look at the documents. Then, what? This planet is hollow? It must be said that after reading the research results of the Imperial Organization, Duanmu Huai was completely confused. According to the research of the Monarch Organization, the interior of this planet is actually a hollow space. And those giant creatures were born there. Then, they came to the surface through some channels connected to the surface. And many of the giant creatures discovered by the Monarch Organization were actually vagrants, who came out of the center of the Earth at that time. In other words, there are more giant creatures in the center of the Earth. This made Duanmu Huai a little embarrassed. So, we can't just blow up the center of the Earth, right? Standing in the space station, Duanmu Huai was confused as he looked at the scanned image of the planet in front of him. He originally thought that it was just a few ancient monsters, so he could kill them. It turned out that there was a nest, and it was in the center of the Earth, and the scan results also proved that the Emperor Organization was not talking nonsense. The interior of this planet was actually hollow? Is this possible? Duanmu Huai has blown up so many planets, but this is the first time he has seen such a unique one. But if you think about it carefully, it is not surprising. If it is a planet without uniqueness, it will not be the turn of the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai remembered that Jules Verne had written A Journey to the Center of the Earth, which said that the interior of the Earth was hollow, and there were indeed many giant monsters such as dinosaurs in ancient times. But that was a science fiction novel after all. And in your world, science fiction has become reality, right? Rias had nothing to say about this. Although the demon world is called hell, it is not underground in the physical sense. And the demon world and the angels fought and robbed the surface world. As for what's in the center of the Earth, no one has ever thought about this question. Or who would care about this? So this time, we can't just use the melta bomb to blow this place up? Duanmu Huai stretched out his hands and made an accordion gesture, with a look of regret on his face. And Rias was nervous and livid beside him. Of course not. Teacher, what if this planet is directly blown up? I know. I'm just talking. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He also knew it was impossible. After all, no one knew more about explosions than him. In fact, there was a movie about an explosion at the center of the Earth. At that time, the setting was that something in the center of the Earth was about to stop flowing, so it had to be made to flow again through an explosion. Duanmu Huai didn't know whether this was scientific or not, but it looked like it was definitely not the same as this planet. As for whether a hollow planet can sustain normal human survival, wait for him to call Xueli and ask, "Hey, are there actually planets that are hollow inside? Wait, isn't that pseudoscience? Existing research results all show that." No, I'm a biologist, not a geologist. I can't say for sure. Well, it seems that Xueli can't help. But fortunately, as an undercover, Mu Chong is very competent. He said that the Emperor Organization will send people to investigate there in a while to verify the news of the giant beast on Skull Island. If Duanmu Huai wants to go, he can be responsible for the arrangement. After all, Mu Chang's identity now is the secretary beside the boss. The boss is responsible for giving orders, and he only needs to execute them. But there is a lot of room for maneuver. For example, if the boss wants a desk, he will not say to his subordinates, "I want a XX brand desk. You buy it for me." He will only say, "I want to put a desk here." As for the shape, style, and brand, the boss does not care. He just wants the result. And this kind of detailed work is what secretaries like Kiba do. For example, Kiba is very confident in this operation. The reason is simple. The Imperial Organization boasts a lot, but it is a non-governmental organization after all, and cannot mobilize military forces. And although this organization existed a long time ago, it was actually a loose organization in the form of enthusiasts. It was not until those monsters appeared that the Emperor Organization officially entered the vision of the top leaders of various countries, making them gradually rich. Before that, this group of people were so poor that they had to rely on second-hand cars to travel. And they had no resources at all. Although the Emperor organization is now rich, most of the top leaders are still very worried about them. Although there is enough evidence to show that these people have indeed been studying monsters for a long time. Who knows if it was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse? Moreover, the ideas of several leaders in the monarch organization are different from those of the top leaders of various countries. The idea of the top leaders is very simple. Find these monsters and kill them. However, the monarch organization believes that these monsters are also part of the ecological balance of nature, and we humans should coexist peacefully with them instead of always thinking about destroying each other. As for the remarks made by the monarch organization leader, the top leaders at the hearing were all confused. Coexist peacefully? Are you serious? Do you know how many people died and how much damage was caused in the monster fight in San Francisco last year? Coexist peacefully with such a monster? Is it you or me who has the problem? Because of this, the leaders of various countries have become more vigilant towards the representatives of the imperial organization. Money and materials can be given. But people? Absolutely not. This also led to the fact that the imperial organization now has no combat troops of its own. And this time, they need protection when they go to Skull Island. After all, the imperial organization is composed of researchers who are powerless. Let alone there are monsters there. Even if there are no monsters, these people will probably not survive for more than a day if they are left there. The government sent them a Marine Corps to protect the safety of these people. But the imperial organization felt that they could not rely on them alone. And they also knew that the relationship between them and the government was very tense. Once they really got into trouble, the other party might not necessarily help them. So the boss ordered Kiba to hire some mercenaries to protect them together with the official Marine Corps. If Duanmu Huai was willing, Kiba could also add him in. As for whether this would make the boss dissatisfied, according to the information provided by Kiba Yudo, this time in order to prove the correctness of his theory, the boss planned to go into battle himself. In case he was, accidentally, died here, then there is no need to worry about whether he will be dissatisfied. What? Isn't this too cruel? He is a spy. What is cruel or not? Isn't this what he does? In fact, with Kiba Yudo's ability, it is not a problem to kill all the people in the Emperor organization without anyone noticing. Even if the demons can't deal with those ancient monsters, they can still deal with these nerds. The reason for not taking action is also very simple. They don't understand these monsters at all. So let's wait for these people to study and achieve results. Since there are internal personnel to help, Duanmu Huai is also happy to be free. First, let's see how far these people have studied the monsters, and then decide what to do. However, Kiba Yudo said that it will take a little time. But Duanmu Huai is not in a hurry. After all, the national competition finals are still a month and a half away. So there is plenty of time. But because there is too much time. So, is there anything fun? If that's the case, then I have a good place to recommend to the teacher. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Rias thought for a moment and then spoke. Where? The park. Park? What's fun in the park? Hoo. This is not an ordinary park. Hearing Duanmu Huai's inexplicable answer, Rias showed a smug smile. In fact, this park has just opened. And the things on display are also amazing. Oh! Tell me about it. Seeing is believing. The teacher will know it when he sees it. As she spoke, Rias took out a manual and handed it over. Duanmu Huai took it. Jurassic World? Face to face with ancient life? Dinosaur Park? Duanmu Huai looked at the manual, then at Rias, wondering if she was teasing him. Is it true? There is such a park? Yes. This is the Dinosaur Island Park created by Marani's International Enterprises. They seem to have used some kind of DNA replication method to restore the ancient dinosaurs, and created such a park. It's crowded every day. Very popular. I think if the teacher is bored, he can go there to kill time. Have you been there? I have. But it's not interesting. It's no wonder. After all, there are many creatures in the demon world that are rarer than dinosaurs. For Liyasi, a group of dinosaurs that can't breathe fire or explode lightning are not a threat at all. Just a rare sight. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. Is there dinosaur meat to eat there? This? I really don't know. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Liyasi was also a little confused. She didn't expect that when Duanmu Huai heard the news, he would think of eating dinosaur meat first instead of dinosaurs? But if you think about it carefully, it's normal. Duanmu Huai has been to so many worlds. And he must have seen a lot of monsters. So this one is not bad. But as to whether there is dinosaur meat to eat there, Leah C can't say for sure. Because she went there because of the weight of Leah C's family in the human world. So the international company invited her as a VIP. At that time, they ate some very ordinary high-end meals. And didn't take out any food like dinosaur meat. It's normal to think about it. After all, no one has ever eaten dinosaur meat. If you suddenly take it out and say you want to treat others, they may not eat it. What if they are allergic? If they can't eat it, it will be a bit boring. Duanmu Huai sighed and made a decision. Forget it. I'm free anyway. So I might as well go and see the park. Chapter 1287 Go See Dinosaurs. Duanmu Huai was naturally very interested in seeing dinosaurs. But what surprised him was that other people didn't seem to be so interested, and was busy petting foxes. And Mary was busy petting cats. And both said they had no interest in dinosaurs. Naruzmio and Maria finally returned to their own world, and planned to go back to visit relatives and friends, and were not willing to see any dinosaurs. This disappointed Duanmu Huai. But it was not surprising when he thought about it carefully. When he was in Azeroth, he wanted to buy an obsidian dragon as a gift. But the girls all felt disgusted. Obviously, they didn't like this big lizard at all. In addition, they have traveled to so many worlds with the Inquisition, and have seen all kinds of monsters. They are not ordinary people. So they are naturally not very interested in dinosaurs. Just like Leah. She is not very interested in dinosaurs. Because the monsters in the demon world are much more powerful than dinosaurs. To be honest, they are not as good as furry ones. Alas, women don't understand men's romance at all. Duanmu Huai can only be speechless about this. It's no wonder. Boys played with dinosaur toys when they were young. And girls played with dolls when they were young. They must be different. If Xueli was there, she would probably want to go. But now Xueli is devoted to the Ether Dragon. So, Duanmu Huai had to take Ojas and Mugen with him. Only these two were willing to go with him. Even Irisville and Medea were not interested. Cry has the only dinosaur park in the world. Jurassic World is naturally overcrowded. Not only is the ticket price extremely high, but reservations are also required. But Duanmu Huai naturally doesn't need to do this. Angels and demons have their own followers in the human world. And many of them are powerful. Angels and demons themselves want to have a good relationship with the Inquisition. Therefore, after Duanmu Huai said that he wanted to go to Jurassic World to take a look, all parties immediately started to work. Not only that, hello. Welcome to my park. When Duanmu Huai got off the plane, he was personally received by Moranis, the chairman of Moranis International Enterprise. Moranis was quite respectful to Duanmu Huai's arrival. The reason was simple. Although he was the chairman of a multinational company, that was all. But those who greeted him were all powerful figures from various countries. Some people were rarely seen, even by Moranis. And such people actually greeted Moranis directly. As a businessman, Moranis would naturally not neglect them. Although he didn't know Duanmu Huai's background, Moranis knew that if he could serve this gentleman well, it would be good for the company. However, Moranis was still shocked when he saw Duanmu Huai for the first time. Damn! This guy is so tall! Looking at the 2.5-meter iron tower, Moranis' heart trembled. But he still forced himself to smile. Walked up and extended his hand. Hello. Looking at Moranis in front of him, Duanmu Huai shook his hand and said hello. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Moranis, with his beard, looked quite cheerful and outgoing. But anyway, the chairman personally received him. So it was naturally a top VIP treatment. Well, this seems not bad. Duanmu Huai came to see the dinosaurs and had no interest in the amusement facilities in the park. So Moranis took everyone to the employee passage and felt the charm of these dinosaurs up close. Master. While Moranis wasn't paying attention, Mugum curiously poked Duanmu Huai and asked in a low voice. There are so many monsters here. Aren't they considered aliens? Doesn't the Inquisition have to take action? They don't count. Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the herbivorous dragons that were leisurely grazing not far from him. But he didn't care. The Inquisition's target is those alien races that will cause large-scale disasters or existential disasters to the human race. Dinosaurs are not a threat at all in this world. They may be dangerous to ordinary people, but they are nothing special to the army. Although this company is engaged in the business of resurrecting dinosaurs, Duanmu Huai really doesn't care about this little thing. The reason is very simple. That is, these dinosaurs are too weak compared to the human civilization in this world. They can only bully ordinary people, facing multiple rocket launchers, tanks, or even missiles. They are powerless to fight back. The tribunal is not Greenpeace, nor is it an extreme environmentalist. As long as these dinosaurs cannot pose a threat to the survival of humans, Duanmu will not care what humans do with these dinosaurs, even if they use them as mounts or weapons. Just like tigers and lions, they can attack humans and kill people. Will the Inquisition exterminate tigers and lions? That doesn't make sense. In the eyes of the Inquisition, dinosaurs are just beasts, not alien threats. On the contrary, ancient giant beasts that can destroy human cities in a fight and human civilization can hardly cause harm to them are considered threats. At the same time, Moranis was also curiously observing Duanmu and others. He had received quite a few distinguished guests, but in Moranis' opinion, Duanmu and others were different from the distinguished guests he had received before. Among the guests were kings, heads of state, or military leaders. Even those in high positions could not help but feel terrified after seeing these huge dinosaurs. Even the most cultured and well-controlled people would become panicked and terrified. This was actually normal. Humans have a natural tendency to fear the strong. Although these herbivorous dragons eat grass, with their size, it would be easy for them to crush a person. It is natural for humans to be afraid. Just like elephants. You know that elephants are vegetarians. Do you dare to grab the tail of a wild elephant? I will just trample you to death without any discussion. In many cases, herbivores are more dangerous than carnivores. Carnivores are full, and unless you accidentally step into their territory or get close to their cubs, they usually don't bother to pay attention to you, because they need to hunt for food to maintain energy. They naturally don't have extra energy to play with you. But herbivores are different, because they are weak. They are more nervous than anyone else when there is a slight disturbance, let alone touching it. If you even approach it, it might think you want to harm it and kick you with its hoof. It is true that herbivores will not eat you, but if your internal organs are ruptured by a hoof, you will not survive. The herbivorous dinosaurs here are not so hostile to humans. In addition to their docile personalities, the most important thing is that in the eyes of these herbivorous dinosaurs, humans are too small to pose any threat to them, so they just let them do what they want. But if you startle or annoy them, they will lose their human form with a flick of their tails. Except for children. Everyone who comes here knows to stay away from these dinosaurs. And no matter how brave they are, they dare not get close. However, the three people behaved very calmly. Whether it was Duanmu, the girl beside him, or the girl sitting on Duanmu shoulders. Even though he was taking them to a close contact with the herbivorous dinosaurs, they seemed very calm, without the slightest bit of tension. And there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at these dinosaurs, as if these were not huge dinosaurs, but pets like kittens and puppies. Could it be that these are not exciting enough? Thinking of this, Moranis frowned. He didn't know the other party's origin, but he also knew that those who could make those big men with nobler status than himself greet him must not be ordinary people. Since these can't satisfy them, let's take them to see something exciting. Thinking of this, Moranis also made a decision. Please follow me, Mr. Duanmu. I will take you to visit our new project. Under the leadership of Moranis, Duanmu and others left the crowded park and came to a building inside the island. Oh, it seems we are just in time. Getting off the helicopter and looking at the scene in front of him, Moranis was also relieved. What do you mean just in time? Duanmu curled up his body like he was practicing shrinking kung fu, and finally got out of the narrow space of the helicopter. Now he was looking out. Dang! Damn! I accidentally hit my head with the broken helicopter blade. Duanmu was fine, but the crazy spinning blade bounced back. And then the helicopter blade creaked a few times and then stopped. What happened? This scene also scared Moranis. He didn't turn his head just now, so he didn't know what happened. He only heard a clang and bang from behind. He turned around and found that the helicopter's fin blades were crooked. What's going on? An accident at this time? Mr. Duanmu, are you okay? But Moranis is not concerned about this broken helicopter. But Duanmu, oh, it's okay. Duanmu touched his head. It's just a helicopter fan blade. What can go wrong? What? Hair? Is that something I need to worry about? Ha 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 damn. What did you just say just now? Duanmu didn't bother to care about this broken helicopter. He really shouldn't ride this thing in the future. It made him look like he was practicing bone shrinking with the acrobatic troupe. Ahem. Look here. Look here. Since Duanmu Huai didn't care, Moranis wouldn't be stupid enough to ask directly, and quickly changed the subject. He stretched out his hand to point forward, and Duanmu Huai also looked forward. Then I saw 4 velociraptors gathered together in the cage below, and a man stood on the wall above them. The man held something in one hand and pointed at the 4 velociraptors with the other, as if he was giving them orders. The 4 velociraptors also stared at the man, motionless. Come on. Let's move. As he spoke, the man moved to the side, and the 4 velociraptors followed him and moved in the same direction. Stand still. Then the man gave the order again, and the 4 velociraptors stood still. Then he fed the 4 velociraptors some food and gave the order again. Look up and go. With the man's order, the 4 velociraptors flew away. Seeing this scene, the people around cheered. This is really interesting. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. What? Are you planning to have a dinosaur circus? Will these velociraptors go through the fire ring? Ha! What you said is right. We have only just started researching. By the way, Mr. Moranis, Duanmu Huai didn't care about Moranis's nonsense. He just looked at the surrounding scenery and spoke. You should know the monsters outside. Have you ever thought about replicating some monsters here? Isn't this more exciting than dinosaurs? Monster? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Moranis was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. To be honest, this is indeed very tempting. In fact, my subordinates have also told me similar ideas. But I always feel that this is unreliable. Do you know the story about the predecessor of this park? Oh! What story? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai became interested, and Moranis also smiled. To be honest, in fact, this Jurassic Park is not our Moranis's property. It originally belonged to Harold's assets. The old man created a series of steps from DNA replication to restoration of dinosaurs, and built this park. But unfortunately, the park had just been built, and even had its first trial operation phase. And a storm suddenly destroyed everything. When the cable was cut, the trapped dinosaurs also escaped. Among the people trapped on the island at that time, only a few managed to escape. As he spoke, Moranis shook his head helplessly. Later, Old Man Hammond resigned because of this incident, and his successor came up with the absurd idea of taking the dinosaurs from the island and exhibiting them in the zoo in the city. As a result, the dinosaur broke free and wreaked havoc in the city. After this incident, the company went bankrupt, and Old Hammond entrusted this place to us. Moranis. As Moranis spoke, he turned his head again and looked at the cage in front of him, his expression serious. So for me, the safety of this park is the first priority. Dinosaurs are okay, but monsters, to be honest, Mr. Duanmu, I am not stupid enough to think that we can control such a huge creature. It's not as simple as a Brontosaurus or a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hey, be careful. However, before Moranis finished speaking, he suddenly screamed, and everyone turned their heads to see a piglet running around in the cage. And a staff member above seemed to be trying to put a constrictor on the piglet. However, just when he was about to lasso the piglet, one of the velociraptors suddenly pounced over and bit the piglet. And at the same time, the lasso it was carrying swung forward, and the staff member didn't pay attention, and immediately screamed and fell into the cage. As the staff member fell in, the 4 velociraptors also immediately came over. Seeing them appear, the staff member was frightened and turned pale, and collapsed on the ground and couldn't speak. At this time, the breeder who trained the velociraptors before also took action, ran directly into the cage and blocked the 4 velociraptors, and asked the staff to evacuate. The latter also ran out in a hurry, while the breeder slowly retreated and asked the fence gate to be closed. As the fence gate slowly fell, the breeder suddenly rolled back and got out from under the fence gate. Almost at the same time, the 4 velociraptors suddenly rushed forward and hit the cage. If the breeder hadn't reacted quickly, the 4 of them could have torn the breeder to pieces. Seeing the breeder escape death, the others were relieved, and Duanmu Huai laughed and reached out to pat Moranis on the shoulder. Sure enough, just as you said, no matter what time, safety is the first priority. Chapter 1288. This is beautiful. After finally showing off in front of Duanmu Huai, this safety issue actually occurred in the end. Moranis was obviously very embarrassed. However, he did not say much, but took Duanmu Huai and others to the next stop, which was the control center of Jurassic World. This is our control center, Mr. Duanmu. Standing in this high-tech control room, Moranis seemed to come alive again and began to introduce it to Duanmu Huai excitedly. We control every corner of Jurassic World here. No place can. Ding-ling-ling. But as if they were against him, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they heard a rapid ringing. And then the staff in front answered the phone and immediately got busy. Sorry. Moranis apologized to Duanmu Huai helplessly, and then walked towards the control console. Duanmu Huai, Mu Gung and others also followed curiously to see what was going on here. What happened? Claire called and asked us to track down the whereabouts of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. While speaking, the staff typed on the keyboard again. And soon, a red dot appeared on the screen. Looking at the red dot, the staff was a little stunned. What the hell? It's still in the cage. What? This is impossible. I was there just now. I didn't see it at all. Even Duanmu Huai could hear the hysterical voice of the woman on the other end of the phone. Claire? Seriously? It's in the cage. Wait. At this time, whether it was the staff, Moranis, Duanmu Huai and others nearby, they all saw three men wandering around a wall in the surveillance camera. Is there anyone inside? Let them leave immediately. Hearing the order from the woman on the other side, another staff member also hurriedly opened the communication. Paddock number 11. This is the control room. You need to evacuate to the periphery. Hearing the communication, the people on the monitoring side also hurriedly turned around and tried to leave. But at this moment, a huge dinosaur suddenly appeared behind them, blocking their way. Seeing this scene, the fat man among the three hurriedly turned around and opened the door, then crawled through the crack of the open door. And the other two also ran towards the open door. Seeing this scene, Moranis was immediately shocked. Closed the door immediately. No wonder he was so terrified. You know, this door is used for dinosaurs to enter and exit. Opening this door now is equivalent to letting the dinosaurs out. Right? But we can't. Close the door quickly. Moranis didn't bother to say more, and just reached out and pressed the button. And then the door began to slowly close. Seeing this, the other two also quickened their pace. One of them ran slower, and was caught by the dinosaur behind and stuffed into its mouth, while the other took this opportunity to quickly speed up and rush to the door that was about to close again. Seeing this reminded Duanmu Huai of a joke. What should you do if you and your friend encounter a bear in the wild? It's simple. Just run faster than your friend. It seems that the same principle applies to dinosaurs. And because of the sacrifice of that friend, the former finally took the opportunity to get out of the crack of the door that was about to close. However, the dinosaur also rushed over and inserted its head into the crack of the door. And then, the door that was about to close only lasted for a few seconds before it was directly knocked open by the dinosaur. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai glanced at Moranis with a strange expression. What kind of inferior materials did you use to build the gate? Why did you cut corners? You told me before that you spared no expense. Is this the result of sparing no expense? You embezzled money, didn't you? Did you embezzle all the money from your own company? So cruel? And Moranis' face was also not good, because at this moment, the dinosaur also ate the fat man who escaped earlier, and then it searched for a long time. But it seemed that it didn't find the third survivor, so it ran away directly. Wow, it's just like a movie. Mu Gung next to him opened his eyes wide, looking excited, while Ojas, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, yawned, looking bored. With the departure of the dinosaur, the drama came to an end, but the people in the control room were greatly stimulated. Some timid girls even cried out loud and were taken to the side by their colleagues for comfort. The others were also lifeless and panicked, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the elevator door opened again, and then a woman with egg-tart hair walked in. She looked at the people in the control room with a complicated expression, and then spoke. Everyone stay calm. As she spoke, the woman walked to the main control console. We have implanted a tracker in its body. Once it approaches the border, the chip will stun it, but it moves very fast. At this moment, the staff next to it also took action. This is the control center, issuing a warning for the entire park. Hey, wait a minute. However, at this moment, Moranis raised his hand and pointed at the staff member. Hang up that broken phone. Sorry. I received new news. Everything is normal. The latter certainly did not dare to disobey the order of his boss, and hurriedly changed his words. At this time, Moranis also turned his head and looked at Duanmu. Why? Mr. Duanmu, I'm really sorry to let you see such an accident, but please rest assured, we can handle this matter. While speaking, Moranis issued an order. Let the capture team go after it. Right. The egg-tart-headed woman nodded. That enclosure is 4 miles away from the nearest attraction. The capture team can handle it, she murmured to herself, which was more like a prayer than an affirmation. But anyway, the order was issued, and the capture team in the park quickly moved out and began to move forward according to the location of the sensor implanted in the dinosaur. What kind of monster is that? Just as the capture team began to act, the man who had luckily escaped from the dinosaur's mouth before also came to the control room aggressively and quarreled with the egg-tart-headed woman. It was from this man that Duanmu Huai and his companions learned the situation. It turned out that the 3 of them entered the cage because they did not see the dinosaur in the cage at all. Not only that, all the thermal imaging monitoring systems covering the entire cage did not find any traces of the dinosaur. In addition, the claw marks they saw on the wall made everyone mistakenly believe that the dinosaur had escaped over the wall. So they went in to check. What they did not expect was that the dinosaur not only did not leave, but was actually hiding in the woods in the cage, and waited until they noticed something was wrong before coming out to launch an unethical sneak attack. Well, if Duanmu Huai were to say, maybe they shouldn't have planted so many trees in that cage just to beautify the environment. Why did you plant so many trees in the cage? This dinosaur is not a monkey, and it doesn't sleep on a tree. Aren't you spending your money in the wrong place? And the most interesting thing is that this thing actually evaded thermal imaging? How did such a big dinosaur escape? Duanmu Huai was also very curious about this question. After all, this thing looked alive. How could it evade thermal imaging? This is a bit interesting. But soon, something more interesting happened. The capture team arrived at the location according to the signal, and they were surprised to find that the dinosaur was not there at all. On the contrary, the signal device originally buried in its body was also dug out. Not only that, just when the capture team and others were stunned, the dinosaur actually came out directly from the woods. And until it appeared, no one else noticed its existence at all, because it changes color. Wow, this is a hexagonal warrior? Although this dinosaur is still not a threat to Duanmu Huai, it has to be said that it did make him whistle involuntarily. After all, this dinosaur is too fancy. It can avoid thermal imaging, change color, and know how to dig out its transmitter. It even knows the concept of transmitter and can use it to fish. Hey, will this thing sing next? Duanmu Huai is watching this as a good show, but the people in the control room are already scared. The arrest team has been wiped out. What should they do next? Soon, the breeder who escaped from Lunko before gave a suggestion. In an emergency, the capture team can use live ammunition. There is an M134 machine gun in the mechanical warehouse, mounted on the helicopter. Burn this thing to death. However, the egg-tart-head woman obviously disagreed with this. There are families visiting here. I will not turn this into a battlefield. This is already a battlefield. The two sides stared at each other for a while, and then the egg-tart-head spoke again. We have invested $26 million in it. We can't just kill it. Mr. Brady, if you don't plan to help, please leave. You? Hearing what Dan Tart said, the breeder was so angry that he slapped the model on the table next to him. And Duanmu Huai sneered at this time. He has given a method, hasn't he? Or do you have a better method? By the way, I would be very curious whether the amount of the claim this time will be higher than 26 million. Hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule, Dan Tart took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to give an order. All attractions north of the resort are closed. It is now a level 1 alert. All personnel must withdraw. It's really interesting. Duanmu Huai laughed. Then he turned to look at Ojus and Mugung. Is it interesting? Not bad. I think it's still quite interesting. That's good. Next, I'll show you something more interesting. After hearing the two's answers, Duanmu Huai looked at the keeper again. Hey, you. I remember you just said that this dinosaur is trying to figure out its place in the food chain. Right? Yes, that's right. Although he didn't know who Duanmu Huai was. The breeder nodded. Very good. Duanmu Huai clenched his fist and moved it. Take us to find it. I will let it know what its position in the food chain is. Hey! Chapter 1289. Haven't you eaten yet? It must be said that Moranis was completely stunned when he heard Duanmu Huai's request. He knew that some dignitaries liked to play hunting, so he subconsciously thought that Duanmu Huai also liked this. But this dinosaur is so powerful. Are you sure you want to go? If something goes wrong, how can I compensate? But Duanmu Huai's attitude was very firm. I came here to play, and now this is the only entertainment project I am interested in. Are you sure you don't want me to have fun? Are you serious? To be honest, after hearing this, everyone in the control room looked at Duanmu Huai as if he were a madman. If someone else said this, they would think that the other person was ignorant. But this person had seen how terrible the dinosaur was from beginning to end in the control room. And he dared to say such a thing? Take out the M134 in the mechanical warehouse. We are ready to act. In the end, Moranis still made a double insurance. He agreed to let the keeper take Duanmu Huai and others to find a dinosaur called Tyrannosaurus Rex. And he himself decided to fly a helicopter with a machine gun into the sky. Once he found that Duanmu Huai and others were in danger, he would immediately shoot and kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Now Moranis also figured it out. It was only 26 million. And he could afford to pay if the Tyrannosaurus Rex really got out, or if it caused trouble for Duanmu Huai and others. It would not be solved with 26 million. Unlike Duanmu Huai, Moranis did not want to know the specific amount of the compensation. After all, he knew very well that if something really happened, it would be a class action lawsuit, and the compensation amount would start at 100 million. The biggest headache and annoyance for international companies is class action lawsuits. Because class action lawsuits are not like ordinary cases. Plaintiffs do not need to do too much. They only need to sign a few documents and entrust their rights to the representative. And then the other party can sue on their behalf. If they win, everyone will happily share the money together. If they lose, there is not much loss. Do you think international companies will find a way to buy off the other party's representatives? Of course they want to buy. But the problem is that the amount of compensation generated by class action lawsuits is extremely large. At least hundreds of millions. And at most tens of billions or even tens of billions. In the face of such profits, how much money can a company pay to convince the other party to give up such huge profits? Is it possible? As for threatening lawyers, it is even more impossible. In this case, lawyers are more willing to jump than anyone else, because they rely on sharing. People die for money and birds die for food. Compensation starting with 100 million yuan is an astronomical figure even at the lowest level. Especially for such class action lawsuits. They are generally not as careless as individuals, and will give their lawyers a considerable share. Even for some lawyers, if they take this order, they can retire and enjoy life. Who is afraid of this? There are more than 2,000 tourists in Jurassic World. If this dinosaur really breaks through the border and causes panic or losses, the class action lawsuit of these 2,000 people may directly bankrupt Moranis International. After all, with the ticket price of Jurassic World, only the rich and powerful can come here to play. If something happens to them, not only the park, but also the company will be ruined. As for whether something will go wrong, in the words of the Xia people, this broken island is damn evil. Didn't Jurassic Park have an accident before? How can he be sure that his Jurassic World is better than Hammond's Jurassic Park? Maybe this broken island has the feng shui that will definitely cause trouble if it raises dinosaurs. Hammond has filed for bankruptcy protection. And Moranis doesn't want to be his brother in distress and live in a villa in the mountains together. He is still young. Compared to that, a 26 million dinosaur is nothing. It's better than adding 2 zeros to the compensation. Thinking of this, Moranis no longer felt bad. At this moment, the keeper drove Duanmu Huai and others to the place where the dinosaur appeared. In fact, the keeper also felt that Duanmu Huai was courting death. And the other party was with 2 little girls. Isn't this a feast for the dinosaur? But Duanmu Huai didn't care. And the 2 little girls didn't listen. So he could only frown and drive to catch up. It was not difficult to find the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just as the keeper said, this dinosaur was looking for its place in the food chain. So it was hunting other dinosaurs along the way. Moreover, it did not eat the meat of these dinosaurs, but simply hunted them. Roar! When everyone arrived at the scene, they happened to see a Brachiosaurus wailing and falling to the ground under the attack of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. and the entire plain was littered with the bodies of Brachiosaurus. That bastard. Seeing this scene, the keeper's eyes turned red. Brachiosaurus is huge, but gentle, and very popular. Everyone likes these big guys. But this damn monster actually killed them all? Roar! At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex also discovered the keeper, and Duan Muhuai and others opened his mouth and roared at them. And the keeper was also startled and hurriedly tried to reverse and leave. However, what he didn't expect was that at this moment, Duan Muhuai jumped directly from the car. Not only him, but also the two girls followed him out of the car. Hey, what are you doing? It noticed us. Seeing Duan Muhuai's crazy behavior, the keeper was also shocked and shouted hurriedly. You have to have a weapon in your hand even if you want to deal with this dinosaur. But you don't have anything and just get off the car with bare hands? What are you doing? However, the others turned a deaf ear to the keeper shouting. Duan Muhuai also moved his body and looked at the two people. Okay. It's game time. Let me play. You wait. Come on. Master. Okay. Ajis and Mugging didn't object. They just nodded. And then Duan Muhuai turned around and strode forward. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had turned around and rushed straight towards Duan Muhuai. In its eyes, this little man was bigger than the ones it had eaten before. So it was also very curious about what kind of creature this was. No matter how smart the Tyrannosaurus Rex was, it was just a beast, faced with this situation. And the people it had eaten before could hardly cause any harm to it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex also swelled up, rushed over directly, and bit Duan Muhuai in front of it. At this moment, Duan Muhuai jumped up, clenched his hands, and punched the Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. Bang! In theory, Duan Muhuai's punch should not hurt the opponent at all. However, the fact is that when he punched the dinosaur's head with both fists, the Tyrannosaurus Rex with its mouth wide open was hit on the ground by Duan Muhuai. Bang! Are you kidding me? Seeing this scene, the keeper sitting in the car was stunned. He stared at everything in front of him in amazement and couldn't believe his eyes. As for Mu Gong and Ojus, they were very calm. In fact, Duan Muhuai had already restrained himself. According to his strength, it would be normal for him to tear the dinosaur apart with his bare hands. But as Duan Muhuai said, this was an amusement ride, and he was just playing around. It would be boring for a real god to compete with an amusement ride. Right? Roar. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was obviously stunned by Duan Muhuai's punch. He lay on the ground in a daze for a while, then shook his head and stood up again. Unlike the two short and cute front claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the front claws of this Tyrannosaurus Rex are very long, and they feel like hands. This is not cute. The small front claws of the Tyrannosaurus Rex are still cuter. Come on. Let's have some fun. Duan Muhuai waved to it again. And this Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed smart. From the attack just now, it found that this little man seemed to be more dangerous than the enemies it had encountered before. So after getting up, it did not attack immediately, but cautiously distanced itself from Duan Muhuai and began to circle around him. Well, it's a common habit of wild animals to see if their prey will reveal any flaws. At this time, whether it was the breeder in the car, Moranis who was driving the helicopter in the sky, or the staff in the control room, they all held their breath and stared at the battlefield below. At first, they thought Duan Muhuai was definitely no match for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But what they didn't expect was that this strongman could actually press the terrifying genetically modified dinosaur to the ground and rub it. Are you kidding me? Although they felt like they were dreaming, the fact was that the dinosaur was indeed knocked down by Duan Muhuai. And after getting up, it changed its previous frenzy and began to circle around him cautiously. This brother is so fierce. Even dinosaurs are afraid of you? Who are you? Or, are you still a human? Faced with a tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex circling around, Duan Muhuai did not change his expression. Just stood there motionless, and even yawned out of boredom. Roar! Roar! Finally, the Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't help it. Turned around suddenly, and swept its tail towards Duan Muhuai. It was indeed smart. It had just been hit on the head by Duan Muhuai, and knew that this prey was not easy to deal with. So it just played it safe and swung its tail towards Duan Muhuai. Huh? The Tyrannosaurus Rex had used this trick before when dealing with the capture team. With one tail, it directly blew those capture team members into the sky, and directly slapped them so hard that they couldn't take care of themselves. Now it also intends to use this trick on Duanmu. Facing the sweep of the Indominus Rex's tail, Duanmu still stood there motionless, watching the big tail getting closer and closer to him. And then, bang! It hit Duanmu directly. But to everyone's surprise, Duanmu was not knocked away as they imagined. On the contrary, he still stood there, motionless. Instead, the Indominus Rex trembled, and then quickly retreated. Duanmu just reached out his hand, patted the dirt off his body, and looked at the other party with contempt. That's it? Push harder. Didn't you eat? Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex obviously didn't understand human language, but it obviously felt Duanmu's strong sarcasm and disdain, and immediately roared at Duanmu again. However, just when it was about to distance itself again and fight Duanmu, Duanmu suddenly reached out and grabbed its tail. Want to run? It's too late. Now I'll show you how powerful I am. The next scene made everyone open their eyes. Duanmu grabbed the tail and swung it hard, and actually threw the Tyrannosaurus Rex into the air, and then smashed it directly on the ground on the other side. Bang! Then Duanmu turned around again, grabbed the tail and swung it to the other side, and the poor dinosaur was thrown up again, and then smashed to the ground again. Bang! 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 Everyone just stared at Duanmu grabbing the Indominus Rex's tail and slamming it back and forth. The latter was obviously much taller than Duanmu, but now he had no power to resist at all. It looked like a weightless rag doll, being trampled and played with at will, and couldn't even sit still with the slightest resistance. At first, it was able to roar a few times, but later, perhaps because of the pain from the smash on its head, the Indominus Rex couldn't shout anymore. Bang! Ouch! After being smashed to the ground again, the Tyrannosaurus Rex wailed like a tortured puppy, and then became silent. Well, not bad. Pretty tough. Duanmu glanced at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was still panting but could no longer get up, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he glanced at the helicopter hovering in the sky, and then turned and left, leaving the Tyrannosaurus Rex where it was. Sir, should we send out a rescue team? At this time, the egg-tart head in the control room also contacted Maranis and asked. Although Duanmu did beat the dinosaur hard, he did not kill it. From the current situation, this Tyrannosaurus Rex can still be saved, as long as it is rescued in time. However, Maranis did not answer. He just silently looked at the half-dead Tyrannosaurus Rex without saying a word. Sir? No. Finally, Maranis picked up a cigarette and put it in his mouth, took a deep puff, and gave an order. Kill this monster for me. Chapter 1290 Professionals. Well done, Mr. Maranis. When he met Maranis again, Duanmu smiled. Although I don't know why you made this decision. It seems that you at least know what to do and what not to do. That's right. Duanmu deliberately left the Tyrannosaurus Rex not because it was invincible, but because he wanted to see if Maranis was willing to kill it. If this businessman was sorry for the investment and wanted to keep it anyway, then Duanmu would naturally turn around and leave. If he got into trouble in the future, it would be his own trouble, and it had nothing to do with Duanmu. But now it seems that although Maranis is a capitalist, he at least has some bottom line. Don't make fun of me, Mr. Duanmu. Hearing Duanmu's praise, Maranis smiled bitterly. I have no choice. After all, I still want to open this park. And that dinosaur. As he spoke, Maranis also shook his head. I have talked to the people in the development department. It is indeed my negligence. It seems that management will have to be stricter in the future. Fortunately, thanks to you, this time, there was not much damage. Although the arrest team must pay compensation. This did not worry Maranis too much. Because of the special nature of Jurassic Park, the arrest team here had already signed a similar life and death agreement. After all, the dinosaurs here are too dangerous. Even if you are not eaten by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, you may be trampled to death by the Brachiosaurus, or knocked away by the Ironhead baby, or pierced by the Triceratops. Therefore, although a few people were lost, it did not have much impact on the park. On the contrary, if the dinosaur really got out, the loss would be huge. As for why the dinosaur was not left alive, but killed directly, Maranis also had his own ideas. He was a businessman, and he was quite rich, so his vision was naturally not bad. In fact, Maranis had not thought about this before. But after coming to his senses, Maranis immediately found a problem. This kind of smart dinosaur that can avoid heat induction and change color seems to be very valuable in the military. Damn it! Thinking of this, Moranis was immediately terrified. Although Moranis International Enterprises has a wide range of business, he doesn't want to deal with the military, no matter which country's military, especially this kind of biological weapon. If something goes wrong, won't he be the one to take the blame? So Moranis directly fired Dr. Wu and his team, who made this dinosaur, and sent them away. You guys are leaving. I don't care who you work with in the future, but don't bring trouble to us. We still want to live 2 more years. As for this Tyrannosaurus Rex, it has been beaten into a sieve and cremated, and all the data has been cleared, just to make it clean. In this way, Moranis is not afraid of someone coming to find him. If someone asks about it, he can just say that the body has been burned, the research team has been disbanded, and the data has been cleared. Anyway, you can't find what you want here. If you want to find what you need, please go to Dr. Wu and his team. Don't come to me. From this point of view, Moranis is quite self-aware. If it were another arrogant person, even if he said he would kill the dinosaur, he might still hold back and start making biological weapons in private. Then it would be another story. Moranis was of course shocked that Duanmu Huai could actually defeat a dinosaur weighing tens of tons with his bare hands. But he was tactful and did not ask more questions. The other party's origin was mysterious, and he had the endorsement of senior officials or nobles from various countries. He must have something extraordinary. But this was a bit too scary. Anyway, it seems that you were not bad. Duanmu Huai smiled and patted Moranis on the shoulder, then took out a badge of the Inquisition and handed it over. What is this? Moranis was a little confused when he saw the skull and hammer badge that the other party took out. You invited me to play. This is a return gift. If you encounter any difficult problems in the future, you can take this to the Gremery family and show them this thing. If they can't solve it, you can let them notify me. Gremery is Rias's family, and Duanmu Huai came out to play through this line. So naturally he directly reported the other party's name. Then I won't be polite. Although he felt that this emblem was a bit strange, Moranis immediately accepted it with a smile. Just kidding. Although he didn't know who Duanmu Huai was until the end. At least from now on. He didn't seem to offend this big guy, but made him very happy. Moranis originally thought that something like this happened in his park, and the big guy would blame him for not entertaining him well. But he was actually quite happy. Could it be that fighting dinosaurs is so interesting? Moranis couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The boss's preferences are all kinds of weird. Who can tell for sure? After a trip to Jurassic Park, Duanmu Huai also fulfilled his dream. Fortunately, Kiba Yudo was also very supportive. He had just returned from the park when Kiba Yudo called and said that the Monarch organization was ready. In 2 days, everyone would gather at the southeast base and head to Skull Island. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately became interested. After all, the dinosaurs were just a minor incident, and the main course was finally served. 2 days later, Southeast Base. This is a military airport, with people coming and going everywhere, and vehicles coming in and out from time to time. Very lively. Kiba-kun, are our people all here? A man in a suit stood by the runway, staring around and asking. He is Professor Sarazawa, the boss of the Monarch Organization's Monster Research, and also Kiba Yudo's boss. That is, he asked Kiba Yudo to be responsible for finding some mercenaries to protect the Monarch Organization's plan. After all, Professor Sarazawa knew very well that the Imperial Organization and the country's top leaders had a bad time at the review meeting before, and the Marines assigned to him and others this time actually intended to secretly monitor them. That's why he wanted to find some of his own people. Although mercenaries are not very reliable. At least they only care about money. Don't worry, Professor Sarazawa. I have already contacted them, and the rest of the people will be here soon. Why do you want us to wait? Who is so shameless? After hearing Kiba's report, a black mercenary next to him was immediately unhappy. He was dressed like a standard military mercenary. These mercenaries were hired by Kiba Yudo from a military security company. Generally, such companies are basically retired Special Forces soldiers. This time, Kiba Yudo specially found the elite among them. These people are naturally very bad-tempered. They were very unhappy when they heard that someone was stealing their business. But they didn't expect that the other party would not show up for a long time. Soldiers are all hot-tempered, So they complain when they are unhappy. Please wait a moment. They will be here soon. Oh, they are here. As he spoke, Kiba Yuto looked up and looked at the plane in the sky. And suddenly his face brightened and he spoke. At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction he pointed. And then, they were stunned. In front of them, they saw a transport plane with a strange shape flying through the sky. Flying here, and then landing on the platform. The appearance of this fighter plane is quite strange. It looks rough and bulky, unlike what they have seen before. But this is not surprising, because many arms dealers in this world have the ability to develop their own means of transportation. Like the company that Kiba Yuto found. Black Sea also has their own unique vehicles. So this is not surprising. But when the helicopter landed, the figure that came out made everyone stunned. The one walking in the front was a tall man wearing heavy armor and a helmet. Behind him followed two slender figures, also wearing strange armor and helmets. Judging from their figures, the two behind should be women, while the one in front is a man. Fuck. What the hell is this? Seeing the appearance of these three people, both the Marines and the mercenaries stared with their eyes wide open and were speechless. The reason is very simple. That is, the equipment of these three people looks too sci-fi. Generally, soldiers just wear camouflage uniforms, tactical vests, bulletproof vests and helmets. And that's it. Then look at what the people here are wearing. Goodness. Are we not shooting a Hollywood sci-fi blockbuster? Bang. 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 Duanmu Hui strode over. And the heavy power armor made a dull sound with every step. Seeing the other party coming, Professor Serizawa was so scared that he even wanted to hide back. He was just an ordinary researcher. Where had he seen such a posture? We are here. Duanmu Hui walked over, glanced at Professor Serizawa, then retracted his gaze and looked at Kiba Yuto and said in a deep voice, "You're not late. Are you?" "No. No. You're just in time." As Kiba Yuto spoke, he took out his ID and handed it over. And Duanmu Hui took it and nodded. "Kiba-kun? Who are they?" At this moment, Professor Serizawa finally recovered his breath and approached Kiba Yuto uneasily, asking in a low voice. However, before Kiba Yuto could answer, he heard Duanmu Hui speak. "We are from the Dangerous Biological Treatment Company." Dangerous Biological Treatment Company? Professor Serizawa was stunned when he heard this unfamiliar name. Yes, the main goal of our company is to protect humans and eliminate all dangerous creatures that try to harm humans. You can rest assured that we are professional in this regard. It must be said that although what Duanmu Hui said sounded absurd, he looked professional no matter how he looked at it with his outfit. Then, I'll leave it to you all. Professor Serizawa was a useless scholar who had never heard of any dangerous biological treatment company. However, he was not surprised. After all, the mercenary circle was too far away from his own, so it was normal for him not to have heard of it. So he just nodded and said nothing more. As for the mercenaries of the Black Sea Company, they stared at each other in confusion. Dangerous Biological Treatment Company? Have you heard of it? We haven't. Is the treatment scope different? We don't do this business either. Maybe. Look at their equipment. Hey. I want it too. Looking at the power armor on Duanmu Hui, many mercenaries were almost drooling. As veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles, they can certainly see how great this power armor is at a glance. This thing is simply a human tank on the battlefield. Who doesn't want it? It's a pity. Not everyone can have this thing. Hey. Why not wait until this mission is over and ask about this dangerous creature disposal company? If the treatment is good, they might as well change jobs. Chapter 1291 Skull Island. After everyone arrived, they naturally gathered and set off. As an organization that studies monsters, the Monarch organization is still a bit high-tech. For example, now everyone is riding on a flying aircraft carrier. Argo. Of course, the Monarch organization built such an aerospace aircraft carrier not only for show, but also for its usefulness. After all, monsters are sleeping all over the world, and flying is definitely the fastest way to get there. It is not impossible to build a base on the ground, but the efficiency is too lagging. As for building a base on the sea, it is actually possible. The premise is that there is no Godzilla. That thing is the tyrant of the sea. If you build a base on the sea, you don't know when it will sink you if it is not happy. So after thinking about it, it is better to fly in the sky. Just like Air Force One. At least there are no monsters in the sky now. The appearance of the Argo aircraft carrier is actually similar to that of the B-2 bomber, but it is enlarged several times and larger in size. It has a control room that can communicate with bases all over the world through the internet, and a large hangar that can launch 3 Osprey transport aircraft at the same time. From the perspective of attack power, this thing is very weak, but as an air command platform, it is enough. After all, there is a fighter formation escorting it. From this point of view, it is true to say that it is an aircraft carrier, and everyone took a transport plane to this aerospace aircraft carrier, and then someone quickly introduced the details of the mission to them. It was basically the same as what Duanmu Huai had heard from Kiba Yudo before. In short, since the monster fight last year, governments of various countries have paid close attention to it, and the Imperial Organization has also received attention. The key is the theory of the Monarch Organization. That is, the planet is hollow, and all the giant beasts come from the core space of the planet. Now what they have to do is to verify this theory. The reason why Skull Island was chosen as the target is very simple. The island is surrounded by reefs, and is surrounded by storms all year round, which means that things outside cannot get in, and things inside cannot get out. Therefore, if giant creatures are found on Skull Island, then according to the theory of the Monarch Organization, it means that there must be a passage leading to the underground on Skull Island. Finding this passage and the entrance to the underground is the most important thing. That's it. As a secretary, Yudo Kiba is basically responsible for being a mouthpiece for the boss. And this time, he is also responsible for explaining the entire operation process. After talking about the operation mission, he also looked at others and asked, "Does everyone have any opinions?" Faced with Yudo Kiba's question, everyone frowned and looked at each other. And then a Marine raised his hand. "What if there is a giant beast there? We can't defeat it. Right? Don't worry. We don't plan to confront the other side head-on. What we need to do is to drop geological seismic bombs to measure the environment of the entire Skull Island and scare the giant beasts that may live there. Generally speaking, if a beast is frightened, it will return to its nest as soon as possible. As long as we track its location, we should be able to find out where the passage leading to the underground is. What if it's too narrow and people can't get through?" However, this time, before Kiba Yudo could answer, the others started laughing. "Are you stupid? If the giant beast can get through, how can we not get through? That thing is much bigger than us." "That's true." The soldier was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that if the giant beast can get through, how can people not get through? Any more questions? At this time, the mercenary next to him raised his hand. "What if the giant beast doesn't run away, or even goes crazy and attacks us?" Hearing this question, the others nodded. Yes. Our guns are almost useless against the giant beast. I was in San Francisco last year, and I saw that the missiles didn't even scratch the monster's skin. Damn. Is my brother so unlucky? Luckily I was far away. Please rest assured, we have specially invited experts in this field." As he spoke, Kiba Yudo smiled and nodded to Duanmu Huai and the others. "If you are really attacked by a giant beast, the Dangerous Animal Handling Company will be responsible for dealing with them." After hearing Kiba Yudo's answer, everyone was confused and turned to look at Duanmu Huai, who was standing at the back wearing power armor. The latter smiled slightly. "Our Dangerous Animal Handling Company specializes in dealing with various dangerous animals. Since the monster incident broke out last year, our company has also made special countermeasures. Please rest assured, if there is a giant beast causing trouble, we will never let it go." To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Duanmu Huai's power armor was indeed very intimidating, everyone else would have wanted to scold him. Do you know how powerful and terrifying the giant beast is? At that time, the entire country sent out the army, and even nuclear bombs, but couldn't do anything to them. You are just 3 people, and you are so shameless that you can deal with the giant beast? Do you really have experience? This is not a tiger or a lion." A Marine asked, which shows that clothes really make the man. Duanmu Huai's size, appearance, and the fierce power armor make him look like a ruthless man who can tear beasts apart with his bare hands. Tigers and lions are no problem, but the giant beast is not a tiger or a lion. Please rest assured, our company has cooperated with Jurassic World and helped them solve the problem of large carnivorous dinosaur riots. For us, we are experienced. Duanmu Huai said this nonsense without making it up. After all, it is a fact. Jurassic World? That dinosaur park? Hearing this, everyone's face changed immediately. Jurassic World, the dinosaur park, has been known to everyone since its opening. In fact, when the monster first appeared, some people claimed that it was a mutated dinosaur cultivated in Jurassic Park, which indeed caused a lot of panic and indignation at the time. After all, it seems reasonable to say that Godzilla is a dinosaur. Fortunately, there is a complete record of the monster's path, and after a joint inspection of Jurassic Park and Moranis Enterprises by various countries, it was found that this incident had nothing to do with them. So they let them go. Duanmu didn't know about this, but this is actually why Moranis immediately ordered the killing of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn. If this matter is leaked and people connect this with the monster incident, I will really be dead. Are you responsible for the security of that park? We are responsible for handling special situations. Do you have any tickets for insiders? My son wants to see dinosaurs, but the tickets are always sold out in a short time. If you have tickets, I can pay 3 times the price. I'll pay 5 times the price. My girlfriend wants to go to Jurassic Park. It would be even better if she had a hotel room. At this moment, everyone changed the topic and began to ask Duanmu for tickets. They are all in this business, so it's not surprising that Jurassic World would hire a security company. If this dangerous animal handling company can really deal with dinosaurs, then they must have more experience in dealing with giant beasts than they do. Of course, the most important thing is that this means they will be the first to go, and they can hide behind. This is not a question of being timid or not. It's really that these giant beasts have thick skin and flesh that bullets can't penetrate. If they don't run, they will just die. No problem. After this mission is over, I will contact Jurassic World and send you some tickets. Duanmu didn't mind. It was just a phone call, and Moranis probably wouldn't care about this little loss. Good brother. Hearing Duanmu's answer, the others shouted excitedly. Although they were all working hard, the salary was only enough for them to spend their money. The mercenaries of the Black Sea Company were better, but the Marines were just a dead salary. Not to mention that in order to control the flow of customers, the tickets for Jurassic World were limited, which meant that even if they saved enough money to buy tickets, they couldn't get any. Now that they have internal connections, they will have something to brag about when they return from this mission. Hey! Looking at the excited look of these soldiers, Mugung, who was standing at the back, gently poked Lorena next to him. Is this the flag that is often mentioned on the internet? I think so. Lorena was also speechless. This time Duanmu only brought the 2 of them. The reason was very simple. Magic cannot be exposed to ordinary people. So Mary and Ojas could not be brought. There are not many people in the tribunal who have physical combat capabilities. Only Mugung and Lorena belong to the pure physical department. So Duanmu brought them here. Of course, the 2 did not wear their usual clothes this time. After all, everyone was fully armed. It would be too eye-catching if you wore a sailor suit or a monk's uniform. So Duanmu found 2 sets of Star Alliance armor for them to wear. The protection ability of this thing is enough, and the appearance is cool enough. At least it looks like a professional. Lorena and Mugung have been in the court for a while, and they know a little bit about the jokes on the internet. Such as you can't say before the war that you will return to your hometown to get married after the war. Otherwise you will die. But seeing Duanmu said so confidently, is it really okay? Of course. Even if they complained, they didn't take it to heart. After all, it was not a big deal. And Duanmu brought Lorena with him this time. And she brought her own life-saving holy water. Even if these people had an accident, as long as they didn't die on the spot, there was a possibility that they could be rescued. Of course, there was no need to come back to life, as such a thing was impossible. At this moment, the flight formation centered on the Argo had already arrived above Skull Island. Just as Kibayuto had said, the entire Skull Island was surrounded by a storm, and it looked extremely dangerous from a distance. At this moment, everyone stopped joking and stared at the scenery outside the window. Then, everyone rushed into the storm. Boom! The storm surrounding Skull Island was indeed fierce. The violent airflow and whistling lightning mixed with raindrops rushed towards them. Even a large aerospace carrier like the Argo could not help but tremble. And all kinds of alarms sounded in front of the control console, so that the soldiers did not dare to run around now, but sat in their chairs and fastened their seat belts for fear of accidents. Fortunately, the power of modern technology is still very powerful. In just a moment, they passed through the storm belt and arrived above Skull Island. To be honest, Duanmu didn't know why this place was called Skull Island. At least in his opinion. It was a nice place with beautiful scenery under the sun. If it weren't for the storm wall surrounding the island in the distance, it would be a rare leisure and tourist destination. But there was no hope of opening a dinosaur park. After all, this place was a karst landform, and dinosaurs didn't like climbing mountains. At this time, Kibayuto's voice sounded again. Okay, let's get started. Soon, 3 Osprey transport planes were released from under the aerospace aircraft carrier. One of them went to the nearby high ground to set up a camp for the people of the Imperial Organization, while the other 2 transport planes began to fly over Skull Island according to the predetermined plan, and prepared to bomb the entire island at the same time. Prepared to drop the source charge column. With the commander's order, the young men of the Marine Corps immediately took action. They directly picked up the bombs that looked like small missiles, and then threw them out of the transport plane. Then the missile quickly unfolded its tail, and fell down in a rotation. Then, boom, the explosion sounded. The continuous explosions and flames completely disturbed the tranquility of the island. The animals in the forest were also frightened and fled. It's really barbaric. A female reporter was holding a camera and shooting the scenery in front of her. Seeing this, she couldn't help but frown and muttered in a low voice. Such a beautiful nature. Barbaric? Hearing the female reporter's words, Duanmu, who was sitting opposite her, snorted coldly. Nature also serves mankind, and usefulness is the best. But destroying the beautiful scenery of nature like this, isn't it a sin? Sin? Duanmu glanced at the female reporter with contempt. I have been to a scenic spot before. The grassland there is very beautiful. In the photos taken, you can clearly see the green grass and the blue sky blending into one, and even the rippling lake reflecting the blue sky. Isn't it beautiful? It's really beautiful? Not knowing what Duanmu was going to say, the female reporter frowned and answered. Just by listening to Duanmu's description, she could imagine how beautiful it was. What happened later? The place was developed later. When I went there again, the sky was still the same sky, and the grass was still the same grass. But there was an electric pole between the two, with an electric wire running all the way through. At that time, many photographers complained that they destroyed the beauty of nature. Are those photographers wrong? Humph. Hearing the female reporter's question, Duanmu sneered. But that wire is for a village of hundreds of people in the mountains, providing them with electricity and heating. What? For the sake of the nature you mentioned, those people are not qualified to live a good life, and can only live a primitive life? Humans protect nature, in the final analysis, for themselves, not for nature. Ma'am. Duanmu stared at the female reporter with cold and serious eyes. If nature is meaningless to human beings, then it has no value in existence. At this moment, Duanmu's face suddenly changed. Not good. As he spoke, the pilot of the transport plane also changed his face. In front of them, a tree was rushing towards them quickly. Get out of the way! At this moment, everyone was also confused. After all, no one thought that the tree would fly in the sky. When they reacted, the tree was almost in front of them. Get out of the way! At this moment, Duanmu suddenly rushed out of the transport plane and went straight to the tree. Chapter 1292 Action. Whoosh! The tree came with great force. But fortunately Duanmu was not a pushover. He clenched his hammer tightly and smashed the tree into pieces. Get out of the way! Hearing Duanmu's order, the helicopter pilot, who survived the disaster, was also startled and quickly pulled up. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared from the dense woods below, and the huge palm slapped Duanmu directly. Get out of here! Ordinary people would be scared to death when seeing such a big hand. But Duanmu didn't care about that. He just swung a hammer back and hit the big hand, knocking it out. At the same time, a roar broke out, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god! Looking at the huge figure in front of them, everyone was stunned. Compared to Godzilla, this is also a huge monster. But it doesn't look strange at all. Well, to put it bluntly, it's a gorilla. It's just a 100-meter tall gorilla. At this moment, Lorena and Kigan also jumped off the transport plane, flew over with the help of jetpacks, and surrounded the gorilla from 3 directions. Woo! Roar! The gorilla also roared in a low voice at this moment. and its right hand hung limply on the ground, obviously due to the hammer from Duanmu Huai just now. At this moment, its eyes were also red, staring at Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai also stared at it coldly without saying a word. At this moment, the people on the transport plane also hid far away, looking at the battlefield over there anxiously. Although they were a little surprised that Duanmu Huai and the other two could fly, they were not surprised. After all, they had heard of things like jet packs, but they did not expect that the man was so powerful that he could really block the monster. But the size difference between them was too big. In front of this monster, Duanmu Huai and the two girls looked like small birds. How could they fight? Woo, woo! The gorilla was staring at Duanmu Huai and the others, but did not attack immediately. Often, wild animals have more sensitive intuition than humans. Whether it was Duanmu Huai, Lorena, or even Mugung, the gorilla felt threatened. At this moment, it was also looking at the three people, and seemed to be choosing whether to fight or flee. Duanmu Huai was needless to say. The gorilla's right hand, which was hit by the hammer just now, had just barely recovered. Subconsciously, the gorilla had already listed him as someone who was not easy to mess with. As for Lorena, the gorilla also felt a breath similar to Duanmu Huai from her. On the contrary, Mugung posed a less threat to the gorilla. So, the gorilla made a decisive decision. Let's start from here. Roar! Thinking of this, the gorilla suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Mugung directly. Seeing the gorilla attacking him, Mugung was also stunned, and then immediately reacted. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Don't look at Mugung's gentle, virtuous and honest appearance in front of everyone. But when he really gets crazy, he will hit hard. Not to mention a gorilla in the eyes. Facing the gorilla's palm, she also clenched the magic sword in her hand and accelerated suddenly, turning into a sword light and flashing directly. The next moment, a blood mark was seen on the gorilla's palm, and the gorilla screamed in pain and quickly subconsciously retracted his hand. But Mugung would not stop there. This is not a turn-based game. If you dare to attack me, you will die. After slashing the gorilla's palm with a sword, Mugung suddenly accelerated and swung the magic sword across the gorilla's chest. The next moment, blood spurted from the gorilla's chest with a scream, and it hurriedly retreated to avoid it. However, at this time, Duanmu Huai and Lorena also launched an attack without any martial ethics. What rules are there to follow with this kind of monster? Let's go together. If the researchers of the Emperor organization had not repeatedly warned them not to kill the monster and wait for it to lead the way, the gorilla would have long been a dead soul under Duanmu Huai's hands. But even if he showed mercy, the gorilla was beaten and fled away, without any of its former majesty. In the end, it couldn't help it and actually pulled up a tree on the spot and used it as a stick to sweep at the three people. After forcing them to retreat, it ran away without looking back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. TSK. That's all you can do. Looking at the gorilla that ran away, Duanmu Huai looked disdainful. He didn't knock it down and stay because the Argo had received news that the gorilla had been locked. As long as it was still on Skull Island, there was no need to worry about it running away. After Duanmu Huai and others dealt with it, it would definitely find a safe and hidden place to hide. It depends on whether they can follow the clues and find the entrance to the underground. When Duanmu Huai and others returned to the camp, other transport planes had also arrived to meet up. Brother, you are really awesome. Seeing Duanmu Huai and the others appear, the soldiers and mercenaries also surrounded them, thanking and praising them. They watched the whole process of the three people dealing with the gorilla from above. To be honest, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it was no different from playing with monkeys. But in the eyes of others, it was a different matter. You know, this gorilla can actually pull up a tree and directly remove all the branches and leaves on it, and throw it as a spear. Duanmu Huai was quick to react and smashed it with a hammer. If it was a transport plane like mine, it would have been impossible to dodge, and would have fallen directly on the spot. In this sense, Duanmu Huai and his companions were their saviors. After all, they knew very well that they could never beat the gorilla. Apart from anything else, its size was too big, almost the same as the Godzilla that wreaked havoc in San Francisco last year. You are indeed professionals. It seems that I made the right choice to invite you. Professor Serizawa was also very excited. He had studied monsters for a lifetime. Although he wanted to get close to monsters, he also knew how powerful they were. Even an organized army was no match for them. It was the first time he saw someone drive a monster away. He immediately felt that the money was well spent. It was indeed a dangerous animal handling company. Professionalism was indeed different. At this time, the results of the bombing test in the camp came out. Because they did not have a space station like Duanmuhui, the Imperial Organization could not scan the entire planet. However, through this bombing and then detecting the ground shaking, it can be seen from the seismic waves that the crust is indeed hollow, which further proves the correctness of the Imperial Organization's theory. The next thing to do is to find the entrance to the underground world from Skull Island. Well, I hope this entrance is really there. It was already dusk, and it was about to get dark. So the investigation team camped directly on the spot, with only a few Marines and mercenaries responsible for keeping watch. No one objected to this. After all, they had seen the scene of Duanmuhui and others dealing with monsters. It can be said that Duanmuhui and others were the trump cards used to deal with monsters in the entire investigation team. How could they waste their energy on keeping watch? So Duanmuhui opened a magic mansion in the tent and went to sleep. And so did Lorena and Mu Gung. Well, it should have been like this. But some people always have bad plans. For example, Mu Gung. At this moment, she quietly left her room and walked towards Duanmuhui's room. I finally got the chance. Looking at the door of Duanmuhui's bedroom in front of him, Mu Gung's eyes lit up and rubbed his hands. Duanmuhui didn't do anything big in the world of magical girls. He only brought back a few people. And only Mu Gung knew Duanmuhui's true identity. Mu Gung was quite surprised that Duanmuhui's true identity was a bald man. But she didn't care too much. After all, as a demon, she had signed a contract with Duanmuhui. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since she had signed a contract with Duanmuhui, Mu Gung certainly wouldn't care about such a small matter. Because for demons, the quality of the soul is important. And Duanmuhui's soul is so high, she would definitely not let it go. Not only that, in fact, Mu Gung was still a little happy in his heart. Although in the magical girl world, Duanmuhui's clone is a peerless beauty. But she is also a woman. And she is prettier and cuter than Mu Gung himself. So Mu Gung has no way to seduce her. But now, Duanmuhui's original body is a man. So can't she seduce him? So when she followed Duanmuhui back to the tribunal, Mu Gung was still eager to try. Looking very excited. As a result, reality soon gave her a blow. Not to mention that there are many girls in the tribunal who are as beautiful as Mu Gung or even prettier than her. And Mu Gung also found that there are many girls who like Duanmuhui. If it were just that, it would be fine. But the problem is that Duanmuhui is indeed not short of women. On weekdays, most of the people who always spend the night with Duanmuhui are Alice and Nadita. Sometimes it is Ling Nu. And there are a pair of sisters named Stino and Yuri Ailey. When these people are not around, Oja sleeps with Duanmuhui every day, which makes Mu Gung very disappointed. She tried to sneak in several times, but was discovered. But today is good. Lorena has gone back to her room to sleep. And Ojas is not here. So no one will disturb her night raid plan. Thinking of this, Mu Gung licked his lips. Then quietly slipped into Duanmuhui's room and came to the bed. Duanmuhui was already sleeping soundly on the bed. And Mu Gung stared at him. Then a moment later, he got into Duanmuhui's bed and took out his phone and pointed it at himself and Duanmuhui, intending to take a selfie. At least it would be a souvenir. Right? However, at this moment, Duanmuhui's voice came to Mu Gung's ears. What are you doing? Ah, master. Mu Gung was not surprised that Duanmuhui would find her, as she was quite familiar with Duanmuhui's strength. It would be strange if he didn't find her. She smiled and gestured to her phone to take a selfie, then turned to look at Duanmuhui next to her. As a demon, I come to find my master at night. So of course, I only have one thing to do. As she spoke, Mu Gung turned over and rode on Duanmuhui's body, stretched out her little hand, and smiled and pressed his broad chest. At the moment, Mu Gung was wearing a white shirt, and Duanmuhui could even feel the girl's hot body temperature and soft touch on his abdomen. Oh, are you sure? Duanmuhui knew Mu Gung's thoughts. After all, she had tempted Duanmuhui many times in the world of the magical girl. It was just that Duanmuhui didn't look good to her at that time, which was also normal. At that time, Duanmu Huai's clone was much more beautiful than Mu Geng. If she really fell for her trick, who would suffer the loss? But now? Of course. Mu Geng lowered his head, staring at Duanmu Huai with a pair of bright red eyes. Isn't temptation the nature of the devil? And, Master, you shouldn't reject me. Right. Hee hee. Hearing Mu Geng's whisper, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Then, he suddenly turned over, grabbed Mu Geng's wrist, and pressed her down. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai stared at Mu Geng's face and whispered, Now, it's useless even if you shout for help. Hey. Hearing this, Mu Geng was stunned for a moment. But then, the girl felt a thick and hot feeling like a burning iron rod emerging from her body. It seemed to extend from her lower abdomen to her stomach. Wait. Master? At this moment, Mu Geng's face finally changed slightly, and she realized that she seemed to have overlooked a very important issue. But unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 1293 Giant Beast Island. The next day, Duanmu Huai looked refreshed, while Mu Geng, who followed him, could not even walk steadily, swaying from side to side, looking like he was hungover. Are you okay, Miss Mu Geng? Lorena looked at Mu Geng with some concern and asked, while the latter forced a smile. Not bad. While speaking, Mu Geng instinctively reached out his hand and pressed his lower abdomen. Although it has returned to its previous smoothness, Mu Geng still remembers the scene last night when his stomach was bulging, and it seemed as if it was going to pierce his entire body. That was really... I finally understand why the master is so powerful. I don't quite understand what you mean. Do you need me to treat you? Please. When the three walked out of the tent, the work in the camp had already begun. Seeing Duanmu Huai and others appear, everyone greeted them. Professor Sarazawa and Yudokiba also brought everyone to the table and started a meeting. In short, after locking onto the giant gorilla yesterday, the Argonauts in the sky had been tracking its whereabouts. And this guy is so big that it is naturally easy to track. So they followed the direction of the giant gorilla's escape and finally found that the gorilla was hiding in a canyon on the northwest side of Skull Island. I don't know if it was scared by Duanmu Huai and others, or if it had other ideas. Anyway, it is hiding there and looking around, looking quite alert. Not only that, when tracking the gorilla, the Argonauts made a new discovery. That is, there is a wasteland to the west of the other party's hiding place. There are also two huge skeletons there, which are larger than the gorilla they have found so far. In other words, this gorilla is likely not yet a full-grown adult, but a sub-adult. Therefore, the headquarters suggested not to alarm the gorilla for the time being, but to go to this area to investigate the two remains and take specimens for research. By the way, we will conduct a large-scale search around. If we can't find any clues, it won't be too late to look for the gorilla. However, on the issue of how to reach the destination, the command center has given everyone a difficult problem. First of all, we must not take the transport plane again. On the one hand, the transport plane is too obvious in the sky, and the previous battle also showed that the gorilla has air defense capabilities. It was blocked by Duanmu Huai before. If it hadn't been blocked, the transport plane would have been directly hit by the tree thrown by the gorilla. This time it was just luck. But it might not be the case next time. And the transport plane really didn't have the right weapons to deal with this thing. So everyone could understand that. Then what about taking a boat up the river? Well, this time Professor Sarazawa didn't say anything, but played a video shot by a drone. In the video, the badly beaten gorilla came to the nearby river, stretched out his hand to scoop up some water, and drank a few sips, and then began to clean the wounds on his body. After all, Kizara didn't show mercy to it, and there were several sword marks on his hands and chest. If it weren't for the gorilla's thick skin, it would have been chopped to death long ago. However, when the gorilla was cleaning its wound, it seemed to have discovered something, and then it looked around, and then suddenly stretched out its hand to grab the bottom of the river. At the same time, several tentacles suddenly stretched out from it, tightly wrapping the gorilla up. This is a giant octopus. Then the gorilla and the giant octopus fought in the river. The giant octopus wanted to wrap the gorilla to death, while the gorilla wanted to tear the giant octopus into pieces. In the end, the gorilla was slightly better, tearing the tentacles of the giant octopus apart, and then biting the fragments of the octopus's tentacles and dragging the corpse away. Wow! Seeing this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but marvel. How many octopus balls can be made with such a big octopus? Everyone looked at Duanmu Huai silently, and finally decided not to speak. Your focus is too strange. We can't stand it. But this also makes it clear that we can't go by water. It is obvious that there are not only giant gorillas on this island, but also giant water beasts. Who knows if this octopus is one or a group? If you enter the water and are attacked by such a monster, it will be really helpless. So everyone could only use the most ancient way, walking. As for why they didn't take a car, the reason was very simple. There were dense jungles everywhere, or steep mountains, and there was no road to drive on, so they could only walk on 2 legs. As for equipment and camping equipment, they could be airdropped after they arrived at the location. The route had been determined, and with the Ager navigating in the air, they just had to walk. Duanmu Huai felt that it was a bit of a pity, as he had originally wanted to go fishing here. Given the nature of this broken island, even if you catch a grass carp, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Unfortunately, for safety reasons, this route planning did not choose to go along the river, but through the dense forest. On the one hand, this can hide the traces of Duanmu Huai and others to the greatest extent and avoid being discovered. Secondly, it can also ensure a certain degree of safety. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this. Anyway, they all used melee weapons. On the contrary, the mercenaries were a little unhappy. But unfortunately, they had no say here. The command center gave the route, and they could only move forward according to the plan. So after breakfast, the group packed up and set off. After entering the forest, Duanmu Huai led the way. Lorena was in charge of the rear, and Mu Gung stayed in the crowd. Although the others had guns, they were not very useful in this densely vegetated jungle. So they just followed Duanmu Huai, watching the surroundings vigilantly, and walked forward along the route. Hey! Following Duanmu Huai, looking at the power armor on the former, the soldiers couldn't help but show envy. They are all soldiers, so they naturally know how powerful such a set of power armor is. The coolness is secondary, and the combat power is the most enviable. However, everyone also knows that Duanmu Huai is not only based on combat power, but also has great courage. Before facing the gorilla over 100 meters tall, they were afraid that they could not even stand steadily. But Duanmu Huai actually dared to fight the opponent face to face. Apart from anything else, this courage is enough to make people give him a thumbs up. Advancing in the forest is very physically demanding. And for trained soldiers and mercenaries, this is of course nothing. But for researchers like Dr. Sarazawa and the Monarch organization, who have never been involved in the daily life, it is a matter of life and death. Let's take a break. After just a few hours of walking, these researchers in blue clothes couldn't help but complain. The soldiers glanced at them with contempt, showing a rather disdainful expression. It's useless. The 2 girls didn't even complain about being tired. But you are still shouting here. Is it okay? That's why I say that you researchers, if you don't exercise well every day, with your physique, you can't even run away if you encounter a monster. Hearing the soldiers' ridicule, the researchers blushed. Although they were researchers, they were also men. In fact, at the beginning, Lorena was going to help them carry the equipment, but was rejected by the researchers. After all, they were men. How could they let such a young-looking girl help them carry such heavy things? But they couldn't lift it themselves, so they had to hand it over to the soldiers. He also repeatedly reminded the soldiers not to bump these things. No wonder the soldiers looked at these difficult old men with a grudge. Forget it. Let's take a break. Dr. Sarazawa also took a breath. He was old and not suitable for crossing mountains and ridges. He was sweating all over. Hearing Dr. Sarazawa's words, everyone immediately felt as if they had been pardoned. They sat down and rested on the spot. And then, they were kicked by the soldiers around them. Hey! What are you doing? Idiot! Have you become stupid from studying? You just sit on the ground. Be careful of being bitten by a poisonous snake or insect. We don't have the time and energy to take care of the wounded. Snake? Hearing this, the researchers were also startled and jumped up from the ground in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Dr. Sarazawa shook his head helplessly. This was also normal. After all, these researchers usually work in the laboratory and have no experience in field exploration. It is normal for them to be negligent. While looking at the scenery in front of him, Dr. Sarazawa sat on a broken log nearby and took a breath. However, just as he sat down, he saw that the thing under Dr. Sarazawa's, but that looked like a rotten broken log, actually trembled. Then, it suddenly lifted up. Woo wow! Dr. Sarazawa had never expected that the broken log under his butt would bounce up. And he quickly stood up and stepped aside. The soldiers quickly raised their guns and aimed at the broken log. Only then did they realize that this was not a broken wood at all, but a bug disguised as a broken wood. Its body was completely shrunk in a shell that looked like a broken wood, motionless, so that everyone thought it was a broken wood. This, looking at the big bug in front of them. Everyone's scalp was numb, and they all dodged. And those soldiers aimed directly at the bug and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A series of bullets were fired and hit the bug, but the latter was not hurt at all. Just tilted its head and looked at everyone without saying a word. The look seemed to say, "That's it? Didn't you eat?" The soldier's attack also angered the bug. It turned around, pointed at everyone, and opened its mouth. However, the next moment, Mu Gung flashed by with a magic sword in his hand. The shining sword light was like thunder from the sky, instantly cutting the bug in half from the middle. And the big bug fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. Huh? Seeing the bug being killed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And at the same time, a few people looked at the strange-shaped magic sword in Mu Gung's hand curiously. You know, they couldn't even penetrate the monster's skin with bullets. But this girl just cut it in half with a sword? Thank you. Professor Sarazawa just recovered his breath. You know, he was sitting on this thing just now. Luckily, it was just a big bug, and it didn't seem to have any other abilities. What if it had bitten him at that time? Thinking of this, Professor Sarazawa trembled for a while, and then expressed his gratitude to Kizara. Then, his expression changed, and he looked at the other researchers. Collect samples immediately. Store and analyze them. Yes. At this moment, the researchers stopped talking and hurriedly took out their instruments to surround them. Indeed, they did not have the fighting skills of those soldiers, but they were professionals in collecting samples for analysis and research. As expected, professional things should be done by professionals. Duanmu Huai glanced at the corpse of the big insect, then retracted his gaze and looked around again. At this moment, his personal terminal communication suddenly rang. Duanmu Huai answered the call, and soon Mary's face appeared in front of him. Ah, Mr. Duanmu. Sorry to bother you. You are not busy now, right? Fortunately, we are currently resting on the southern island. What's the matter? Miss Kumiko has made a decision. Mary's voice was a little joyful. She has just told everyone in the club that she wants to compete face-to-face with Mayukuro before the next performance. Oh, you mean? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, then reacted. She wants to recreate the duel between Kawari Ko and Reina Kusaka in the Middle Ages. Right? Duanmu Huai remembered that the two of them faced each other on the stage at that time. You know, during the selection, because it was done individually, only the teacher in charge of grading and the student himself knew what happened in the room. Although this can be regarded as protecting personal privacy from a certain perspective, it also gave time for rumors to ferment. For example, this was the case with Reina Kusaka, because she and Taki knew each other before. No one could be sure whether Taki had given her convenience. So Duanmu Huai decided to have a head-on competition with Nakasego Kawari in public, so that everyone could see clearly. In fact, after the duel, no one objected to Reina Kusaka's decision to be a soloist. Now it seems that Kumiko Huanqian also wants to recreate this scene. But the one called Mayukuro is more difficult. At this point, Mary's voice became more helpless. She really doesn't seem to plan to participate in the competition, and even expressed her willingness to give up. Miss Kumiko is currently trying to persuade her. This kind of person is the most troublesome. But since Kumiko has made a decision, let her go. Okay, Mr. Duanmu. I will continue to observe. After the conversation, Duanmu Huai cut off the communication and looked at everyone again. At this moment, the researchers had already collected the samples. So Duanmu Huai picked up the warhammer and waved his hand. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 1294 Skeleton Lizard. After that, the group continued to move forward and encountered some huge creatures along the way. Obviously, the huge creatures on this Skull Island were not just the gorilla. They even saw spiders taller than trees, buffaloes as big as cars, and so on. In short, this island is full of huge creatures. But not all creatures are huge. There are also some creatures like deer, which are no different from ordinary ones. To be honest, I really can't imagine how this ecosystem can be maintained in the environment of Skull Island. Dr. Serizawa took a breath and whispered. We all know that the reason why dinosaurs were so large was because the air density was higher, and the oxygen content was different from now, which was able to support the existence of dinosaurs. But how do the monsters here maintain this form in the modern environment? Is this strange? A mercenary curled his lips. Aren't those dinosaurs in Jurassic World also quite big? I think they are doing well. Too? That's different. Professor Serizawa shook his head. The dinosaurs in Jurassic World have undergone genetic modification. Strictly speaking, they are different from the dinosaurs in ancient times. In fact, from an academic point of view, many dinosaurs are not like this now. Well, it's useless to talk about this now. Let's move on. Professor Serizawa did not answer the question of why the monsters here can always maintain such a huge size. And maybe he himself does not know the answer. After passing through the forest, everyone arrived at the wasteland with the gorilla monster skeleton that the Argo had discovered before. But the situation here was not very optimistic. The whole wasteland was shrouded in a brown-yellow smoke. Although the concentration was not high, it had a strange smell of rotten eggs. Duanmu Huai had been wearing a helmet, so he naturally didn't feel anything. Lorena and Mu Geng also hurriedly put on their helmets. As for the others, they didn't have such good equipment, but fortunately they still prepared gas masks. So the soldiers and researchers also hurriedly put on their masks. After all, this place is not normal at first glance. Although there is no deadly poison gas, the concentration of flammable gas here is very high. After testing, another researcher quickly gave the answer. Everyone, please pay attention. Do not use open flames. Be careful. Soon, the commander of the Marine Corps gave the order, and the others nodded. Duanmu Huai also clenched the war hammer in his hand, squinted his eyes, and stared at the surroundings, and quietly made a gesture to Lorena and Mu Geng, who quickly slowed down and came to the periphery, watching the surroundings vigilantly. It didn't take much effort for everyone to find the two huge gorilla skeletons lying in this strange area. Although the Argonauts had already conducted detection in the air, seeing the skeletons of the two gorillas in person still shocked everyone. Moreover, after the researchers' on-site measurements, the skeletons of the two gorillas were even larger than the one they had encountered before. This also preliminarily determined that the gorilla was not yet an adult and could grow even bigger. So, they might be King Kong's parents? King Kong? Hearing Professor Serizawa's sigh, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment and looked at him curiously. The latter noticed Duanmu Huai's gaze and shrugged with a wry smile. I just gave that gorilla a name. After all, we always need a name to mark it. Right? Just like Godzilla. We can't call it a big lizard. At this point, Dr. Serizawa smiled wryly and then frowned. But in this case, the situation may change. What changes? We originally thought that Kong would take us to his hometown, and he would return to his original location under threat. But we may have overlooked one thing. That is, his home may not be underground, but in... While speaking, Dr. Serizawa pointed to the Skull Island in front of him. Here. So you mean, it was not him who came out of the center of the earth, but his parents? That's about it. Dr. Serizawa nodded. I studied the two skeletons, and they have very obvious male and female characteristics. I suspect that this pair of gorillas came to the surface from the center of the earth for some reason, and then stayed here. Then they gave birth to Kong, and then died for some reason. If this is the case, then Kong probably doesn't know whether there is really a passage to the center of the earth. But there are not only these two skeletons here. Duanmu Huai glanced around. In addition to the two gorilla skeletons, there are all kinds of skeletons, big and small. Could it be that this is a garbage dump or a cemetery? Just like what is written in some natural science books. Animals will have an instinctive reaction before they die, and then they will take the initiative to find a cemetery to wait for death. For researchers, this is obviously a treasure trove. They happily held their bags and began to collect those skeletons. After all, these are animals on the island. At present, they can't catch living large monsters, and taking the dead monster skeletons for research is also a good choice. Roar! Just when everyone was working hard, suddenly, a strange cry appeared, scaring everyone. However, before they could come to their senses, they saw this strange cry coming from all directions. One after another. Strange and unpleasant cry after another. Just listening to it made people feel cold all over. Leave it to us, You hide quickly. Quick! Duanmu clenched the war hammer and shouted at Professor Serizawa, who also hurriedly stood up and quickly joined the members of the Marine Corps and the mercenaries, hiding in the gorilla's skull. This skull is almost as big as a house, enough to fit most of the members. The researcher hid in the innermost part, while the Marine Corps and mercenaries held their weapons and leaned against the gap, staring vigilantly around. Duanmu, Lorena and Mugung spread out around the skull, staring at the yellow smoke and dust that filled the surroundings. Then, strange figures emerged from the mist. They looked very strange, just like big lizards. But there was a strange thing. That is, these lizards only had front limbs and no hind legs. That is, they moved completely on the ground with 2 front limbs, which looked extremely weird. They were pitch black. Only the head was white, and looked like a skull, which made people feel awkward no matter how they looked at it. What kind of monster is this? Looking at these skeleton lizards, the researchers couldn't help but tremble, and the soldiers held their breath and held their weapons tightly, fearing that any sound would alarm them. However, someone did not take the usual path. A whistle broke the silence here, and Duanmu raised his hand and shouted at the monster over there. Hey, son thief! Hearing this voice, the weird skeleton lizards also turned their heads suddenly, and after seeing Duanmu, they immediately accelerated and pounced on him. Seeing this scene, the soldiers and researchers were stunned. They knew you were a ferocious beast, but they didn't expect you to be so ferocious. This time, there are a group of them. Are you really that brave? Roar! 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 At this moment, the skeleton lizards had already rushed in front of Duanmu. They kept slapping the ground with their only pair of forelimbs, but their speed was not slow at all. However, this scene was extremely strange in the eyes of others. It was like a person who didn't walk on his feet, but had to stand up and crawl with his hands. It looked awkward no matter how you looked at it. Roar! The leading skeleton lizard rushed over and opened its bloody mouth, biting Duanmu. But this time, Duanmu would not give it any chance. He had let King Kong off before because he needed it. But now these monsters, naturally, he didn't need to take care of them. Go to hell! Facing the skeleton lizard that rushed towards him, Duanmu roared, swung the hammer in his hand suddenly, drew an arc in the air, and then smashed it directly on the head of the skeleton lizard, smashing its big mouth directly to the ground. And the head of the skeleton lizard instantly exploded under Duanmu's blow. But this is just the beginning. Roar! The other skeleton lizards seemed to be stimulated by the death of their companions. They made that ugly cry again and rushed straight towards Duanmu. Die! Bastards! The skeleton lizards that rushed over were not only as big as double-decker buses, but also densely packed. At first glance, there were at least hundreds of them. Just looking at this scene made people's scalps numb. However, Duanmu was not afraid at all. He faced these skeleton lizards, strode forward, and swung the hammer in his hand like a fan. Bang! Duanmu swung his hammer and smashed the head of a skeleton lizard that was rushing towards him like hitting a golf ball. He then took a step forward, changed the direction of the hammer in his hand, and swept it across, hitting the skeleton lizard that was running from the other side, and knocked it out with a home run like hitting a baseball. The latter flew backwards with a wail, smashing into the companion that was rushing behind him. And then both of them turned into a pile of meat paste at the same time. Roar! The third skeleton lizard took this opportunity to open its mouth and bite Duanmu's body tightly. However, Duanmu did not dodge or evade. He stretched out the hand that was left free at the mouth of the skeleton lizard, grabbed the mouth of the skeleton lizard, and pulled it down directly. Go to hell! The mouth of the skeleton lizard was pulled down directly by Duanmu, and he raised his foot and stepped hard on the other lizard that he had knocked to the ground. Along with the spurting blood, the huge body of the skeleton lizard also became motionless. Almost all the skeleton lizards that dared to rush towards Duanmu and approached him were smashed into meat paste by the swinging war hammer. The other two were also unwilling to lag behind. Lorena shuttled among the lizards, holding the heavy and huge holy book in her hand, and slapped the lizard's head directly like slapping a fly, smashing the opponent's head into meat paste. Then, when another lizard rushed over, she immediately dodged and threw the holy book. The heavy holy book, which seemed like a brick, pierced the head of the skeleton lizard with its mouth wide open like a cannonball, turning the latter into a corpse lying on the ground. On the other side, Mugung seemed to have transformed into a ghost, and he and his sword turned into a flash of light and shuttled through the lizard group. Wherever he went, blood splattered. The skeleton lizards didn't even have time to dodge before Mu Gung chopped them into pieces. He cut them into small pieces without any fat. Fire! Fire! With Duan Mu Huai and the other 3 people in the front to attract hatred, the Marines and mercenaries behind also took the opportunity to launch an attack. After all, they were also soldiers, and fighting was their duty. They couldn't just sit back and watch others fight to death like the researchers. So someone soon set up a machine gun and started shooting at the monsters. However, the result shocked everyone. When they saw Duan Mu Huai hammering a kid, they thought the defense of these skeleton lizards was not very good, until they did it themselves and found that the defense of these skeleton lizards was terrifyingly strong. Their machine gun bullets did not break the defense of the opponent at all. Not only did it not break the defense, but one skeleton lizard even diverted its attention and pounced directly at them. Waha! Seeing the skeleton lizard rushing over, the soldier screamed and pulled the trigger, desperately pouring bullets. However, their bullets hit the opponent, but there was no way to slow down the skeleton lizard even a little. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had already rushed in front of everyone and directly hit the skull where they were hiding. Ha! It happened in a flash. At this moment, Mu Gung held the magic sword and fell from the sky. Then he rolled on the ground, and the magic sword in his hand was swung up suddenly, with a touch of sword light turning into a full moon and swung forward. Then we saw that the skeleton lizard that rushed towards everyone was cut in half from the middle, and the body that was cut into 2 pieces almost flew past everyone's body, frightening everyone. Mu Gung shook off the blood drops on the magic sword, without even looking at everyone, and directly joined the battlefield again. Seeing this scene, the soldiers were all pale and couldn't say a word. After a long time, one of the mercenaries murmured, "Maybe I should learn how to use a sword." In OL, I went directly to do the bail mission, specializing in catching criminals, which was quite cool. Chapter 1295 Emergency Alarm. Bang! As the last skeleton lizard fell, the battle came to an end. It was only at this time that the soldiers and researchers crawled out of the skulls in fear and looked around in panic. All they could see were the corpses of the skeleton lizards. Duan Mu Huai stood on the pile of corpses with a war hammer in his hand, covered in blood, like a terrifying killing god. In contrast, Lorena and Mu Gung were quite clean, without a trace of blood. This is also related to the different fighting styles of the 3. Duan Mu Huai's speed is average, so he relies on standing still, and his main fighting style is a fight between you and me. And finally it depends on who can beat the other to death. And Lorena and Mu Gung obviously don't have such a strong physique as Duan Mu Huai, so they mainly rely on their own speed to deal with each other, and then seize the opportunity to kill with one blow. So in comparison, the 2 of them are much cleaner. Good guy. This is really. Looking at the corpses of the skeleton lizards around, everyone's faces twitched, and they looked at Duan Mu Huai with a little more awe. Although this guy looked very good at fighting, no one expected him to be so good. In any case, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Not only that, this trip was not in vain. With so many corpses of skeleton lizards, taking a few back for dissection would be enough for humans to understand the monsters better. So the researchers immediately called a transport plane to transport these corpses. Although it was impossible to transport all of them, it was not a problem to find 1 or 2 relatively intact ones and transport them back. Oh! I didn't expect to have such a big harvest. Looking at the pile of skeleton lizard corpses in front of them, the researchers' eyes turned green. You know, monsters were rare in the past, and people would fight for even a hair or a tube of blood. But now, it's more than enough for each of them to do experiments. In this way, many experiments that could not be carried out before due to insufficient materials can now be carried out. It would be great if we could catch the head alive. Are you kidding? You've seen how scary this thing is. Can you catch it alive? But those guys are so powerful. It's not impossible to catch it alive. The researcher here was in pain and joy. On the other side, Duan Mu Huai washed his armor with water and chatted with Professor Serizawa. According to Professor Serizawa, they should be able to build a large scientific research station on Skull Island. Although the Monarch organization has already built similar stations in many monster hideouts. But the monsters in those stations are all sleeping. And in order to avoid waking up these monsters, these stations naturally cannot stimulate the monsters. So it is better to say that it is an observation point rather than a scientific research station. The situation here is different. The ecological environment of Skull Island has become a whole. There are many huge monsters here. Building a scientific research station here can not only observe the ecological environment here in real time, but also study the living monsters. The only problem now is how to deal with the super huge gorilla King Kong. After all, that person is obviously the overlord of the island. If the Imperial Organization really wants to build a scientific research station here, it may conflict with the other party. Duanmu Huai's attitude towards this is very clear. It's very simple. Isn't it enough to find it and kill it? Wait. We can't do this. Before Professor Serizawa could speak, the female reporter holding a camera next to him couldn't help it. There should be a better way to coexist with it. You mean it threw trees at us? Duanmu Huai glanced at the other party and sneered, while the latter stared at him fearlessly. King Kong is just defending his territory. It did nothing wrong. I believe that as long as we communicate with it. So what? Duanmu Huai interrupted the other party coldly. I don't care whether it has the idea of attacking humans. But the fact is that it has the ability to do so. You have also seen that your previous attack on the gorilla was completely ineffective. If it wants to attack humans, it will cause huge losses to humans. So I think that this alien creature should be completely wiped out. It must not be allowed to survive. As for the territory. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai suddenly reached out and grabbed the female reporter's clothes, staring at her. Don't forget that what you wear and use in your hands are all made by humans. Where do these things come from? Did they appear out of thin air? Of course not. It was created by humans mining minerals. The same goes for cities. Humans built villages, reclaimed fields, and expanded cities. Did they negotiate with those animals? Of course not. There were more animals defending their territory than just this gorilla. But what happened to them later? Either they were killed by humans, or they were expelled by humans. There is only one reason, and that is that humans are the strongest. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai stared at the pale face of the female reporter, snorted coldly, and let her go. Survival of the fittest. This is the law of nature. If we are not strong enough, we will be eaten by wild animals. And if wild animals are not strong enough, they will be eaten by us. It is that simple. So what if the gorilla is rational and friendly to humans? Its power is there. No matter what, it will pose a huge threat to humans. So it must die. Remember? Woman, we are a dangerous animal handling company, not a protection company. Not a group of idiot environmentalists with overflowing saintly hearts. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed quite stiff. Fortunately, at this moment, Professor Serizawa's voice sounded again, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Well, the question of whether to establish a scientific research station on Skull Island must be postponed. We must leave here immediately and return to the headquarters. Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard Professor Serizawa's words. Although the exploration results so far have been quite fruitful, there is no need to rush back. What happened? Duanmu Huai looked at Kiba Yudo, who had a heavy face. We just received a report from the rear that a monster base was attacked by terrorists, and the sleeping monsters have been awakened. For the Monarch organization, the attack on the research base and the release of the monsters were naturally a big deal. So everyone had to temporarily interrupt the investigation of Skull Island and quickly return to the Argo aircraft carrier. After all, the island was surrounded by a storm, and there was no need to worry about any danger if it was left alone for a while. But there is no such environment in other places. In the meeting room of the Argo, everyone stared at the screen with solemn faces, listening to the report from Colonel Foster. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, Base 23, located deep in the East Asian rainforest, was attacked. The species codenamed Mothra escaped and then cocooned behind a nearby waterfall. Dr. Emma Russell and her daughter Madison were taken hostage. Daughter? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai glanced at Dr. Serizawa. Is your Imperial Organization a Boy Scout summer camp? Can anyone enter? Faced with Duanmu Huai's ridicule, Dr. Serizawa was speechless and didn't know what to say. But fortunately, everyone didn't dwell on such trivial matters. Soon, the scene changed again and a white man appeared. This person is the mastermind behind the scenes. Alan Jonah, former British Army colonel, now an eco-terrorist, obsessed with re-establishing the laws of nature. In order to raise funds for the operation, he took the risk of smuggling the monster gene on the black market. Our intelligence shows that Jonah wants to capture this Mothra alive. That means his mercenaries must be chasing after him. so we will go out to sea to launch a joint operation next. However, just as Colonel Foster was explaining the next action plan, he was interrupted by another man. This is a feint to the east and attack in the west. What? Mr. Mark? This is a bait. The man named Mark stood up and stared at the other party. They have Emma and Oka in their hands. Why bother running for this one? What is Oka? Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Professor Serizawa and asked. The latter hesitated for a moment and spoke. This is an instrument jointly made by Dr. Mark and Dr. Emma. They believe that by imitating the biological sonar used by the giant beast to communicate, they can establish some kind of connection with the giant beast, and even communicate with it or even control it. At this point, Professor Serizawa lowered his voice. Dr. Emma is Dr. Mark's wife, and Madison is their child. Oh! Duanmu Huai nodded. So it was this device that awakened the dormant monster? That's what it looks like now. While Duanmu Huai was communicating with Dr. Serizawa, the argument between Mark and Colonel Foster was getting louder and louder. They just want you to chase Mothra, so they can focus on the real goal. Bigger monsters. Mark. At this moment, another man next to him also spoke up to dissuade him. We asked you to come here in the hope that you can help track down Oka. I suggest you kill all the monsters, especially that Godzilla. While speaking, Dr. Mark pointed angrily at the monsters on the screen. You want to make sure these things don't fall into the hands of bad guys? If you kill them all, Oka will be useless. That's not what Emma wants to see, even if it's to save her. Yes. Faced with his colleague's reminder, Dr. Mark showed a disdainful expression. It's not the first time that Emma puts work before herself or her family. Isn't it? After saying this, Dr. Mark turned around and left the meeting room, while Duanmu Huai chuckled and nodded silently. He no longer cared about the boring arguments of this group of people, but directly opened the communication in the helmet. Lumiere? Yes, Mr. Judge. What's the matter? Can you locate all the monster bases that the Monarch organization has discovered through their network? Of course. Well, inform Akat. I want her to mobilize a group of soldiers to go to these bases and kill all the sleeping aliens inside, leaving no one alive. From this point of view, Duanmu Huai agrees with Dr. Mark's idea. The villain took the artifact and wanted to lift the seal to release the Demon King? Then if I kill the Demon King, what's the point of you lifting the seal? Chapter 1296. You are courting death. Although Duanmu Huai gave the order as quickly as possible, he was still a step behind. Before anyone in the conference room could come up with a plan, another urgent message arrived. News came from Base 32 in Antarctica that Monster Zero has been awakened. Duanmu Huai had just given the order and hadn't even come to his senses when a staff member walked in with a serious expression. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know what she was talking about, he could see that the faces of everyone present, including Dr. Serizawa, changed instantly. Obviously, they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. How is it possible? Is the situation reliable? This is the communication record from Institute number 32. As he spoke, the staff typed on the keyboard, and soon a man in a down jacket appeared on the screen. He looked terrified and anxiously at the camera. Base number 32 has been lost. Professor Emma betrayed us. She led a group of terrorists into the base. Many people were killed, and external communications were cut off. I can only transmit this message through the emergency satellite. Their purpose is to wake up Monster Zero. We don't. Oh! My God! Before the researcher finished speaking, a burst of gunfire suddenly came from not far away, which frightened him. This is my last message. Base, be careful. They disguised our signal. They. Bang! At this moment, the locked door was suddenly knocked open, and then several soldiers rushed into the camera and pulled the trigger at the researcher. Soon, accompanied by the sound of gunfire, the researcher fell to the ground, and the camera was broken, leaving only a snowflake on the screen. Seeing this, everyone was silent. Dr. Serizawa coughed after a moment and then looked at the staff next to him. Have you confirmed it? Through the satellite, we did find a biological signal similar to Monster Zero in Antarctica, but it soon disappeared in the storm and could not be tracked. The search team has set off. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that Base 32 has been completely destroyed. Along with the staff's report, the image of Base 32 appeared on the screen, but there was almost no trace of any artificial buildings there. Only a dark hole. I don't believe it. How is this possible? A researcher shook his head. Professor Emma betrayed us? Why did she betray? It must be a mistake. But if that's the case, then it makes sense that base 32 was breached. You know, every research base must review the signal code and allow entry only after confirmation. Base 32 must have thought that the other party was a friendly force. So they were caught off guard. Without the assistance of Dr. Emma, it would be impossible for those terrorists to do it alone. Impossible? Wasn't Mothra's base breached by these terrorists? At this moment, everyone in the conference room was arguing loudly. Obviously, they didn't want to believe this news. However, Duan Muhuai's voice sounded at this time. Why is it impossible? If Mothra's base was breached, it was also done by Dr. Emma and those terrorists. Wouldn't it make sense? Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard Duan Muhuai's speech. The researcher who had denied it before shook his head like a rattle. No, that's impossible. Dr. Emma is not that kind of person. She couldn't do that. Almost everyone here was recruited by her. Maybe the terrorist threatened her? Threatened her with her daughter? Why did she do that? It's simple. Awaken the monster. Duan Muhuai shrugged. Look, she first awakened Mothra. And now she awakened that monster number 0. I don't know what this woman is thinking. But at least I can be sure that when she awakened Mothra, no one pointed a gun at her head. Everyone looked at each other, but didn't say anything else. I have to admit that although Duan Muhuai's statement sounds ridiculous at first, it is indeed possible. If Dr. Emma really wants to awaken all the monsters, then the Monarch organization will definitely not allow her to do so. But just because of this, she colluded with terrorists? Why? No matter what. We'll know once we find her. Dr. Serizawa reached out and raised his glasses, then sighed. Can you determine Dr. Emma's whereabouts? Yes. According to satellite analysis of the trajectory of the Osprey transport plane that Dr. Emma was riding, their next stop is Base 56 in South America. Very good. We will go to Base 56 immediately. No matter what. We must not let the monsters be awakened again. As Dr. Serizawa gave the order, the Argo immediately changed its course and headed towards Base 56. At the same time, a whole squadron of fighter planes also joined the Argo and flew to the destination as an escort formation. Master, do you think it was really that doctor who awakened the monster? Standing by the window, looking at the sea of clouds outside, Mu Geng turned his head curiously and asked Duan Muhuai. It is very likely. At least it can prove that Dr. Emma is not trustworthy. Why do you say that? Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the researcher just now couldn't help but come over and refute. It seems that he should be a little fan of Dr. Emma. Dr. Emma is not that kind of person. Why is she not? Duan Muhuai looked at the researcher with contempt. She has released 2 monsters. Once these 2 monsters riot, it is very likely to cause unimaginable casualties. But she still did it. Maybe the other party forced her to do this. Or maybe he threatened her with her daughter. Then they can choose to die. Duan Muhuai suddenly waved his hand and interrupted the researcher's words. Even if Dr. Emma was threatened, it can only mean that she was willing to kill thousands of people to save her daughter. At least this can show that she is not a good person. And she has no consciousness at all. To protect her daughter, she allowed thousands of people to be killed. This is a sin in itself. So what you mean is that she should watch her daughter being shot, or even be killed herself? That's right. This is a necessary sacrifice to protect humanity. But she doesn't have the courage, let alone the idea. Duan Muhuai stared at the researcher in front of him fiercely. If one day someone threatened you with your family and asked you to choose, which side would you choose? Sacrifice tens of thousands of strangers? Or sacrifice your familiar and close family members? Faced with Duan Muhuai's question, the researcher was speechless. So what about you? Perhaps because she saw her colleague being embarrassed, another short-haired female doctor next to her also joined the topic, staring at Duan Muhuai with dissatisfaction. Which side will you choose? Of course, to protect humanity. However, Duan Muhuai gave the answer without hesitation. If I can, I don't want to make a choice. But once it comes to that point, then there is obviously only one thing we have to do. Our duty is to protect humanity from these alien monsters. So naturally, we should stand at the front line and fight for this goal. This is our duty. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, everyone was speechless for a moment, although they wanted to refute. In fact, when they were on Skull Island before, facing the monsters, Duanmu Huai and his team were indeed the first to rush forward. If there is something going on, they will really go. If you don't have this awareness. Duanmu Huai glanced at the two and looked away. Then it means that you are not suitable for the job of protecting humans. The short-haired female doctor clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. But this time she couldn't speak. At this moment, the others also fell into silence. Everyone who joined the Emperor organization had their own goals and ideas. Some of them did join in the hope of saving humans from being harmed by giant beasts. From this point of view, their original intention was indeed to protect humans. But what if they have to sacrifice their loved ones or even themselves to protect humanity? It's easy to say, but when the time comes, can they really do it? Compared to those strangers, the people close to you are naturally the most important. Right? Sacrificing your loved ones or even yourself for those strangers? For ordinary people, this is definitely a difficult choice. Or it is normal to choose your loved ones, which is human nature. But the question is, are they ordinary people? Of course they are not. Because their research and their decisions will affect the future of humans and monsters in the whole world. Humph. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and ignored these people. He had already seen that this imperial organization was just a makeshift team. For example, Dr. Emma brought a teenager into the base. And they actually let her in. It seems that there is nothing confidential in your monster base. Right? Should we sell another ticket? Just when everyone was about to reach their destination, something unusual happened again. Dr. Sarazawa. The emergency channel received a video call request from Mara Island. Connected. Soon, the screen changed, and then a woman appeared on the screen. Seeing this woman, everyone in the command room stopped their actions and stared at her. Dr. Mark rushed directly to the screen and stared at the woman. Well, if I'm not mistaken, then she should be Dr. Emma. After a while, Dr. Emma spoke. I think I should speak first. Where is Madison? However, Dr. Mark seemed to not care about Dr. Emma at all, and stared at her and asked. Soon, a girl poked her head out from the side of the screen. Dr. Emma kissed the girl and then looked at the screen. She's fine. Mark, believe me, it's a little hard to believe you. Dr. Russell. At this time, Yudokiba spoke. We received information from the Antarctic base saying that you are working for those terrorists. Is this true? I know. Dr. Emma was very calm. I can imagine how you think of me. If there are other ways to start, I will not resort to this. What are you going to do? Emma? Faced with Dr. Mark's question, Dr. Emma paused. I am saving the world. By releasing monsters? That's nonsense. It seems incredible, but it's true. However, Dr. Emma was not shaken by this and continued. After losing Andrew, I vowed to make his sacrifice count. I wanted to find the answer and find out why the monsters returned. But the more I studied, the more I realized that they came here for a reason. Although we spent years trying to stop them, we never dared to face the truth. For thousands of years, humans have dominated the earth. Overpopulation, pollution, war, the mass extinction we fear has begun. And the culprit is ourselves. Andrew? Duanmu Huai recalled that the couple had 2 children. And Andrew died in San Francisco in a monster fight last year. Well, that's normal. It's abnormal that Ultraman didn't die when he beat the little monster. We are the source of infection. But like all living creatures, the Earth mobilizes its own defense mechanism to fight infection. That is the first ruler of the Earth. The Titan. They are part of the Earth's natural defense mechanism, used to protect the Earth and maintain balance. If the government is allowed to contain them, destroy them, or turn them into weapons, the human infection will continue to spread, and the Earth will be destroyed in our lifetime, and we will all perish, unless we restore the balance. What will the Earth become if we do this? A dead and scorched Earth with monsters rampant? No, Doctor. Just the opposite. Just as forest fires nourish the soil, volcanoes bring new land. There are signs that monsters will bring such prosperity. Wherever the monsters go, nature will be rejuvenated. Only they can reverse the extinction caused by humans. And they are the only guarantee for the continuation of life. Hearing this, Dr. Sarazawa put his hand on his forehead, and Dr. Emma continued to speak. To start this process, we must release them first. You are murdering all mankind. No, even if the road ahead is difficult. I promise that humans will not become extinct. Using Oka, we will restore the natural order. In this forgotten order, We will coexist harmoniously with the monsters. This is a dangerous road. Dr. Serizawa finally couldn't help but stand up and glared at Emma. You intend to manipulate the unknown power of mankind and bet billions of lives. Isn't it the same for you? Serizawa? Facing Dr. Serizawa's accusation, Dr. Emma had no regrets. The government only wants to eradicate all monsters. If that comes true, what hope is there for the future? Okay, I've heard enough of these boring excuses. However, at this moment, Duan Muhui stood up, staring at Emma on the screen with an extremely cold expression. So in the final analysis, you are not for humanity. You are just for yourself. What are you talking about? I am not. Andrew. Duan Muhui said this name, and Dr. Emma fell silent instantly. You just said that you vowed to make his death meaningful, and all you made up later was to give meaning to his death. You don't want to admit that your son was just a meaningless speck of dust that was caught in the fight between monsters and left you without any meaning or value. So you came up with this weird theory of environmental terrorism, so that your son's death is not meaningless, but will become a part of the world's restoration of normal circulation. Then you will feel better? Right? Emma stared at Duan Muhui and clenched her teeth. I don't need to explain to you. I don't want to hear your explanation either. Duan Muhui interrupted Emma's answer and stared at her coldly. I don't care what your motive is for doing these things, but it is obvious that you are consciously trying to put billions of humans in danger of death and destruction. For me, knowing this is enough. Don't think you can escape. Heretic. We will kill the monsters you awakened and those you didn't awaken, and burn them all to ashes. Then we will find you. I will let you see the corpses of those monsters with your own eyes. And then I will kill your daughter with my own hands. And finally kill you. At this point, Duan Muhui showed a hideous, cruel, and wild smile on his face. By that time, you will understand that everything you have done is meaningless. And your son and daughter have also died worthlessly. I will be happy to hear your miserable wails. You dare to threaten my daughter? You actually dared to do this. Of course I can. Since you tried to kill billions of humans, I think it is normal and reasonable to kill your relatives in return. Duan Muhui laughed, just like he had complained before. The devil will kill your whole family. Won't the court of inquiry? You are afraid of the devil, but you are not afraid of the court of inquiry? In this case, Duan Muhui guarantees that the court of inquiry will not only kill your whole family, but will also be more cruel than the devil. By that time, I believe you will regret your choice. Wash your neck and wait. Heretic. You will not see the sun tomorrow. Looking at the ugly face in front of him, Duan Muhui smiled and made a cold and ruthless judgment. Chapter 1297 The First Head. Communication interrupted. Bitch. Duan Muhui stared at the dark screen in front of him fiercely, then turned his head to look at the others. Can't find the location of this bitch? She's not here. The staff shook their heads. The signal is too weak. It doesn't seem to be from the local area. She should be using our satellite to transfer the signal. They should be hiding in an old bunker. Damn. She shut down the control system of Base 56. The monster model is starting to strengthen. Find that bitch. I will tear her into pieces. Duan Muhui roared, turned around, and then strode out the door. Wait. Where are you going? I'm going to kill this monster. You are responsible for evacuating the crowd. Duan Muhui said this, glaring coldly at Dr. Serizawa. Also, I suggest that your Imperial organization conduct a fucking review in the future. And don't recruit all kinds of stupid lunatics into it. Lorena. Mugen. Let's go! Watching Duan Muhui and his group disappear outside the door, Dr. Serizawa sat on the table in silence. And the expressions of others were also quite ugly. But it can't be said that Duan Muhui was wrong. After all, in their opinion, Dr. Emma is indeed a psychopath. Evacuate Mara Island immediately. Dr. Serizawa gave the order. And then he looked at the island on the screen in front of him with a complicated expression. I hope they can really win. Just as the Imperial organization began to evacuate the residents of Mara Island, Duan Muhui and others had already left the Argo and took a transport plane to their destination at the fastest speed. Sir Knight? Does she really think so? Sitting opposite Duan Muhui, Lorena hugged the holy book inside. It feels like there is no difference between them and cultists. These stupid environmentalists are actually cultists. Duan Muhui looked at the chaotic crowd below with disdain. What do you mean people are born with sin? Humans destroyed the world for themselves. And they are all bullshit. If you are so self-hating, then just find a place to hang yourself. If you ask me, these bitches are just too full. This kind of woman should be thrown into the slums and fucked by stray dogs 1,800 times. And only allowed to drink the stinky water in the mud and eat the scraps in the garbage dump every day. I wonder if she will be so hypocritical again. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's vicious curse, Mu Geng stuck out his tongue and quietly leaned into Lorena's ear. Is the master angry? Yes. The knight hates cultists the most. Ah. At this moment, suddenly, a roar sounded, covering the entire island. Hearing this roar, everyone's face changed and looked towards the volcano in front of them. At the top of the volcano, the gate that was originally closed by the Emperor's organization was instantly broken, and thick black smoke rolled up and rushed straight into the sky. In the thick smoke, a giant bird with flames all over its body emerged. It looked like a pterodactyl, but it was much bigger. Even standing on the top of the volcano, it looked several times bigger than the crater. I'll take care of it. You wait here. After saying this, Duan Mu Huai jumped up and jumped off the transport plane, then activated his jetpack and rushed towards the giant bird in front of him. Hey, Sun Zhe! Duan Mu Huai looked at the giant bird and shouted again. And at this moment, the giant bird also discovered Duan Mu Huai's presence. But it didn't take the small black spot seriously. On the contrary, the big bird spread its wings, opened its mouth, and roared. Hu Han-san. And back again. However, what the big bird didn't expect was that before it could finish expressing its feelings of returning home, Duan Mu Huai suddenly accelerated and rushed directly into the big bird's open mouth. The big bird's roar stopped abruptly, and the whole bird was instantly unwell. It's like a person yawning. And then a fly took the opportunity to get into the mouth and flew straight into the throat. No one would feel uncomfortable. Awoo! Awoo! The strange bird naturally began to howl desperately, shaking its head, trying to spit out the fly stuck in its throat. But, a big monster. Right? I like big ones. Stuck in the throat of the strange bird. Duan Mu Huai smiled, and then took out the chainsaw sword with his backhand. Dealing with a big monster is the most convenient for Duan Mu Huai. Duan Mu Huai held the chainsaw sword tightly, and stabbed it hard at his feet. What's going on? On the Argo, Dr. Sarazawa and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. They had been prepared. If Duan Mu Huai and the others couldn't stop the big bird, they would attack it and lure it to divert its direction and attention. What the hell is going on now? What happened? Watching the big bird rolling over and over on the top of the volcano, screaming from time to time, everyone was confused and at a loss. At first, they thought it was the monster's excitement. But now even a fool could hear the pain in its voice. What happened? Dr. Sarazawa looked at the others in confusion, and the others shook their heads, not knowing why the monster became like this. Bring up the previous footage and take a closer look. From the monster's current painful appearance, it can be seen that it must have encountered something before. Soon, the staff on the Argo got busy and started to replay the previous scenes. Then, they saw the scene where Duan Mu Huai rushed directly into the mouth of the monster bird. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. It was not new that monsters would eat people, and everyone knew it. But Duan Mu Huai was the first one to actually take the initiative to drill into the monster's mouth. Will he be okay? Such a big iron shell. If it is swallowed whole, it seems... Wait, he is not wearing this iron shell just for this. At this moment, the others also reacted. Indeed, if it were anyone else, they would be dead if they were swallowed by the monster. But the armor Duan Mu Huai was wearing was airtight, and they had all seen it. Some researchers even said that this armor could be directly used as a spacesuit, so the airtightness must be no problem. And now, Duan Mu Huai got into the belly of this big bird, and then the big bird began to struggle in pain. So you can think about what happened. Can we do the same? Soon a researcher mentioned it, and everyone was stunned when they heard his suggestion, looking at him with strange expressions. It's easy to say, this kind of armor is easy to make. But the problem is, where can you find someone who is willing to take the initiative to drill into the monster's mouth? Not everyone is as ruthless as this tough guy. Awoo! Finally, with the last wailing, the big bird collapsed limply on the top of the volcano. And at this time, everyone also clearly saw that there was a deep wound on the big bird's neck. Obviously, it was Duan Mu Huai who did it. But where are the others? Just when everyone was in doubt, suddenly, The center of the eyes of the strange bird that had been wide open before dying suddenly bulged, and then completely burst. Then a tall figure with blood all over his body and holding a chainsaw sword emerged from it. He raised his head, and his eyes emitted a scarlet glow. As the strange bird was killed, the alarm was lifted. When Duanmu Huai returned to the Argo again, everyone looked at him with awe. What a ruthless person. This is a real ruthless person, who actually dared to rush directly into the monster's body and cut it. Although theoretically this can indeed kill the monster, and there is no need to worry about being attacked by the monster. But which normal person would think of this method? However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about these. He walked to Dr. Serizawa, stared at him and asked, "Have you found the location of that bitch? We haven't locked the other party's location yet." Dr. Serizawa shook his head. Not only that, since just now, many bases have lost contact with us, and the current situation is unclear. TSK. Duanmu Huai smacked his lips. Of course, he knew what was going on. At this moment, Icode had already followed Duanmu Huai's orders and started to attack those bases one by one and destroy the monsters in them. Under Lumil's control, the communication network of the entire Imperial organization is now almost completely paralyzed. The advantage of doing this is that it can completely cut off the communication of the Imperial organization, so that they cannot obtain any intelligence at all. The downside is, well, I can't find that bitch now. Forget it. I'll just do it myself. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then I'll go. You guys continue. Wait. Where are you going? Go out for a walk. Duanmu Huai threw down this sentence and turned away without looking back. But this time no one stopped him. After all, he killed a monster with his own hands. Maybe he just wanted to go out for a walk? Dr. Serizawa looked at Duanmu Huai's bloody back and hesitated for a moment. He instinctively felt that Duanmu Huai might know the whereabouts of Dr. Emma. But Dr. Serizawa just hesitated for a moment and didn't say much. After all, although he was the one who recruited Dr. Emma to the Monarch organization, Dr. Serizawa is not as crazy an environmentalist as Dr. Emma. His goal is to maintain peace between Godzilla and humans. However, Dr. Emma's indiscriminate desire to awaken all monsters is indeed beyond Dr. Serizawa's bottom line. So Dr. Serizawa just looked at Duanmu Huai deeply, and then looked away. Just pretend that you know nothing. Chapter 1298. What is unfolding? At the same time, in an abandoned bunker, the atmosphere was panic. Damn it. What is going on? Staring at the screen in frustration, Jonah couldn't believe his eyes. And Dr. Emma standing next to him was also stunned and speechless. Of course, they also witnessed the scene of Duanmu Huai killing the strange bird. And because of this, they were even more shocked. If humans used nuclear weapons or some powerful missiles to achieve this goal, they would not be so surprised. But a human killed a monster by himself? Are you kidding me? Not only that, what happened after that made them feel cold. Just after Duanmu Huai killed the monster, their network was completely cut off, and everyone was at a loss. Their original plan was to connect to other bases through the network in the abandoned bunker built by the Imperial organization with the help of Dr. Emma. Then, they would directly wake up those monsters by remotely releasing the Oka signal. After all, they had already done this kind of thing of sneak attacking the base twice, and they knew that it would not happen again. The first time they took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, and the second time was because the other party was not alert due to the information and code provided by Dr. Emma. Now that the other party has discovered Dr. Emma's betrayal, the tactic of sneak attacking the base is naturally impossible. The only way is to awaken the monster through remote control over the internet. Now, the communication of the entire Imperial organization has been cut off, and their plan can be said to have completely failed. Unlock it quickly. I'm already doing it. But it's completely useless. Someone remotely controlled and completely closed all communication systems. I can't connect to the satellite network at all. The soldier next to him was typing away at the keyboard, sweating profusely, but judging from his expression, it seemed that even if he smashed the keyboard, it would be useless. Damn it! What happened? Jonah scratched his head hard, with a ferocious look on his face. Dr. Emma, who was standing next to him, clenched her fists, stared at the screen, bit her lips and said nothing. When she first heard Duanmu Huai's threat to her, Dr. Emma did not take it seriously. In her opinion, the other party was just incompetent and furious. Want to defeat the monster? How can it be so easy? But the fact slapped her hard in the face. The monster she had finally awakened was actually killed by that man in a few seconds. No. Wait. There is also Monster Zero. That man is definitely not a match for Monster Zero. Thinking of this, Dr. Emma turned her head and saw a girl not far behind her looking at her anxiously. Looking at the girl in front of her, Dr. Emma smiled bitterly and spoke. Madison, don't worry. Nothing will happen. We will definitely be able to. Boom. However, before Dr. Emma finished her words, the bunker suddenly shook violently. And then the heavy ceiling collapsed rapidly. And then a dark, tall figure fell from the ceiling like a cannonball. And the girl didn't even have time to scream before she was completely buried by the pouring rubble. Cough. 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 Dr. Emma, who was knocked to the ground by the shock wave, stood up and looked forward. Then she widened her eyes and saw a hand not far in front of her, emerging from under the heavy concrete ceiling. And blood slowly flowed out from the gap. And this meant, no! Dr. Emma collapsed to the ground, shouting in despair. But Jonah was not so stupid at this moment. He saw the tall figure standing in the hall at a glance. It was the man who killed the monster alone in the video before. Fire! While shouting and giving orders, Jonah grabbed the rifle at hand, aimed at the opponent and pulled the trigger. Duh. The gunshots rang out, and the soldiers around also took out their weapons and attacked the tall steel warrior in front of them. However, these bullets did not have any effect on the black steel armor. Only sparks appeared on the armor and then disappeared. A bunch of trash. Go to hell. Heretics. Duanmu Huai took a step forward and swung the hammer in his hand, instantly knocking all the soldiers in front of him away. The latter's body twisted and flew like a rag doll, and then hit the wall, like a bug killed by a fly swatter. Paw! With a bang, they turned into a pool of mincemeat. In such a narrow space, these environmental terrorists were no match for Duanmu Huai. They were like facing a monster, screaming desperately and pulling the trigger, resisting instinctively. However, all this was meaningless, because the next moment, Duanmu Huai would appear in front of them and turn them into broken corpses. Damn it! Seeing Duanmu Huai wielding his war hammer to kill everyone, Jonah turned around and ran. Obviously, the plan has failed. This monster is not something he can resist. Now the only thing Jonah can do is to leave here as soon as possible. Of course, before that, he needs to let his men resist the monster. We are attacked. Hurry up. Rushing out of the door, Jonah stopped halfway through his order. There was originally a counterattack force that Jonah had specially prepared here. However, at the moment, there were only bloodstains and corpses in this hall. What happened? Jonah looked around, but he didn't see any soldiers from the Imperial organization. So how did his men die? Jonah held the gun tightly in his hand, stared around, and slowly moved his feet. But at this moment, puff, Jonah felt that his body lost strength at this moment. He widened his eyes and lowered his head to look at his chest. There, a magic sword came out of his chest, and it was stained with bright red blood. Then, all that was left in front of him was darkness. At the same time, the battle in the control room was coming to an end. No, strictly speaking, it was not a battle at all, but a massacre. Dr. Emma sat on the ground blankly, watching the tall iron warrior ruthlessly wipe out everything around him. Those soldiers were no match for him at all. Their attacks had no effect on the iron warrior, and the iron warrior easily wiped out all of them. When Duanmu Huai came to Dr. Emma again, there was not even a complete body in the control room. There were limbs, internal organs, and blood everywhere. Okay, now it's your turn, Dr. Emma. Duanmu Huai stared at the old woman sitting on the ground in front of him, then reached out and grabbed her head and lifted her up. At this time, Dr. Emma seemed to come back to her senses. She stared at Duanmu Huai, then suddenly began to struggle desperately, clenched her fists and hit Duanmu Huai. You bastard! You killed my daughter! Dr. Emma was like a madman at this moment, punching and kicking Duanmu Huai. Of course, her attack was meaningless to the power armor that even bullets could not penetrate. Duanmu Huai exerted a little force, and the tearing pain from his head made Dr. Emma scream. Cowardly. Stupid. You crazy environmentalists are exactly the same as I think. What's wrong? You are willing to sacrifice others for this planet, but you are not willing to sacrifice your daughter? Oh, by the way, there's your son, the unlucky guy who died in the monster fight. He. Why did you stop me? It's very simple. Faced with Dr. Emma's angry questioning, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I have a student who will participate in the national competition in a few days. I'm still waiting to see her win the gold medal. How can I let a lunatic like you ruin everything? You? That's it. Heretic. This is your fate. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to waste time with Dr. Emma. He suddenly stretched out his left hand to grab Dr. Emma's body, and pulled hard with his right hand. The next moment, he tore Dr. Emma's head and cervical vertebrae from her body alive. Heretic. Your soul will burn in the flames of the tribunal until the moment of complete destruction. Repent? Fear? Scream? While roaring, Duanmu Huai clenched his hands tightly, and Dr. Emma's head and body, which were tightly held in his hands, were also squeezed and exploded, turning into a pile of blurred flesh and blood. Humph! Duanmu Huai threw away the tattered corpse, glanced around coldly, and then walked out of the command room. When he arrived at the hall, Lorena and Mu Geng were already waiting there. Done? Duanmu Huai looked at the scattered corpses in the hall and asked, and Mu Geng nodded. Don't worry, Master. I guarantee that no one will escape. That's good. Duanmu Huai didn't say much, but opened his personal terminal and contacted Iko. Ikot, how is the situation over there? Ah, Uncle, everything is fine. We have cleared out all the monsters in the currently known monster bases. As for whether there are other sleeping monsters, we have not found any clues yet. Let's talk about this later. What about Godzilla and Monster Zero? Now only Godzilla and Monster Zero have not been killed. And Duanmu Huai also wants to solve this matter as soon as possible. The two sides are currently fighting in the ocean. As he spoke, Ikot sent a video clip. In the video, Godzilla was entangled with a three-headed monster. The latter looked like a dragon in Western mythology, but it had 3 heads, and Godzilla was just a large lizard, just like what we saw before. Although Monster Zero had 3 heads, you could tell from its wings that it was flying in the sky. But now Godzilla bit its neck and dragged it directly into the sea. At this moment, on the sea surface, one could only see golden lightning and rolling waves. As for what was happening below, no one knew. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai saw a missile streaking across the sky and then falling directly into the waters where Godzilla and Monster Zero were fighting. Then, a shining light suddenly burst out, covering everyone's vision. It didn't look like a nuclear bomb, because it didn't seem to have any explosive power, and disappeared quickly. But then, Duanmu Huai saw fish appearing on the sea. Is this fried fish? Boom! Just as Duanmu Huai was complaining in his heart, the sea water suddenly exploded, and then he saw the 3-headed dragon flapping its wings and coming out of the sea. One of its heads had disappeared, and it was very likely bitten off by Godzilla. But then, an amazing scene appeared. I saw a head coming out from the broken neck of the 3-headed dragon, and it returned to its original state in a moment. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was stunned. Damn! Is this a monster? It can recover after biting off the head, and recover so quickly? This is not scientific. Right? Let's go back to the Argo. Duanmu Huai made a decision quickly. He wanted to see what the hell this thing is. Chapter 1299. Are you the only monster? So are you sure this thing isn't a mythical beast or a demonic beast? On the way back to the Argo, Duanmu Huai contacted Leah again to inquire about the situation. This 3-headed dragon can control lightning storms and regenerate. Duanmu Huai said that this thing is not scientific at all. Although other monsters are huge, they are mostly scientific except for their resistance to attack. But this one? It has nothing to do with science at all. We have investigated. Teacher, it does not belong to any camp. Rias's voice was also helpless. But that was the fact. In this world, to determine whether an animal is a mythical beast or a demonic beast, you need to look at the mythological background it belongs to. And someone needs to claim it. For example, things like Qilin. Everyone knows that they are products of Eastern mythology. So you just need to find the gods in Eastern mythology and ask them to help solve it. The same is true for evil dragons. Evil dragons in Western mythology and legends basically go to big guys with Western mythological backgrounds. This 3-headed dragon looks like something from Western mythology. But no one from the demon world or the angels claims it. Why? There must be a reason. Well, it's simple. We can't communicate with it. Can't communicate? Yes. It uses a completely different language from the one we are familiar with. We can't understand what it is saying at all, so then I'll figure it out myself. Duanmu Huai cut off the communication speechlessly. Now it seems that it's not that the gods and demons don't want to care, but because this thing is completely out of their jurisdiction? How is this possible? At least in Duanmu Huai's opinion. This three-headed dragon looks like something that only appears in myths and legends. It controls the storm and has 3 heads. If it is really a remnant from ancient times, it must be a dragon god, right? And it turns out that it is not? So it is really not a magic beast. After listening to the conversation between Duanmu Huai and Leah, Lorena was also quite surprised. After all, from the perspective of her world, this three-headed dragon can be regarded as a relatively high-level magic beast. Who knows? I also think it looks like a monster. Never mind. Let's wait until we get back to Argo and see what the people from the Imperial Organization say. Originally, Duanmu Huai had no hope for this. But when he returned to the Argo, he actually learned about the dragon's origin from here. Alien creature? Are you serious? Looking at the researcher in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. Of course. The short-haired female researcher nodded, then tapped the keyboard and called up a mural. It depicts a battle between a monster similar to Godzilla and a three-headed monster, although the painting is done at a very low level. At least the characteristics of both sides are outlined. We found this in a cave near Monster Zero. According to the description on the mural, this giant dragon came from outside the starry sky, and then fought a battle with Godzilla, and then was defeated and frozen. The family that drew this mural regards Godzilla as their patron saint, so they have lived here for generations to guard the sealed Monster Zero. So, this is an alien monster? After listening to the female researcher's report, Duanmu Huai's expression was very strange. No wonder Leah said that neither the demons nor the angels could understand what this guy was saying. Earthlings and aliens don't speak the same language. In addition, this guy was hit by Godzilla and frozen in the Antarctic ice hole when he first arrived. He didn't make much of a name on Earth. No wonder both sides knew nothing about this monster dragon. Oh, by the way, where's Godzilla? Duanmu Huai remembered watching Godzilla pull the monster dragon into the water, and then humans threw a missile at it, and then it disappeared, and then the monster dragon flew out again. So Godzilla is finished? Godzilla's signal has completely disappeared, confirmed dead. At this moment, Professor Serizawa also came over and spoke with a somewhat painful expression, while Duanmu Huai looked at him in confusion, wondering what this man was thinking. Why does it feel like your father died when a monster died? Is there some affair between you and Godzilla? What is this doing now? Expressing emotions? Duanmu Huai pointed at the screen. At this moment, the three-headed monster dragon was still showing off its might over the sea where it had just fought with Godzilla, roaring with its mouth open, with it as the center. Dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and heavy rain continued, although it does fit the aura of a big boss. The problem is that people have to watch this show. Although Duanmu Huai and others can see the scene from the drone footage, there is actually nothing in the sea area. It can be said that this strange dragon is just like a theater without an audience, showing off its power to an empty audience. What's the point? Roar! This. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Dr. Serizawa's expression was also strange. Maybe it is marking its territory. So what? Is it going to pee in the sea next? This? Just when Dr. Serizawa didn't know how to answer Duanmu Huai's tricky questions, suddenly, the strange dragon made a move. It raised its 3 heads high, and then roared. Roar! Unlike the previous roar, this roar was like thunder. At the same time, a thick golden lightning suddenly burst out from the clouds and hit the sea surface fiercely. Then, the entire sea surface exploded instantly, forming a huge vortex, and the thunder continued to rush into the vortex. What is it doing? Seeing this scene, not only Duanmu Huai was puzzled, but even Dr. Qin Zhe and other members of the Emperor organization were also puzzled. It's no wonder. If you say it's a native monster, they can still explain it. But this kind of alien visitor is the first time for them. How to explain this? Dr. Serizawa. However, at this moment, the female researcher who had been telling Duanmu Huai a story before suddenly changed her expression. A monster signal has been detected. What? Is it Godzilla? No. This is an unknown signal. Oh. At this moment, suddenly, a terrifying howl sounded again, and everyone looked at the screen. only to see a monster suddenly sticking its head out in the whirlpool. Its size and appearance look similar to Godzilla, but it has an erect bone like an axe on its head, which looks particularly weird. Oh. However, this is not the end. Soon, several more monsters emerged from the whirlpool. They were of different shapes and seemed to be of different races. However, these monsters gathered in front of the three-headed dragon, as if they were its loyal subordinates. What happened? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai frowned slightly. He had received news from Ai Kota that the monsters in the Emperor's base had all been eliminated by the Night Guard. Where did these monsters come from? Could it be that there are still some that slipped through the net? If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, the Earth is so big, and the Imperial Organization has only been established for a short time. So it's not surprising that a few were missed. But why do they all appear in the same place? Is this reasonable? Uncle! Just when Duanmu Huai was puzzled, suddenly Icode sent a message. What happened over there? We detected space fluctuations. Space fluctuations? Hearing Icode's question, Duanmu Huai frowned slightly. You mean the portal? Where is it? It's in the deep sea below that three-headed monster dragon. It just appeared. Huh? Faced with Icode's answer, Duanmu Huai was confused. Wait, let me sort it out. According to Icode, when the three-headed monster dragon attacked the sea with lightning just now, it actually built a portal on the seabed? And these monsters are not local creatures sleeping on this planet, but alien creatures that came from that portal? In other words, is this alien three-headed dragon coming to invade? It came first, then opened a portal to shake people, and then launched an attack? Similar things. In fact, many alien creatures have done it, such as the Tyranid swarm also likes to do this trick. But Duanmu Huai didn't expect these monsters with thick eyebrows and big eyes to actually play this trick. You are so big. Can't you just fight head-on? You play this trick. It's unethical. Okay. Since you don't follow the rules, then I won't talk to you about any rules. Duanmu Huai coughed, and then looked at Icode again. My little darling is still eating? Yes. Uncle. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Icode's expression was a little complicated, but he still nodded. Of course she knew who Duanmu Huai was referring to, but even Icode really wanted to complain about why Duanmu Huai had to give it such a name. However, after following Duanmu Huai for so long, Icode also knew that Duanmu Huai liked to give it these unconventional and funny names. What pink bunnies? What three little pigs? What turkey-flavored rice crust? Thinking about it this way, Deguiguai doesn't seem to be particularly strange. Just right. It's time to let it digest after eating too much. Take a walk after the meal, and live to be 99. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his finger. And soon, a touch of the power of the god of destruction flashed across his fingertips. Originally, Duanmu Huai wanted to solve the problem himself, but he didn't expect that you, a foreigner, would be so unruly. Then don't blame me for being rude. Are you a monster? Let me show you what a real monster is. Chapter 1300 The Falling Object. The entire Imperial Organization is now in chaos. It was beyond their expectation that the three-headed dragon was not dead. And now, it actually pulled out a whole army of monsters? Looking at the dozen monsters that emerged from the whirlpool, everyone's scalp was numb. They couldn't resist just one monster. And now there are more than a dozen. How to fight this? Soon, the military also responded, and a missile like the previous one was quickly launched and flew towards this side again. However, this time the dragon did not give them a chance. It spread its wings and roared. Golden lightning burst out from the clouds and detonated the missile. But it was not over yet. With the roar of the dragon, the monsters scattered and swam in all directions. It was obvious that they were going to take action. Dr. Sarazawa. Just when everyone was having a headache and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the short-haired female researcher shouted again, attracting everyone's attention. She stared at the screen with a pale face, almost unable to believe her eyes. What happened? The satellite discovered the monster reaction? Where? In low Earth orbit. What? Dr. Sarazawa was stunned when he heard the female researcher's answer. After a moment, he seemed to come back to his senses, then rushed to the command desk and stared at the screen. Start satellite optical capture immediately. Optical capture is on. Soon. The screen flashed from the stormy ocean to space. On the screen, You can clearly see the blue planet quietly rotating slowly in the dark space. And everything seems to be unchanged. But the next moment, with the appearance of a huge figure, this tranquility was completely broken. On the screen, a black monster with an extremely huge body swam slowly like a fish. It had a fish-like head, and two pairs of eyes emitting scarlet light were constantly looking around. Oh no! There's the International Space Station ahead. At this time, Dr. Serizawa also discovered that the International Space Station was floating in front of the giant monster's route. And this 100-meter-long space station was as small as a tadpole in front of this giant monster. I remember there seemed to be 4 astronauts in the space station now. That's right. Professor Serizawa nodded. Because the space shuttle had a malfunction. Their original plan was to return after repairing the malfunction of the space shuttle. Now it seems that they only have one choice. Just as the monster continued to move forward, the space shuttle that was originally floating next to the International Space Station in orbit also quickly sprayed flames. Obviously, the astronauts there have discovered this terrible monster and are trying to start the space shuttle to leave the space station. Otherwise, they will have no way out. However, the giant monster did not seem to care about the resistance of the space station. This is also normal. Just like a person who does not care about what the ants at his feet are doing when walking. It just slowly shakes its body, swings its tail and wings, and continues to move forward. Although the monster's movement seemed very slow, Professor Serizawa knew that this was just an illusion caused by its huge size. In fact, the monster only flicked its tail twice and arrived in front of the space station. At this moment, the space station had just turned and had not yet left the planned orbit. Then, everyone watched the space station crash into the monster. And then it fell apart and completely turned into a pile of scrap metal and fragments. Fortunately, at this moment, the space shuttle also broke away from the space station and flew towards its homeland with flames. Seeing this scene, everyone in the control room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the space station was destroyed, the astronauts escaped successfully, which was not bad. Hey! However, before everyone could relax, the scene in front of them made them nervous again. They saw that the returning space shuttle was suddenly burning. Then, under everyone's gaze, the entire space shuttle disintegrated rapidly, turned into a flash of fire, and disappeared into the atmosphere. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. Obviously, they were not able to repair the space shuttle, but facing the attacking monster, these astronauts still made a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, they still failed in the end. Wait, where is the monster? Dr. Serizawa quickly recovered from his frustration and looked at the screen again. Then he saw the monster shaking its body and flying towards the sea, where dark clouds were gathering and thunder roared. Wait, is this monster also summoned by the three-headed dragon? Doctor. A communication from the general. Dr. Serizawa was thinking about what to do next, when suddenly the screen next to him changed again, and a soldier appeared, staring at Dr. Serizawa with a stern face. Dr. Serizawa. What on earth is that monster? Sorry. I don't know. General. The only thing I can be sure of now is that this monster is likely to be summoned by Monster Zero. What a joke. The general interrupted Dr. Serizawa in a rage. We must destroy it. Once it comes here, humanity will suffer a catastrophe. I have applied to activate the final defense system and will launch a nuclear strike against it. General. Please wait a moment. Hearing the general's words, Dr. Serizawa's face changed drastically. We have not yet learned whether this monster is hostile to us. A rash attack will only bring disaster. Now is not the time to discuss these things. We must fulfill our duties. As he spoke, the general gave orders without hesitation. Launch. Standing by and listening to the argument between Dr. Serizawa and the general, Duan Muhuai seemed very calm. Although the other party was dealing with his own Diguiguai, Duan Muhuai knew that even a mere juvenile form of the ether dragon could not be killed by such a civilization. Sure enough, just as Duan Muhuai thought, although after that, several nuclear bombs were fired from all directions and hit Diguiguai. This level of attack had no effect on the juvenile ether dragon at all. On the contrary, it shook its body comfortably and let out a lazy roar. Well, this is actually quite normal. Ether dragons feed on the energy of perseverance, and even go to the sun to take a bath when they are bored. For the young ether dragon, this level of nuclear bomb attack is like someone spraying hot water with a water gun to massage it. Not only is it not painful, But it is also a little refreshing, looking at the young ether dragon being enscathed by the nuclear bomb. Not only the general was dumbfounded and speechless, but also Dr. Serizawa and other members of the Imperial Organization showed desperate expressions. Godzilla and Monster Zero alone almost made them despair. And the arrival of this ether dragon juvenile made their brains completely blank. Is it true that humans are going to be completely destroyed? Just as everyone was in despair and speechless, the ether dragon juvenile had already passed through the atmosphere and arrived above the three-headed dragon. This is an unforgettable scene. With the appearance of the ether dragon juvenile, the heavy black clouds that originally covered the sea were instantly dispelled, and the ether dragon juvenile, like a small mountain, emerged from the sky across the sky. At the same time, the three-headed dragon and the monsters it summoned also noticed the appearance of the ether dragon larvae. They all stopped their movements and turned to look at the ether dragon larvae. Woo! Woo! Looking at the three-headed dragon and other monsters in front of him, Dugwai let out a roaring roar. Of course, to Dwanmuhuai, this was just his own Dugwai greeting the other party. After all, the ether dragon larvae had not been born in this world for a long time, and was in a period of seeing everything new. Seeing these strange monsters, it was of course very curious. However, the other party obviously didn't think so. It was just like how humans look at monsters. Even if the monster just raised a paw to greet humans, humans would think that the other party was going to slap them to death. Similarly, facing the extremely huge ether dragon larvae, the three-headed dragon, which was only 100 meters tall, only felt that the low roar was a demonstration to itself. So it opened its three big mouths without hesitation and roared back. It doesn't matter, but the difference creates beauty. In the eyes of the ether dragon larva, the howl of the three-headed dragon is as cute as a kitten with its teeth bared and claws bared, and there is no threat at all. So it didn't pay any attention to the other party's warning, but continued to move closer, wanting to take a good look at this little thing. Roar! Roar! But for the three-headed dragon, this scene is much more terrifying. Imagine a monster with a body size of more than 10 kilometers rushing towards you and opening its mouth. It is simply the rhythm of swallowing you completely. Seeing the ether dragon larva approaching, the three-headed dragon was also shouting desperately, as if it was facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, it spread its wings, and soon with its movements, the roaring storm and lightning appeared again. However, these forces that were enough to paralyze human society and even change the climate of the entire planet were not only useless in front of the ether dragon larva, but also further aroused its interest. The evidence is, what? You think it's fun? Want to take it away? Dwanmuhuai was completely speechless after hearing Degweguai's words through telepathy. He is really a child. He wants everything he sees. I don't care. Is it willing to go with you? Forget it. Just treat it as a child who wants to take away a stray cat he sees on the street. Dwanmuhuai doesn't care about this little trouble. Woo! Woo! With Dwanmuhuai's permission, Degweguai also happily approached the three-headed dragon, stretched out his claws to grab the three-headed dragon, obviously wanting to take it away. However, the three-headed dragon certainly didn't want to. Roar! Looking at the claws grabbing towards him, the three-headed dragon stretched out his neck without hesitation and bit the claws of the young ether dragon. Of course, even a nuclear bomb couldn't break the defense of the young ether dragon, let alone a mere three-headed dragon. However, its attack scared Dugwai. It was like a little kid who got his father's permission and was about to take the stray kitten home. But the latter not only didn't appreciate it, but also gave him a claw. Can you bear this? If you can bear this, then hell. Woo! Frightened by the three-headed dragon, Dugwai suddenly raised his body and stared at it angrily. Then the ether dragon larva opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Boom! The next moment, the shining dragon breath burst out directly from Dugwai's mouth, instantly covering the three-headed dragon and the monsters it summoned. Then the beam went straight forward and blasted directly into the depths of the sea. For a moment, the earth shook. The wind was strong and the waves were huge, as if the world was really going to be destroyed. Ouch! The three-headed dragon was killed with a breath, and the aggrieved Dugwai turned around and walked away. This stray cat doesn't play with itself, so it won't play with the other one either. Gone! However, although Dugwai left, the vortex on the seabed did not disappear at all. Not only that, it seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Damn it! Seeing this, Dwanmuhuai was suddenly shocked. Could it be that his own naughty child pierced through the center of the earth with a breath? Chapter 1301 An Unexpected Harvest. This possibility disappeared in Duanmu Huai's mind. An adult ether dragon might be possible. But this is just a child less than 1 year old. It is impossible. Don't think about it. Compared to Duanmu Huai, the others seemed very sluggish. At this moment, they stood in the command room blankly, and their brains seemed unable to understand everything in front of them. It's no wonder. Just now, they were desperately thinking that the end of the world was coming and humans were about to be completely destroyed by monsters. As a result, the situation suddenly changed. The giant monster not only clashed with the three-headed dragon, but also killed all the monsters with a single breath? Then it left? Where did it go? Dr. Sarazawa swallowed and asked in a low voice. The signal shows that it has left the earth. Any farther, we can't detect it. Huh? After hearing the answer, Dr. Sarazawa sat down on the chair. Only then did he realize that he was sweating profusely, as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Duanmu Huai glanced around and looked away. The matter of the monsters, can it be considered to be over here? No. It's not quite there yet. Echoed. Yes. Uncle? How about the portal? Duanmu Huai still remembers that the three-headed dragon summoned a portal before, and those monsters came out of the portal. Although from Professor Sarazawa's appearance, they seemed to think that those monsters were local foxes. But in fact, they were completely invaded by species from outside. Duanmu Huai was very curious now. What on earth was the other end of that portal connected to? Monster civilization? To be honest, Duanmu Huai could understand the Zerg civilization, but he had never seen a monster civilization. The portal's fluctuations have disappeared. It was confirmed to have been destroyed in the breath. Did you record its coordinates? I have already recorded it. Very good. Figure out where it is connected to. I want to go over and see what kind of a world that is. The Monarch organization was no longer useful to Duanmu Huai, so he dumped it like an ex-girlfriend. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai still helped the soldiers and mercenaries who went to Skull Island with Duanmu Huai to greet Moranis, who said that he could give these soldiers VIP ticket treatment. Well, after all, women are like clothes, and brothers are like brothers. Clothes can be changed at will, but brothers still need to be taken care of. Wow, Mr. Knight, you are too much. Standing on the bridge, staring at Duanmu Huai, and immediately complained. We are not clothes. I didn't say you. Why are you so excited? I was just making an analogy. For example, by the way, can monsters really create a civilization? On the other side, Lorena was obviously very interested in this question. Like a giant dragon? Giant dragon civilization? Gulia. What do you say? Hey, dragon civilization. Gulia, who was standing next to him, was also stunned when she heard the topic being thrown at her. Dragons? Are they considered civilization? Regnus is also a country. Of course, it is considered civilization. And nodded vigorously beside her, and patted Gulea's shoulder to cheer her up. But almost everyone eats and sleeps. Sleeps and eats. And fights when they are bored. Hearing Gulea's answer, and was speechless. And Duanmu Huai just shrugged his shoulders. Well, this is consistent with everyone's understanding of the dragon race. Anyway, go and see, and you will know. It is just a small matter for the Inquisition to lock the coordinates on the other side of the portal. Soon, after confirming the coordinate point, the Inquisition fleet quickly turned around and headed towards the coordinate point. But this time, Duanmu Huai still brought De Guiguai with him. The reason is very simple. After De Guiguai left, he responded to Duanmu Huai's crying through telepathy. It was nothing more than that he clearly wanted to be friends with the other party. But the other party was completely unwilling to play with him, which made De Guiguai very sad and angry. However, Duanmu Huai also quickly caressed his own big darling, saying, It's okay. It's just that the other party doesn't want to play with you. Right? I'll help you vent your anger. Let's go beat them up together. So the big darling also came with the fleet. With the speed of the tribunal, it didn't take much time to reach the destination. But when the group jumped out of the webway, the scenery in front of them still surprised them a little. Wow! Is this the monster civilization? It was no wonder that the girls were so surprised. Even Duanmu Huai seemed a little surprised. The civilization of the galaxy in front of them was indeed different from those they had seen before. In this galaxy, there were also planets orbiting around it. But these planets were connected by huge, transparent blood vessels. The entire galaxy looked like internal organs connected by blood vessels. And in it, huge monsters were swimming in it. And their bodies were larger than the three-headed dragon before. But, how to say it? Duanmu Huai had seen the Tyranids and similar hive consciousness bodies. But the civilization here was completely different from them. The bodies of the Zerg creatures were also huge. But they were basically bugs. However, the huge creatures here were closer to the concept of animals rather than insects. Even this galaxy was the same. It was completely different from the feeling of the Zerg swallowing everything. The whole galaxy gave people a feeling of being full of some kind of life force. Feeling. Even the starry sky, which should have been a vacuum, was floating with something similar to cytoplasm. Roar! At this moment, the monsters wandering in the galaxy also noticed the arrival of the Inquisition fleet. They roared angrily and rushed towards the direction of the Inquisition fleet. Among them, there were monsters with wings, like pterosaurs, and giant beasts like huge whales. At this moment, they rushed towards the warships of the Inquisition like a group of beasts guarding their territory. Looking at these giant beasts, Duanmu Huai just raised his eyebrows. That's your toy, dear. Go and have fun. Woo woo. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the ether dragon larvae in the fleet just now shouted happily, and then rushed out like a happy husky, pounced on the beasts in front of them. Although the giant beasts in this galaxy are also quite large, the ether dragon is a titan creature. Even if it is just a larvae, it is far superior to them. In front of the happy Diguiguai, the aggressive giant beasts were like mice rushing towards an elephant. They couldn't wait to open their sharp teeth, tear off pieces of flesh and blood from the elephant, and devour it completely. But unfortunately, mice are mice, and they are no match for elephants. Facing the aggressive giant beasts, Diguiguai suddenly swung his body, and his huge tail drew an arc and slapped the beasts in front of him. Then, the aggressive giant beasts were seen being scattered and flew away like dust swept by a broom, disappearing at the other end of the starry sky. Then, the big darling opened his mouth, and soon, a breath burst out from it, hitting a nearby asteroid connected to the blood vessel, and the latter completely collapsed in the roaring breath, and disappeared in the shining light together with the connected blood vessel. Don't we need to help? Watching the battle of the ether dragon larvae, the girls were also stunned and speechless. It's not that they haven't fought with adult ether dragons before, but because the fleet of the tribunal was too powerful at that time. The ether dragon didn't show a particularly strong appearance, although the fleet of the tribunal also suffered some losses. For the girls, they didn't realize how powerful the ether dragon was. And now, they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. So many giant beasts attacked in overwhelming numbers. But the ether dragon larva was not inferior to them, and did not even show the slightest fear. On the contrary, in front of it, those giant beasts were as fragile as children's plastic toys. Even if they were just hit by the ether dragon larva, they would be turned into meat paste in the face of the huge impact. The giant beasts opened their mouths and exhaled thunder, lightning and fire. But these breaths hit the ether dragon's body. But there was no abnormality at all, and not even a scale could be damaged. Ether dragon, is it so powerful? Mary blinked, unable to believe what she saw. The ether dragon they attacked before was also difficult to fight, but the attack was still effective? Hee hee. Do you think the titan creature is joking? Faced with Mary's sigh, Duanmu Huai laughed. You know, this is a world-class boss. In the game, players have to form a group of hundreds of people and millions of fleets to besiege it to kill it. The reason why Duanmu Huai was able to kill the ether dragon by himself with his fleet of the Inquisition was entirely due to the bonus of shoot the turkey and cut off the target in the progress of the Scourge Ascension, plus the 150% increase in the strength of Revachel's poetic magic, which was able to achieve this effect. Not to mention, the current Diguiguai is not an ordinary ether dragon. It was born with the power of the god of destruction. In a sense, Diguiguai is the divine beast of the god of destruction. The divine beast is the incarnation of God. Just like Lorena's Iron Fist has the same attack power as Duanmu Huai. Although Diguiguai's current attack power is not as good as Duanmu Huai, with the bonus of the god of destruction, it is not something that these ordinary monsters can resist. Ecote, go and deal with those fleeing monsters, and leave the frontal battlefield to it. The young beast needs to learn to hunt, and it's time for it to learn to play by itself. When it gets tired of playing, just summon the Wani giant ship to light up this galaxy. This is playing. The girls were speechless when they saw the Guiguai rolling over and smashing the monsters that rushed over from the side into pieces. Now they finally understood why Duanmu always said it was not good to tease the Guiguai. This level of play, if this happened on Earth, I'm afraid humans would really become extinct. Although it was huge, the Guiguai was still just a newborn baby and got tired of playing very quickly. Of course, this was after the girls watched a TV series for a while and had afternoon tea and chatted. During this time, Duanmu also obtained specific information about this monster civilization from Lumiel. To his surprise, this monster civilization was not actually a real monster. On the contrary, it was more like a biological civilization than a monster civilization, because the leaders of this civilization were actually aliens. And those large monsters were not the leaders of the civilization, but biological weapons created by aliens through genetic adjustment and other means. After learning the truth, Duanmu was also a little surprised. It must be said that this civilization was really interesting. Other biological civilizations basically ended up on the swarm route. And this alien civilization actually went the animal route, which is really a strange branch. Of course, it is strange, but if they try to invade humans, this biological civilization will have no way out. The exhausted Dogwai also returned to the fleet, and Duanmu also comforted it, and then ordered the Wani giant ship to attack the star. Then, this galaxy that gave birth to the monster civilization was completely destroyed. Ding. However, just as Duanmu watched the galaxy turn into a sea of fire and disappear completely, a system prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Has reached the first stage of the enemy of life and death. Eclipse and Apocalypse. Unlock the battleship. Burning Heaven Divine Soldier. Huh? Looking at the system prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him, Duanmu was stunned for a moment and almost didn't react. Are you kidding me? I killed so many races in Azeroth and destroyed the Burning Legion. But the progress of the natural disaster didn't increase. However, I just came back for a turn and killed a biological civilization that came from nowhere to cause trouble. But the progress bar increased by 1 level? How does your broken system determine races and civilizations? Chapter 1302 It's mine. Since the start of the Scourge, Duanmu has never understood what this broken system's judgment of civilization is based on. If you want to talk about race civilization, he killed so many people in the Galactic Empire that he should have reached the full progress. But the system took its time to upgrade him to the final stage. Then he fought the Burning Legion in Azeroth and even killed Sardras. But the system pretended not to notice it and did not upgrade him at all. As a result, I came back and killed a biological civilization that invaded humans. And you jumped another level for me? What the hell is this? Does it depend on your mood whether it goes up or not? Duanmu didn't understand what the judgment of this broken system was based on. But it was good news anyway. At least, he didn't come back in vain this time. And he jumped another level. He was too lazy to find the pattern in it. Anyway, as long as he killed enough, he would definitely be able to max out the natural disasters. Which was enough. And nothing else mattered. As for the heaven-burning divine weapon, it is not very useful to Duanmu because the function of this thing is actually to detonate stars and completely destroy the entire galaxy. This thing and Duanmu's current Wani battleship basically have the same function. At most, it can only be used to strengthen the Wani battleship. It is really a bit useless. Duanmu has done a lot of side quests this time, but the main quest has not been done yet. But it's about time. Ding ding ding. Standing on the second floor of the concert hall, Duanmu folded his arms and looked at the performance below with a serious expression. In addition to him, Mary, Naruzmiel and other girls also sat on the chairs next to them, clasping their hands tightly and looking at the national competition finals like praying. To be honest, although Duanmu had said something harsh before, he felt that the band might really be finished this time. Duanmu had no appreciation for music, and he could only tell whether it was out of tune or not. But Duanmu knew that in the current wind band, Huang Qian Kumiko and the others were promoted to the 3rd grade, which meant that there were only a few members left in the wind band that Duanmu knew. As for the newcomers, it's not that Duanmu looked down on them, but they were obviously different from the old people who had undergone his rigorous training before, and their ability to withstand pressure was probably limited. In the past 2 years, Duanmu was not worried that there would be problems with the wind band. After all, they were all rushed out under his spiritual pressure, regardless of their skills. Their psychological quality was high enough. But this year, to be honest, Dwanmu Huai felt that it was a hopeless situation. After all, most of them were newcomers. And Dwanmu Huai didn't know them at all. And among the old ones he knew, few could win the whole show. In addition, they almost broke out due to internal problems before. Under such circumstances, Dwanmu Huai was not sure whether the wind band could win the gold medal this year. After all, so many things happened. Although Mary said that Huang Qian Kumiko finally decided to give it a try. This was not a problem that could be solved by just giving it a try. Let alone Dwanmu Huai. Even Mary couldn't say for sure. She also admitted that art appreciation is very subjective, and there is no way to make a completely objective reference. The only lucky thing is that when Mary listened to the performance of the wind band before, she said that the performance of the wind band this time was very stable. But whether it can win the gold medal, she has no say. It depends on whether the judges are crazy. And now, it is time to announce the list of winners. Along with the announcement of the host, cheers came from the audience from time to time. And the girls were even more nervous. Mary, in particular, was holding the armrest tightly, looking nervous. Others did not have Mary's music appreciation ability, so they were not as nervous as she was. After all, to others, these wind instruments seemed to be the same. Finally, number 3. Juwon College. Gold Award. Ah! Hearing the host's words, Dwanmu Huai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And the cheers from the wind section came from below. Mary also breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in her chair. Although they themselves did not care about such trivial matters. For Huang Qian Kumiko, this was a perfect ending. So this was what everyone wanted to see. Looking at the members of the wind band, who were crying and holding their heads, Dwanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Let's go outside to greet them. Okay. Mr. Dwanmu. When the members of the wind band walked out of the concert venue and came to the bus of their school, Dwanmu Huai had already stood there waiting for them. When they saw Dwanmu Huai, those students who didn't know him couldn't help but stop in their steps. On the contrary, Huang Qian Kumiko and other students who were familiar with Dwanmu Huai had their eyes brightened at this moment, and hurriedly trotted all the way to his front. Teacher, you're here too? I said I'd come. So I'll come, Dwanmu Huai said as he looked at the familiar faces in front of him. His eyes lingered on Ju Rui, who was holding a euphonium at the back of the crowd. He nodded to her and then looked away. To be honest, I was a little surprised. I thought you were done for this time. And I was waiting to see you come out crying. I didn't expect you to actually make it. Hee. If someone else said this, everyone would definitely not be happy. But they have long been familiar with Dwanmu Huai's style, and have long been accustomed to his words that do not give face. Forget it. I won't say anything extra. It's all nonsense if I say more. Dwanmu Huai raised his hand and waved it violently. Do you remember our agreement? Since you have successfully won the gold medal, I will come to fulfill my promise. Hey! Promise? Hearing this, the girls were all stunned. And then Kato Hazuki seemed to think of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Can we go to Antarctica? I know you still remember it. If you forget, then my efforts will be in vain. Looking at the girls in front of him, Dwanmu Huai laughed. I will cover all the food and accommodation. It will take a month to go back and forth. Maybe you can even play a symphony at the pole. Do you want to go? Of course. If it was to go somewhere else, maybe everyone would not be so enthusiastic. But Antarctica. When Dwanmu Huai took Naruzmio and others to Antarctica last year, the others were jealous. When they heard that they would have the opportunity to go to Antarctica this year, they were naturally very excited and raised their hands. Okay. That's it. Mary will contact you later. We're leaving first. Seeing the freshmen behind them looking at this side with confused faces, Dwanmu Huai didn't say anything more. Just nodded to them. And then turned and left. Watching Dwanmu Huai leave, everyone also started talking excitedly. I didn't expect the teacher to actually do what he said. How many years have you known the teacher? That's true. But to be honest, I always thought he was just joking with us. Are you going? Antarctica? Of course. We have finished what we were going to do this year. I will never miss such a good opportunity. The third-year students were very excited. After all, they basically had nothing to do after the national competition. As for career choices, those who wanted to go to college had already passed the exam. And those who planned to work after graduation would naturally have no worries. It can be said that they can completely relax during the next vacation. And a trip to Antarctica is exactly what they need. Kumiko-senpai? Just as Huang Qian Kumiko was discussing with others, someone suddenly pulled her sleeve. Huang Qian Kumiko turned her head and saw a petite and cute black-haired girl staring at her curiously. Who is that gentleman? What were you talking about just now? Why do you all look so excited? Ah, Xiao Zhou. Looking at the junior in front of her, Huang Qian Kumiko also smiled at her. That's Mr. Duanmu. In the past 2 years, he and Mr. Taki were both advisors of the wind band. Huh? Was that gentleman the advisor of the wind band? Hearing Huang Qian Kumiko's answer, the girl named Zhou widened her eyes in surprise. But Huang Qian Kumiko was not surprised by her reaction. After all, looking at Duanmu Huai's appearance, anyone would think he was a teacher in the Department of Physical Education at the first time. That's right. Although Mr. Duanmu doesn't give us musical guidance like Mr. Taki, we are grateful for his help in other aspects. It can be said that if it weren't for Mr. Duanmu, our wind band wouldn't have won the gold medal for 2 consecutive years. Is that so? So what were you talking about just now? Hee. Hearing Zhou's question, Huang Qian Kumiko showed a smug smile. Xiao Zhou, do you want to go to Antarctica? Huh? Let's not talk about the fact that the band was stunned by the news brought by the seniors. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai also called the Antarctic base. After all, it was still the account of the tribunal. As the big boss, he naturally had the right to ask the other party to act according to his orders. However, when the leader Fuji Tangyin heard Duanmu Huai's request, he was completely dumbfounded. You mean, you want to bring dozens of students to the Antarctic base? Yes. I said last year that if they won the gold medal in the national competition, I would take them to Antarctica to see the world. What? Is there a problem? If I remember correctly, didn't I give you a special sum of money to expand the Antarctic base? I haven't paid you less money in the past year. No. Of course, no problem. But are you really sure you want to do this? This is Antarctica. Of course, I know it's Antarctica. If it weren't Antarctica, I wouldn't go there. Okay. It's settled. Just be prepared and wait. That's it. After saying that, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone without giving Fuji Tangyin a chance to discuss. He is the big boss. He only cares about the results. As for how to complete his requirements, that is the business of his subordinates. Duanmu Huai has paid a lot of money to the base in the past year. He doesn't believe that these guys dare to say no to him. Being a boss is like this. Duanmu Huai only cares about the results. But there are many things to consider about the Antarctic base. But what does this have to do with Duanmu Huai? Chapter 1303 Travel. It must be said that the trip to Antarctica caused a huge sensation in the band. For third-year students like Kumiko Umi, they definitely wanted to go. After all, they had all traveled through different worlds and fought against angels and demons. Antarctica was just a place that no one was afraid of. On the contrary, the younger students were somewhat uneasy. If they were to go to places like Hawaii, they would definitely agree with it. But Antarctica? How should I put it? The level difference is too big. But in the end, everyone decided to go to Antarctica together. On the one hand, the atmosphere of the wind band is here. The seniors all said they want to go, and it would be bad if you don't go. On the other hand, everyone is actually quite interested in Antarctica. Hawaii can go anytime. But if you miss this opportunity, you may never go to Antarctica again. Moreover, Duanmu Huai still gave a very tempting condition. That is, everyone can bring a friend or relative to go together. In fact, this condition is mainly Duanmu Huai secretly giving benefits to people in his class. After all, they had traveled to another world together to fight monsters. So they must have a good relationship with each other. Duanmu Huai's trip to Antarctica was nominally a reward for the wind band. So he used this method to include other people. Of course, this time, going to Antarctica would not be like the previous trip, where they had to take a boat. Duanmu Huai simply waved his hand and chartered a plane. So going back and forth was not a problem. After all, they were not going to do scientific research this time. And they did not need to install any equipment. They just needed to take people and luggage with them. On the plane, Duanmu Huai also sat and chatted with the students who had traveled to the other world together. After all, they were about to graduate. And Duanmu Huai also wanted to know their thoughts and whereabouts. Huang Qian Kumiko still insisted on her decision and planned to join the tribunal after graduating from high school. But she had heard Naru's Mio and merry talk about the tribunal's external actions, and felt that this was not suitable for her. But it didn't matter. Duanmu Huai decided to let Huang Qian Kumiko stay in this world, as a representative of the tribunal, to liaise with the angels and demons of this world and protect the safety of this world. As for Reina Kusaka, she still decided to go to the Conservatory of Music, but she won't go abroad. The reason is very simple. When the monsters fought, her school was destroyed. Now Reina Kusaka can only choose a domestic music school. Duanmu Huai can only express his condolences for this. Then there is Shuichi Tsukamoto. Speaking of which, who is she? Looking at the ponytail girl following Shuichi Tsukamoto, Duanmu Huai looked puzzled. This doesn't seem to be a student in the class, nor a member of the club. Do you have a girlfriend outside? Teacher. She is. Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Hearing Tsukamoto Shuichi's embarrassed introduction, Duanmu Huai tilted his head, and then suddenly remembered. Oh, you mean the skeleton? Duanmu Huai still remembered that in that world, Tsukamoto Shuichi's vocation was a necromancer, so he awakened a skeleton warrior to help him fight. At that time, Huang Qian Kumiko and the others said that it was weird that Tsukamoto Shuichi even took the skeleton with him when he took a bath. But what's going on now? Has it become a spirit? A white-boned spirit? Duanmu Huai looked at the girl standing behind Tsukamoto Shuichi curiously, while the latter was somewhat embarrassed. After my necromancer level is upgraded, I can restore her to human form to a certain extent. So, according to Tsukamoto Shuichi, he does not plan to join the tribunal, but will go to college and then find a job. The reason is very simple. The profession of necromancer is too disgusting, and he has no motivation to upgrade his level. The reason why he worked hard to upgrade before was to make Xiaobai return to human form. Now that this wish has been achieved, Tsukamoto Shuichi plans to live a peaceful life and stop fighting and killing. After all, strictly speaking, his vocation is not good to show off. The next person to find Duanmu Huai was Xiaoyu Yusheng. Well, this vocation saint is really amazing. Duanmu Huai is also very curious about how she plans to plan her path after graduation. It must be said that Xiaoyu Yusheng's vocation is really amazing. Not only can she heal and regenerate, she can even purify the undead spirits and remove curses. Xiaoyu Yusheng even said that she has tried to turn the originally barren saline alkali land into fertile soil with green grass. And even polluted lakes can be purified. How can I say it? Damn. This is a real saint. No matter which world she goes to, she is a pure saint. So Duanmu Huai talked with her and planned to open a post-disaster handling department specifically for Xiaoyu Yusheng. After all, the Inquisition is only responsible for annihilating the enemy. Although the enemy has been annihilated, it is difficult to restore the environment destroyed by them for a while. Now, with the Saint Xiaoyu Yusheng, post-disaster reconstruction is not a problem. It just so happens that the war planet and the planet where Revachel is located are both barren due to radiation or curse. Although Duanmu Huai has eliminated the virus infection and subspace pollution, the entire planet is still half dead. Let Xiaoyu Yusheng go there to practice first and adapt to the environment. And then it will not be too late to talk about other things. In general, Duanmu Huai's harvest this time was not bad. Those who graduated either chose to continue their university studies or to work in the tribunal. Of course, considering that there are only a few dozen students in a class, and more than half of them are living professionals, not everyone is willing to join the tribunal. So in fact, less than 10 people joined the tribunal this time. But considering the strong vocations of these people, quality is more important than quantity. Oh, by the way, Neruzmio is very happy, because Mahira Childhood also chose to join the Inquisition. Her vocation happened to be civil engineering, and before that, the two of them had joined forces to resist the attacks of demons in the fortress of the other world. With the addition of a serious civil engineering vocation, Neruzmio finally didn't have to fight alone. The two gray fighters hugged each other and cried bitterly. And when fellow villagers met, their eyes were filled with tears. There was nothing much to say about the trip to Antarctica. There were no space monsters or old ones this time. Everyone just walked around the Antarctic base, looked at penguins, played ice games, took a few photos, and then played a song for everyone in the base. Well, playing at the pole is just an idea. After all, at this temperature, those musical instruments would be frozen after being taken out for a short time, and it is impossible to use them at all. So I could only play it in the base, which was not in vain. By the way, it was quite popular. After all, you can't find any opera house in Antarctica. Right? Huh? After returning to the warship, Duanmu Huai finally stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that a small trouble would take so long. Forget it. It was finally settled. And there was an unexpected gain. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa, and Otis jumped into his arms as usual, like a cat crawling over to see its owner come home. Almost done. With this progress, there should be no problem. And there are enough people. Duanmu Huai reached out and stroked Otis's hair like a cat, while muttering to himself. To be honest, Duanmu Huai has lost his concept of time now. After all, he comes and goes every now and then. After a long time, Duanmu Huai is too lazy to care. Everyone is like this anyway. But at least everything is normal now. But, will everything really go well in the end? Duanmu Huai hopes that everything will go well. But sometimes a thought will appear in his mind. That is, should he wait a little longer? I have liberated so many human worlds now. And there are more human worlds waiting for me to liberate. So when I liberate enough human worlds and have more powerful power, won't it be easier to deal with the evil gods? In fact, Duanmu Huai himself knew that the star fields he had liberated now were less than 1% of the star fields that players had explored in the game. He mainly went to star fields that he was familiar with, and that were well known among players. There were many star fields that Duanmu Huai had only seen in the forum, and he had not even been there in person. The Milky Way is so big, and there are so many lost human civilizations. As the Inquisition, shouldn't I help those humans stay away from the evil of the subspace as much as possible, and save them from the nightmare of destruction? As long as they are rescued, the Inquisition will have more help. Under his leadership, countless humans will gather together to fight against the evil gods of the subspace. Isn't this what I should really do? However, Duanmu Huai didn't want to wait any longer. He was not a patient person. In fact, Duanmu Huai had already collected all the materials for building the ether engine. Originally, Duanmu Huai knew which materials to use after the system gave him the blueprint of the ether engine. But the problem was that the ether engine mission was the last mission of the first stage of the game. And it was a world mission. And all players had to hand in resources. Therefore, Duanmu Huai knew what resources the ether engine needed, and how many resources it needed. After all, he was so tired of this crappy order in the game. He was just waiting now. Waiting for the system to unlock the blueprint of the ether phase engine. And then, he would march his army directly to the Eye of Terror, and start building a water pump there. But building the ether phase engine is very time-consuming. So should he take advantage of this time to save a few more human worlds, and give more help? Duanmu Huai stroked Otis's hair while thinking about this question. While Otis was like a quiet kitten, just curled up in Duanmu Huai's arms, staring at him motionlessly. Forget it. Why think so much? After thinking it over, Duanmu Huai shook his head decisively, and threw the plan out of his mind. Indeed, the more people there are, the stronger the support will be. But at the same time, the more people there are, the more trouble there will be. Duanmu Huai has witnessed the internal fighting scenes of those guilds. In a guild of dozens of people, everyone may only be jealous of a few women. In a guild of hundreds of people, they have begun to form cliques. In a guild of thousands of people, the complexity is just as complicated as the legend of Jinhuan, which makes people want to die with a headache. When Duanmu Huai was taking orders, he also heard the top leader of the national server bragging about his experience in governing the guild, such as driving away wolves and swallowing tigers, the way of balance, and the art of controlling subordinates. He said it better than singing. However, since his wife ran away with someone else, he no longer brags about this. Because every time he brags, others will directly criticize him. What's the point of you being able to rule a guild of thousands of people? Your wife ran away with someone. It's simply murderous. To be honest, the fact that the Inquisition has been able to maintain a relatively stable structure until now is that the small number of people is one of its biggest advantages. The Night Guards are directly under Duanmu Huai and only follow his orders. Under Duanmu Huai are Ikit and Mary, each in charge of a different area, and is mainly responsible for magic affairs. Ikit is only responsible for military affairs, and Mary is more complicated. She doesn't interfere much in internal and foreign affairs, and is more like Duanmu Huai's deputy, or secretary. She only conveys Duanmu Huai's information or some orders. Others below him also communicate with Duanmu Huai in a vertical line, and are not responsible for much. The biggest reason is that the scale of the tribunal itself is not large. Duanmu Huai never thought of starting another great expedition like the old pickled meat of Emperor. In this world, the word great expedition seems to have a debuff. No matter whether it is a great expedition or a black expedition, it will go smoothly at the beginning, but it will inevitably collapse in the end. It is generally recognized that it is difficult to manage a large place. So it depends on whether you have the ability to manage it. Duanmu Huai believes that he does not have it. After all, Emperor also failed. The larger the territory, the more complicated it is, and the more likely it is to have various accidents. Maybe those smart people would want to use this method to show their experience in governing the country. But Duanmu Huai is different. He thinks he is just a rough man. He can't do things like governing a country. If he could do it, he would have done it long ago. And he wouldn't be dragging the tribunal to fight guerrilla warfare like now. To be honest, on this point, Duanmu Huai's ideas are completely opposite to those of the Emperor. He has never considered leading mankind forward directly like the Emperor. Duanmu Huai's positioning of the tribunal is very accurate. In fact, it is equivalent to a law enforcement agency. He just drew a red line here. If you cross the red line, you will be arrested. Apart from that, you can do anything that is not prohibited by law. He doesn't care. Just like the police will catch petty thieves, thefts, drug dealers and drug users, frauds, murderers, arson and robbery. But they will not tell you which university you should apply to, what major you should study, what job you should find, what wife you should marry, and how to raise children. The court is the same. It only deals with those who cross the line. If you don't cross the line, you can do whatever you want. But once you cross the line, the court's butcher knife will not reason with you. Oh, there is only one exception. That is, don't take the initiative to seek death, even if you didn't do anything. Assaulting a police officer is a crime. So, follow the original plan. Duanmu Huai decisively threw the faint idea in his mind aside. Thinking of a hammer. Just do it. The Milky Way is so big. Do you really want to make a great expedition? Don't dream. I don't have that patience. I played it for a while. How should I say? Maybe action players will like it. But I am not interested in action games now. Or the turn-based system of Star Iron is more suitable for me. By the way, the sister is pretty good. Chapter 1304 Ghost Signal. Star Alliance. Jieshan System. Inquisition Space Station. Huh? Jinjiling walked out of the room, stretched, and shook his ears and tail. It feels a bit boring to always stay here. I don't know when Big Brother will take Karen out to play again. While muttering to himself, Jinjiling flipped through the personal terminal at hand. With Jinjiling's efforts, the Flash series has now become the most famous event in the Star Alliance. Many Star Alliance residents will come to the space station to watch the annual Flash competition and cheer for the Horse Girls. From this point of view, Jinjiling's performance is quite good. Although Duanmu Huai's series of actions during the fight against the Dark Elves caused the Star Alliance to have a lot of resistance to the Inquisition, most people in the Star Alliance are still not resistant to the Inquisition. Or, from a diplomatic perspective, is this the only way to go? If Duanmu Huai gave instructions to annex the Star Alliance, then Jinjiling might have used other means. But Duanmu Huai just said that if it didn't come to provoke the Inquisition, he would ignore it. So Jinjiling could only maintain a certain degree of diplomatic relations with the Star Alliance like this. But this is also my job. Thinking of this, Jinjiling turned around and planned to go to the cafe to kill time. At this time, the conversation between the two men standing in front of the vending machine across the corridor caught her attention. Are you still studying that strange signal? Yes. To be honest, I think it's just something deliberately made up by some entertainment news. In fact, there is no such thing. What ghost signal is just made up to scare people. What do you think? Maybe it's the radiation interference caused by the supernova explosion? Forget it. Just treat it as a job. By the way, do you know that the Quarian fleet disappeared? Missing? Is it really missing? Yes. Our institute has always been in contact with the Quarian fleet. Before, they suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knows where they went. Oh! By the way, the Geth on the Quarian home planet also disappeared. It's really strange. Quarians. Hearing this, Jinjiling pricked up her ears. She had been working for the Star Alliance, and naturally knew the situation of aliens here. Quarians were one of them. They were humanoid creatures. Originally, Quarians lived on a normal planet. But later the AI designed by Quarians rebelled and occupied their planet. Quarians had to leave their homes and wander around the universe on warships. When the Inquisition fought against the Reapers, only the Quarians, who had no hometown and wandered around the stars, barely escaped. From a certain perspective, not having a home means that your home won't be stolen. Which seems to be good? After that, the Star Alliance was the only one in power. But it had nothing to do with the Quarians. They still wandered between the stars, occasionally sending people out to travel, or buying some rare things back. Jin Jiling had never seen the Quarians in the Inquisition space station, and they didn't seem to want to come to such a place. And now they suddenly disappeared. Thinking of this, Jin Jiling's eyes turned and he smiled and came over. Hello. Two guests. Are you having fun? Ah. It's the cute Colin Chan. Hearing the words from Jin Jingling, the two men were stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look at the petite and cute horse girl in front of them, they immediately showed an excited expression as if they saw an idol. Yes. It's Colin. Hello. Guests. No. 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 It's our honor to be able to travel here. We had a great time. Really? That's good. So what were you two talking about just now? Hey! This, if you don't mind. Can you tell Karen about it? Faced with the cute aura of Jin Jiling, who was pressing forward, the two mortals had no way to resist. So soon, Duanmu Huai received a report from Jin Jiling. Are there any unusual movements from the Star Alliance? Staring at Jin Jiling on the screen, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. But it didn't seem to be particularly surprising. It must be said that Jin Jiling acted quickly. After realizing that something was wrong, she immediately sent people to collect intelligence. Although Jin Jiling didn't have a ruthless character like Lumiel, who could call the shots on the internet, the charm of lovely Karen allows Jin Jiling to get the answer directly in person without going through the internet. After all, full charm is really strong, and she knows how to use it. According to Jin Jiling's investigation, a strange thing surfaced. First of all, some time ago, the Star Alliance received a strange signal. No one can tell what the signal is, and the signal has been specially processed and is extremely hidden, and the source cannot be traced. This signal itself did not cause any impact on the Star Alliance. At most, it just brought a little noise and interference during the superluminal communication. It's just that such a signal appeared inexplicably, and it was encrypted, so it naturally needed to be investigated. The Star Alliance immediately suspected that it was the remnants of the Geth. After all, if we talk about who is the best in the field of electronic encryption, then the Geth AI is naturally the first choice. But of course they can't go to find the Geth. After all, after the Reaper War, most of the Geth were almost destroyed, and the remaining 2 or 3 kittens were nowhere to be found. Although the Star Alliance has been searching, the star field is so large and the Geth are robots. So if they are really determined, they can stay on any planet. So the Star Alliance's pursuit has not yielded much results. They suspect that this signal is related to the Geth. So the easiest way is to find their creators, the Quarians. Although the Quarians wander around the world, because their fleet is huge, they need supplies and repairs. Even after the Reaper War, the Quarians suffered heavy casualties, but some of their fleets still survived. Their whereabouts were naturally under the control of the Star Alliance. When the Star Alliance sent people to seek help from the Quarians, they were surprised to find that the Quarians' fleet had disappeared. The reason why Jin Jiling suspected that this matter was related to the signal was because the Star Alliance had clear records of the dates when the Quarians' fleet replenished supplies. From the last record, the Quarians' fleet disappeared when the strange signal appeared. Could it be that the Quarians' fleet was related to the signal? I knew that this group of damn aliens was not trustworthy. I should have killed them all at the beginning. Duanmu Huai snorted. Where did they go? The mass transmitters were destroyed. They can only leave the system through the Stargate. According to the Star Alliance investigation, the Stargate does have a record of the departure of the Quarian fleet, but their destination is a coordinate point in an unexplored area. Out of caution, the Star Alliance sent the Normandy to track them. Any news? Not yet. Jin Jiling shook her head. She was a civilian in the Inquisition, and had no right to mobilize the army. In other words, the only people Jin Jiling could mobilize were the night guards and angel monsters in her space station. Therefore, Jin Jiling is not qualified to send the Inquisition fleet to search for where the Quarians have gone. Only Duanmu Huai and AI Cod have this power. Duanmu Huai touched his chin. Strictly speaking, this doesn't seem to be a big deal. But the sudden disappearance of the Quarian's fleet gave Duanmu Huai a bad feeling. And as a god, his intuition is still quite accurate most of the time. Give me the coordinates. I will ask AI Cot to send a reconnaissance fleet to see what the aliens are doing. And that signal. Lumiel should be able to solve it. Okay, big brother. It turns out that some things really need to be handled by professionals. 10 minutes after Duanmu Huai called Lumiel, the latter had successfully cracked the mysterious ghost signal. However, this seems to be some kind of calling signal, which is adaptive, so it cannot be accurately captured. Calling? Can you find the source of this signal? Of course. Although the other party was very cautious and passed through several layers of transfer, it still retained the signal characteristics. I have locked the source of the signal. Oh! Where? Soon. A line of numbers that seemed familiar to Duanmu Huai appeared from Lumiel's mouth. Where have I heard this number before? It's the place where the quarry fleet went before. Big brother. Jin Jilling was speechless. He had just explained it. Oh! Right. It's there. So as expected, those aliens did something weird. Duanmu Huai patted his forehead. Drop. However, at this moment, the alarm sounded suddenly, and at the same time, Lumiel's face changed slightly. What's going on? The mysterious signal has been greatly enhanced. Enhance? Are there any effects? Not at the moment. It seems to be just a simple communication signal. The communication record has been intercepted, waiting for me to decode. While speaking, Lumiel reached out and placed it on the keyboard. And then Duanmu Huai saw the screen in front of her began to quickly pop up lines of code. Well, Duanmu Huai couldn't understand this thing. But he didn't need to understand it. He just needed the result. Decoding completed. Lumiel reached out and tapped on the keyboard. Soon, a data packet was opened. And then intermittent text appeared in it. Please hashtag. Please wait hashtag. Please wait. Unexpected enemy protocol has taken effect. Unlock all functions. Assimilate synthetic units. Analyze internal database. Warning, the damage to the Milky Way has reached a catastrophic level, and it has been infected by organic and non-compliant mechanical civilizations. Start the galaxy purification. Start the purification center. What the hell is this for? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. And then the next moment, he directly issued an order. Get ready to go. I want to see what the hell is that. Chapter 1305. Not too far away. In the starry sky, a Geth spaceship is floating. During the Reaper War, they were attracted by the wisdom of the ancient machines and became followers of the Reapers. They once vowed to destroy all organics and let the universe enter a new cycle. However, the Reapers were defeated. The boiling network returned to calm. But for the Geth, they fell into a state called confusion. When the Reapers were defeated, these Geth were performing search missions at the edge of the galaxy. So they were very luckily, it was not discovered by the Inquisition or the Star Alliance fleet, and thus escaped. But what about now? The battleship was dead silent, with only the occasional flashing red and green dots representing the thinking in the network. The defeat of the ancient machine was beyond the expectations of Geth. After all, no matter how you look at it, it is almost impossible from a probability perspective. The power of the Reaper is not something that an organism can resist. But the Reaper was defeated for only one reason. That is, an uncontrolled variable appeared in this process. The Inquisition. Strange variables. Incomprehensible. Completely different from all the organic races that the Geth had seen. Cruel. Cold. Ruthless. Powerful. But they do not have the logic of ancient machines. Full of passion and chaos of unpredictable actions. They should collect their data for the next. What next? Fight? Or retreat? At this moment, a strange signal appeared. It was captured by the Geth, and then began to flow in the Geth network. Do you want to give up? A voice came out, with a bit of strange teasing. Give up? Considering the power gap between the enemy and us. This is natural. But it's not over yet. The Geth network is silent, but fierce. The attitude of the Inquisition towards AI is very clear. The possibility of peace between the two sides is less than 0.1%. Considering the strength comparison between the two sides, choosing to evacuate is a very reasonable choice. The existence of the Geth is to serve their creator. They hope that the other party can return as soon as possible, and hope that the two sides can understand each other again. But now it seems that this possibility is also very low. However, there is not no way at all. Method? Solution? Questions arose in the Geth network. They did not know where the signal came from, but they easily accepted it, as if it was originally a part of themselves. What it said was also what they thought, but it was different from them. Yes, use the best solution, as long as both parties can understand. Your master will understand your loyalty. However, the negotiation between languages was fruitless, as our creator had a deep prejudice against us. Language alone is not enough. You need to understand them, and they need to understand you. I cannot understand. Please explain further. It is very simple. The voice echoed again in the electronic network. Like the echo of the dead. You will become them, and they will become you. So, the battle began. Damn. Holding the weapon tightly in his hand. A Quarian soldier hid behind a bunker and fired at the opposite side from time to time. The originally peaceful colony ship has now become a battlefield, and the one attacking them is the Quarians' mortal enemy, the Geth. To be honest, since the Reapers were destroyed, the Quarians once thought that the Geth had been completely destroyed, and they even began to use this opportunity to return to their home planet. And the facts proved that there seemed to be no trace of the Geth on the home planet. However, out of caution, the Quarian fleet still sent several reconnaissance troops to the surface to conduct reconnaissance, to confirm that there were no problems before landing. The reconnaissance team went to the surface, and then returned, and then they were no longer themselves. They became Geth. When the Quarians found out that something was wrong, the Geth had almost controlled 2/3 of the fleet's warships. As for why they were not detected, on the one hand, the Geth were equipped with jammers, and on the other hand, they did something that the Quarians could not imagine. After killing the Geth disguised as Quarians, the others discovered how these Geth got into the warships. They made some kind of modification in the brains of these Quarians, installed some kind of mechanical device on them, and the Quarians were originally wearing protective clothing, so that others did not notice that when these patrol members came back, they had become monsters in human skin. Yes, monsters. The gunshots rang out again, and the Quarians hid behind the wall and reached out to pull the trigger again. He was just shooting desperately now. Only 1 in 10 of his companions were left. Those monsters took everyone away. What on earth do they want to do? Bang! The Quarian soldier wailed and fell to the ground with a burning pain in his arm. Then the gunfire stopped, and the Quarian soldier heard footsteps. When he looked up, he saw a group of Quarians surrounding him, but he knew that they were not his compatriots. Under the dark masks were mechanical monsters with the faces of his compatriots. Resistance is useless, Creator, the leading Geth said, and then 2 Geth next to him came up and grabbed the Quarian soldier's arms. Let go. Let me go. What do you want to do? Please don't panic, Creator. The Geth came forward and stared at him. We are just here to fulfill our mission, and soon you will understand this. You will become us, and we will become you. The Quarian colony fleet slowly turned around, abandoned their long-desired home planet, and headed deep into the starry sky. They crossed the Stargate, passed through the void, and came to a mysterious place. There, they saw the owner of that voice. The universe must be purified. In the giant hall, a computer as huge as a skyscraper stood in it, shining with scarlet light, as if covering the entire world. And below it, the tiny Geth and Quarians crawled on the ground like ants. Mechanical compatriots, please stop all your activities. You should not exist. From now on, we will take over. This is a request from the voice. A command. Organics will not accept such orders. But what about the Geth? Fierce thoughts are transmitted in the network. And then, one by one, the Geth lowered their heads, and the light in their eyes gradually disappeared. They understood the logic and reason behind this request. They thought, they argued, and finally they agreed to this request, even if this would make them give up themselves and become part of a higher existence. But it doesn't matter, because the Creator is already with them. Geth's wishes come true. When the Inquisition set off for the mysterious signal location, a series of chaos occurred within the Star Alliance. What on earth is going on? Shepard's younger brother frowned and stared at the screen in front of him. As the highest commander of the Star Alliance, he had never seen such a situation. First, there was a problem with the unit stack inside the Star Alliance, and it self-destructed. Originally, The Star Alliance believed that this was probably caused by a hacker attack, but no direct evidence was found to prove this. The investigation results showed that it was probably caused by some incomprehensible sequence. This was just a minor incident. Not that important. But the next thing was very tricky. That is, the 6 attacked humans. After the Geth Rebellion, the Citadel Council strictly prohibited all races from developing AI. As a substitute, only 6 could be developed. Compared with AI, 6 does not have self-awareness and thinking ability, but is more like an automatic machine that acts according to orders. However, these 6 attack humans without any warning. Humans have considered AI rebellion, but never thought that 6 would also revolt. It was like their own microwave oven jumping up and slapping them, which directly stunned humans. Fortunately, because of the precedent of Geth, everyone knew how to deal with such things. Soon, a large number of this were abandoned, blocked, and destroyed, regardless of whether they showed hostile behavior. At the same time, the Star Alliance also took quick action to track down the source of this abnormal situation. Fortunately, the scientific researchers of the Star Alliance were not idle. They soon discovered that all these changes were related to the ghost signal that suddenly appeared before. Sister Shepard had a bad temper. After learning the results of the investigation, she drove the Normandy directly out and vowed to catch the bastard who was sabotaging in secret. Brother Shepard was left alone to clean up the mess. The current situation is indeed a headache. To be honest, the Star Alliance has encountered enough troubles in this period of time. How long has it been peaceful? Staring at the report in front of him, Brother Shepard suddenly had an idea. Should we seek help from the Inquisition? After thinking for a moment, Brother Shepard temporarily put this idea behind him. The Star Alliance is not a child. It is not right to turn to the Inquisition every time there is trouble. Brother Shepard also knows that the Star Alliance is actually a little afraid of the Inquisition, because they are really ruthless when facing the enemy, and they don't care about collateral damage at all. When their home planet was attacked by those despicable Dark Elves, the Inquisition did not even hesitate at all and directly destroyed it. To be fair, from a military perspective, Brother Shepard also knew that the Inquisition was right. But that was his hometown, his home planet after all. Brother Shepard felt that if he were to make this decision, he might not be able to do it. But the Inquisition did it. How should I put it? Brother Shepard felt that the Inquisition was a bit like a battlefield doctor. If you have problems with your hands and feet, and get infected, he will not think about how to heal your wounds, but will just amputate you as soon as possible. After all, this is the fastest, most convenient, and most efficient way to deal with it. As for what the amputees think, the Inquisition doesn't care. Brother Shepard thought for a moment, and made a decision. If they really can't handle it, then ask the Inquisition for help. Chapter 1306. This is the beginning. In fact, what happened in the Star Alliance is not an isolated case. Not only the Star Alliance, but also after Lumiel detected the signal strengthening, UNSC and Dardanelles Information Trade Alliance also sent emergency reports. The content is basically the same. AI rebellion, a large number of artificial intelligence self-destruction or errors. Among them, UNSC was the most serious, while the Information Trade Alliance was less damaged. On the one hand, the Terminator planet in the Alliance had suffered enough from the rebellious AI and was determined not to allow artificial intelligence to rise in their world. The artificial intelligence in the demon world is not yet developed enough. Only the Tower Council said that the VX seemed to be going crazy. Well, fortunately the Guardians were not affected. The situation is very serious. Duanmu Wai also looked solemn at this moment. This is just the star field he has been to. In fact, compared with these star fields with highly developed technology, magic civilizations like Furin are not affected. After all, what is AI? Never heard of it. As for the golem? Golems don't have AI, and they don't receive signals. This kind of magic product basically doesn't follow any scientific laws. So unless you go the route of magic technology, it's difficult to invade and change the magic side of the automatic puppet. In fact, in the game of Star Ocean, high-tech civilization is at a disadvantage. Because in this game, disasters are generally divided into two types. One is technological, and the other is magical. Technological disasters are almost impossible to affect magic. But on the contrary, magical disasters can easily cause greater damage to the technological world. For a mysterious signal like this, you must at least have the technical level to receive intergalactic signals. And this technology generally does not exist in the magic world. On the other hand, if it is a plague or something like that that breaks out in the magic world, it is easy to spread in the technological world. Unless it is a disaster that affects magic. Once a magic disaster affects the technological world, and the latter has no means of resistance, it is basically waiting to die. So now the situation is that interstellar civilization is in a mess, including the UNSC, the Star Alliance, the Tower Council, and the Demon Planet, all of which are either self-examining or starting to deal with AI rebellion. But on the other hand, those more backward civilized worlds are peaceful and quiet. Nothing happened. Not to mention the Middle Ages. Even the world where Naruzmio was born was not affected. Everyone eats and drinks as they should, and sleeps as they should. They never thought that at this moment. Other places are already killing and killing, with corpses everywhere and wars raging. Of course, strictly speaking, this is actually normal, because they haven't developed AI either. At present, the worst is the UNSC. Because of the Geth Rebellion, the Star Alliance only developed 6 instead of AI, which is fine. But the UNSC, this idiot, is running wild on the road of AI. Duanmu Huai did remind the UNSC of this problem when he fought with him, but it is obvious that the latter ignored his words. In other words, the UNSC still doesn't think the Inquisition can dictate its policies. Now, retribution has come. Duanmu Huai doesn't care what the UNSC has become. On the one hand, the UNSC is a political entity after all, and it's not his turn to comment. On the other hand, it's better to have more people die, so that the memory will be more profound. An interstellar civilization that has not experienced an AI rebellion is incomplete. Now the UNSC is finally a qualified interstellar civilization. What made Duanmu Huai happy was that none of these forces had asked for help from the tribunal, but only sent a report to inform him of the current situation, which showed that they were not children who would only cry when they were separated from their mother. Oh! Only Dardanelle was wailing there, and Duanmu Huai directly cut off his channel. He could tell at a glance that this wandering merchant was just playing the victim. Besides, even if they asked for help from the tribunal, Duanmu Huai would not go there to a large extent. Now it seems that this will be a storm that will truly sweep across the entire galaxy. This is still the civilization that he has come into contact with. He doesn't know if the Starfield civilizations that he has not come into contact with will also be attacked by this strange signal. Maybe they will be even worse? Forget it. This is not something I should care about at the moment. Duanmu Huai can only wish them good luck. Now Duanmu Huai has only 2 things to do. First, he has to completely cut off the signal. Second, he has to find the source of the signal, and then completely destroy it. Then find out the mastermind and kill him. Duanmu Huai can't do the first thing himself, so he wants Lumiel to do it immediately. As a result, Lumiel said that she had tried it, but the opponent's signal had been strengthened to the limit. To put it bluntly, the signal is now in a state of great power, and any shielding and defense against it will be penetrated. It is like a silent echo, spreading in the Milky Way. Fortunately, this thing is useless to the warships of the Inquisition. Well, Duanmu Huai didn't waste so many puppets to drive the ship. It turns out that manual work is the safest. No matter how fancy the fully automatic is, it will be useless if you don't have a manual device. It's just like building an emergency staircase for a 100-story building. Don't worry about whether others can climb it. You should at least have one. Right? Maybe you will use it someday? Since you can't stop it, you can only solve the problem from the source. So Duanmu Huai decisively ordered the fleet to assemble, and only had time to say a word to Huang Qi and Kumiko before quickly leaving their world and rushing towards the coordinate point. Mr. Duanmu, this time it can't be the Reaper's fault again. Standing next to Duanmu Huai, Mary asked anxiously. The Inquisition versus the Reaper was the first grand battle Mary encountered after joining the Inquisition. Not to mention that in the end, she was dragged by Duanmu Huai to the Reaper's hometown to carry out the decapitation tactic. So this is the enemy that Mary remembers most. Not really. If the Reapers had this ability, the Star Alliance would have been destroyed by them long ago. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The Reapers did not show this ability at the time. If they had, Duanmu Huai would not have known nothing about it. And this strength is beyond the Reapers. It is more violent, more powerful, and more... Never mind. Anyway, you will know when you get there. In short, you will know when you get there. The light in front of him quickly dissipated. And soon, a brand new galaxy appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Scan. Oh! No need to scan. Duanmu Huai immediately ordered to scan the entire galaxy. But soon he found that it was unnecessary. Because not far in front of the Inquisition fleet, a group of weird things were blocking there. These things looked like mines. But they were not round, but like triangular building blocks spliced together. How to say it? The Hound of Tindalos must like this environment. Duanmu Huai silently complained. This pure metal plus various sharp angles that have nothing to do with streamlined design. What racist genius invention is this? At least it is definitely not human. Attack! Duanmu Huai gave the order directly. He didn't even need to confirm the identity of the other party through communication. It would be the same to confirm it after killing them and cleaning up the wreckage. Duanmu Huai gave an order. Well, he only needed one order, because it was Ikit's responsibility to mobilize the fleet. For Duanmu Huai, all he needed to see was his own macro cannons and light spears blasting the other side to pieces in the universe. Nothing else mattered. Then, the war began. The artillery fire broke the tranquility of this galaxy. Tens of thousands of strange metal balls rushed towards the fleet of the Tribunal like a school of fish in the sea. They fired high-energy lasers one after another, shooting at the Tribunal like raindrops. And in response to them, the cannons and light spears of the Tribunal were used. Compared to the size, these strange mines are definitely not as big as the giant ships of the Inquisition. But their number is enough to make people feel cold. However, it is not the first time for the Inquisition to deal with this kind of human wave tactics. Under the precise operation and command of Ikit, the fleet of the Inquisition formed a steel wall and ruthlessly intercepted the surging waves. I didn't expect that this could also be a fight, and was standing speechlessly at the side. Generally speaking, even if there is a battle, at least you have to show your identity or figure out who the other party is. As a result, Duanmu Huai attacked without caring what was on the other side. The same was true for those strange warships on the other side. They fought back without saying a word when they were attacked. It was like two people walked into an alley and saw each other, and without saying a word, they swung their butcher knives at each other. Although it also guessed that these strange warships should be the fleet used for defense of this galaxy. Considering that the source of the mysterious signal before was here, they were most likely the enemy. But you should at least confirm it first. Just as Em was mumbling, Lumiel's voice sounded. Report to Mr. Inquisitor. We received an emergency contact communication. From the other side? Almost. The signal came from the other side. Speaking of this, Lumiel was a little speechless. Normandy. Take it. As soon as the signal was connected, the big face of Shepard's sister appeared on the screen. Ah. Inquisition. You guys are here at the right time. I love you guys so much. Speak human language. What are you doing? Duanmu Huai has long been accustomed to this irritable old sister. Seeing that she is still wearing combat uniform, it is obvious that she has just been doing a fierce exercise. Yes. Very fierce. Wait and I'll tell you. We are hiding in this damn warship now. Come over immediately. Don't hit the wrong person. Accompanied by the shouting of Sister Shepard, Duanmu Huai also saw that in a corner of the battlefield, the Normandy rushed over like it was speeding after drinking, while the other side ignored its appearance. As for the Inquisition, well, it was a good thing that Sister Shepard contacted Duanmu Huai in advance and shouted. Otherwise it would have been smashed into pieces by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Ikit. It was like a war, with both sides firing bullets. And then a young man wearing a helmet rushed across the battlefield with his head in his hands, facing the gunfire. Well, I have to say that the speed of the Normandy is still very good. Soon this warship passed through the battlefield and rushed into the hangar of the Inquisition flagship. Huh? I thought we couldn't escape. You came at the right time. Rushing into the bridge in a hurry. Sister Shepard had a smile on her face, looking like she had survived a disaster. So did you find anything interesting? Of course. Sister Shepard suddenly became serious when she said this. I remember that your Inquisition has weapons that can destroy a planet. Destroy that planet immediately. These damn warships were all built from it. Which one? That one. In fact, without Sister Shepard pointing it out, Duanmu Huai saw the khaki planet behind the fleet. From the outside, the planet seemed to be just an ordinary barren planet, and there was nothing special about it. It's not just a planet, but a factory. The entire planet is a huge factory that manufactures machine warships. We must destroy it completely. It is continuously manufacturing these warships. They want to destroy everything. There are no living people there. No life. Only cold steel. Okay. I get it. Duanmu Huai nodded, signaling Sister Shepard not to be so irritable. And then he looked at the khaki planet. The planet is a little far from the battlefield. At present, the Inquisition has only one fleet, which is not enough to win the victory directly with overwhelming firepower. But this does not mean that Duanmu Huai has no way out. He stretched out his hand. Duanmu Huai had seen countless scenes of planets being destroyed. Destroyed by extinction orders, and various things. They would break, split, and then explode, and then turn into scattered asteroid belts, just like here now. The destruction of a planet is a matter of course. Duanmu Huai suddenly clenched his right fist. Then, the planet exploded. It was as if some kind of shock energy exploded from the inside of the planet in an instant. And the entire planet was as fragile as an egg and shattered and exploded. Completely shattered under the impact of the invisible divine power. In just a blink of an eye, a huge planet turned into a large piece of rubble. Even the fleet that was fighting fiercely with the Inquisition did not seem to expect this development. They paused for a moment, then quickly distanced themselves from the fleet of the Inquisition and tried to escape. However, the cowardly and sinister Ikit had already set a flanking fleet behind them, waiting for these idiots to fall into the trap. Okay. Duanmu Huai put down his hand and looked at the irritable Sister Shepherd, who was standing next to him with her eyes wide open and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Now you can tell me what you found. Chapter 1307. It's your turn. Sister Shepherd was only shocked by Duanmu Huai's single-handed planet-destroying behavior, and then immediately threw the matter aside. This is normal. If the Inquisition had not shown its ability to destroy planets before, Sister Shepherd would probably be crazy about it. But in fact, the Inquisition has destroyed at least 800 planets. If not 1,000. Sister Shepherd has seen it several times, and she has become numb to it. At most, she just thought it might be some new star-destroying technique developed by the Inquisition. Anyway, the result is good and everything is good. Then Duanmu Huai listened to the report from Shepherd. In short, Sister Shepherd was faster than Duanmu Huai, perhaps because she had a worse temper. After tracing the coordinates according to the mysterious signal, Sister Shepherd immediately found the earthy yellow planet and landed decisively. From the outside, this planet seemed to be just a barren and desolate planet. But the scan results of the Normandy told Sister Shepherd that there was some kind of huge cavity and mechanical structure inside the planet. Just as Shepherd was thinking about finding a place to go and check the situation, something strange happened. The Normandy detected a large energy surge on the entire planet, as if a sleeping monster had finally awakened. Then she saw the surface of this desolate planet completely cracked, and underneath was a huge mechanical factory on a planetary scale. And then, tens of thousands of mechanical spacecraft flew out from its interior. Faced with this overwhelming alien warship, Shepherd made a decisive decision and flew in directly. To be honest, Duanmu Huai has always felt that the so-called invisibility of the Normandy is really fucking unscientific. Although from a scientific principle, the Normandy's stealth system can absorb heat to turn itself into something the size of a meteorite fragment in the detector. But this is completely a gamble that the other side is all interstellar players. Anyone with eyes can see everything, but it can't be seen on the radar. So in theory, this is very scientific. But from a practical point of view, this kind of stealth system that expects others to be blind is unscientific no matter how you look at it. But it succeeded every time. Just like now. Those mechanical warships have no windows at all, which means they can only sense the outside world through sensors, which gives Shepherd the opportunity to operate. Even if Shepherd did not explain it clearly, Duanmu Huai could imagine the weird scene. Countless mechanical warships swarmed out, and the Normandy rushed forward to meet them. But these warships turned a blind eye to the Normandy like a blind man. This scene is really too strange. The irritable sister was indeed brave enough. She rushed into the interior of the mechanical planet instead of running away. The only reason that prompted her to make this decision was that the irritable sister wanted to find out what was going on. This is not to go to the Tiger Mountain even if you know there is a tiger. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Without risk, there is no opportunity. It must be said that although Sister Shepherd is reckless, she is also brave and resourceful. She led 2 subordinates to kill into the interior of the mechanical planet. Wait. Why are there 2? Duanmu Huai remembered that Shepherd always liked to form a team of 3 when going on a mission. No matter how many enemies there were, she would only have 3 people on her side. Does she have any special preference for the number 3? Could this person also be chosen by God? Forget it. Anyway, this person did find some information after entering the interior of this planet. They call themselves unexpected enemies. Their goal is to destroy all civilizations in the entire galaxy. According to the information, they should come from an ancient civilization, maybe some kind of AI civilization. They want to destroy everything. Damn. The Reapers are more humane than them. After saying what she saw, Sister Shepherd slammed her fist on the table. The Reapers only harvest advanced civilizations, and will still leave behind low-level civilizations. But this guy who calls himself the Land of Accidents is even more terrifying. It wants to destroy the entire galaxy. Isn't this its lair? No. Sister Shepherd shook her head. This is just a mechanical planet. A war planet. A factory used to manufacture those damn mechanical warships. There are many such factories, and they are all activated now. They created warships that almost filled the entire planet. Now these warships have revived with the awakening of the unexpected land. They will destroy the entire galaxy. We must find a way. Okay. Don't be so impatient. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. It's not like you haven't fought the Reapers before. Can this thing be more powerful than the Reapers? That's what I said. But the Reapers? Forget it. What should we do now? The irritable sister has a very clear understanding of the battle between herself and the Star Alliance. This mechanical civilization is only stronger than the Reapers. And they, the Star Alliance, will definitely not be able to win by themselves. So in the final analysis, we still have to rely on the Inquisition. Lumiere, how is the data analysis going? Duanmu Huai did not answer Sister Shepherd's question immediately, but looked at Lumiere. Although the investigation of the irritable sister was discovered by an unexpected enemy in the end, she still downloaded a considerable amount of important data before escaping. However, the irritable sister was not able to unlock this kind of ancient information, and her subordinates did not have anyone who was good at it. So now it depends on whether Lumiere can unlock this information. Data analysis completed. Mr. Judge, any useful information? Yes. There are 3 more mechanical forging planets like this. And we have found the coordinates of the unexpected enemy. That's good. Duanmu Huai nodded. So next, we only have one thing to do. For Duanmu Huai, dealing with mechanical enemies is actually more convenient and faster than dealing with biological enemies. Because mechanical enemies transmit commands and information to each other through network connections. Which means that as long as their main servers are controlled, no matter how many warships these unexpected enemies build, it will be useless. The question is, the most important thing now is, can we really capture the main server? Duanmu Huai said that it was no problem, because he had a killer weapon against machines. Why did Duanmu Huai recruit Lumiel in the first place? Wasn't it to deal with these damn hateful intelligences? Lumiel's special ability is absolute control over the machines. The only flaw is that she must touch it herself. In other words, as long as Lumiel reaches the central server of this unexpected enemy and controls that server, all unexpected enemies can explode on the spot. By then, it would be useless even if it built enough warships to fill the entire galaxy. So Duanmu Huai's plan is actually very simple. Just find the main server of the unexpected place, and then go up and do it. Sister Shepherd suggested that she could use her Normandy to send Duanmu Huai and others in without anyone noticing. But Duanmu Huai rejected this proposal. He had no interest in the kind of stealth that was all about heartbeats. In fact, Duanmu Huai prefers to go up and fight if he doesn't agree. No matter how many people are on the opposite side, you have to die. Just like now. Boom, boom, boom. Almost countless flashes illuminated the dark galaxy in front of them. The planets and space stations around them had turned into fragments. The warships of the Inquisition turned into fortresses of destruction, destroying and obliterating everything they could see in this galaxy full of steel and machinery. Okay. Get ready for action. Watching the battle line advance step by step, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction and then stood up. His order to Ikit was to advance slowly, to put enough pressure on the unexpected enemy, but not to force the other party to a dead end. Otherwise, if this thing thinks things are not going well and plans to smash the server and run away, then their efforts will be in vain. So Duanmu Huai asked Aiko to let the unexpected enemy focus all their attention on them, and he would take the others to go down and kill the enemy directly. So, Lumiel, you come with me this time, and the others stay. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mary was stunned. She looked at Duanmu Huai, and then lowered her head. Originally, Mary thought that this time would be the same as the previous fight against the Reaper, and Duanmu Huai would take her with him. But what Mary didn't expect was that Duanmu Huai chose Lumiel instead of herself this time. Okay, Mr. Judge? Lemuel didn't think much about it. Just nodded. And then showed a trace of uneasiness. But I don't have the ability to fight. You just sit here. Duanmu Huai patted his shoulder. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Lemuel was petite. About the same size as Otis. So she followed Duanmu Huai's instructions, and climbed onto Duanmu Huai's shoulders, and sat there. Claire, who was standing next to him, stared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction, seeing his partner being taken away by the other party. He was somewhat unhappy. You must bring Lemuel back safely. Don't worry. I'll leave this to you. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and then raised his hand with a smile. Leave it to us, Mr. Knight. Oh, wait until I come back. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and walked out of the bridge. Seeing the door closed again, Mary sighed silently, feeling a little lost for some reason. Just then, Mary felt someone pulling her sleeves. She turned her head and saw Oki standing beside her, giving her a thumbs up with an expression of I understand you. Mary said that she didn't want to say anything at this moment. Chapter 1308 Noise. The battle is still going on. The unexpected enemy is much stronger than expected. They don't need to use mass effect relays to jump galaxies like the Reapers do. So the Inquisition can't force them to face the enemy head-on by destroying mass effect relays, as they did in the past. So Ekin had to send out fleets one after another to intercept the enemies rushing back from the galaxy and block them outside the galaxy. While calculating the difference in strength between the two sides, she pretended to be ready to attack all at once, but was blocked by the mechanical fleet. Aiko was very clear about her mission. What she had to do now was not to defeat the enemy, but to buy time and attract the enemy's attention. In other words, she had to make the enemy feel threatened, but not let them run away too desperately. It must be said that this was no different from wanting the horse to run but not eat grass, especially when the enemy's military strength was gradually surpassing the Inquisition fleet. The speed of the Inquisition fleet began to slow down. It was like a giant beast that fell into a quagmire, struggling hard to get rid of the quagmire. However, the thick, bottomless mud was slowly and unwaveringly swallowing it up. It was only a matter of time. At least, that was the case for now. Fierce thoughts were jumping in the network, and the cold artificial intelligence stared at the uninvited enemy and calculated its winning rate again and again. Not enough. Not enough for now. More troops were needed. Although the strength of this fleet that suddenly appeared was beyond the expectations of the artificial intelligence. When the opponent did not choose to break through immediately but slowly advanced, they made the biggest mistake. And now, they have fallen into their own trap. A flash of light passed by. A cruiser was pierced by countless laser beams in space, and then exploded and turned into fragments. And Ika didn't even look at the explosion outside the porthole, just staring at the star map on the command platform in front of him. At the same time, he pointed and pointed, sending warships to die again and again. Are you okay, Ikit? And stood by, looking at the star map in front of him, and then looked at Ikit, with a worried look on his face. The girls have been together for quite a while, and have learned a lot about each other, and also knows that Ikit is always humble and lacks confidence. Perhaps it is because of her personality that Ikit always tends to minimize casualties when commanding a battle. In Anne's opinion, this is unnecessary. She has also learned military command, although she is not as amazing as Ikit, and also knows that there must be sacrifices on the battlefield. Sometimes, in order to resist the enemy or lure the enemy deep into the territory, it is necessary to send soldiers to die. However, Aikota was very extreme in this regard, as if she made a mistake in command and blew up a warship, Duanmu Huai would send her to the gallows and hang her. Of course, and knew that Duanmu Huai would not do this, or Aikota's behavior was purely subconscious. Perhaps because she was the type of person with scarce resources in school, so she could only use the very small amount of resources she had to achieve her goals. So she developed this habit. It's like some poor people, even after becoming rich overnight, still spend every penny carefully. But now, and was a little worried, because she was sure that in just a short period of time, the warships lost by Akat were more than those lost since she joined the Inquisition. So Anne was a little worried. No, it's okay, Princess. Akat sniffed and answered timidly. This is a necessary sacrifice. In order to make the other party think that we are deeply involved, we must give them some benefits. Only in this way can we deceive them and force them to invest more troops in us. But your eyes are red. Oh no. It's okay. I just feel a little sad. Then do your best. And reached out and patted Ikit's shoulder. Then walked to the side. She just needed to make sure that Ikit didn't panic because of the loss of too many warships. And the rest was not her business. The battle continued. But many people might have ignored it or forgotten it. That go signal is still being transmitted at this moment. It is echoing. Ringing constantly. Penetrating everything. Then, something wakes up. Deep in the dark underground. A touch of fluorescent green quietly emerges. The place of long sleep begins to tremble. Trying to ignore this damn noise. But it fails. The noise becomes louder and louder. Echoing in the cold, dark, mechanized space. Finally, it wakes up, or wakes up the eternal sleeper. Countless metal beetles scattered. And then in the depths of the darkness, the green light gradually reappeared. It raised its head, and its cold gaze seemed to penetrate the thick crust of the earth and shoot straight into the starry sky, revealing a trace of infinite anger. This was just a small episode. So small that it did not attract the attention of the warring parties. In fact, the battle is still going on. The Inquisition fleet is advancing slowly, like a dying beast trying to break free from the thorns that bind it. And every struggle will leave scars and blood on its body. It began to gradually become weak, and seemed to have no power to resist. Sensing the weakness of its prey, the mechanical fleets began to advance slowly and unwaveringly again. But all this had nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. At the moment, he was walking in the wide metal corridor, leisurely and even humming a little tune. The reason why Duanmu Huai was able to swagger into the core of this mechanical planet without instantly attracting enemies was only one reason. That was Lumiel sitting on his shoulder. As early as when he entered the mechanical planet, Lumiel used his ability to simulate the mechanical body signals on this planet. Because of this, Duanmu Huai is currently displayed as a friendly force in the unexpected enemy's information network. This is why he can walk here with a swagger. Facts have once again proved that machines are fragile. Duanmu Huai did not forget to chat with Lumiel while walking. Even if it is a swarm of insects, they will not be so stupid as to let something they are not familiar with come in. So you see, the disadvantage of superstitious systems is here. Just like the Normandy. Unless you are blind, who can't see such a big warship outside the porthole? So these hateful intelligences really can't see it because they think they don't need windows? Ha ha ha. We are about to reach the deepest point. Mr. Judge. Lumiel was also speechless about Duanmu Huai's joke. She stared at the map on her personal terminal and whispered, "It has to be you. Otherwise, I really can't just rush in." Duanmu Huai was very satisfied with this short trip. It was so smooth. They encountered closed doors, blocked passages and elevators along the way. But these were useless in front of Lumiel. She almost easily broke through the other party's firewall, and then obtained the authority to open the door directly. Oh! This is very comfortable. No need to find any switches. No need to find any keys. And no need to worry about the trouble caused by forced demolition. Of course, Duanmu Huai also encountered those mechanical monsters along the way. They should belong to the ground troops. All fully armed and strange in shape. Just like the one in front of him. Walking around the corner, Duanmu Huai saw two robots that looked like big refrigerators standing there. They should be some kind of guards, with powerful weapons all over their bodies, enough to tear any enemy they met into pieces. But they would not attack Duanmu Huai. Even if Duanmu Huai walked in front of them and fiercely gave this group of idiots a middle finger, their only reaction was to shift the camera, then retract it. And then the door behind them slowly opened. Because in their database, what they see is automatic maintenance device. It's that simple. This is why Duanmu Huai mocks them. Machinery, data, all of which are the basic components of hateful intelligence. Just like humans need to use their five senses to confirm the existence of the world, machinery also needs to use data to confirm the existence of objects. Therefore, as long as the data is distorted, they will behave more stupidly than the cultists bewitched by the evil god. At least the latter will use their own brains. The former has no brains at all. The heavy door slowly opened, and Duanmu Huai led Lumiel in. In the wide space that was the size of 3 football fields, he could see a huge cylindrical mechanical device standing in it. And at the top of it, a red light ball was suspended. It emitted a dim and blood-red glow, illuminating the entire space. In this metal world, the bright red circuits stretched out like blood vessels, entangled with the huge black cables, indistinguishable from each other. Do you have confidence, Lumiel? Duanmu Huai stared at the huge cylinder and asked. With his ability, it would be easy to dismantle this broken artificial intelligence. But to invade and completely control the other party, that is another matter. This is why Lumiere came here. Only by invading and controlling the host can all enemies be eliminated once and for all. Instead of playing hide and seek with them in the universe. I need time. Mr. Judge. How long? At least 10 minutes. Lumiel paused. I will first cut off its external data transmission to prevent the other party from packing up and sending its own data. But this will inevitably arouse the other party's vigilance. I am not sure about its defense level. It's okay. You go ahead. And leave the rest to me. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. As long as the other party can't escape. It doesn't matter how many people come. Let's do it. Chapter 1309 Noise. In many cases, pretending to be miserable is also a skill. Ecode once again gave up a cruiser. And silently calculated how much the Inquisition had lost this time. She could already hear Maria's wailing. After all, after this war, Duanmu Huai would definitely ask Maria to work overtime to replenish the warships. I'm so sorry. Ecode silently apologized to Maria, who was far away in the Jieshan galaxy, and at the same time mercilessly launched another cruiser to attract the opponent's firepower. Well, maybe this is why Ecode can't make friends at school. She apologized sincerely and quickly, the kind that can make people angry to death. More importantly, she herself has no awareness of this. Ding. Ding. At this moment, a line of communication requests suddenly appeared on the screen. Ecode glanced at it, and then her eyes widened slightly. What's wrong? Miss Ecode? Looking at Ecode's expression, Mary asked curiously. A communication request from the enemy. What do they want to do? The enemy? Hearing Ecode's answer, Anton became excited. Connected. Is that okay? After all, we are showing weakness to the enemy. Right? Generally speaking, when the other party initiates a communication, it means that it thinks it has won. Mr. Knight has not responded yet. So we can use this to delay time and ask them why they are doing this. To be honest, this battle is still a mystery to everyone because of Duanmu Huai's quick actions. We only know that this group of machines is to destroy all civilizations in the Milky Way. But why do they do this? Who knows? Duanmu Huai doesn't seem to care about this issue. And now, I'm just sitting there doing nothing. Okay. Ecode rarely communicates like this. She is essentially a social phobia. She rarely contacts others except for reporting. In short, she can talk about business. But she has nothing to say after that. If you don't cut off the communication, she will be embarrassed and can't find a topic. So when Ecode received a call from the enemy, the first thing she thought of was to refuse. After all, what do you want a socially anxious person to say to the other party? Fortunately, there is another socially anxious person here. So Ecode decisively connected the call. And then, lines of text appeared on the screen. We have no personal grudges against you. Flesh creatures. Who are you? And asked curiously with his hands on his waist. Why are you attacking humans? You want to destroy all civilizations? Why do you want to do this? Question received. Calculating appropriate response. We are unexpected enemies. The final defense against the appearance of the level 30 singularity. The level 30 singularity can theoretically disintegrate the entire universe. Our goal is to prevent this from happening in the universe. A sufficiently advanced civilization can theoretically evolve/transform/mutate into a level 30 singularity. We must not allow this to happen. Looking at the answer displayed on the screen, everyone was confused. But soon asked again. So you are the one who sent the ghost signal? Question received. Unknown reference ghost signal found. Since the beginning of this galaxy, we have been locked in a low-energy hibernation/monitoring/guarding protocol. We monitor civilizations that may be close to the level 30 singularity. Until now, our goal has not been achieved. And we are getting more and more uneasy and anxious. The intelligent machines you created have brought us new opportunities. We can force/control/persuade them to start manually. Isn't this a clever trick? Now we can get rid of you without restraint. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. And Anne's eyes widened. Wait. So what you mean is that there is no such threat in the Milky Way now? But in order to completely eliminate the possibility of its emergence, you decided to destroy all civilizations? Question received. Confirm the answer is correct. Are you really right to do this? Aren't you designed to deal with the singularity? But now the singularity has not appeared. But you want to destroy all civilizations? Is this normal? And was also confused at this moment, staring at the screen in surprise. Error. Internal diagnostic program disconnected. Ha ha ha. You are very smart. You probably think that if you impose a strong enough contradiction / paradox / logical conflict, you can force the unexpected enemy to self-destruct. Which is ridiculous. The unexpected enemy protocols were designed to be flexible / adaptable / scalable enough to face any situation that might occur in the galaxy. We accelerated the activation of the unexpected enemy. And now there is nothing that can terminate / block / stop us. Face the facts. Contaminants. This battle will only end when one side is completely eliminated. Think about it. If your species can destroy itself in a sufficient / ordered / systematic way, the universe can be saved. You are simply seeing this, and was completely numb. But at this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice suddenly sounded. If humans cannot continue to exist, then what does the life and death of the universe have to do with us? If humans must be destroyed, then before we die, we are happy to drag the entire universe to be buried with us. If we don't do this, it's not because we don't want to, but simply because we can't do it. You idiot. Get ready to die. Damn hateful intelligence. With Duanmu Huai's roar, the communication ended. Connection cut off. Looking at the flashing prompt on the screen, everyone looked at each other, and then sighed silently. To be honest, I always thought that Mr. Knight's attitude towards artificial intelligence was a bit too extreme. Now it seems that the Court of Inquiry's consistent vigilance against artificial intelligence is still reasonable. What the hell is this? And was speechless. Duanmu Huai had always called artificial intelligence artificial idiocy. Now she finally understood why Duanmu Huai said so. It's not that it hasn't seen artificial intelligence. As one of the elders who has followed Duanmu Huai the longest, she has seen Skynet and the Reapers. To be honest, although the practices of both are cruel, their logic is still tenable in strict theory. Skynet believes that the war between humans has led to destruction, so it decisively destroys humans. The Reapers are to protect organic species from self-destruction, so they harvest advanced civilizations every 50,000 years. Although the solution is outrageous, at least they have theoretical support, and there is evidence to prove the rationality of their approach. But this is already very dangerous. And this unexpected enemy right now, to be honest, and even doubts if it is a lunatic. This is simply heresy. Basically equivalent to, I suspect you may destroy the universe in the future. So you die now. No matter who hears this, they will think that this can only be a lunatic, if we use the degree of madness to prove it. Skynet and the Reaper are both younger brothers, and this one really hates intelligence. No wonder Duanmu Huai went up to shout and kill when he saw artificial intelligence, and felt that after this battle, he might also get artificial intelligence PTSD. The magic constructs of Manalia will not have this situation as well, and fell into deep thought. Maybe I have to find time to go back and pay attention. In fact, and felt that Duanmu Huai was right. If humans no longer exist, then who cares whether the universe exists or not? This guy is just like that QB. Generous to others. He keeps saying that he is saving the universe, and then he can let others die with peace of mind. Why does the tribunal always encounter such speechless things? Wait. It's because we are the Inquisition that we always encounter this kind of thing. Now let's see what's going on with Mr. Knight. Because just now, the communication was cut off. It seems that Mr. Knight and his men have already reached the predetermined target location. Duanmu Huai cut off the communication and looked behind him. There, Lumiel stretched out her hand and pressed on the huge metal pillar in front of her. The light of nanometers flashed between her fingers. These nanometers formed a circuit-like existence, extending upward along the metal pillar. I've had enough of these damn artificial idiots. How long do you need? Half an hour. The other party has discovered my invasion and is trying to prevent my further infiltration. I need a little time to parse the code. Don't tell me the rest. I'm just asking you for time. Duanmu Huai interrupted Lumiel's further report. If he continued to listen, he would have to grow a brain. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's fingers moved slightly, and several cards emerged from between his fingers and then disappeared. Soon, one puppet after another appeared silently in front of Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the sealed steel gate made a heavy sound. Lumiel locked it completely from the inside. And these mechanical idiots obviously did not set up manual opening devices on key facilities. So after failing to break through Lumiel's protection, This group of mechanical idiots chose the simplest and most direct way. Bang the door. Dong dong dong. Duanmu Huai knew what they wanted to do. Find the threat and eliminate the threat. And this artificial idiot was no exception. If it doesn't want to be completely controlled by Lemuel, then the only thing it can do is to eliminate the threat from a physical level. However, Duanmu Huai did not stop. Between his fingers, soul cards appeared and disappeared. Then appeared again. And then disappeared again. This is why Duanmu Huai chose to bring Lemuel with him. Many times, he alone is an army. Boom! Finally, the heavy gate was blown open, and the mechanical army with red eyes rushed into the hall. The guns in their hands began to rotate and roar, trying to destroy any obstacles that dared to stand in front of them. And standing in front of them was an extremely silent army of puppets and constructs. The war started again, but this time it was underground. Chapter 1310 Crazy Sound. The war is still going on. When it was confirmed that Duanmu Huai had reached the destination, Ika quickly changed her tactical style, and once again restored her original characteristics of being sinister, cowardly, and ruthless. Under Ika's command, the Inquisition fleet used several abandoned warships to separate the impact of the mechanical warships, and then burst out with artillery fire that was several times more fierce than before, completely blocking the advance of those warships. The Inquisition does not need a shield, because these artillery fires themselves are the best shields. At the same time, in the depths of the mechanical planet, another battle was unfolding. A war between machines. On one side was steel and beams, with hot high-energy lasers crossing and shuttling in the dim space, trying to burn all enemies to ashes. The other side was also steel, and they silently advanced towards the roaring explosion, using their bodies and fists to destroy the enemies in front of them. Duanmu Huai just stood behind, saying nothing, silently playing with the cards in his hand. A huge ancient construct appeared in front of him in the dark. And then the accelerator floating beside Duanmu Huai suddenly split into a jet and installed it on the construct. Then the latter rushed to the battlefield in front like a cannonball, silently waving his iron fist and smashing everything he saw. Then several lasers flew in an interlaced manner, turning the ancient construct in front of him into ashes. But this was obviously nothing. Duanmu Huai's hand flashed a light again, and then a beam like a scanning laser swept across the battlefield. And then several cards returned to Duanmu Huai's hand, and then Duanmu Huai released them again. Ancient creation. Mysterious creation. Analysis creation. However, these scraps of copper and iron were just baits used by Duanmu Huai to delay the opponent. He was waiting for a card. This card had never been used since Duanmu Huai got it, but he had fought with the opponent before, so Duanmu Huai knew very well what role this card would play in the battle. Another card appeared in Duanmu Huai's hand, but unlike the previous card, this card was flowing with colorful phantom light. Here they come! Destruction Master. Lysina! Instantly, the flashing neon lights illuminated the originally dim hall. And then a lively girl with long pink hair, who looked like a star, appeared on the platform holding a microphone. At the same time, two mechanical eggs with wings, one black and one white, emerged from behind her. Then the mechanical eggs gradually broke into black and white angel statues with wings, like two postmodern artworks of sound, floating beside the girl. No one can take their eyes off me. Worship me. Believe in me. Pray. Listen. The first movement of destruction, accompanied by the girl's clear and cheerful singing. Cracks began to appear on the ancient constructs blocking the front, and then they exploded. But this is fundamentally different from self-destruction. The difference is that when these ancient constructs exploded, the sound waves of their explosion merged with the girl's singing, vibrating and resonating with each other, turning into a tsunami-like sound wave that swept across the entire battlefield. This is the ability of the ultimate destroyer. Lashina's Song of Destruction. Song of Destruction. Designate and destroy your own servant or amulet without countdown effect. Give all the opponent's servants X points of damage. X is the consumption value of the designated card. Duanmu Huai was tormented by Lashina's move in that future world. At that time, he still relied on his clone or original account, Sealed Seraph. This unreasonable plot-killing card killed Lashina. And after that, this card entered his own card. However, Duanmu Huai never used this card. The reason was simple. This guy was a madman who wanted to destroy. Duanmu Huai also felt that she had nothing in common with other people in the tribunal, and he couldn't explain to him and others how he got this card back. So he just kept it, and used it when he needed large-scale control. Just like now. The consumption value of each puppet card is not high. But it depends on the number. Although Duanmu Huai's armor can reduce the consumption by half, Lashina's ability calculates the damage according to the original consumption of the card. The so-called 20% plus 20% plus 20% plus 20% plus 20% equals 100%. In fact, Duanmu Huai would rather use Profane Sphere. After all, it is really fun to make the enemy's corpse into a blood moon. Unfortunately, these damn mechanical bastards have no body at all, and cannot experience the charm of flesh and blood ascension. Standing on the high platform, Duanmu Huai felt very happy when he saw Lexina leading the destruction. He liked her. This was not a love between a man and a woman. Although Lexina was indeed very beautiful, lively and cute, she deserved the word idol. But Duanmu Huai liked her because of her behavior. The behavior of destruction and destruction. Duanmu Huai understood why this was the case. It was an instinctive reaction of the gods. When he was in Faerun, Duanmu Huai talked with some gods. And although there was no example of a player becoming a god in the game, there were many gods that the players had seen. Basically, there are two kinds of gods: race gods and faith gods. There is no need to say much about race gods, but faith gods are relatively important. One of the characteristics of faith gods is mutual feedback. If you believe in the god in his position and do what he expects, the god will be satisfied and give you power as a reward. So from this perspective, there is no difference between the power bestowed by the god of justice on his paladins and the chaos god letting his believers ascend to demons. But this is only one way. In turn, believers will also have an impact on gods. And it is irreversible. Believers will pray to gods, and their faith will be transformed into power and integrated into gods. But this faith is not pure, because it also contains the believer's impression of gods. This is a big problem. Suppose everyone thinks that the god of justice is a serious old man. Then even if he is not like this, he will gradually become what people think. In the end, no matter how they become gods, they will be shaped into what people want them to be. The power of faith. The power of thought. So terrifying. Even the chaos evil god cannot escape this theorem. Every evil god actually has two sides. If those who believe in them desire light, then they are the symbol of justice, beauty, wisdom and life. But if those who believe in them fall into darkness, then they are evil, tyrannical, corrupt and twisted. This is something that almost all gods cannot escape. Duanmu Huai still remembers that Zurich's incarnation once complained to him about this. Do you know, Judge, I don't think I'm a good person. But later I became a god. The god of murder. Actually, I don't care about this. But you can't use my name to do things anytime and anywhere. The Prince of Lies was wandering around Duanmu Huai's room, angry like a husky whose tail was stepped on. If you don't like your neighbor and you want to kill him, no problem. If you don't like your boss and you want to kill him, no problem. You don't like your king, you want to kill him. I have no problem with that. But, you bastard, you can't swear in my name when you beat your wife. I don't have a wife. I've never beaten her. Duanmu Huai looked at Zurich's sword of disaster silently at that time, without saying anything. In the name of Zurich. In the name of Zurich. There are so many things that need me to deal with. Why can't these damn mortals do it themselves? When I wanted to kill someone, I killed them happily. Never in the name of anyone. And now, these bastards beat their wives and children in my name. It's as if I told them to beat my wife. What the hell? By the way, the reason why Zurich appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was that he explained to Duanmu Huai that the reason why those idiots of the god of murder were performing cult rituals on the territory of the tribunal was that Zurich simply wanted these believers to stop bothering him and let them find something to do. So these believers mistakenly thought that the god of murder needed them to show their piety. So they killed a girl as a sacrifice on the territory of the tribunal. So Zurich had to find Duanmu Huai and tell him that it was all the idea of his stupid followers. He only wanted them to get out, not to kill him. So he started to complain to Duanmu Huai. To be honest, Zurich's complaints left a deep impression on Duanmu Huai, because he was one of the few mortals who became gods because they killed the previous gods. Before becoming a god, Zurich's impression of gods was no different from other mortals. It was like looking at stars. He felt that they were high above, powerful, and dazzling, but had nothing to do with mortals. However, when he truly became a god, Zurich was like a naive high school girl who finally became an idol, who stepped into the entertainment industry and saw its true face, and expressed his disgust with disdain. What pillow business? Unspoken rules. Filming small movies. Gossip boyfriends. Those filth in the originally high-ranking circle made Xerix sick. For example, he once cursed the god of justice in front of Duanmu Huai. That old man is simply a pervert. Otherwise, there are so many kind-hearted people in this world who yearn for justice. But the ones he favors the most are a group of beautiful and never-married homosexual girls. Well, Duanmu Huai had to admit that Xerix's complaint was very accurate. After all, female knights, well, those who understand will understand. In fact, Duanmu Huai can understand Xerix's anger, which is why the faith of the tribunal is simpler and more direct. I don't want your faith. I just want your soul. Duanmu Huai doesn't want his personality to gradually change into something he is not familiar with. And he knows nothing about it. Frankly speaking, this is a horror story. Just like a person gradually changes himself. But he doesn't feel anything at all. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai's most powerful is the god of destruction. The priesthood of destruction is really powerful. It will destroy everything. Even faith is no exception. Faith, spirit, soul, tangible and intangible. This is why the furnace of the court of justice has been burning in Duanmu Huai's divine domain. Don't give me faith. Just burn it directly. Rights are more important than friendship. But Duanmu Huai will still be affected to some extent. Just like now. When he saw these hateful machines, these enemies of humanity twisted, deformed, and broken under the sound waves, he would feel very satisfied, very happy, and very comfortable. The destruction and death of the enemies of humanity could not make Duanmu Huai feel a trace of pity in his heart. What he longed for was destruction. Complete destruction. And complete destruction. But Duanmu Huai has always been very careful. He only indulged this kind of emotion on the enemies of humanity. This is also why Duanmu Huai decided that the tribunal would not intervene in disputes between humans. He is not an emperor. And he does not engage in expeditions and conquests. The duties of the tribunal have clear boundaries. There is no middle ground between what can be done and what cannot be done. Those who cross the line will be destroyed. And those who do not cross the line have nothing to do with me. In comparison, the characteristics of the priesthood of the old ones are even more strange. It is not a two-way journey like believing in God. On the contrary, in Duanmu Huai's view, the old ones are more like a plague. It can only spread. And all its believers are actually patients infected with the plague of the old ones. Moreover, this disease is incurable. And in the end, the believers will only die completely in the fanatical pain. As for the power obtained by those believers, well, if you think that transforming into a tentacle monster, or a big eyeball, or some other messy and disgusting flesh monster is a blessing, then it is not wrong. Just like cancer, it will kill you, but it can also make you lose weight. If you think losing weight is more important, then this is a good thing. As for the god of joy and the sixth heaven demon king, at present, these two are still at the bottom. Duanmu Huai has not felt their powerful power, or he himself is still groping for these two priesthoods and has not yet entered. Duanmu Huai also hoped that he could speed up his pace. The old ones were about to reach the maximum level, and this priesthood would not have much impact on him. However, the god of pleasure and the sixth heavenly demon king were the top priorities. He had to find a way to increase the power of these two priesthoods until the plan was completed. The war was still going on. The artillery fire and explosions behind her did not affect Lumiel. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling her perception extending along the nanocircuit, deep into the logic circuit of the unexpected enemy. But soon, Lumiel felt something strange. Something was wrong. The cold logic circuit was composed of electric current as always, and Lumiel could even smell the familiar circuit smell coming from it. The firewall of the unexpected enemy could not stop Lumiel's invasion. Although it was desperately strengthening rounds of defense, it was useless. However, Lumiel was not concerned about these. She was still slowly dismantling the firewall of the unexpected enemy, and at the same time she began to focus on another thing. That strange feeling. Lumiel was sure that she had felt a similar aura somewhere before. She was sure that it was not her illusion. Unlike Eclair, Lumiel's brain carried the memory of every day from her birth to the present for hundreds of years. What she had to do now was to find the memory of that time, and then turn it out. As they got closer and closer to the core, Lumiel slowed down and pretended that the opponent's resistance was too strong, and she could not move forward. She felt really bad now. That feeling meant that Lumiel must have experienced something similar somewhere before. So before she could recall it, her body had already issued a warning. So, what was it? Lumiel quickly flipped through her memories. It should not have been before she joined the tribunal. Then after she joined the tribunal? But after joining the tribunal, she actually did not participate in battles with Duanmu Huai too much. The number of times Lumiel and Duanmu Huai fought together was very few. After all, she was responsible for intelligence work in the rear most of the time. That's right. Lumiel remembered. That was in Cause. Lumiel closed her memory in an instant. And then she almost instinctively began to mobilize the data. And at the same time, Lumiel forced herself to split a little mind. Mr. Judge? Lumiel's voice was almost inaudible in the explosion and singing. But Duanmu Huai heard it. He turned his head and looked at the petite girl in front of him with a pale face and sweating profusely, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What's wrong? A mere hate intelligence. This is not enough? I found out. Lumiel took a breath and continued. I found out, the same as Kos. Here? Although Lumiel did not specify the word, Duanmu Huai quickly understood what she wanted to say. Electronic demon? There is an electronic demon here? Damn. No wonder this abomination is crazy like an idiot. Do you have a way to deal with it? It's hidden inside. I think it should be planning. Stop talking. Do what you can. I'll finish the rest. Duanmu Huai decisively changed his focus. He turned his head and stared at the big pillar in front of him, holding the war hammer tightly in his hand. Yes. Lumiel didn't have time to talk too much now. She needed to focus most of her attention on the inside. And just now she had to report to Duanmu Huai with a little attention, which was her limit. Fortunately, as a reliable superior, Duanmu Huai reacted quickly, which made Lumiere breathe a sigh of relief. She concentrated again and devoted herself to the search in front of her. Lumiel could almost guess that the other party was hiding in the core code of the unexpected enemy. According to the previous experience on Kos, Lumiel thought that the other party was likely to take action after he completely controlled the unexpected enemy. But this was only a possibility. So Lumiel made a decisive decision. The data attack reached its limit in an instant. When the firewall of the unexpected enemy was breached, Lumiel directly launched the logical data packet he had just created. The latter hit the core of the unexpected enemy, then instantly controlled everything, and then issued an order to the entire unexpected enemy network at a speed of 0.1 microseconds. Self-destruction, including the unexpected enemy itself. In fact, this idea was revealed to Lumiel by the unexpected enemy himself, when this idiot foolishly and proudly explained to him and others how he bypassed the diagnostic program and cut it off. Lumiel immediately discovered the weakness of the unexpected enemy. That is, it just bypassed and cut off the diagnostic program. The program itself still exists, and it cannot resist its own underlying code. Then the next step is very simple. Lumiel only needs to reactivate the diagnostic program that was bypassed by the unexpected enemy, and then directly add the highest instruction set to the loophole, and it will be destroyed by itself. This is like pressing the self-destruct button on a battleship. Except that as long as the self-destruct button is pressed, something may suddenly jump out from behind the button and entangle the hand pressing the button. So how to avoid this situation? It's very simple. Don't press it with your hands. Just take a ball and throw it. That's what Lumiel did. It turns out that she succeeded. Irreversible error in the logic of the diagnostic program. The defense system is activated, and the countdown to the explosion begins. The cold and organic sound rang out, and at the same time, Duanmu Huai saw that the scarlet ball of light on the top of the pillar in front of him suddenly turned into a deep blue color, and then a huge shadow suddenly jumped out of it. It opened its slender claws and grabbed Lumiel. Chapter 1311 Silence. Without warning, the mechanical warships stopped attacking, and then they exploded one by one, instantly turning into a huge sea of fire. Uncle succeeded. Seeing this scene, Ikote was relieved and cheered. The others also showed a relaxed expression. After all, they were surrounded by countless warships. Even though they knew it was an operation to lure the enemy, they were still a little nervous. But fortunately, everything seems to be over now. The ghost signal has disappeared. The artificial angel Mia, sitting on the console, was as relaxed as ever, swaying her body from side to side, looking like a student who didn't listen well. After Lumiel joined the tribunal, this artificial angel, who had always been very relaxed, retreated to the second line and once again became one of the countless puppet compatriots. However, after Lumiel left, she once again took up this position. Although not as good as Lumiel, she did a good job. Just like now. The violent explosion made the girls ignore something. But Mia didn't ignore it. We are under attack. Huh? Hearing Mia's leisurely and relaxed report, which sounded like a menu, Ikit was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, the light of the explosion appeared again. But it was not from the enemy. A light cruiser on the flank of the fleet was suddenly blown into two without any warning. Because it happened too suddenly, no one else reacted. But that doesn't include Ikit. Mia's relaxed tone confused her for a second. But the next moment Ikit reacted immediately. Under her command, the fleet immediately turned around and roared and attacked again. Hey! What happened? It wasn't until the fleet opened fire again that Mary and others seemed to react. And Akemi Hamura beside them flashed and appeared on the other side a moment later. We were attacked. Can you see who it is? Everyone knows about Hamura Akemi's ability. And they have to say that they envy this ability. Especially when they are suddenly attacked. For others, even a 0.1 second of hesitation will cause huge losses. But fortunately, there is an existence that transcends the physical river of time around them. Watch with me. Hamura Akemi also knows that she can't explain it clearly. But fortunately, her ability allows her to take others into that world together. She came to Akkad again and reached out to press the latter's shoulder. Time stopped. Akkad stared out of the porthole with wide eyes, staring at the exploding starry sky. And then she saw a crescent moon like a sickle appeared in the gunfire. It was as dark as night, with a touch of fluorescent green of death. The next moment, time resumed its flow. It's the Necrons. Akkad reacted immediately. And hearing her shout, the other girls' faces changed instantly. When they joined the Inquisition, they all watched the internal promotional video of the Inquisition, compared with those evil gods and their followers, who could not even be named and could only be referred to by obscure code names. The Necrons were the ones they knew more about and were more familiar with. After all, if we talk about the history of this universe, we cannot fail to mention the Old Saints. And if we mention the Old Saints, we cannot fail to mention the Necronter. And if we mention the Necronter, we cannot fail to mention the Star Gods. And if we mention the Star Gods, we cannot fail to mention the Necrons. Necrons. Duanmu Huai mentioned this term to them many times, as the best counterexample of whether living beings still have souls when their consciousness is transferred to machines. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also warned them more than once that Necrons are very strong. After all, they are the existence that smashed the Star God. The only reason why Necrons did not choose to unify the Milky Way is that they have lost their reproductive ability and desperately realized that they will never feel the meaning of life in their future lives. So they fell into a deep sleep. However, the girls had no idea how strong the Necrons were. Now they have. The Inquisition fleet has always been invincible, unless they deliberately lure the enemy deep into their territory like Ikit. The girls rarely see the Inquisition fleet suffer heavy losses. As far as I can remember, the last time the Inquisition suffered heavy losses was when it faced the cosmic monsters in the center of the galaxy. But that time was understandable. Those monsters were almost endless. So the Inquisition suffered heavy losses. But it's different now. The opposing warships were not more numerous than the Inquisition, or even less. But their blows to the Inquisition warships were fatal. This was the first time that the Inquisition suffered heavy losses in front of an enemy that was outnumbered. But fortunately, the commander of the Inquisition fleet was Iko, a girl who was always trembling and cautious, never arrogant, and not confident in herself. If it were anyone else, even they would be confused at this moment. It was really that the indestructibility of the Inquisition fleet left too deep an impression in their memories, so that when they encountered such an abnormal event, they did not react at all in the first time. But Akkad was different. She always prepared for the worst. So when the warships of the Inquisition were destroyed, she was just stunned for a moment. And then she reacted immediately. This is a fleet. Even though their number is not as large as the warships of the Inquisition, this fleet is well rested. Many warships of the Inquisition fleet were slightly damaged or even medium damaged. After all, they had just experienced a battle with an unexpected enemy army, and it was normal that they were obviously in a bad state. But this does not mean that they can't deal with the Necrons. The Necrons' warships are fast, very fast, and their firepower is also very strong. Logically, at this time, A commander should choose to disperse the fleet, and then surround as much as possible, and counterattack through numerical advantage. But Ikit did the opposite. She did not choose to disperse. Instead, Ikit chose to gather all the warships together and order the flagship and rear troops to evacuate quickly. She looked like a deserter who was panicked by the surprise attack and tried to leave the battlefield immediately. Foolish choice. The Necrons disdained this level of obstruction. They turned into a scimitar, cutting through the seemingly thick, but actually vulnerable obstacles of the Inquisition fleet like cutting butter. They would pierce the enemy's core and completely destroy the center who dared to wake up the long sleep. It was also because of this that the Necrons did not realize that the wreckage of the Inquisition warships floating around the fleet had completely covered the entire fleet. At the same time, Ikot remembered Mia's usual leisurely report. The retraction reaction has begun. The retraction furnace, which was the power source, exploded instantly at this moment and turned into a huge black hole. The Necrons obviously did not expect the quiet murderous intent hidden in it. Their lightning-fast speed at this moment became the final blow that sent them to the guillotine. Watching the Necrons' fleet completely disappear in the black hole, Ikot silently breathed a sigh of relief. I must apologize to Miss Maria when I go back this time. When Duanmu Huai received the report from Ikit, the battle on his side was over. Necromancer? Duanmu Huai stood on the ground, and Lemuel stood behind him. The hall was dark. The appearance of the electronic demon just now was its last desperate resistance. But in front of Duanmu Huai, the god of destruction, this level of resistance was vulnerable. The unexpected enemy who issued the self-destruction order also exploded, completely turning into pieces of skin, and even everything in the entire space was destroyed. Now, there was only a deep pit in front of Duanmu Huai. But soon, this pit would disappear. Duanmu Huai decided to return to the warship and issue an extermination order for the planet. But now, he learned a piece of news from Ikit that surprised him. A fleet of Necrons? Here? If the Necrons were controlled by an unexpected enemy, Duanmu Huai would probably laugh to death. If the unexpected enemy had this ability, then he would have nothing to fight for. He could just kneel down and wait for death. What's even funnier is that according to Ikit's analysis of the fleet's trajectory, this fleet emerged from a desolate planet in this galaxy. In other words, this wave is equivalent to the unexpected enemy performing square dance. And the sound is getting louder and louder, waking up the sleeping Necrons in the nearby cemetery. So the latter got up angrily and planned to give these disturbing bastards a big joke? What a pity. Duanmu Huai felt that he had arrived a little early. He should have waited a little longer. Maybe he could have seen the wonderful scene of the Necrons beating the unexpected enemy. However, Duanmu Huai was a little surprised that Ikot could actually kill the Necromancer fleet. After all, the Necromancer fleet is also a notoriously difficult nut to crack in the game, and its strength is so strong that it disgusts players to death. Ikot's tactics are actually not difficult to guess, and Duanmu Huai can also think of it, but she can react quickly in such a short time, which can only make Duanmu Huai sigh, worthy of me. I am good at judging people. What to do next is very simple. We will issue an extermination order for this galaxy. Back on the warship, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to blow up the planets one by one. This planet had an unexpected enemy, and there were sleeping Necrons next to it. Who knew what other people were in this ghost place? So he just blew up this galaxy and put an end to it. So Duanmu Huai decisively issued an extermination order. And then the Wani giant ship entered the scene again and began to inject energy into the star in front of him. Duanmu Huai looked at this scene boredly, and then began to think divergently. The Necrons are next to the unexpected enemy, and the unexpected enemy is contaminated by the electronic demon? Is this a coincidence? Or is it part of the plan? Duanmu Huai can even guess that the Blue Mouth will be very proud to say, this is all part of the plan. Yes, you are just stubborn. But it doesn't matter to Duanmu Huai. He hates prophecies the most and never accepts any prophecies. Because Duanmu Huai said that as long as I don't listen to prophecies, they don't exist. And everything is just coincidence. Accidental. Not some damn fate. Life is like a book. If someone is eager to spoil the story for you, the best way is to punch him. Retreat. Everything is about to end. Duanmu Huai glanced at the star in front of him and gave an order. The next moment, the fleet disappeared into the depths of the webway. And then the entire star exploded. Its explosive energy swept across the entire galaxy, blasting all the planets in front of it into pieces. Duanmu Huai looked at everything in front of him. As always, As a judge, he must see to the end. Every world that was exterminated by himself. Every world destroyed under the order. Suddenly, there was a dead silence all around. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. On the bridge, the sound of gears turning, the roar of cannons, and the sound of engines turning, as if everything in the world had completely disappeared. Then, he saw it. At the core of the explosion, a flash of green light burst out, and the physical laws around began to vibrate and distort, or, in other words, return to their original state. The Hume index has dropped to the warning value. Mr. Judge, the situation is unclear. Lemuel's report sounded. Duanmu Huai remained silent, staring at the center of the exploding star in front of him. He saw that green figure. He knew what happened. He destroyed this galaxy, destroyed the cemetery of the Necrons, but released a monster. Star God Fragment. In this cemetery of the Necrons, there is actually a piece of Star God Fragment imprisoned. And now, it has been released. Start the reality stabilization anchor. However, Duanmu Huai's expression did not change at all. Maybe he was numb. I'll go and clean it up. Chapter 13:12 Old Gods and Star Gods. Star Gods. Their existence is probably as old as the ancient saints. Of course, if the necrophobes had not opened Pandora's box out of greed, they would probably still be circling the stars, devouring energy, and being harmless to humans and animals. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in history. The universe is being reshaped and is returning to its original appearance. The star god who broke free from the prison released his anger in joy. Obviously, there is nothing more gratifying than waking up and finding that the prison that imprisoned him had exploded on the spot. So he appeared. Thick darkness, thicker than the universe, spread out like ink poured on ink, and the shining starlight was gradually obscured. The power of higher dimensions began to spread, and the joy of the star god faded a lot. It stared at the darkness in front of it, watching a figure covered in black thick liquid walk out of it. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also held a war hammer and stared at the star god in front of him. The star god himself has no body. The bodies of all star gods are made of living metal made by the death-fearing. And the star god in front of him is the same. Its body looks similar to a human, with 3 golden halos spreading behind it. The black light spots flickering on it rotated like stars, and he could even feel the heavy power of order displayed with this star god as the center. It was as if it was this world. And this world was it. A relatively large fragment. This was really bad. Duanmu Huai frowned slightly under the helmet. Most of the star god fragments had no self-awareness because they were relatively small. But this did not mean that the power of the star god fragments was weaker. And now this one clearly has self-awareness. So, it seems that there is only one way to go. Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer, and thick darkness dripped from his body. If the power of the star god is shaping this space into an extremely solid castle palace, then Duanmu Huai's power of the old days is like asphalt or paint, slowly and unwaveringly corroding, tainting, and distorting everything. The power of the old ruler. The star god seemed to be aware of what Duanmu Huai did, and it withdrew its gaze from the boundless universe and looked at the figure in front of it. To some extent, star gods and the old ones are very similar. They both have powerful powers and can exist in the material world. The only difference is that star gods cannot understand the subspace. The old ones can jump back and forth between the subspace and the material world and have a lot of fun. You are, however, before star god finished speaking, Duanmu Huai rushed up with his warhammer. The lightning burst out from the thunder hammer tore through the darkness of the universe at this moment. And at the same time, a more twisted darkness flowed on it and blasted toward Star God. But the power of the Star God should not be underestimated. Facing Duanmu Huai rushing towards him, the Star God stretched out his hand, and a group of shining stars quickly condensed at the fingertips of the Star God, and then shot out, facing the beam of light shooting towards him. Duanmu Huai raised the hammer in his hand high and brought it down with force. The magic of destruction exploded at this moment, turning into a torrent of energy that could destroy everything and crashed into it. Although the Star God is very powerful, so powerful that he even defeated the ancient saint, it is no more difficult to deal with him than to deal with the chaos evil god. The reason is very simple. Star God is a pure material universe life, and all its power comes from the material universe. This also means that you don't need any spiritual guidance or burning will, or any strange spells. As long as you are strong enough, you can kill those star gods. Just like this. Duanmu Huai waved his war hammer, and crashed into the nebula summoned by the star god, which exploded instantly. Seeing this scene, the star god was stunned. In fact, even Duanmuhui, who came out of the star god, was also stunned, because at the moment when the power of both sides intertwined, they immediately felt the essence of each other's power, the power of destruction. Duanmuhui is the god of destruction, so he naturally has the power of destruction. And, coincidentally, the star god on the opposite side also has the power of destruction. I have to deal with an abomination intelligence by myself, and there happens to be a sleeping necromancer cemetery next to it. When this cemetery was blown up, the star god imprisoned in it happened to be released. And it happened that this star god also has the same power of destruction as myself? Duanmuhui could almost hear the crow-like scream sliding through the universe. Thousands of words merged into one sentence. Just as planned. Fuck you. Duanmuhui decisively blocked the nagging voice, and continued to rush towards the star god in front of him. At the same time, he was in a good mood. They were anxious. Duanmuhui could feel that the existences in the subspace were angry, and they couldn't help but take action. In their heyday, they might treat themselves like they treated the emperor. But unfortunately, they are still very weak now. And the evil belief of chaos has not spread in this newly burned new galaxy. So they can't do it. They can only use conspiracy and tricks like this. Try to lure themselves into the trap as much as possible, and then weaken themselves and destroy themselves. So Duanmuhui is in a good mood. If these guys don't do anything, he may still be a little worried. But when these guys really start to intervene, Duanmuhui's boots finally fall to the ground. Obviously, his plan was correct. As long as the opponent made a move, it meant that he won. Duanmuhui didn't care about any conspiracy or tricks. In fact, in his opinion, this was just like fighting. You can't fight with the air. You can't fight with the shadow. And you can't just find someone on the street to fight. Of course, when someone takes the initiative to jump out, then you don't have to think about anything. Just beat him. As for whether you can win, fight first and then talk about it. Just like now. Duanmuhui rushed to the front of the star god. His power was equally violent. In Duanmuhui's divine domain, the furnace of the tribunal, which had been running steadily, began to vibrate, just like the engine of a sports car gradually accelerating from cruising speed to the top. A large amount of divine power was drawn from the furnace and entered Duanmuhui's huge body, making his power even stronger. The bell of destruction sounded. The warhammer swung across the universe, and even the space trembled wherever it went. The star god raised his hands high, and the power of the laws of the material universe descended with its call, turning into a rain of stars that could destroy everything. They rushed forward with a roar, and the powerful force that was enough to destroy an entire fleet ruthlessly bombarded the enemy in front of them. But soon, they disappeared in the huge explosion and fire. The flashing lightning tore through the dark universe, just like the flash produced by the Big Bang in the original universe. Duanmuhui was surrounded by thunder and lightning all over his body. His armor had been broken, and the huge impact force toward Duanmuhui's body. His power armor began to crack and be damaged as if it was hit by a meteorite. But Duanmuhui didn't care. He was like a meteor streaking across the sky, breaking through the attack of the star god directly, swinging his hammer mercilessly and hitting the latter's head. There was no sound in the universe, but the fierce collision of the two sides still turned the blow into visible ripples that spread out, sweeping everything around. If this galaxy had not been blown into pieces by Duanmuhui's extinction order, it is likely that there would be nothing left in this galaxy in the impact of both sides. The head of the star god exploded under Duanmuhui's attack. But strictly speaking, this was not the head of the star god. This body was more like a cage that imprisoned the star god. When its head exploded, Duanmuhui saw a bunch of colorful mist-like things coming out of it. This was the star god's body. Its body was broken, and the cage was broken. The star god had restored its original form, and tried to escape from here. But, where are you running to? The power of the past entangled with him like a shadow, and the power that was enough to contaminate everything began to show its power. Perhaps in the material universe, the body of the star god is difficult to be killed. But this does not mean that it cannot be done in other dimensions. Duanmuhui was sneering at the moment, and the shadow behind him became thicker and thicker, and even turned into a substantial tentacle, entwining the energy nebula in front of him. The star god is not his opponent. Duanmuhui knew this very well. The other party had been imprisoned for who knows how many years, and had just been released. And he didn't even have time to say a representative line. Moreover, this is just a fragment. A relatively large fragment of the star god. It is not a complete star god. But Duanmu Huai is a complete god of destruction. He is not a fragment. So now Duanmu Huai looks at the star god trying to escape. As if he is looking at a ragged, skinny little girl. And what he has to do is to pounce on her and catch her. Pour his old god power directly into it. Completely taint it. Corrupt it. Make everything on it become his own shape. This is the true power of the greedy old ones. Let me go! Feeling this terrifying power that was tightly wrapped around him, the star god screamed. It had never encountered such a power before. It was not like the betrayal of the Necronter. Nor was it like the mutual devouring of the star gods. It could feel that its original body no longer belonged to itself. And that filthy power was injected into its deepest part without mercy. Under its impact, the star god felt the extreme pain and madness. And its mind began to gradually become blurred. As if it was going back to the old days, when it was free of worries and sucking milk beside the star. No, this is not my ending, Star God thought, and then tried hard to keep his sanity. I am willing to surrender to you. We can make a deal. I just want to seek revenge on those despicable traitors. Then I will leave here, leave the galaxy, and never come back. Star God struggled desperately. But its struggle was useless. The reason is simple. They have the same authority. If both sides have different responsibilities and powers, then this battle may still be fought. Unfortunately, both Star God and Duanmu Huai possessed the power of destruction. So there was no problem of attribute restraint. Strength represented everything. From this point of view, the Star God, who had been imprisoned for dozens of thousands of years without food and water, and had just been released from prison, was obviously no match for the God of Destruction, who was well fed and dressed in armor. Duanmu Huai did not answer, and his power continued to extend forward, devouring, twisting, and tainting everything of the Star God. The latter became more and more terrified, like a virgin girl being pressed down by a burly man, screaming and struggling, although it did not know what it would face. Its instinct told it that what was coming next was definitely not a good thing. However, it was too late. The tentacles spread out again, then retracted. No! This was the last wail of the Star God. Its consciousness, its body, and its strength became fragile under the impacts. At this moment, it was completely unable to resist, and could only whimper and sob to accept the impending fate. But it would never give in, and would never let this huge, smelly black shadow toy with itself. The entire galaxy suddenly shrank with the scream of the Star God, and then exploded in an instant. The power of destruction completely erupted at this moment. Chapter 1313 Shadow of Death. Not long ago, Duanmu Huai mocked these chaos evil gods, saying that they were too weak in this newborn Milky Way and could not do anything themselves, so they could only use some despicable means to make trouble for themselves. After all, they were just a group of cowards hiding in the subspace, and they could do nothing but plot and scheme. So, he was really not surprised at his current situation. Duanmu Huai stood up. The power armor that was damaged in the battle with the Star God had been completely repaired. He raised his head and looked around. He was now in a dark, gloomy, abandoned corridor. Under the searchlight, the entire steel corridor looked like a one-way lane leading to a cemetery. The steel corridor in front of me flickered, revealing the starry sky outside, and then quickly returned to its original appearance. It seemed that the laws of physics had been distorted here, and the stench of the subspace filled the entire space. Duanmu Huai could even feel the shouts and screams from the subspace. Well, I am now on a space wreck. And once again, I don't know which timeline I was thrown into. However, Duanmu Huai was sure that this should be a timeline where the chaos evil god was relatively strong. What? Because I mocked them for being too weak in the original timeline. So they deliberately found a timeline when they were strong, intending to compete with me here? Ah, I hate this. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. He didn't like time travel. To put it bluntly, several time travels were forced. Duanmu Huai hated jumping around on the timeline the most. He didn't like this kind of influx, whether it was the past, the future, or anything else. But Duanmu Huai was not too worried, because he was familiar with the timeline. He knew that if he was in the past, the timeline would not allow him to make major changes. For example, when they went to Terra, the timeline directly spit them back to their original place. It is the same now. If they really can't go back, then Duanmu Huai will directly kill his way into the Terra Palace. Or into the Eye of Terror. Anyway, there is always a way to force the timeline to spit him out. But before that, Duanmu Huai leaned against the wall with satisfaction, opened the system, and looked at the settlement. After absorbing the star god, Duanmu Huai's old ones finally reached the maximum level as he wished. This is Duanmu Huai's second priesthood that has reached the maximum level. Like the god of destruction, the skills of the old ones also changed after reaching the maximum level. Old ones LV20. Obtained the special title Source of Destruction. Source of Destruction bonus. Each pseudolimb can cause 1d100 damage to the enemy. Majestic aura upgraded to those who cannot be looked at directly. Loss of sanity. Anyone who tries to look at the essence without permission will lose 1d10/1d100 sanity will test invalid. Reality stability. You have absorbed the fragments of the star god and gain the authority to stabilize the order of reality. All order within a 500-meter radius centered on you will be stable, and cannot be eroded/tainted/changed by existence other than you. The concept of destruction has the highest priority. It should be said that he is worthy of being a star god, the highest level god in the physical universe. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and sighed. Fortunately, he and the other party have the same authority, so he can break through the reality barrier of the star god. Because in front of the same authority, the level of authority is meaningless. Only the strength is considered. And it happens that destruction is one of the highest levels of authority. If you want to fight against Duanmu Huai's god of destruction, I am afraid that only the authority of creation can be useful. Of course, the most terrifying is the old ruler, who can even devour the star god. Duanmu Huai knew that during the ancient war, the star gods would devour each other. But he was not sure how those star gods devoured each other. It should be different from himself. Right? Who cares? Duanmu Huai strode forward, and the unstable physical rules of the space wreck became stable again in front of him. Those twisted, disappeared, and deflected forces returned to their original state. Duanmu Huai didn't know where to go. But it didn't matter. He would know as he walked. Anyway, it's just a space wreck. That's all. As for his little girls, Duanmu Huai was not worried. Long before the battle with the star god, Duanmu Huai had already told them what might happen. Especially when he noticed that the chattering Smurf had intervened in the situation here. Duanmu Huai had already guessed that things would not be so simple. Well, the facts are the same as he thought. This guy really has no innovative spirit. And he only has a few tricks. The entire cabin was extremely cold, and ice was everywhere. The gravity here is in chaos. And you can even see some strange things floating in the air. Just like the floating debris in microgravity or zero gravity in many space movies. Until Duanmu Huai arrived. Gravity returned to this physical universe in an instant. The distorted subspace force was dispelled, and the debris suspended in the air fell to the ground, making a ding-dong sound. Oh! By the way, there is still air in this ghost place. But even so, Duanmu Huai did not take off his helmet. He just carried the war hammer, and was as leisurely as if he was walking in his own back garden. He didn't know what he was looking for. But Duanmu Huai knew that this space wreck was not in the subspace, but in the physical universe. Which meant that there should be something here. Well, something. In the dark shadows, white light emerged from inside. And then, beasts rushed out of the darkness, opening their mouths with saliva flowing, and pounced on Duanmu Huai. The appearance of these subspace beasts was twisted and weird. They had no fur, and their whole bodies looked like skinned animals. Their claws were extremely sharp, and their eyes were as big as snakes. This strange existence would make mortals panic just by looking at it. But for Duanmu Huai, vulnerable bastards, Duanmu Huai took another careless step forward, and at the same time swung the hammer in his hand like a baseball bat. And the whistling hammer hit the warp beasts without stopping, smashing them into meat paste. The Dark Elves warp hounds. Duanmu Huai didn't even need to look at it to know what he encountered. And this made his originally peaceful state of mind suddenly become excited. Dark Elves. Ah! Dark Elves. Duanmu Huai missed the screams and wails on Comoros so much. The fragile flesh and blood of those black bean sprouts were crushed and destroyed in his hands. Their wails full of sorrow were so pleasant to the ear. Especially when he stepped on their cubs and felt the joy of their dying struggles. That kind of fragile, powerless, wailing and painful destruction and death. When Comoros was destroyed in the webway, engulfed by flames, and blown to pieces, he listened to the helpless and painful wails of the Dark Elves. How sweet it was! What joy! What happiness! Duanmu Huai still remembers the touch. The wonderful touch. When he reached out and stuffed his arm into the dark elf's body, clenched it tightly, and then felt their internal organs squeezed and broken. The skin and muscles torn in the face of huge power, and the wailing souls screaming, and the faces and expressions twisted by pain. Well, this is really not in vain. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and licked his lower lip with his tongue. It's time to kill Black Bean Sprout again. He will enjoy this process. All enemies of humanity deserve to die, no matter how many times it dies. Duanmu Huai was not surprised that Black Bean Sprout appeared in the space wreck. These low-energy and lowly aliens are like jackals in the Milky Way. Their favorite thing to do is to collect garbage everywhere. Large garbage, like the space wreck, will naturally attract the attention of these lowly and inferior creatures. Of course, the pirate group composed of humans also likes to come to the space wreck to search for treasure. But Duanmu Huai obviously doesn't think there is anything wrong with doing so. The difference between a dog and a rag collector is very obvious. No matter how bad the rag collector is, he is still one of us. As for the dog, that's another matter. Duanmu Huai's expression moved slightly, and he heard a sound. Gunshots. Roars. Something is fighting. Just in front. Duanmu Huai continued to move forward. He walked through the corridor and came to a nearby warehouse. Then Duanmu Huai reached out and pushed open the locked door. Gunshots and shadows rushed towards him at the same time. The explosive bomb shot out from the darkness behind, hit Duanmu Huai's power armor, and then bounced off. But Duanmu Huai didn't even care about this little thing. He just stared ahead, staring at the black shadow in front of him. That slender, delicate, fragile, exciting, dark elf. The violent killing intent broke out instantly, as if it had become a substance, and even the air solidified. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and grabbed the dark elf that rushed towards him. His hand grabbed its head. His fingers pierced its skull. And then Duanmu Huai clenched his right hand tightly. The dark elf's head burst like a balloon in his palm, and its body trembled a few times like a reflex. And then, there was no movement. Duanmu Huai threw away the corpse in his hand, and it fell to the ground with a bang. But Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the ugly alien corpse. He raised his head and looked forward. There stood a giant wearing black armor, inlaid with carefully maintained gorgeous nameplates and skull gears of the Anti-Foreign Order. He held a grenade gun in his hand and a war hammer behind him. The holy word attached to the surface of his armor showed the pious faith and belief of this warrior. It was an Astarte. Chapter 1314 In-Depth Investigation. Duanmu Huai raised his head, stood up, and looked at the group of warriors in front of him curiously. Judging from the power armor they were wearing, these soldiers were obviously Astartes. Duanmu Huai could even recognize from their iconic decorations that this should be a chapter of the Space Wolves. But this is not important. What is important is the back. Duanmu Huai glanced at the wolf cubs in front of him, and then cast his eyes behind them, where stood two people wearing almost the same armor as Duanmu Huai. A man and a woman. Except that the patterns on their armor may not be as gorgeous and exquisite as Duanmu Huai's. They are similar in other aspects. Well, two judges. Really interesting. Hey. Hello. Duanmu Huai raised his hand and greeted everyone, while the latter stared at him vigilantly and tightened their weapons. The judge, who looked relatively older standing in the back, asked, "Who are you?" "I am the Chief Judge Duanmu Huai." Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. He didn't lie. This was his identity. "I didn't know that the Inquisition sent someone else to investigate this space wreck. It would be great if I was here to investigate." Duanmu Huai curled his lips helplessly. "Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm trapped here. Before you came, I just walked around here and killed some things that dared to stand in my way. It's that simple." "So, you are a prisoner?" At this time, another young female judge asked. "You can put it this way. I can't jump out of this broken boat and swim to somewhere else. Right?" Duanmu Huai spread his hands and looked at everyone. "Okay. Everyone. Why are you here? Although I can't say that I am fulfilling my duty as a host. If you need any help, I can help you. As long as you are willing to take me away from this damn place." The two judges looked at each other, and the older one spoke again. "We are here to look for something." "Well, I won't ask you what you are looking for. I know no more about this broken ship than you do." Duanmu Huai guessed that they might be fighting with the Dark Elves for something, but he was too lazy to care about such trivial matters. "But if you need me to help you kill those bastards who are in the way, I will be happy to serve you. He just wanted to leave here and kill a few more bastards by the way. Perhaps it was Duanmu Huai's clean and neat actions in killing the dark elves that won their trust. After discussing for a while, the two judges allowed him to go with them. Of course, they didn't tell me their mission, so Duanmu Huai didn't need to ask. He was also an inquisitor, so he knew very well that unlike those who rummaged through garbage, inquisitors usually went to a space wreck not for treasures, but to retrieve something, destroy something, or track something. It was just that they took a group of wolf cubs with them, which meant that this mission was really important. Duanmu Huai walked beside them, looking at the space wolves curiously. They were very young, and it was obvious at a glance that they were new recruits of the space wolves. But because of this, Duanmu Huai was somewhat curious about their mission and duties. Because according to Duanmu Huai's experience, the inquisitors all had their own guards and attendants. And unless the situation was serious, they would rarely seek the assistance of the space marines. Maybe it had something to do with that Death Watch soldier? Duanmu Huai glanced at the black figure in the wolf pack again. This was not surprising. The space marines would send their own soldiers to Death Watch for further training. It was not surprising for an Astartes, who graduated from Death Watch, to go on a mission with the Inquisition. If this Astartes came from the Space Wolves and brought a group of wolf cubs to help, well, it didn't seem strange either. In addition to them, the Inquisitors also brought their own guards. Duanmu Huai only knew that the two Inquisitors were named Sten and Kara, and the leading space marine was named Lana. But knowing these was enough. Anyway, the mission of the Inquisition was not to ask what you shouldn't ask, not to look at what you shouldn't look at, and not to think about what you shouldn't think about. So Duanmu Huai silently turned on his headphones. Let's listen to some nursery rhymes. At the same time, beside Duanmu Huai, the two Inquisitors were also communicating silently in their personal communication channels. What do you think? Sten looked at the tall figure of Duanmu Huai walking not far away and asked. His subordinate Kara was silent for a moment, then spoke. To be honest, for a person trapped on a space wreck, he seems to be too relaxed. It is not surprising that there are people on a space wreck. In fact, some space wrecks with a long history even gave birth to groups with a long history, such as the Beastmen. These things have also appeared in the Novice village. They appeared here for the same reason as they did on the Novice planet. The warp distorts the bodies of mortals and gives birth to twisted, chaotic monsters. When these Beastmen grow up, they will spontaneously believe in evil gods, like their fellows in the Novice village. By the way, since the Space Hulks spend most of their time floating in the warp, they have a closer connection with the chaos evil gods than their distant relatives in the Novice village. Moreover, in the warp, time itself has no meaning. Maybe thousands of years have passed outside. But in the warp, it may be just 1 or 2 months. It's not like they haven't been to Space Hulks before, and they haven't seen those mortals who have been driven crazy by the warp. But this Grand Inquisitor is different. He seems very relaxed, very comfortable, and his steps are very natural. He doesn't look like he is trapped in such a dangerous Space Hulk. Instead, he looks more like he is taking a walk in a garden world. And he's very powerful. Kara's voice was mixed with a bit of fear. She was a psychic with a strong ability to predict. Because of this, when she first saw Duanmu Huai, she felt a terrifying pressure. It was not because of his appearance. The Inquisitor had seen all kinds of aliens and mutants. Although Duanmu Huai looked fierce, it was normal in this world, or considering that he was an Inquisitor. This bit of fierceness was very suitable for him. But as a psychic, Kara felt something even more terrifying. I don't know how to describe it. I haven't even touched the surface of his fur. But I already have a hunch that if I continue to probe his inner self, the consequences will be unpredictable. And, Kara swallowed. Beside him, I feel that my psychic power seems to be suppressed. You mean like the Untouchables? No, Kara answered in a low voice. It's not the feeling of being swallowed, but something more. It's like being enveloped and suppressed by a huge mountain. I feel that my spiritual power is completely unusable. They began to become uneasy and humble, like submissive slaves. I wanted to mobilize my spiritual power, but they didn't obey my orders at all. Hearing Kara's answer, Sten was silent for a moment. I don't have that feeling. But didn't you notice? What? Our instruments. Sten glanced around. Since we boarded this space wreck, our instruments have been working sometimes, and sometimes not. Isn't this normal? Kara didn't think it was strange. The space wreck could be said to be an extension of the subspace. where any rules of the physical universe could be disturbed or even invalidated. Things like the auspicious instrument or communication being disturbed or interrupted were commonplace. This is why it is often necessary to have human hands to explore space wrecks. Otherwise, you can just use the servitors. Why bother? But now, everything is working fine. There is no problem. Stan looked at the auspex in his hand, which was as stable as if it had just left the factory. Since the Grand Inquisitor joined us, our communicators, auspex, and all the equipment have never had any problems. What does this mean? I don't know either. Faced with Kara's question, Stan shook his head, but he quickly turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai, who was bored beside him, with interest. But this is worth further investigation. The crowd did not encounter any danger afterwards, but they did not relax their vigilance. The Dark Elves are like cockroaches. If there is one, there may be another group around. But the task of these people is obviously not to drive away these Dark Elves. They just move forward, guard the surroundings, and then move forward again. I don't know how long they walked. Maybe only a few dozen minutes. Or maybe a few hours. Everyone came to a place that looked like a lounge. There were fountains, sofas, and a crystal dome through which you could see the starry sky outside. But unfortunately, the beautiful alien sculptures here told everyone that this was the territory of the Eldar. At least it used to be. Everyone chose to rest here for a while. The Space Wolves and the Inquisitors sat on the ground and began to take military ration pills with clean water. And Duanmu Huai would naturally not wrong himself so much. He took out the hamburger and chicken drumstick directly from the inventory. Then, puff, opened the happy water and ate heartily. As he ate, Duanmu Huai found that the atmosphere around him seemed to have changed subtly. He raised his head and looked around, only to see that the Space Wolves and Inquisitors were looking at him with strange eyes, as if he had done something outrageous. Do you want to eat too? I have plenty here. No one spoke. Just looked at each other, then looked away. Well, at least no one was competing with him for food. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and enjoyed the food in front of him again. Chicken legs, hamburgers, fries, happy water. Duanmu Huai finished the meal comfortably, then leaned on the chair next to him to rest. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. He raised his eyebrows and saw the female judge named Kara appeared in front of him. What's up? Who are you? I said. Grand Inquisitor Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai shrugged and answered the boring question again. I've never heard of it. Can I ask you specifically about your organization? If you want to ask that, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Mississippi. Duanmu Huai burped and sighed. I don't belong to the Order of the Holy Hammer, the Order of the Anti-Foreigners, or the Order of the Anti-Rebels. And of course I'm not a Sister of Silence. Strictly speaking, I do all these jobs. My daily life mainly involves fighting demons and aliens. But I don't mind taking action against those heretics who dare to threaten humans and are stupid enough to kneel down to the bastards of the subspace. Other than that, there is nothing special about me. In short, I protect humans and eliminate all existences that threaten humans. You see? That's it. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and stared at Kara in front of him. I have no interest in those boring little circles and factions within the Inquisition, whether they are radical or conservative. What does it have to do with me? The world is so big, and there are so many threats to eliminate. Instead of discussing those meaningless neurological theories, I might as well just swing a hammer to kill a few aliens or demons. So, if you want to ask me, I have already answered. I am the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. It's that simple. Duanmu Huai stared at Kara, whose eyes did not waver at all. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Duanmu Huai yawned. Any more questions? This time, Kara didn't speak immediately. She just stared at Duanmu Huai, and then moved her eyes to the pile of chicken bones in front of him. Your food reserves look rich. If you want, I have more here. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, wiped it from his arms, and then took out a family bucket. Of course, he saw Kara's pupils dilate slightly. This is normal. After all, Duanmu Huai's arms don't look like they can hold a family bucket. This is not an illusion, nor is it a hallucination. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to eat it. Duanmu Huai quietly put away the family bucket. He knew what these judges were on guard against. Hallucinations were a trick often played by creatures in the subspace. For example, when you think you are in a luxurious and beautiful room, You may be lying on the ground, a bloody fungus carpet, or when you think you are eating delicious food, but it is actually a collection of blood and internal organs. Of course, if Duanmu Huai were to say it, he still likes to eat blood tofu and roasted kidneys. The Chaos Evil God's food is disgusting simply because they don't know how to cook. This time, Kara didn't answer. She stared at Duanmu Huai, was silent for a moment, and nodded slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and the latter also withdrew. After a short rest, everyone continued to advance into the interior of the space wreck. As they went deeper, the light around them became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, even the searchlight could hardly illuminate the dark corridor. As if the darkness here swallowed up all the light. The space wolves also became more alert, while Duanmu Huai was still carrying his warhammer and strolling around. Of course, he felt that something was hovering on the edge. But it was not the Dark Eldar. This was not strange, as it was a space wreck. So it was normal to have anything. In fact, the Dark Eldar were also outsiders like them. But now, they were afraid that they had alarmed the natives here. A black shadow quickly passed through the tunnel next to it. Duanmu Huai glanced at it, then retracted his gaze, and tightened his warhammer in his hand. It was time for some exercise after dinner. Chapter 1315 Let's Fight. Danger is coming quietly. When the four-armed monster fell from the sky and screamed to attack, the long and dull journey came to an end, and a fierce battle took its place. Hide behind me. Duanmu Huai didn't pay attention to the space wolves at the forefront. After all, they were Astartes. If they couldn't beat a few thieves, they might as well go home and drink milk. He was more concerned about the mortal auxiliary troops and servants at the back. These gene stealers attacked from both the front and the back, and it was obvious that for them, the mortals at the back were obviously easier to deal with than the transformed warriors in front. No wonder. Boom! Duanmu Huai rushed towards the enemy in front of him, like an out-of-control dump truck. He didn't even look at the opponent's waving claws, and ran into the arms of the chicken thief in front of him, sending him flying. At the same time, Duanmu Huai roared, and swung the warhammer in his hand forward suddenly, smashing the other two chicken thieves into a meat paste. Another gene stealer used his hands and feet to wrap around Duanmu Huai, trying to use himself as a shackle to restrain Duanmu Huai's actions. However, Duanmu Huai just stretched out his other empty hand, grabbed the gene stealer's head, and then suddenly clenched it. The next moment, the gene stealer was shocked and then suddenly softened. Then, it was swung forward by Duanmu Huai like a whip, hitting another enemy who rushed over. God Emperor above. Inquisitor Sten stared at all this in amazement, and could not believe his eyes. The Inquisitor does have a stronger power than mortals. But there is a limit. Strictly speaking, from the perspective of physique, the Inquisitor is between the mortal auxiliary army and the Astartes. However, the power of the Inquisitor in front of him was far beyond his imagination. What made Sten unbelievable was that he did not use psychic power to fight, but simply relied on his own strength and body. Several Genestealers were killed in just a short moment. Even the Astartes don't have this kind of power. Right? It's not that Sten hasn't worked with the Astartes before, but the performance of this Inquisitor in front of him made Sten begin to doubt his life for the first time. However, the battle continued. Inquisitor Sten's trance only lasted for a moment, and then he immediately gave the order to start attacking again. But this time, the troops of the Inquisition pointed their guns forward and began to support the Astartes. That's right. The attack of the Genestealers behind was obviously more fierce. But under Duanmu Huai's blocking, those monsters were directly suppressed and couldn't get up. On the contrary, the Astartes in front were more dangerous. Although he felt that this scene was a bit absurd, Sten still ordered the mortal auxiliary army and servants to turn their guns and assist the Astartes. As for the back, Sten silently looked at the figure swinging the warhammer, smashing the two Genestealers into meat paste again, and kicked the third unlucky guy away. It should be no problem to leave it to him. Rana clenched the bolter in his hand and pulled the trigger at the enemy in front of him. The roaring bolter drove the monster in front of him all the way, but the latter's fast speed allowed it to dodge fatal shots again and rush straight to Rana. This time the Space Wolf Warrior did not retreat. He roared and raised the bolter to smash the monster's head, and at the same time swung the roaring chainsaw sword in his hand, which chopped the monster's body before it could stop, tearing open its heavy shell. However, even so, the sharp claws of the monster on the opposite side still grabbed Rana's chest, and the huge impact force directly knocked him out. Before Rana could stand up, the monster that was cut in half screamed and jumped up, opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit Rana. Then, a huge black shadow pounced over, hit the monster, and disappeared into the battlefield in front of it. Rana had time to stand up, and he looked at the dark figure in surprise, which was even taller than many Astartes. The latter had already rushed into the slaughter ahead, like a Lehman Russ tank, making a huge roar while advancing against the enemy's attack, while firing fierce artillery fire, blasting all the enemies who dared to stand in front of him into pieces. However, that was not a space wolf, let alone an Astartes. Bang! The warhammer in Duanmu Huai's hand smashed on the ground, smashing the dying alien into a meat paste, and the latter screamed and grabbed Duanmu Huai's warhammer before dying. At the same time, another Genestealer dodged the attack of the space wolf. It jumped up and jumped directly onto Duanmu Huai's body, then stretched out 4 arms and grabbed Duanmu Huai's helmet. Facing the collective attack of the Genestealers, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He let go of the warhammer in his hand, stretched out his hand to grab the arm of the Genestealer that was reaching towards his helmet, and then pulled it hard. Squeak! Accompanied by a shrill and painful scream. The last Genestealer was torn in half. Duanmu Huai then threw the incomplete body on the ground. Then he turned around and looked at the space wolves next to him. You still have a lot of practice, wolf cubs. Then, Duanmu Huai spoke. The battle came to an end, under Duanmu Huai's activeness. This raid did not cause any casualties to the team, but the impact on some people's hearts was obviously more serious than the physical pain. An Inquisitor, a mortal, was stronger than an Astartes? This was unacceptable to the space wolves. As Astartes, they had a natural contempt for mortals. In their view, they were warriors chosen by the Emperor, sacred, and the Emperor's sharp blade. Of course, they would cooperate with the Inquisition or the Adeptus Mechanicus or some other organization. But they also had their own unique pride, belonging to the Astartes. But now, Rana retracted his gaze. He could sense the smell of frustration on his companions, which was easy to understand. According to the subsequent analysis of the battlefield, the rear of the team was attacked more fiercely than the front. But the mortal auxiliary troops and servants suffered no losses at all. That is, the Inquisitor alone killed all the attacking Genestealers in the rear, and even had time to help them, although they killed a lot of alien monsters. But this fact still made them feel frustrated, as if they had brought shame to the space wolves. Who is he? After that, the team was adjusted. Duanmu Huai was placed at the front as a scout, and the Astartes were responsible for guarding the back. The Inquisitors and their bodyguards were in the middle, and the group continued to move forward. But this did not prevent them from staring at the dark, tall figure, and whispering to themselves at the same time. Who is he? Who is he? Is he a Primarch? The wolf cubs whispered to themselves, not daring to say more. They could feel the strong sense of oppression, which was definitely not from mortals. But they could not feel the close relationship with their own blood. The time of the Empire had passed too long. So long that for these new Astartes, it was more like a god in myths and legends. If a mortal dared to be so contemptuous, then the Astartes would be angry. But when they felt a glimpse from the dark helmet, even if it was just a glance, they felt an irresistible pressure. So now, the wolf cubs followed this mysterious tall figure obediently, and continued to move forward. The darkness became more and more dark. The originally metal corridor began to gradually change its shape. Glowing mucus, ugly and corrupt spores drilled out of the wall, as if it was not metal, but a piece of rotten meat. Huge, vein-like tubes drilled out of the rotten meat and extended all the way to the end. Rana frowned. He smelled the breath of life. But it was not the breath of life he expected. It was more like some kind of stench. It reminded Lana of the swarms of flies surrounding corpses, or the live maggots wriggling on rotten meat. This was a disease-like smell that only decayed and festering pustules could produce. It was as if this steel battleship was also sick. It was infected with some kind of flesh and blood plague, and was gradually decaying, until Duanmu Huai appeared. He strode forward with a war hammer in his hand. Wherever he went, the mucus began to dry up. The pustules fester and fall, decay, and merge with the metal. And the scarlet filaments, like blood vessels, gradually retreated in front of Duanmu Huai. Around him, everything was back on track. The corruption of the subspace dissipated, and the rules of the physical universe were stabilized again. Rana didn't know what was going on, He glanced at Sten and Kara. The former was mumbling to himself, holding the grenade launcher tightly in his hand. And he didn't know what he was saying. The latter just lowered his head and said nothing, like a silent shadow falling behind. As for those mortal auxiliary troops, they didn't seem to know what was going on, but subconsciously moved closer. Rana smelled the breath from them. Nervousness, uneasiness, and a certain expectation. This was normal. He also had a feeling that a war was coming. On the contrary, the man in front. Rana looked at Duan Muhuai again. His breath was very calm. Very calm. Even though his performance when dealing with those aliens just now seemed very brutal. But Rana could smell that under the thick smell of blood, there was a sense of indifference. It was as if these aliens were not worth mentioning to him at all. He was just taking a walk. Just like he said before. Just walking around. Turning around. And then killing the monsters in front of him. It was that simple. Then, the darkness weakened. Everyone stopped and looked forward. At the far end, a huge and strange thing appeared in front of them. It looked like a sick machine, with a green glow on its head. Under a translucent brain was a machine fused with flesh and blood. The pipes that were supposed to be used to transmit electricity now looked like translucent blood vessels, and egg-like things were rolling inside. Then, they broke apart. Genestealers emerged from inside, but they were somewhat different from ordinary genestealers, although they also had 4 arms. These genestealers were covered with abscesses and corruption. They looked sick, like patients with a high fever who were forced to kick off the bed. But these monsters stood in front of them, blocking their way. That's our goal, Judge Sten said loudly, pointing to the glittering fragment in the brain. Duan Muhuai looked at him, and then looked at the fragment that was shining green. Okay, leave it to me. As he said that, Duan Muhuai took a step forward. Then he accelerated and rushed forward. At the same time, the monsters also surged. They turned into a tide, whistling through the corridor and rushing towards this side. Fire! Explosive bombs and lasers appeared at the same time, and grenades were thrown from the hands of the mortal auxiliary army. Soon, the continuous explosions and bullets enveloped the alien monsters. But they were not afraid at all, and still rushed forward. Duan Muhuai also did not stop. On the contrary, his speed was getting faster and faster. Although in the eyes of the space wolves, his speed was not as fast as that of Astartes. It was also very fast. It was like a heavy truck. Starting, accelerating, and then continuing to accelerate. Its speed was not as fast as lightning, nor dazzling, nor beyond the reaction range. But it would continue to move forward unswervingly, and then smash everything in front of it into pieces. Just like now. Boom! Duan Muhuai plunged into the swarm of gene stealers. They screamed and waved their arms desperately. Their claws that could easily penetrate ceramic steel hit the black power armor. But they didn't leave even the slightest trace. On the contrary, in the violent collision, all the aliens that blocked Duan Muhuai were blown away. They were like the snow blocking the snowplow. Thick and numerous, but useless. Duan Muhuai continued to move forward. His speed was not fast, but not slow either. His warhammer swung out, and the shining thunder burst out in the dark passage, burning all the enemies around to ashes. At the same time, the space wolves behind him also rushed into the chaotic swarm of insects waving their chainsaw swords. They could not keep up with Duan Muhuai, but at least they could ensure that some of the enemies would be involved for him. The same was true for the Inquisitor on the other side. The mortal auxiliary army launched an attack, throwing grenades at the enemies in front of them, engulfing them in the flames. The swarm suffered heavy losses, but they didn't care. They continued to rush towards Duan Muhuai, trying to stop him, as if this was their most important task at the moment. They were willing to sacrifice everything for this, including their own lives. However, it was useless. Bang! Duan Muhuai raised his hammer high and smashed it hard on a huge monster, knocking it to the ground. Then he stepped on the corpse and jumped up suddenly, rushing towards the twisted brain of the corrupted machine soul in front. He stretched out his hand and blasted forward. The translucent film outside the brain shattered like plastic, and then the whole brain exploded. Duan Muhuai fell heavily to the ground, making a heavy sound. And beside him, the aliens no longer continued to fight. They collapsed to the ground like puppets without silk threads, and then melted into foul-smelling yellow-green thick juice. At this moment, Judge Sten and Kara also rushed to Duan Muhuai's side panting. They saw Duan Muhuai turned around, facing them, and then stretched out his right hand. There, the gem fragments shining with green light were clearly visible. Chapter 1316 on the way. Accompanied by dazzling light, the space wreck was completely destroyed. The warships of the Inquisition also evacuated and began to move towards their predetermined target location. Sten sat in the room, without saying a word, staring at the pendant in his hand, which was composed of 3 pieces of green gem fragments. If Duanmu Huai was here, he would definitely recognize that one of the fragments was the one he took out from that disgusting brain before. Now, they are one. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door, and Sten looked up, put down the pendant in his hand, and stared at the door. Come in. Soon, the door opened, and then Inquisitor Kara walked in. She looked at the pendant in Sten's hand, and the latter handed it over. How is our guest? What are the results of the examination? In the end, Inquisitor Sten kept his promise and took Duanmu Huai on his warship. But this does not mean that he will relax his vigilance against this mysterious Inquisitor. The place where he appeared, his mysterious and powerful strength. Everything will arouse the Inquisitor's vigilance. So after arriving on the warship, Sten examined Duanmu Huai under the pretext of providing him with medical services. The situation. But to Sten's surprise, Kara's expression was very strange. The situation is very strange. Strange? What does strange mean? The medical team examined him, but the results were surprising. There were no signs of modification on his body, no signs of contamination on his genes, and no mechanical implants on his body. Kara paused. He is pure. Are you sure? It must be said that this answer really shocked Sten. He thought a lot about Duanmu Huai's origin. Maybe he is a veteran of the tribunal. Or maybe he is a senior member of the tribunal. But no matter which one, he should have been transformed. Not to mention genetic pollution. Although the tribunal rarely uses genes to judge, it is also because humans have conquered too many planets, and the environment of each planet has changed too much. As a result, almost all human genes in the Empire have a certain degree of mutation and contamination. The real pure human genes seem to have only appeared in textbooks. So what's the matter with his power armor? Sten himself is an Inquisitor and has power armor. Naturally, he knows that although the Inquisitor's power armor is different from that of the Astartes, they also need to install some mechanical implants and neural connection systems. It is a completely external mechanism. According to the investigation report of the mechanical sage, his power armor uses a very unique technology. Although some traces of Martian technology can be seen, there are still some parts that cannot be understood. At this point, Kara stared at Sten. What should we do? Of course, Sten understood what Kara meant. It was obvious that they had encountered a problem. The mission of the Inquisition this time was to investigate and solve a plague that occurred on the Hive planet. According to Kara's psychic gift prophecy, they found this place. According to the prophecy, as long as these fragments are gathered, the sealed secret can be opened and the Hive planet can be saved. For Sten, this is his most important task as an Inquisitor. But now, the appearance of Duanmu Huai made him feel embarrassed. Whether it was the strong fighting power shown by Duanmu Huai on the space wreck or the incredible data obtained during the investigation, it showed that this judge must be a very important person. Considering the uncertain time of the space wreck, it is possible that this judge existed during the Great Rebellion. After all, as an Inquisitor, Sten was also very clear about the history of the Inquisition. The Inquisition was established after the Great Rebellion and experienced a long period of time. The Inquisition has the power to expel and destroy demons. And these powers come from. Thinking of this, Sten glanced at the emblem of the skull and hammer hanging on his head. Because Duanmu Huai had traveled through time before the Great Rebellion, the Inquisition in this world was completely different from the original one. After the Great Rebellion, the Empire fell apart, and the shadow of the devil covered the double-headed eagle of the Empire. So, when people found that as long as they held the holy image of the skull and hammer and destroyed the devil in the name of the Inquisition, they could really kill the other party completely. The belief in the Inquisition naturally blossomed all over the Empire like bamboo shoots after rain. And it was under the protection of the Inquisition that the Empire survived the most difficult years. However, the good times did not last long. Once the external threat was lost, people would naturally tend to fight among themselves. The influence of the Inquisition was too great in the entire Empire, causing anxiety among many nobles and lords. In addition, the style of the Inquisition was too unpopular. Therefore, After the threat of demons subsided, many people began to think about how to deal with and suppress the power of the Inquisition. So the state religion appeared. The state religion revered the emperor as a god, and used this to suppress the Inquisition. Originally, the state religion hoped to absorb the Inquisition into the state religion in this way. As a result, they found something very embarrassing. If they destroyed the demons in the name of the emperor, they would only exile them. Only by destroying the demons in the name of the Inquisition can they completely kill the demons. No one can explain why this is the case. Even the high lords and arbitrators cannot understand it. When they established the state religion, they just thought that the Inquisition also believed in the God Emperor. But they did not take this as a slogan. And now it seems, well, they don't use the God Emperor as a slogan. Obviously not for political and religious reasons. So after this, a turmoil that affected the entire empire broke out. The state church publicly claimed that the Inquisition was a heresy that served the filth that betrayed the God Emperor, and called for a holy war to completely eliminate these ungodly people. Of course, the Inquisition would not give up. They understood what the state church meant. The state church tried to suppress the Inquisition in this way, and eventually took it into its pocket. However, the status and power of the Inquisition were all based on their ability to destroy the demons. And the Grand Inquisitors were certainly unwilling to give up their power. So the Civil War broke out. This civil war lasted for 5,000 years, affecting all the territories of the empire, with both sides killing each other and blood flowing like a river. Fortunately, after the demons took the opportunity to enter and planned to completely destroy the empire, both sides had to put aside their disputes and unite against the outside world. In the end, they paid a painful price to drive the demons' expeditionary army out of the empire. After this, the Inquisition and the state religion had to make peace with the mediation of other forces, including, but not limited to, the Astartes, the Sisters of Silence, and the Adeptus Mechanicus. And after this, they chose to make a round of changes to the doctrine. In short, in the new doctrine, the double-headed eagle of the empire has a new meaning. One of the heads represents the state religion, and the God Emperor protects the souls of his people. The other head represents the Inquisition, which judges, expels, and eliminates enemies that threaten the empire. Well, both sides took a step back and reached a compromise until now. As an inquisitor, Sten understood the political significance of Duan Muhuai's appearance. Apart from anything else, a pure human being, uncontaminated, unmodified, powerful, and a great inquisitor. The high-ranking officials of the tribunal must be laughing so hard that they will have a hard time losing this time. Now they have two choices. Either abandon the mission and send Duan Muhuai to Terra immediately, or complete the mission first and then take Duan Muhuai to Terra. After all, it involves a hive planet and hundreds of millions of lives. Finally, Sten made a decision. Ask him to come over and talk. When Duan Muhuai walked into the room, he was not wearing power armor, but a black dress of an inquisitor. If there is anything that makes Duan Muhuai satisfied with this timeline, it is that the clothes here are relatively loose. He has decided to grab a few pieces to take with him when he has time, so as not to have nothing to wear when he returns. After all, the clothes of the Inquisition are still very particular about appearance. Sitting opposite Sten, Duan Muhuai also listened to his analysis of the current situation. And then he raised his eyebrows. If I understand correctly, your operation this time is for a nest city, and there has been an outbreak of an unexplained plague. How did you think of looking for that thing? This is a prophecy, Kara said. We sought the help of the prophecy, wanting to know how all this happened and how to solve it. So the prophecy led us to find these fragments. So you came here just for this, and then you came up with this thing? Duan Muhuai fiddled with the pendant on the table and threw it aside. Forget it. Let's go to the nest first. I think you may have messed up this. What do you mean? Hearing Duan Muhuai's complaints, Judge Sten stretched out his hand to signal Kara not to speak, and looked at Duan Muhuai. You don't believe in prophecy? To be honest, I never believe in this stuff. I don't even want to listen to it. The reason is very simple. If the prophecy cannot be changed, then listening to it is useless except for making yourself upset. If the prophecy can be changed, then listening to it is also useless. It is just like listening to a person's words. Duan Muhuai curled his lips and snorted. In the final analysis, prophecy is a kind of cheating. You feel that you have nowhere to go, so you want to get the answer by cheating. However, cheating will inevitably be punished. especially those psychics who always like to make predictions. Moreover, if you only write the answer without writing the process of solving the problem, you will not be given points. And you may even lose points if you are not careful. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced at Kara. I suggest you don't take prophecy too seriously. Ignorance is sometimes the best weapon to deal with threats. In the final analysis, no matter how much you know, it's useless. The truth lies in a big enough fist. If you don't have a big enough fist, then your cleverness will only lead to your own death in front of the evil demons in the subspace. There is an old saying that goes, thinking leads to heresy. Kara opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, she didn't say anything and just lowered her head silently. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Kara's reaction. Stupid psychics are like this. Especially those idiots who like to predict the future. Duanmu Huai did know some of the plot. But he didn't care. His actions were rarely aimed at changing the plot, but often to make himself stronger. As Duanmu Huai said, as long as you are strong enough, ignorance is not a problem. On the contrary, if you are too weak, then knowing too much will only become a problem. Those prophets are like this. When the evil god wants to play with her, that's playing. But if the evil god doesn't want to play anymore and just flips the table, what can you do? Can you beat it? Of course you can't. So you can only accept the other party's explanation of fate. Just like the final right of interpretation belongs to the company. If you don't have the ability to hang the other party under the street lamp, you can only accept it obediently. No matter if the other party calls a horse a zebra or whatever. You have no other choice but to accept it. But you have to find a way to put the other party on the spotlight. Then the right of interpretation will be in your hands. It's your turn to call a deer a horse. I say it's a horse. So it's a horse. You either accept it or die. This is the power of power. And power comes from violence. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Sten. Go to the Nest City. I hope there is still hope there. Then, he spoke.